The story begins in Tianjin world, Dong Huang Tan Van Chao. There was some kind of battle going on here that seemed to be very tough. Suddenly one person spoke up, before the Blood Ghost formation, that's all you Van Kiem sect is like. Times have changed, from now on the desolate continent is the world of our demon cloud sect. Someone put one hand on the bloody ground and cried out, Ma Van sect. You are the new puppet. Then you shouted loudly with a face full of pain, don't be stubborn, I have informed senior brother Hoa, when he comes, don't try to escape. A giant man filled with murderous aura asked, among the 10 great disciples of the Cloud Sword sect, is there anyone with the last name Hoa? Another quickly answered, I don't remember. Seeing that, 5 Kiat Ma Van immediately replied with a despicable smile, I'm not even the 10th great disciple, but I still want to fight with 5 Kiat Ma Van. He continued, let your senior brother Hoa come and pick up the bodies for you. Immediately, a large hand quickly descended on the new puppet. However, the Tan Van flowers arrived promptly. He used his magic to clear away that toxic murderous aura. Ngu Teep Ma Van was surprised and exclaimed, what? The 2 civilians hugged each other and cried, we have been saved. Meanwhile, the new puppet said extremely happily, senior brother Hoa. Hearing that, he calmly replied, luckily he arrived on time. But the giant gave a devilish smile and said, come in a hurry. Will you die? After saying that, he rushed towards him with a red ball in his hand. The Qing Yun flower quickly created a blue shield. Then it slashed a few of the villains, causing them to fly far away, as did the 5 master devils. He flew until he coughed up blood and groaned, The sky is a gloomy color. Suddenly it was as bright as day. One person was surprised, what happened? It's over. He had a bloody nose and bloody mouth. Hoa Tan Van turned around and asked, are you guys okay? They immediately answered, and Hoa's senior brother came to the rescue. Then he spoke up and scolded him again, junior brother, didn't I tell you not to do anything, this time if I hadn't come quickly? Junior brother explained, senior brother Hoa taught me right, just that group of demon cultivators is truly too cruel, they sacrificed hundreds of thousands of monks from Tanshu city just to refine the blood pearls, if they ignore it, they will go against the sect's morality. I was immediately agitated. Hoa Tan Van put her hand on his shoulder and said, young people, don't be fooled by the big cake that the sect draws, work hard, live a peaceful life, this is the practice of my life, but you I don't really understand. Senior brother Hoa, you're saying things that others don't understand. Suddenly he saw him looking at something with a worried look and exclaimed, then behind him was a red ball full of mystery. Evil Cloud Old Ancestor quickly appeared and shouted loudly, daring to harm the disciples of our Demon Cloud sect. You guys are tired of living. After saying that, he immediately performed a magic trick. The new puppet was so scared that he was sweating. This was the elder of the Demon Cloud sect, the Evil Cloud Patriarch, the monk of the 7 insect realm. But Hoa Tan Van blatantly prepared to draw her sword. He slashed a few times and asked, isn't it done yet? He was quickly hit by his attack. Old Ancestor Evil Cloud thought to himself, he was actually able to block his 7-dimensional attack. Then he complimented, you're so good at killing you, I'm really sorry. He lured him that, my Ma Van sect has always promoted the strong, or you should join me, I will give you the title of the top disciple. One shout out, how much will the beautiful Ling Bao want? That's all there is. Hoa Tan Van replied emotionlessly, the treatment is so good, but I heard, you disciples of the Ma Van sect wake up early and sleep late, the sky shines on the earth, and you are still being chased and killed by the righteous path. Cultivation also applies the method of grazing, hoping for good luck. Hearing that, he immediately thought that he was no different from a cow. Old Ancestor Ta Van replied, here, we demon cultivators do not have as many precepts and regulations as the main sect. The environment is relatively comfortable, promoting working more and eating more. He laughed, work a lot, eat a lot, work is stable, the sect is long-standing, I'm at peace here. He said as he pulled out the sword, now, you want to trick me. Speaking of competition, he immediately made a move, the Clear Cloud Sword technique, the first form. Evil Cloud Old Ancestor was so angry that he gritted his teeth, what? Hoa Tan Van continuously made moves, Tan Van Mysterious Sword. An explosion appeared behind him, and he calmly said, nice. Tan Yen said excitedly, I said senior brother Tianj Hoa was coming, right? The other 2 spoke tremblingly again, am I not dreaming? Is our sect's introductory swordsmanship so powerful? Is senior brother Hoa so terrifying? Meanwhile, the old ancestor's evil clouds gradually disappeared with the purple murderous aura around his body. He wondered why. Hoa Tan Van replied, I've been wandering around the work center for so many years, I've long seen through your tricks. He added, daring to draw in front of me, is truly humiliating himself. He in a shabby appearance retorted, no, I ask why you are so strong. But he didn't answer, but reduced him to something as small as a pea and said, done. However, it suddenly disappeared. He thought, the true spirit appeared. After saying that, Hoa Tan Van immediately chased after her and ran away. Suddenly he stopped for a moment. It seemed he had realized something. He slowly took out a small watch from inside him. Then I started thinking, Finally, Hoa Tan Van said, let's leave. After all, the first rescue mission has been completed. Hearing that, the three people below were very surprised. They asked, Brother Hoa, what are you doing? Obviously add more swords. Why don't you continue to chase? Obviously add more swords. Why don't you continue to chase? The new puppet crossed his arms and confidently replied, you guys don't know. He frowned and explained, Senior Brother Hoa's practice is at 9 o'clock in the morning and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He pointed at the sunset again. It was now after rooster time. According to Senior Brother Hoa's words, it is now. After work, the scene changed to where the blue clouds were flying in the sky. He spoke up, really. The most annoying thing is that work time is almost over and you still give me tasks, almost forcing me to work overtime, he muttered. In the eastern wilderness, Qingyun sword sect. Everyone was practicing very hard and exclaimed. They practiced swordplay while breathing extremely quickly. Suddenly someone wiped his sweat and grimaced and said, look at that guy, he's lazy again. He cursed and said, damn it, who let him be a true disciple? At a tree in the distance, Hoa Tan Van was wearing a blindfold and sleeping soundly. Then he quickly stretched. Then exclaimed, ha! He took off the blindfold and thought to himself, yesterday when he returned to the sect, it was already past midnight, so I didn't get enough sleep. He let out a sigh. If he had known that, he shouldn't have become this damned disciple. Just let me do these troublesome tasks. Unconsciously, it's been 5 years. Because of continuous overtime of 996 regime with high intensity. An image appeared of a loudmouth boss yelling at him, daring to be lazy in front of me. Get up quickly and go to work. If you can't finish your work, don't leave work. Suddenly those images kept getting distorted over time. Someone said, it's not okay, boss, it seems like he's not okay. Quickly call 120, TSK, save the file for him first. Hoa Tan Van recounted, she died suddenly. Randomly coming to this magical world, he suddenly opened his eyes and asked himself, me, I've gone through time. Here, my identity is that of a small true disciple of the Cloud Sword sect. However, there are a lot of people who have criticized you. Hoa Tan Van, as a true disciple, you have to work even harder. How can you say nonsense in the morning and afternoon? I sleep so well, I should practice and forget to eat and sleep. I'm really lazy, I've never met someone this lazy before. He continued, in order not to fall into the same trap, we made an oath to absolutely not work overtime in this world. His spirit was burning with a living motto, absolutely not working overtime. But Hoa Tan Van thought more, but didn't expect that there would be such a fight here. Suddenly someone called his name, Senior Brother Hoa, and he immediately turned his head. The new puppet said happily, Senior Brother Hoa, the sect leader is looking for you. About yesterday's mission, I want to find you and ask for details. Hearing that, he asked him, you guys didn't reveal anything about me, did you? He quickly replied, no, I've already negotiated with them. Everyone hasn't mentioned a word about HOA's strength, brother. Seeing that, he immediately continued, well done, I can rest assured, let's go now. Next time I'm free, I'll teach you 2 tricks. Tan Yai was excited and thanked him, many thanks to Senior Brother Hoa. Goodbye Senior Brother Hoa. Then Hoa Tan Van quickly flew away and disappeared. The scene was transferred to the Master's main hall. In the Kang Yuan world, the realm is divided into 6 levels, from low to high, respectively, the Qi Refining Realm and the Spiritual Flower Realm. Soul Gathering Realm, 6 Palace Realm, Self-Sealing Strength. Death Palace Scene. After the fairy scenes, he listed them one by one. Each level of realm is divided into 9 levels. Hoa Tan Van is standing in front of someone, but this one is the heavy class. Wen Zhen, the master of the Tan Veen sword sect, the peerless powerhouse who ascended to the 6 immortals, someone else gave him a nickname. That is, the Divine Cloud Sword. He calmly waved to him, the patriarch, good morning. He glared and replied, "Little flower, be serious, this is a representative." Then he said, "We planted Van Tam tea, a few days ago there was a batch of ripe leaves." That made him quite surprised. When Jen immediately changed 360 degrees and said, "Yo, quickly give it to me to enjoy, the last time I drank Yun Tam tea, it was still the last time." As for Hoa Tan Van, she thought to herself, who would have thought that he was a magic swordsman and also an alcoholic? With the help of our current knowledge of growing succulents and green plants, we can grow superior spirit tea, follow your interests, build relationships with leaders, he thought contentedly. It was a mandatory subject for hired workers. Suddenly, Schwen Kiem coughed a few times and coughed. He was embarrassed and turned to ask him, what did he achieve from last night's mission? He heard the disciples return and say, "You saved them." He immediately replied that he was saved by chance. Then he reached out his hand again. In his hand was the red ball he had earlier. He found this on the body of a disciple of the Ma Van sect. Seeing that, Kiem suddenly thought, blood ghost Chu. He continued asking, "Little flower, do you know what this means?" He sweat dropped and added, "The Ma Van sect actually wants it." But Hoa Tan Van quickly covered her ears and replied, "I don't know, I don't want to hear, I don't care." Then he quickly turned around and ran away, saying, "If the sect leader has nothing else to do, then I will go back first. I'm still thinking, sorry, sect master, I just want to leisurely pass my life. Troublesome matters should still be left to someone else." Suddenly the swordsman spoke up and stopped, making him say, "Huh." He angrily cursed, "Little flower, didn't this sect master say that you, although you have some skill in growing spirit tea, but as a true disciple, you cannot be lazy like that? So I ask you, last week it was clearly your turn to explain swordsmanship to your disciples, why didn't you go?" He calmly explained, "When it was my turn, it was already rooster time, morning and afternoon, rooster time, this is my rule, sect masters I, understand." Huan Zhen shouted again, "Because you had skipped the sword meeting, so the 4 hall masters came to find me. Said he wanted to abolish your position as a true disciple." He finally said, "Did they really say that?" However, he softened his heart and thought about it. "It's dangerous, am I speaking too harshly?" On his face he also exclaimed, "Little flower, I." Seeing this, Hoa Tan Van quickly smiled again. "That's great," he thought, downgraded to an intersect disciple. "Let's see if anyone else dares to have an opinion when I'm lazy in the future." You also asked, "Sect master, when will you abolish my status as a true disciple?" That sentence made the blood pressure of the sword soar. You scolded, "Dream about it." From the time of its founding until now, the Van Kiem sect has never had a precedent of dismissing a true disciple. Dismissing you, wouldn't that be a slap in the face of me and the elders? His eyes were also filled with tears and he said, "Damn, I knew it wouldn't be that good." Suddenly a cry suddenly rang out, paying respects to the sect master and senior brother Hoa. Hoa Tan Van exclaimed, and he smiled and said, "Oh, Sword Heart, are you coming?" Nak Kiem Tam stepped inside and replied, "Tens of thousands of intersect disciples, spending long days and late nights just hoping to become true disciples. Brother Hoa, but you want to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, why?" she asked seriously. "This is the top true disciple of the Van Kiem sect, Nak Sword Tam." Hearing that, he immediately thought, the true disciple of the Tan Vien Kien sect, a true disciple of the Nak Kiem sect, is a beautiful girl. At a young age, she already has a 4-level cultivation level, her strength and reputation are both top 1. Considered the future of the Van Kiem sect. And he is a true disciple ranked 55th of the sword sect, standing from the bottom up. Hoa Tan Van turned around and said, "Junior sister Nok doesn't know, I've been stuck in the spirit realm for a long time. Therefore, I want to start from the intersect." He added seriously, strengthening the foundation, then breaking through the bottleneck, taking advantage of opportunities from the lowest point, called, reviewing the old and learning the new. After that, Nak Kien Tam was very surprised. He did not expect that the senior brother still had such a strong will and deep consideration of the way of practice, completely different from the rumors. "It's a shallow heart." After speaking, he sighed and replied, "Haze, junior sister, you're being polite." Then Schwen Kiem spoke up, "Little flower, I called Kien Tam here because the hall masters made a request to you." He asked, "What is the request?" He quickly replied, "They want you." Carrying out the mission together with Sword Heart, learning the hard-working qualities of the top disciple, Sword Heart immediately exclaimed, hearing that. He also exclaimed, "Sect master. You're joking, right?" He thought that it was the musical sword spirit that had awakened, so there was competition and fighting in the sect, so he was called the King of Fighting Kings. This person is not compatible with me, how can we go on missions together? When Kim quickly retorted, Tu Hao, Sword Sect is the top true disciple of our sect, so many people are lined up waiting to be taught by him, but now you and he can do the same mission, there will be a good chance, so, what are you dissatisfied with? Hoa Tan Van also replied, A's, Sect Master, I'm just worried that I'm too chicken, can't do it, and will ruin my monk's practice. He thought, Junior sister, you don't want me to be a burden, do you? But Nak Kien Tam said, Senior brother has thought too much. She eagerly said that everyone is a fellow student, so they should support each other and progress together. Moreover, Senior Brother Hoa, you can also take advantage of this mission to prove yourself and dispel the outside rumors about you. Hearing that, he was extremely scared and thought, very well, I still want to destroy me, I want to be dragged into the fight too. He clasped his hands and said, Sect leader, I don't worry too much about my duties, I'm just worried about the tea leaves that no one is taking care of. He also thought to himself, Sect Master, you didn't hesitate to invite Junior Sister Nok to come because you wanted me to do a mission, but I am a principled person and can stay idle in the sect, so why do I still have to go out, work with this little lady? Finally, Mr. Ken raised his hand to show the number 3. He said, Tan Van, as long as you can complete the mission, this sect master will give you 3 days off. Listen to this very attractive offer. There are still 3 days of leave left. Is 3 days leave? Hoa Tan Van was extremely enthusiastic. Sect leader, things cannot be delayed, you quickly tell me the content and location of the mission. Even if my Hoa Tan Van was mixed with smoke and fire, I still would not die. Hearing that, and Kim could only laugh without saying anything. At this moment, it was already noon, and the music sword sect was diligently cultivating its techniques. Hoa Tan Van lazily walked towards her, he yawned tiredly. Seeing that the sword sect was still practicing non-stop, he immediately asked, Yo, Junior Music, be so patient. The exercise had left her body covered in sweat, she panted and looked at him with reproachful eyes and said, Senior Brother Hoa, you're a minute late. He lazily crossed his arms and explained, if you don't sleep at noon, you won't have the spirit in the afternoon, Junior Sister. She approached him, glared at him, and focused on making the most of everything in practice. I came here on time at noon and had already brandished 3,000 swords, and brother, you are a monk in the palace realm, but it's like mortals need to sleep. Her eyebrows furrowed, she was angry and loudly scolded him, he was too lazy. Tan Van felt guilty and turned away and said, Yes, Junior Sister is right, after returning I will definitely practice twice as much, but in her heart she secretly scolded her, how come little Junior Sister is still so young, talking like the elders? Faced with his attitude, she could only sigh and remind him, it's not early anymore, let's leave. After finishing speaking, she quickly flew into the sky like lightning, and he quickly followed her. The two of them are now like 2 rays of light flying in the sky. The sword sect asked me, Senior Brother Hoa, what do you think about this mission? The sect master sent us to investigate the missing villagers in Tien Van Mountain, but Tien Van Mountain is close to Tan Van City, which was sacrificed in blood. He replied, I suspect that the disappearance of those villagers for no reason is related to the demon sect. She immediately continued, That's right, I also think so. Then she turned her eyes to him and said sincerely, Senior brother, don't worry, even though you are new to the 6th level spiritual palace, I will protect you. He also had the courtesy to clasp his hands together and say, Thank you, Junior Sister. I thought to myself, I didn't expect that my music sister would be so trustworthy. Not only was I flattered, but I also got 3 days off after work, this time I really got a bargain. He was as happy as opening a flag in his heart and thought, Thank you, sect leader. The two came to a village surrounded by green trees and canyons. She introduced him, Here, this place is Tien Van Mountain. The sword gently landed on the ground. She said to the person standing in front of her, Senior Brother Hoa, let's look for the villagers here to find clues. But only saw him busy looking for something in his pocket. Seeing that he didn't respond, she came closer to him and asked, Senior Brother Hoa, what do you mean? But he still didn't answer her question, but instead took out a watch, stroked his chin and counted, 5. When she saw that, she couldn't help but be surprised and say, Huh, and he started counting down 4, 3, when he counted down to number 2, the sun was about to set. By this time it was already late afternoon. He held the watch firmly in his hand, his face showed excitement, he quickly exclaimed, The hour of the rooster has come. As soon as she realized his intentions, he had already run away and left her with a few words. I have to go rest. I'll ask the villagers about the matter. Leave it to your junior sister to be in charge. See you tomorrow, okay? Late afternoon in Tan Van village is indeed very peaceful. At a motel called in Hung Lao, Hoa Tan Van walked in. There was not a single person here, so it was deserted and extremely quiet. He slowly walked inside and said, "Treasurer, let me rent a room." The cashier of this motel has a rather strange appearance. His eyes are sad but somewhat alert. The wrinkles on his face are wrinkled. He told him, 1 tael of silver. I paid exactly 1 tael of silver. He immediately gave me the key and told me it was on the 2nd floor, on the left, at the end of the hallway. At that time, strange black lines appeared on his wrist. That thing attracted his attention. He seemed to realize what it was, so he silently exclaimed, "Oh." But he ignored it and pretended to look away, thinking that let it go, it was time to rest. He slowly walked up the stairs. As soon as he entered the room, he lay down on the bed, wondering how Junior Music's investigation was going. A moment later, the noisy sound outside woke up Tan Van. He heard the cashier coldly say, all the rooms were occupied. There were no empty rooms. Then a shrill female voice rang out, causing a stir. The whole house was shaken. "Shopkeeper, it's obvious that your inn was empty. Why didn't you let me slowly open my eyes? Half awake and half asleep, huh?" The girl's scream rang out again. "I didn't mean I didn't pay." The anger in her voice made him jump up in surprise. He thought to himself, I fell asleep again. He squinted his eyes and thought, this sounded familiar. Outside, Hoa Kiem Tong slammed his hand on the table and loudly said, "Treasurer, are you criticizing me for not having enough money?" He replied, "I said it's over, you should still go." Suddenly a familiar voice rang out, "Junior Music." Unexpectedly, at this time, Tan Van was leisurely standing behind, watching. He crossed his arms and calmly said, "Since the shopkeeper said that the room is gone, then don't make it difficult for him anymore." She was startled and exclaimed, "Brother Hoa, what are you doing here again?" He didn't answer her question but coldly asked, "Treasurer, I let junior sister stay in the same room with me. Surely it's okay." The treasurer nodded in agreement and said, "It depends," while Ken Tong looked at him bewilderedly. She rolled her eyes at him and mumbled, "In the same room as you." Suddenly she realized something was wrong and shouted, "Brother Hoa, we are," but he just slowly walked up the stairs and said, "Follow me, unless you want to sleep on the street." His words made her blush and scream. In the end, she still had to tiptoe along with the cloud. She followed him, thinking, right, we didn't do anything dirty, why should we be ashamed? In her mind, she was now crushing him, making him unable to raise his head. She thought proudly, moreover, Senior Brother Hoa is just a spirit palace, I can completely protect myself. But everything seemed to be contrary to the sword sex imagination. While he calmly sat down to eat dinner, she was shy and shy. He asked her with concern, "Junior sister, have you had dinner yet?" Replied, "No." Delicious cookies were beautifully arranged on a plate. He took another cake and asked her if she wanted to eat some. She shook her head vigorously and refused. "Brother, we are practitioners, so we must clear our minds of desires and give up the temptation of food. Only if the heart is pure, it is possible." But before he could finish his sentence, Tan Van stuffed a piece of cake into his mouth. This sudden action of his made her blush uncontrollably, her heart pounding continuously. She slowly enjoyed the piece of cake just now. That piece of cake was so delicious that it made her mind soar, as if she were sinking into a candy paradise. She thought to herself, this cake is sweet but not too sweet, it melts in the mouth, and has a light fragrance, like the cool stream flows into the dandelions. It's not good, I'm about to drown in this cake, ah! Suddenly she realized with a start. She shouted at him, "Brother Flower, how could you use a cake to sneak attack me?" But he still calmly enjoyed his cake. Then he turned to ask her, was it delicious? Even though she wanted to deny it, she still hesitantly replied, "Delicious, really delicious." She turned her face away, embarrassed, and raised her voice, "But food like this is not beneficial for practice, it's better to eat less." When he heard that, he held his chin and pursed his mouth. "Tsk, these words, that's not right. Sister, have you ever thought about the possibility that by avoiding vegetables and meat, avoiding the earthly world, you can practice and walk 1,000 miles in one day?" She wondered and asked again, "Could it be that?" He happily answered, "No, no, no." After saying that, his face darkened. He said, "You and I both walk in this direction. How can you and I want to avoid everything in this world? If we keep running away, it will only make you physically and mentally tired, hands and feet tied. It is difficult to make progress in practice." But if you don't clear your mind in desire, then won't you be immersed in the mortal world, drawn by desire? She asked him again, how to practice. He continued, I think that a true monk dares to bravely face the temptation of reality. Like this cake, if you're afraid that its deliciousness will make you mentally disturbed, then you should try it and get used to it. When you can do it, consider this cake as an ordinary thing, still not be shaken. This is considered truly entering the realm of practice, understanding the original mind, and being able to see the truth. Because the truth meets the truth, all appearances are self-manifested, the general appearance is untainted, the direction appears and is free, the nature is as usual, the taste is natural. Qian Tong looked intently at him and passionately talked about morality. He narrowed his eyes at her. Seeing her eyes as if she were confused and not understanding anything, he thought to himself, this is dangerous. I suddenly got high and talked so much, this child's brain probably won't shut down, right? Suddenly she slammed her hand on the table and leaned close to him and exclaimed, Brother Hoa, I figured it out. Only by facing desires, then giving up desires, can one return to the original state and realize the great path. After saying that, she rushed to tear up all the cakes, shocking him to the point of being dumbfounded. Right now I just want to scream loudly inside, you're crazy about that pot. Stop talking quickly, my breakfast. After a while, Tan Van angrily lay on the bed, loudly said, I'm sorry, junior sister, today you should lie on the ground temporarily. When she saw that, she covered her mouth and laughed, burp, senior brother, I'm fine, I don't sleep, just meditate and meditate. In the middle of the quiet night, Nak Kiem Tong sat alone and meditated. As for the Tan Van flower, she sleeps soundly under a soft, warm blanket. At this time, a mysterious figure appeared. He looked for something in his pocket and said, Little lady, I wanted to forgive you, but you? He put an incense stick on the floor and said, Don't blame me. The scent of fragrance spread throughout the room. It spread to the place where Sword Sect was practicing. She slowly opened her eyes, thinking, strange, where is the scent? She was startled to see the strange smoke surrounding her. She stepped back in panic and thought, it's dangerous, it's poison. But by the time I realized it, it was too late. The sword was quickly poisoned and fell to the floor. While dying, she still thought about Hoa Tan Van. She used all her last strength to call him, Senior Brother Hoa, to run quickly. Suddenly she saw him still resting on the bed. Not only was he not poisoned, but he was also calmly looking at her with his chin in his hand. She couldn't believe her eyes and asked herself, Senior Brother Hoa. The dark night covered the jungle, a strange wind blew past, shaking the whole forest. That wind was created by a man. He landed on a shabby tree branch. The shopkeeper trembled as he approached, then bent down and politely said, Sir, a disciple of the Van Kiem sect, I use the piece of spiritual incense to faint. He couldn't help but tremble, his face showing extreme fear as he continued. One of them was a true disciple of Tan Van Kiem sect, Nak Kiem Tam. The other person was unknown, identity, only known as Senior Brother Hoa. The other person spoke in a deep voice, Oh, I didn't expect you could make music that makes people faint. As for Senior Brother Hoa, I've never heard of it, he's probably just a follower, he said. Thanks to the master's hidden talisman, they weren't discovered. He has blood-red eyes. When he heard the shopkeeper say that, he burst out laughing with satisfaction. Ha ha, this time you have accomplished a great feat. Sir, he quickly raised his face, his eyes were a bit expectant, so my wife and son. As soon as he flew to the ground, his body emitted a strange stream of lightning. He said, Rest assured, they are still alive and well. Now, I will take you to meet them. He held out his hand, and when the shopkeeper saw that, he quickly exclaimed with joy, thank you, sir. But unexpectedly, he stabbed him very hard through his chest, killing him. He contentedly licked a few drops of blood from his fingers. His face was now filled with contentment and anticipation. He probably spread his arms and raised his head to the sky shouting, the final sacrifice, finally almost completed. Suddenly he called out two numbers, number 3, number 4, and immediately two people, a man and a woman, appeared behind him. He glared at them and ordered them to go to the inn and bring 2 disciples of the Van Kiem sect here. At this moment, the sword music gradually woke up, and she let out a vague cry. He gently asked her, Are you awake? Seeing him, she immediately called out his name, Senior Brother Hoa. Suddenly she jumped up in surprise and exclaimed, That's not right, let's go quickly, this place is very dangerous. He stared at the girl in front of him who was panting, her face showing extreme anger. She realized he was looking at her, so she paused for a few seconds. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. She timidly asked him, why are you okay? She secretly thought to herself, with senior brother HOA's strength, he should have fainted faster than me. He explained, when I sleep, I use my breath, unlike you, who circulate spiritual energy in meditation, so I don't inhale the scent of the spirit. Then he stood up, walked forward and continued, waiting forever, but didn't see the person in the dark move, so I chased away all the scent in the room and helped you detoxify. She also followed behind him, looking at the piece of spiritual incense on the table. She thought to herself, but it was actually a piece of spiritual incense. It was difficult for the monks under the 5 worm realms to resist the poison of this incense, which made her startled. Tan Van seriously told her, "Junior sister, your life experience is still very young, you cannot help but be on guard, if this time you go out on a mission alone. I don't dare to think about the consequences." These words made her wake up and clasp her hands together to thank him. "Thank you, senior brother, for saving you. Sword Heart will definitely pay more attention in the future." He slowly poured a cup of tea. Then he gave it to her and said, "Junior sister, why do you have to be so polite? Come and drink some tea to warm yourself up." She awkwardly bent down to receive the teacup and said politely, "Thank you, brother." Holding a cup of steaming tea in her hand, she thought to herself, according to rumors, senior brother Hoa is just a lazy, mature disciple. But no one can say a few sentences from him that can make me realize the magic of practice, always maintain vigilance, and save my life. She looked at him from top to bottom, silently evaluating him. His personality is thoughtful, his appearance is not bad, but unfortunately it's his cultivation level. Suddenly she was startled to realize that she had gone too far, wondering, wait, what the hell was she thinking? Who would have thought that at this moment he would turn around and ask her, making her stiffen, "Junior sister, how unconvinced are you?" She forced out a forced smile and said, cough cough, "Thank you, senior brother, for your concern. The sword heart is no longer a concern. In my heart I secretly fantasize, could it be that he has feelings for her?" He replied, "Oh, that's good." Right at this moment there was a strange purple light that lit up the sky. A purple-haired female monster flew straight to the ground, surrounding her, emitting murderous aura. The sharp sword Tong immediately realized this. She immediately shielded him, and at the same time pulled out her magic sword and shouted loudly, with murderous intent. Her face was full of worry but also very aggressive. She clenched her teeth to warn him, "Brother Hoa, be careful." Contrary to her imagination, Hoa Tan Van lazily climbed into bed again. He said nonchalantly, "Since you have recovered, then please bother the junior sister. After all, now is not the time to do it, my business." This scene left her speechless. In the end, there was only her left. She quickly flew out of the inn to rush into battle, thinking to herself, "Leave, those two people are both experts in the cultivation of the Purple Palace. Senior brother Hoa is just a ghost. Palace, coming will only cause more trouble." That strange light rushed towards her at a crazy speed. Holding the sword in her hand, her body trembled nonstop. She thought, I still thought. Then her eyes flashed with determination. She regained her composure and swung her sword vigorously, saying, "You guys came at the right time." Her one attack successfully sent the other two flying away. They lost momentum and fell to the ground. The force of the impact caused a huge explosion on the ground. Qian Tong stood from afar and slowly observed them. Seeing the two of them standing up, she immediately realized that this was the fourth sect in the Dong Huang Tu Ling sect. She asked in a cold voice, "True disciple of Tu Ling sect, two fellow disciples, why are you here?" She thought to herself, their eyes, the two people's eyes, had a lifeless look, as if they were hypnotized. She immediately realized that it was a blood puppet, evil magic that blocked the soul and became a puppet. This is the magic of the demon sect. The disappearance in Vangkan village was indeed because they were playing tricks behind her back. At this time, one of them began to summon magic to attack her. While avoiding the attack, she thought, these two people. The strength is at least at the level of Purple Palace level 3 or 4 levels. Her feet were as light as cotton landing on the leaves. She calmly said, "Right now I'm a bit unhappy." Saying that, she shouted a move that could wipe out everything here, the cloud sword technique. Strip the clouds and break the moon. The other two immediately shot in both directions, successfully avoiding the sword sex attack. Seeing that, she coldly uttered one word, "Scatter." Her power was immediately divided into east and west. The other two seemed to have dodged the attack, but now they received this painful blow. They seemed exhausted and fell to the ground. In the room, Hoa Tan Van was actually lying on the bed using his magic eye to monitor the entire battle. He secretly praised her. Oh, he was actually able to separate the sword light that had been slashed. But if that's the case, then the power will also decrease. Using spiritual sense to observe the battle is also convenient. You don't even need to open your eyes. Those two disciples of the spirit sect will not fall easily. Over there, Tu Van saw her brother being knocked down until he was bleeding red. She couldn't help but tremble and mutter, "How dare you?" Harming Fan He, her lifeless eyes still seemed to have some painful emotions. The sword sect saw this and immediately wondered. He had not yet completely become a blood puppet, but still had some personal consciousness, only to see Tu Van using all his strength to brace himself and stand up and say, "I." Her eyes turned into white light. She held a huge weapon, angrily rushed towards her and screamed, "Wanting you to die." Wherever the purple cloud went, the ground immediately shook. She rushed up. He waved his hand to slash that thing at her. But Qian Tong quickly blocked that weapon with his sword. She used her strength to fight, while thinking, she can actually use such a heavy weapon. Purple clouds continuously radiate a strange power. At this moment, the sky exploded with light from the power of the two of you. Even the ground could not avoid shaking. Sword Tong lost its momentum and stepped back wondering, what strange power is this? My hands are numb from the impact. Tu Van continued to scream and then swung another blow. This time she released her power like a strip of light illuminating the dark sky. But that was nothing to the sword sect. She quickly avoided that attack and flew into the distance. Her eyes showed satisfaction. She said, "This is all for exploration." The space moved to where Tan Van was lying. He said comfortably, worthy of being the top disciple. After a short collision, one could guess how shallow the opponent was. Even though the two of them were in the four realms and four insects, the Tu-Ling sect was a blood puppet. Their consciousness was sealed, and they could only rely on their instincts to fight, and they suffered a loss. At this time, she slowly pulled out her sword again, while focusing on regulating her breathing. In the blink of an eye, a stream of power was emitted around her. It headed straight towards the purple cloud, making her surprised. In the room, he said with a gloomy face, but junior sister Nox still didn't seem to realize there was danger. Suddenly a few fallen leaves flew into the room through the window. He picked up a speaker. Using this should probably be enough. Outside, the sword sect once again called out the name of the move, Tan Van's sword technique. She shouted, unleashed her sword consciousness, and created a giant wave towards the purple cloud. A strong blow like this obviously couldn't be avoided. She fell onto the loose ground just now. Qian Tong landed on the ground and said calmly, it was considered that he had conquered them. Next, he had to think of a way to wake them up. Unexpectedly, right when she turned around to leave, a hand with a magic fan appeared, surrounded by power that was gradually growing. In an instant, a powerful attack came straight towards her. Only then did she realize it, thinking to herself, it's dangerous. By the time she turned around to defend, the distance between that powerful attack and her was not much left. Suddenly, a ray of green light passed through. Redirect that power flow in another direction. That purple light flew up to a mountain top and created an extremely large explosion, a scene that surprised her. She turned her head to look and thought about the move just now. If you get hit, you will definitely be seriously injured, so the danger that Tan Van mentioned here is that the wind has begun to recover. Sword Tan quickly ran towards him, preparing to launch another attack. She ran and wondered what that green light was. Our leaves. In the end, who came to save her? While thinking about these things, she successfully grasped the dead wind. Tu Van and Tu Fan were escorted by her to the room. At this time they were still unconscious. Tan Van saw her return and immediately said, it seems you have already solved the problem. But her face clearly showed concern and doubt. She was about to ask him. Brother Hoa, before that, you seem to have guessed her question, so you didn't wait for her to finish the sentence before answering, I'm still lying here. He pretended to ask her again, what's wrong? When she heard that, she awkwardly waved her hand and said, no, it's okay. In her heart she told herself, I'm thinking too much. After all, senior brother Hoa is just a six-worm spirit palace. How could there be such a method? After thinking about it, she began to explain to him, senior brother, that when the true spirits of these two people were gone, they had to quickly bring them back to the tomb, and invite the elders to arrange a magic formation to purify the mind to expel evil spirits and dispel blood stains. New technique. But if that were the case, the demon sex people would run away and cause trouble elsewhere. He replied, well, for the people of the world. He sighed and thought to himself, because of the 3 days of vacation. Suddenly he approached them, started practicing magic, saying that it seemed like he could only let me do it. She was a bit startled by his action and asked what his senior brother was trying to do. He calmly replied, I want to use my spiritual mind to enter their sea of consciousness and spit out their blood. When she saw this, she panicked and reminded him, Brother, you are crazy, the sea of consciousness is where the monk's true spirit is stored, if you are not careful, your true spirit will be destroyed. But he still did not stop his actions and reassured her, Rest assured, junior sister. Sword Sect is extremely worried about the true spirit of Tu Van and Tu Fan to the point of raising their voice. Wait, senior brother, do you want to spit out the blood of these two people at the same time? This is against heaven. He still maintained a confident demeanor and replied, Saving you is like fighting a fire, working in parallel is fast. While she was so nervous that she was sweating, screaming in surprise. The point is not whether it's fast or not fast, but ultimately, is it safe or not? Tu Van slowly opened his eyes and woke up. Seeing that, Tu Fan was extremely happy and said, Tu Van, you are awake. She rubbed her eyes and responded to his words, Fan he. Suddenly she turned sharply to the other side. Then asked, Are you, disciples of the Van Kiem sect? Nak Kiem Tam also smiled and introduced himself, Hello Miss Tu Van, here Nak Kiem Tam, this is my senior brother Hoa Tan Van. Tu Fan also continued to help her worry less, Sister Van is the head disciple of Nak Kiem Tam of the Van Kiem sect, they saved us. Hearing that, Tu Van quickly replied, Oh, I remember. She remembered what happened just now, we were taken away by the elders of the demon sect. Hoa Tan Van asked the two of you, Can you tell me how you were taken away? She replied, A week ago, Fan He and I were ordered by the sect to investigate the disappearance of the villagers. We investigated and discovered that a demon sect elder actually performed sacrifices using the blood of villagers. As a result, he fell into the trap that the opponent had previously arranged, Tu Van recounted. Was eventually suppressed. I didn't expect that I would be hit by evil magic and become a blood puppet. Then she quickly turned to thank them, thanking her two friends for saving their lives. Nak Kiem Tam refuses this thank you, there is no need to thank me. Then she pointed to Tan Van Flower and said, The person who saved you is my senior brother. Seeing that Tu Van turned to thank him, Thank you friend Hoa for your support, for saving my life, I will definitely repay him. He sat comfortably in his chair and replied, No need to be too polite. Meanwhile, Music Sword Heart was thinking that it was just now. The scene appears when the other two are in a critical state. Senior brother spit out the blood from these two people. Hoa Tan Van gently uttered the words, which made her extremely surprised. She thought, the blood of the beast is buried deep in the sea of consciousness, under the circumstances that it does not harm their lives, but spitting it out would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Even if it was a sect elder, it would not be possible. Be sure to grasp this operation. Nak Kiem Tam gratefully asked him, Senior brother, when did you master this technique? Hoa Tan Van replied calmly, Previously, he was killing time in the Beijing palace. He accidentally read a book on the technique of manipulating mental thoughts. He felt that the content was very interesting, so he learned it. Hearing that, she was surprised. This is lacking, so it's still not a complete practice. Senior brother, you're playing with fire. He said, just to save them, he spent a lot of my genius and treasure, about 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. Nak Kiem Tam thought with an annoyed face, Clearly you just did it by hand, there's no need to use any genius or earthly treasures. People are not stupid, how can they agree? Suddenly, Tu Van spoke up gratefully, Fellow monks can rest assured, after we both return to the sect, we will definitely offer spirit stones of corresponding price. Hoa Tan Van immediately felt happy, while Nak Kiem Tam thought, Oh, but actually agreed. He thought about it and had previously recognized that the ability to clear his mind and chase me away from the blood puppet would require at least more than 50,000 high-grade spirit stones to be arranged in an array. 30,000 is already a friendly price, it cannot be done for nothing, labor. He said in response to her glare, No hurry, my Cloud Sword sect and the Death Spirit sect are on the same page, helping you is our duty. He continued, That's right, you two friends, can you recall the specific situation when the demon sect elder captured you? Tu Van quickly replied, His name is Ma Hien, his fighting ability is nothing, I alone can capture him. But he was good at using magic and saving, we were poisoned by him and fainted. Seeing that, Hoa Tan Van immediately pointed out, So that's it, then it's simple. He said, I have a medicinal pill that can make you immune to poisonous scent for 3 hours. Do you three have the confidence to control Elder Ma Vantaji? Tuvan quickly replied, if I could be immune to the poisonous scent, I could kill him in the blink of an eye. But she thought again, that's not right. She asked sideways, why it was the three of us, Taoist Hoa, why don't you come along? Hoa Tan Van suddenly coughed, in fact, just removing the blood seed for you guys took a lot of my spiritual energy. He looked weak, afraid he would have to get some sleep to recover. The other two were very worried about him and said in unison that we were too clumsy and didn't see the hardships of our friends. They exclaimed, fellow Taoist Hoa can rest assured, leave the rest to us, Hoa Tan Van replied, then I'm bothering the three of you. After that, three figures flashed away into the dark night, holding a green medicinal pill in hand. Tuvan said, is this medicinal pill really as miraculous as Dao Hoa said? Nak Kien Tam replied, I trust senior brother Hoa. Then the two of them drank the medicinal pill together. Tuvan stroked his chin and said, well, it melted in his mouth, it seemed no different from a normal medicinal pill. Zifeng also swallowed it and said, fellow Taoist Hoa's cultivation level is not high, it's not that I don't trust him. Dark night. The shadow of the clouds has gradually disappeared from the crescent moon high in the sky. Suddenly Music Sword Heart thought of something. She spoke up, wait, that's not quite right. Tuvan also followed suit. It seemed that starting from the first half of the incense stick, there had recently been no more breath of living beings. She said, maybe. Suddenly a dark voice rang out, proving that you have entered my formation. The music of the sword turned. She quickly slashed her sword several times in a split second. Eyes appear a lot in the trees. And a swamp. Smelled something dark. She wondered where this swamp came from. She said, this black mud seems to be the bodies of dead creatures, bound here by the formation, the resentment is so thick. After saying that, Nak Kiem Tam turned to ask the other two people, did you see the person who just spoke? Suddenly a person wearing a black coat spoke up, looking for me. That's Mac Terrace, smiling a very strange smile. Mock Porch stepped out from the smoke, he happily laughed loudly. Nak Kiem Tam, Tu Fan and Tu Van shouted together in surprise, the old thief disappeared. He frowned and said, could he spit out my blood so quickly? He looked at Nak Kiem Tam, who was drawing his sword, and assessed her. It seemed that this eldest disciple of the Cloud Sword sect had a secret treasure on his body. He looked at all three people, laughed loudly and provoked, ha ha ha, why is there one person missing? Or when he heard the great name of this one, he was scared. Tu Van gritted her teeth, she held the staff and rushed forward while shouting loudly, because to deal with trash like you, I alone am enough. She rushed over. Use a stick to hit the place where the porch is standing. Soil and rocks were scattered everywhere, smoke and dust gradually dispersed. Purple Cloud couldn't move the stick, a blue aura blocked her weapon. She gritted her teeth and looked up. Mok Shuen dodged to the side, he controlled the black smoke to block her attack, he smiled and said, haha, he's already lost once, and he's still trapped. Zifeng was behind him, aiming at him, he shouted loudly, shut up, you're already dead. You control your spiritual energy into a long rope, you attack him, he smirks, ha. He used black gas to block your attack and looked down on you, all of you righteous sect disciples are idiots. Then he laughed and asked, ha ha ha, is my real incense fragrant? Tu Van and Tu Fan thought in surprise, poisonous gas. Suddenly a blue light attacked him. The porch curtain blocked it, ha. He suddenly looked up in surprise. That blue light did not disappear, but spread out to continue attacking him. He quickly dodged aside. At that moment, the blue aura collided with the black aura, creating a huge explosion. Smoke spreads around. Purple Cloud and Purple Wind were flying next to Nak Kiem Tam, spiritual energy was still surrounding her body. The place where the porch stands is now deserted. The musical sword heart gritted its teeth, well, it hadn't hit yet. Suddenly, a black gas surrounded her body, she thought in surprise, was poisonous gas. The flesh and blood of the curtain gradually reformed itself. He smiled, wiped the sweat from his chin and silently assessed that the song Sword Heart indeed had some bravery. He flew up, spiritual energy radiating around him. He laughed loudly and shouted, it's useless, you guys have already eaten my essence. He pointed at the three people and shouted, now it's been 10 minutes, fall down for me. Smoke spreads out. He looked at Tu Fan and Nak Kiem Tam, who were smiling contemptuously. He thought in surprise, that's not right. He didn't notice that Tu Van had already swung his stick and moved behind him. He wondered why there was one person missing. Tu Van hit him. She shouted loudly, "Eat one of my pestles." He coughed up blood in pain and coughed. He was hit and flew straight to the ground. At this time, Tu Fan mobilized spiritual energy to transmit into the fan. He shouted loudly, "Hey ah!" He controlled purple spiritual energy to form arrows, attacking the porch. A series of arrows hit him. He groaned, "Ah!" He coughed painfully, cough cough cough. He looked up, looked at the three people with difficulty and asked loudly, "You guys, why didn't you get poisoned?" Tu Van stuck out her tongue to tease him. He shouted in disbelief, "Impossible." Tu Van clenched her fists, remembering the medicinal pills that Hoa Tan Van gave her. She thought, fellow Taoist Hoa's medicinal pills are too powerful. If she isn't afraid of those despicable tricks, then she can deal with the people of the demon clan. It's as easy as turning your hand. Mo Xuan struggled to think with his hands. Eating my bone fragrance, the toxicity is stronger than the spirit fragrance. Even if it is blocked, it will be absorbed through the skin. Except for my antidote, there is no medicine that can cure the toxicity. He gritted his teeth and realized, perhaps they had other secret treasures on their bodies. The music of the sword's heart mobilizes the sword's energy, she declared. This is the end. Tan Van's sword decision. He wiped the blood from his mouth. Holding the wound on his shoulder, he smiled and said, "Ha ha, this is the end." He jumped up. Then quickly fly away, shouting loudly as you fly, "That's right, the game stops here." He flew high and controlled his spiritual energy to form a red barrier ball. He shouted loudly, condensing blood to form a great formation. Tu Van shouted in surprise, "Ah, what happened?" Nak Kiem Tam gritted his teeth and thought to himself in panic, "This is it." Mok Xuan laughed loudly, "I said it long ago, you have already entered my formation." From behind the three people suddenly appeared a pile of black mud. He shouted orders, "Number 1, deal with them." Tu Fan looked in surprise at the pile of mud transforming into a human shape. It stood up, smiling from ear to ear. Then it opened its mouth to reveal sharp fangs. Everyone recognized that the Blood Puppet Palace had 6 insects. The Blood Queen bared her teeth. Music Sword Heart frowned. Mok Xuan shouted in disdain, "You guys can't leave today." He summoned a flame in his hand. He said, "Including that coward hiding in Van Kim village, I have already sent number 2 of the 5th insect realm over there. He. Nak Kiem Tam worriedly thought to himself, "It's dangerous, senior brother Hoa is in danger." On the side the Tan Van flower is sleeping. Blood Queen number 2 opened the window, making the door squeak. It climbed into the room. It glanced. There was no one on the bed. In the next room, Hoa Tan Van opened one eye and thought, "Hey, I want you to work overtime." I was happy thinking you were still very young, when suddenly the room door exploded. The fish-eyed man was speechless. Blood Puppet number 2 shouted loudly. She stopped and looked at him holding his forehead as he walked down from the bed. He smiled and asked, "Ha ha ha. If you can't find someone, you can't go home." He asked annoyed, wanting to drag someone else in. Explosions continuously emitted in the forest. Nak Kiem Tam glanced at him. Then launched a move to the place of Blood Puppet number 1. But he raised his hand to prepare. Then countered her attack in defense. From behind, Tu Van held a long and large sword and rushed to attack. He just had time to reflexively attack. The two collided together, creating a shock to the surrounding area. "Hey!" She seemed to be at a loss before him, sweating profusely and gritting her teeth tightly. But the result was still unsuccessful. He was knocked away and fell to the ground. Tu Fan and Nak Kiem Tam stood far away and saw the situation. He quickly rushed over to give permission and called out loudly, "The purple cloud shining." His chains wrapped around the blood puppet's body. Seems like it would help. But he just shouted loudly and destroyed everything. Suddenly, a sword slashed from behind. Cut his body in half. That is the slashing attack of the sword sect. She pursed her lips and looked nervously. His body split into 2 parts. Has nothing to do with the blood puppet. In just a blink of an eye, his body was immediately restored and connected together. Seeing this scene, Sword Sect froze in panic. What? He made a surprise attack to the place of the dead wind. She just had time to scream, "Be careful," but it was too late because he was hit by the blood spray. He lay motionless on the ground. Now it was just him and the two girls. Tu Van calls his name in vain, Fanhee. Look at the blood spilling onto the ground. She muttered in despair, daring to hit Fanhee again. Her strength seemed to awaken and it exploded on the spot. In just a few seconds, a sudden and powerful blow hit the blood puppet's body, followed by a kick with his foot that sent him flying away. Na Qian Tong went to talk to her. This guy has endless power, plus his ability is strong. Sooner or later we will be consumed to death. She replied, I have a move that can directly turn him into ashes. The sword sect was immediately happy. It's true, but it takes time to gain momentum. Thank you for extending the time, my friend. This time it was her turn to draw her sword to face the blood puppet. She replied, okay, leave it to me. I was floating in the air, observing the entire battle and laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, if you have any tricks, just use them. Number 1 is my most successful blood puppet. You guys are about to become my sacrifices. Here we are. Suddenly he stopped. The second side ended so quickly, it seems that the true disciple is very chicken. There was a sound of breathing on that side. It was so dangerous. Almost finished him off. Blood puppet number 2 was tied up with magic. That's Tan Van Flower. He looked at the blood puppet and said, can't let the demon sect elder feel it. I just want to sleep peacefully, but you keep wanting to wake me up. If that's the case, I'll give you a gift in return. He grabbed his hair. He dragged himself towards the destroyed wall that could be seen outside. He lifted him with just one hand. Prepare your posture and sights very seriously, over there. The Blood Queen did not move but sneered at him. When he reached his climax he opened his eyes. And throw him high and far, go. He soared into the sky in a more pathetic appearance. Now he was alone, standing in the middle of the rubble caused by the battle just now, holding his head in exhaustion. There was still a while until it was time. See if there are any good rooms left, then sleep a little longer. Returning to the side of the music sword sect, she was facing the powerful fists coming from the number 1 blood puppet. She used her sword to block the attack. But it was so strong that it caused her body to be pushed out of the place she was standing. Her hands were on the ground, along with the sound of panting and puffing. She looked up at him and wondered why this blood puppet was getting stronger and stronger under the reinforcement of the formation. Mo Xuan is still very proud on the outside, as expected of being the eldest disciple of the Van Kiem sect, able to support until now, but it's about to end. He looked up and gave the order, Number 1, take action. The bloody beast rushed in like a rocket. Na Kiem Tam seemed like he couldn't hold on anymore, so he just looked up and thought, fellow Taoist Tu Van, I'm sorry, I'm afraid it was me. Out of nowhere in the sky, a light appeared behind me. He turned his head to check. What is that? Something rushed at extremely fast speed and then fell onto the barrier of the formation, causing it to shatter and create a huge explosion, causing rocks and soil to fly everywhere. Smoke and dust are still foggy. She didn't know what was going on. But his face was full of confusion. Blood puppet number 2 fell to the ground and shattered. Blood puppet number 1 had its arms and legs severed and lay lying next to it. Seeing what was happening, he stuttered angrily and then shouted again, Number 2, how is that possible? Her sword heart was saved in an instant. She looked up at the place where it had just been broken in relief. That's good, seeing your brother is okay. Is this an elder coming? Hearing what she said, he felt guilty. The elders of the Van Kiem sect had arrived. This was trouble. Must quickly escape. Blood puppet strengthening magic. While lying on the ground, when he was given permission, he immediately jumped up again, but in liquid form. It wraps around the legs of the musical sword heart. Damn, what is this? Fortunately, Tu Van promptly returned to help. Friend Nok, who had been waiting for a long time, she was happy to see her name called, Friend Tu Van. She used all her strength to prepare for battle. Mo Xuan saw the explosion of the purple cloud and gasped, what, just a 4-worm purple palace, how could he accumulate the 8-worm spiritual power? The purple cloud unleashed its moves. The purple shadow was earth-shattering. The two of them collided like two planets colliding with each other. The pressure was so great that the whole area exploded, echoed across the sky. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hoa Tan Van was covering his eyes and sleeping soundly without knowing anything. When he woke up, he took off his blindfold and yawned sleepily. Just got out of bed. Went to the window to dream and breathe in some fresh morning air. Take a breath and open your eyes. Seeing the scene of the burning forest made him helplessly exclaim, it was truly a peaceful nuclear-level day. Hua Qingyun propped her chin up and said thoughtfully, it's really not simple for junior sister Music and them to fight all night against this demon sect elder. Suddenly he reached out and searched for something in his shirt. Look for a moment, huh? On the other side, smoke filled the sky. The ground sank deeply, trees fell to the ground and leaves fell everywhere. Tu Van, after delivering a powerful blow, stood to check the blood puppet. But it seemed like because she had exhausted too much energy, she immediately collapsed on her knees, feeling weak, huh? The musical sword heart sighed behind it, it was truly an amazing explosive force. Tu Fan also went to her place to explain even though he was still seriously injured, this is the unique technique of our Tu Ling sect, it can accumulate spiritual energy, then explode in one breath. Tu Van couldn't hold on anymore and staggered, he immediately helped her and continued, but the disadvantage is also very obvious, the storage time is too long. Tu Van politely told her, this time luckily thanks to Dao Nox's help to stop her. She also shyly replied, it's nothing, I'm just doing my duty, hee hee. But before the fun could last long, there was a loud shout of resentment, causing all three to look up, three animals. Tu Van was covered in sweat and looked very labored as he said, there's still one light stem of the dead spirit left to deal with. This time there was something very different about Mo Xuan, he was full of murderous anger, yet he destroyed the number one thing I spent decades of effort cultivating. She tried to hold the sword to fight, but her condition had reached the limit. The purple wind next to her was worried, sister, don't use too much force, that move just now is about to destroy your spiritual energy. This time it's the turn of the music of the heart to speak, where the day is left for me to go. She regained her strength and confidence and drew her sword to prepare to attack. It's not enough to even wear the porch, the blow is already quite big, today the three of you have to die here. His moves were so fierce that he rushed forward as if he wanted to devour her. Undeterred by the enemy, the sword heart also responded with a fierce move, the sword technique. With just one move, he overpowered him. The blue light of the sword music destroyed his attack. She was not even harmed or hit once but calmly stood still. After concentrating, she attacked again and again, killing her. Those fierce eyes. It also made him confused, gasping, and throwing his crossbow at full force. He refused to give up, so he decided to continue using magic and challenged him, I wanted to see how many swords you could still cut. She shouted, paralyzed. In just a moment, everything became shaky before her. He gasped and exclaimed inwardly, she looked closely at the wound that had been torn before. He was bitter when he couldn't make her suffer, so he made a new decision to deal with her, he didn't expect that you could force me to this extent. He made a sign of draining the life force inside his body, gritting his teeth until he spat blood, so what? Immediately his hands and face aged to look like an old man. But his mouth still smiled contemptuously. Nak Kiem Tam saw this and thought in confusion, this is it. Not good, if he wants to use secret techniques, he will have to pay a high price. Before she could react, he placed acupuncture points on her body, It's dangerous, the spiritual energy released by the 8 districts has been blocked. Tu Van and Tu Fan were also affected, so they were controlled by him and gave orders at will, how are you guys? It's not so easy for my blood puppet magic to dispel it so cleanly, looking at both of them, they look like two soulless puppets that couldn't resist. He ordered, number 3, number 4, bring her here. Even though your talent is excellent, in front of me you are just a little devil who can't squeeze a mosquito cleanly. Take you as the first sacrifice. He was about to strike to finish her off, not forgetting to challenge her and sacrifice his blood to the great formation that condenses the heavens and refines his blood. There was no more hope left, the music sword sect only remained silent to accept death, her heart ached, sorry, sect master and master, as the sect's eldest disciple, I was defeated by the demon sect. As for senior brother Hoa, I was too careless, 2 lines of tears were running down her face. I proudly laughed out loud, right at that moment of life and death, a voice rang out, stopping. Release my junior sister. When Nak Kiem Tam saw this, he immediately called out his name, senior brother Hoa, although he turned his head and looked in surprise. He kept looking at him, wondering in his heart, where did this spiritual palace monk come from, where was the Tanvan sword sect elder who killed blood puppet number 2? He calmly told her, don't look anymore, this place is only me. Before he knew anything, Sword Tam impatiently told him, "Senior brother Hoa, run away quickly, you are not his opponent." He didn't care about her anymore and turned to him, as expected, "You want to dominate, haha. He rushes to your place, so let's start with you first." Hoa Tan Van stood on the spot, snapped her fingers and shouted, "Breaking." Everything shattered and nullified the magic of the sun. From behind, Tu Van regained his reason and immediately made a move without hesitation. He was extremely bewildered. Number 3, how could this be possible? Mo Xuan couldn't help but tremble and bitterly said, "This is a blood puppet that I used my own blood essence to reactivate. Its power is several times stronger than normal. Even though it has a stronger magical secret treasure, it is also impossible to resolve it in the blink of an eye." Suddenly caught in a panic by Zifeng's move, "Number 4, you're actually there. Zifeng has actually finished chaining him up. Stop talking and watch your moves." Before he could react further, Tu Van quickly grabbed his weapon and gave him a decisive blow. The scene is so familiar. Mo Xuan was hit by the purple cloud and pulled him to the ground. "You should go down." After that, all that remained was the characteristic purple light from his previous move and a cloud of smoke rising high. Nak Kiem Tam turned around and walked towards Hoa Tan Van's place. Then called, "Your name, Brother Flower, what's going on?" However, he did not answer her but gave her a very indifferent look. Tu Van was surprised and asked him, "Fellow Taoist Hoa, what exactly are you doing?" He controlled his power and calmly replied, "It was just a little trick. When the sea of consciousness erases the blood seed, I discovered that the roots of the seed are closely tied to your true spirit. We are afraid of harming the true spirit, so we only erase them from the outside. But it also means that at any time you can be manipulated again. Therefore, I have left some sword energy in your sea of consciousness. Once the demon sect elder activates the blood seed again, the sword energy can cut it. At a critical moment, perhaps the situation can be turned around." Tu Van and Tu Fan recognized the sincerity in Tan Van's actions and immediately clasped their hands together and said loudly, "So that's it, Dao Hoa's thoughts are so delicate, the little brother is truly admiring." But Qian Tong didn't seem very happy. She asked him, "Senior brother Hoa, why didn't you tell me? What if the plan fails?" Her face showed dissatisfaction. She thought to herself, "If you succeeded, why hesitate any longer?" He sighed and said, "Junior sister, don't feel like you don't have the feeling of existence if you don't catch him. This time you can defeat the demon sect elder, you are the key character." This statement made her surprised and opened her eyes wide, exclaiming, "Really?" He began to analyze more clearly, "But in front of me, he was just a little ghost with a dirty nose. If the junior sister wasn't surrounded in the dark, how could she use her acting techniques to trick the demon sect? The elder is cunning." Tu Van happily followed, "That's right, how could we easily get close to that old thief?" Seeing that, she also exclaimed in surprise. Now she clearly understood what he meant and obediently replied, "It seemed like that," and Tan Van was flattered. She stole a glance at him with worshipful eyes, thinking to herself, "Even though senior brother Hoa has a low cultivation level. But I didn't expect that he was a person who was good at using tricks and had the wisdom to understand all things." Suddenly he flashed an amused smile. "Right now, all I can think about is quitting work. I've already finished everything before going to work, so maybe I can take a vacation first." Suddenly a noise erupted, making his eyes widen. At this moment, under everyone's feet, the condensing heavenly blood refining formation was starting to operate again. Everyone exclaimed in panic, "What? Why did the condensing heavenly blood refinement formation activate again? Maybe that guy isn't dead yet." This scene made him clench his teeth in pain from being overjoyed, to the point of cursing in his heart, "Damn, I already knew about something as good as taking leave before the deadline. How could it be my turn?" Mok Xuan, he is trying his best to recreate the great blood condensing array. At the same time, two ghosts rose from the ground. Someone suddenly shouted, "It was the corpses of blood puppets number 1 and number 2. The diaphragm absorbs all of the other 2 blood bodies into the body." Tan Van carefully observed everything that was happening below, somewhat curiously asked what he was refining. A few seconds later, from his abdomen sprouted a sharp spear with the red color of corpse blood mixed with the black color of demonic energy. Qian Tong immediately realized the bad omen. She rushed forward and swung her sword while shouting, "Don't try to achieve it," the Van sword decided. Seeing that, he immediately stood up, ready to fight. She shouted the technique, breaking the sword technique, and immediately the power from the sword radiated like a series of lightning bolts hitting the porch. Although the force of the attack was strong enough to make him weak and bleed, it was not enough to overthrow his will. He gasped and said, "It's too late." When she rushed closer to him, he pulled out that spear, its power causing the ground to shake continuously. He exerted himself so much that the veins appeared on his face. He smiled with satisfaction and exclaimed, finally condensing his blood to practice the great formation. His defensive attack caused the sword-sex sword to become a bit unstable. She quickly stepped back and said, "No, that's my last sword." Saying that, she quickly warned her teammates, "Everyone, our spiritual energy is exhausted, retreat first." Tu Van and Tu Fan immediately retreated after her, only Hoa Tan Van remained there. He slowly spoke, "You guys go first, I'm about to go crazy." Hearing that, Tu Fan was startled and exclaimed, "Huh," and she wondered and asked him, "Senior brother Hoa, what are you waiting for?" At this moment, Ma Qian dealt another blow. Two giant hands suddenly appeared to grab them. He screamed, wanting to run. It turns out that while everyone was caught off guard, the curtain had already created a giant to take over everything. He controlled the giant to squeeze them tightly and curse loudly, "You worms, next is the real hell." When Tu Van was caught, he was so angry that he wanted to swear, damn it, he had no spiritual power, otherwise how could he have been caught, and Tu Fan was now tired. He just said in despair, "This guy, he can't be beaten to death, ah." Sword Sect observed Mo Xuan from afar and thought, it was clear that just now it was just the Purple Palace level 5 insects, but now it is actually 8 identical. Tu Van frowned in pain, couldn't help but cursed one more time, "Damn it, our 4 sacrifices are still here, how could he complete the condensation of blood to refine the great formation?" Tu Fan heard that, speculating, perhaps, it was to absorb those 2 blood puppets. Mok Duong overheard the 2 people's conversation and immediately grinned and replied, "Yes, that's right, numbers 1 and 2 were originally my collection, but I didn't expect to be defeated by you guys." Tu Van braced himself to argue, "That's not right, even if the strength of number 1 supergroup can kill one person too, the strength of number 2 is still far inferior to us, at most it can be counted as 2 people." Suddenly she seemed to realize something and widened her eyes, thinking about what to say. Mo Xuan burst out laughing, at the same time raising his spear high, "Ha ha, that's right, I myself can also be a sacrifice." He raised his spear to the sky, it immediately absorbed the surrounding demonic energy. He loudly declared, "This is the first step for the demon lord to descend on the world, the devil training the demon soldiers." When Tu Van and Tu Fan saw this, they were constantly afraid and wondered in their hearts, practicing demonic weapons. Contrary to their worries, Tan Van was unusually calm. He slowly took out his watch and counted down, 5, 4. Kiem Tong felt strange and asked him, "What are you looking at, senior brother?" Tu Van was so scared that she said that in ancient books, there was a record that ghost soldiers first appeared 10,000 years ago. Countless righteous people were slaughtered, more than half of the tigers fell into the hands of the demon sect, and the powerhouses of the 5 regions of central continent reached the fairyland to attack together, only to be able to defeat the chain-trained demon soldiers, ending that calamity. He continued counting down, 3, he laughed loudly and praised her, "Ha ha ha, kid, you also have a lot of knowledge, cultivating the soul, this fetus can become a complete demon soldier." His voice, still calm, rang out, "Hi." He raised his spear, preparing to attack and said, "Today, the 4 of you will have the honor of becoming the deification offerings of the fetus." Suddenly there was a sound that made him stop and exclaim, He asked curiously, "What was that sound?" Seeing Tan Van calmly closing the clock, he sighed and said, "It's time to get to work, so I should go to work." Hearing that, Mo Xuan frowned and asked, "What is that?" But what he received was not your answer, but a ring of powerful light that you sent down. That one blow was enough to make him lose his balance and be injured to the point of spitting blood. He told him contemptuously, "That means, your hour of death has come." Nak Kiem Tam wondered and asked senior brother Hoa, "Why did you attack that sword energy just now? I seriously told you all to go quickly and leave it to me here." She worriedly told her brother. He interrupted her and then patted her shoulder to comfort her and told her junior sister, "You guys should go quickly, go arrange a heavenly blessing array to protect the village." Junior sister Nak continued to worry and said to senior brother Hoa, "Which elder was the one who killed the second blood puppet? Please call him over here." She still persistently advised him that relying on just the few of us could not deal with him. Tu Van explained the situation to him that he was about to sacrifice himself now, and his strength was at least level 8 spiritual palace level or higher, even if we were together. Tu Fan also agreed with his sister and followed suit saying yes. Fellow Taoist Hoa, don't be reluctant anymore. Hua Qing Yun's calm voice comforted the worried sister music and reassured her. "We'll end quickly." Ma Qian looked at the group of people out of breath and wondered what was going on with the sword energy just now. It was clear that he was just a spirit palace guard. He trembled as he looked at the approaching flower and asked the rotten boy, "What secret treasure did you use just now?" He looked at him contemptuously and then asked sarcastically if he still needed to use secret treasure to deal with you. The two sisters followed Nak Kiem Tam and wondered, "Why did we leave him like that?" They asked if your senior brother Hoa really has a way to deal with Mo Xuan. The porch attacked him and at the same time shouted death. The two sisters worriedly told him that relying on his level 6 spirit palace strength, they were afraid they would be beaten to death with one strike. Junior sister Nak had to grit her lips and replied that I don't know, but I trust senior brother Hoa. She remembered what had happened since coming to this village, but lamented that since coming down from the mountain until now, every decision made by senior brother Hoa has been right. On the side of the Tan Van flower, he smiled sinisterly and raised his sword and gave him a deadly glare. Ma Qian was scared and trembled thinking about this kid. What happened? The group of 3, including Nak Kiem Tong, Tu Van, and Tu Fan, arrived inside the village. Just landed. Then the musical sword heart immediately deployed the spiritual blessing of the heavens. The amulet immediately flew above the village, then spread out a membrane that covered the whole village. He was startled and let out a loud sound. Then he clasped his hands and mockingly said that he could freely fight next. Ma Qian angrily shouted loudly, "You didn't think that just now was all of this seat's strength, right?" He still calmly replied, "Didn't I say that if you have any tricks, you should use them quickly, otherwise you won't have a chance anymore." He was already angry and now he's even angrier. So he raised his sword to the sky and shouted loudly, "Bloody slash!" He thought he had succeeded and was so happy. Suddenly realizing that he was still standing there intact, he was shocked and unconsciously called out to you. "No." He looked at him contemptuously and asked just that. He continued to angrily scream to death. Instead of panicking, he was extremely calm and dodged his attacks in anger. He finally used 100% of his power. He summoned demonic light to destroy the sky. Looking over from the village, all we could see was a red sky and explosions. Tu Fan exclaimed, "Oh my God, is this the power of a demon soldier?" Nak Kiem Tam burst into tears and called out to his senior brother Hoa. Mok Xuan was breathing heavily, but he still lectured me and said, "You cultivating skills cannot just be about feeling beautiful." He was angry when he was lectured, so he shouted something. He did not forgive him but instead asked him that the skill is more magnificent. What is the use if you can't hit someone? Now he knows he's scared and trembles and asks himself, "Haha, I'm definitely dreaming." He tried to deny what was happening, muttering, "How could this be possible? It must be an illusion." He didn't let him wonder for too long and answered that you were thinking, "Why can a small monk of the palace realm play with your palm so easily?" A moment later, he smirked and replied very simply, "Because I have sealed my own realm." Mo Xuan angrily unleashed the cross-demon slash. He gently blocked the attack and then said that up until now, I have never dared to practice in front of others, for fear of accidentally catching myself, leading to a heavenly tribulation. He continued to use multi-layered magic tricks. He continued to tell his story with a frustrated expression that he was a sect disciple and performing too well was not a good thing. Seconds later, he looked at him with sharp eyes and said that the greater the so-called ability, the more trouble there will be. Hoa Tan Van countered and said in a low voice that in order to live lightly, I had to hide my true strength. He watched him turn and run away but still did not forget to curse him to death. He scolded him back that he was crazy, this crazy guy. He appeared in front of him and asked in a serious voice, "Stop, have I let you go yet?" He cried out in pain. You didn't let go, but instead took action and said it 5 times 7 times, affecting my rest time. As soon as he performed magic on the sword, he continued to say that he would harm my teammates, forcing me to leave first. He raised his voice in fear and told you, "Don't come here." Finally, he smirked and declared that the crime could not be forgiven. Then he gave him a taste of the mysterious sword. He was blown away while shouting that no. Finally he fell into the river and was swept away by the water. But his weapon was still planted on the riverbank. 3 people in the village observed everything from afar. Then one of the 2 sisters wondered to Taoist Nok, "Is this senior brother Hoa of yours really just a Ladling palace scene?" Another comment is that the power of this sword is comparable to that of a monk in the fairyland. Tu Van asked again, "Isn't he really the elder of your Tan Van sword sect?" He couldn't believe it. Nak Kiem Tam was dumbfounded by the recent series of actions, so he was thoughtfully thinking about it. It turned out that senior brother Hoa's level had already surpassed all the disciples of Tan Van Kiem sect. After that, she felt scared and felt sorry for herself, thinking that compared to him, a great disciple like me is nothing. Suddenly she was startled when she discovered that the protective shield had been cracked. Immediately shouted in panic, "It's not good." The spiritual force that attacked the battle was too intense, the heavenly array of spiritual blessings was about to be broken. After that, she turned to Bao Van, "Fellow Taoist, Fan Dao, quickly evacuate the villagers, I will hold here." She tried to hold on and reassure herself that she could at least protect the lives of ordinary people in the village. Suddenly there was a hand next to hers, making her bewildered but speechless. Turning around to look, he realized it was senior brother Hoa. After a while, he said okay. He collected the formation. At this moment, she lost her composure and called out to senior brother Hoa. The villagers all knelt down on the ground, respectfully clasped their hands and bowed, calling out, "Thank you sir, thank you sir, thank you sir." Tu Van and Tu Fan happily greeted back while Kiem Tam and Tan Van were behind talking. She softly called out to her brother. As soon as he looked over, she raised her head and seriously asked why he had been so strong so long ago. "Why didn't he tell me?" The expression on his face turned to an innocent look and asked, "What are you talking about, junior sister?" Nak Kiem Tam was startled by that naive look, but somehow he immediately explained to her that it was only thanks to the sword talisman that my master gave me that I was able to destroy that demon sect elder. When I heard the answer, purple cloud, purple wind and sword heart all came together. She still didn't quite understand, so she asked again, "Didn't the sword just now come from the senior brother?" He argued that of course not, I am a level 6 spirit palace, where do I get that kind of strength? You deliberately created a distraction, so you said thanks to 3 people risking their lives to stop it, it gave me time to activate the sword talisman that my master gave me. He still didn't want them to doubt him anymore, so he complimented him and added that Mok Shuen was beaten by everyone until he had only a little strength left, so he was directly slashed by the sword. Listening to his explanation, they could only stand there and listen, not knowing what to say. After a while of chatting, he concluded that we were just lucky and had the advantage. Swordheart was still confused and wondering, but the attack of that old demon sect, I could dodge. She looked at him with sharp eyes, making him helpless. I can only rub the back of my head and hesitantly say this, indeed my main practice is body dharma and padding, so it can be easier to avoid. He told her that even my junior sister knew that my master and master of the hall was the number 1 in the sect. She didn't want to believe what she heard, so she yelled at him, "What's wrong with the spiritual blessing of the heavenly formation just now? Wanting to stabilize the entire formation like that is not something the spiritual palace realm can do." He quietly pulled something out of his shirt and said of course he would use this. All 3 said in unison that it was a hidden spirit treasure. The hidden spirit treasure is a type of spirit that can store spiritual energy and can be mobilized at any time. Because the cost of creation is higher and it is only disposable, it is not popular. She stared at him and thought that senior brother Hoa's words were absolutely perfect, but her intuition told her there was something a little wrong. There was a moment of silence, then he patted her head and told his junior sister to stop thinking about such nonsense. Then he asked her that if I was really so powerful, why didn't my sect master and master discover it? He comforted her by patting her head and praising her that she was the head disciple of Tan Van in our sect. There was no doubt about this. After he rubbed her for a while, her face turned red and embarrassed. Then angrily shouted, "Senior brother Hoa, you suddenly attacked again." Tu Van interrupted the 2 of them and asked, "Yes, fellow Taoist Hoa, that's a demon warrior." He sighed and replied that the demonic energy was rife within the demon soldier's body. For the time being, it could not be touched, but I had arranged a formation to suppress it. All 4 of them returned to that place and he guessed it was probably okay now. They flew to the place where the sword was suppressed and exclaimed that the demon sect was really too arrogant and began to refine the red magic weapon. Nak Kiem Tam tells us that we must definitely report the demon sect's plans to the sect so that the major sects can be prepared. Hoa Tan Van also replied, "I will take this magic fetus back to the sect first." Suddenly, the red magic weapon broke through the suppressive battlefield, causing them to scream in surprise. The searcher noticed something and said it was not okay, someone was manipulating this demon fetus. In the end, it disappeared so the 2 Van Bao failed. It seems that the master of the demon sect took action to pull this magic fetus away. Tu Fan also said that it's right to think about it. The magic fetus made an elder spend half his life cultivating it. Maybe we can't arrange prevention plans. Junior sister Nok regretfully said that she was just regretting that the spiritual power of the three of us could not be stopped. Tan Van was in a corner thinking that just now, so that his junior sister wouldn't notice, he had forcibly suppressed his power and was unable to retain that demon fetus. Then he crossed his arms and thought that maybe that one strike, combined with the sealing array I had placed there, could probably prevent the person from carrying away the demon fetus. Old ancestor Evil Cloud is in a certain cave setting up a legal formation. He was thinking about the next time he would see that flower disciple of the Cloud Sword sect. Then suddenly shouted loudly that I would definitely crush him into 10,000 pieces. Something appeared right behind him, so he was unconscious. Realizing what that thing was, he immediately bowed down and told him to pay his respects. That big guy said, "It looks like you've finished condensing your body." He also replied that if there was no master to shape my body, I would not be able to continue condensing. The big man who interrupted Bao Mok Shuen is dead, he asked in shock. What? That guy said that before he died, he had completed condensing the blood to refine the great formation, creating a demon fetus. Then when I was summoning the demon fetus, I was blocked by external forces, leading to the demon fetus falling away. He thinks that in this world, Sir is the peak existence, in the end, who can drop the magic fetus from his hands. Sir said that now the magic fetus has fallen into Tan Van Chao, Van Tam mountain range, you should quickly bring it back. The Lord gave him a few things and said that these 3 magic weapons, I give you, can help you. Sir told him that if he fails again this time, perhaps you already know the consequences. Old ancestor Evil Cloud obeyed and replied clearly that his subordinates would complete the mission and bring back the baby. The 2 sisters said goodbye to them and returned to the sect. Tu Fan Bao Hoa Dao friend, Nok Dao friend, we have the fate to meet again. Nok Kiem Tam also happily replied that the 2 of them walked slowly and the road was safe. The 2 men drove them back to the sect, but they discussed that they did not expect that the Ma Van sect was planning to recast the demon soldiers. Tu Fan didn't pay much attention to that but was focused on other things, so he spoke up that compared to this thing that is far beyond our realm. He said what he thought in his heart, that I would pay more attention to that flower fellow. Tu Van was confused and asked him why. He reminded her that maybe Sister Van did not develop, this time everything was under the control of fellow Taoist Hoa. Then he said that from the time we left the inn, the flower friend told us, after entering the forest, we took the anti-toxic pill. He repeated the old story to his sister to remember that when fighting, he suddenly started bleeding from the head. And then continued to mention that in the end, when we are about to fall into despair, when the magic fetus is formed, the Hoa Taoist promptly takes action. Finally, he worriedly said that there was a detail missing, fearing that we were already being refined by that great array of heavenly blood. After listening to her brother's story, she also thought about it and replied that hearing you say that, it seems to be true. The 2 people were still floating in the sky and continued the story. Tu Fan continued, not only that, do you still remember the anti-poison pill that we took at that time? He told his sister that after taking the medicinal pill, I used internal magic to examine my body. It seemed like there was an invisible layer of sword energy surrounding my internal body. He speculated that he was afraid that what we were drinking was not a medicinal pill, but a sword pill that had been injected with a ray of sword energy. His final conclusion is that there is only one reason why we cannot be poisoned, that is, the sword energy contained in that sword pill has destroyed all the toxins that entered our bodies. Tu Van was surprised and said, how is this possible? Tu Fan expressed his admiration for Hoa Tan Van and said that as long as he had an extremely high level of swordsmanship, he could theoretically do this. Tu Van remembered again and wondered why such a powerful Taoist Hoa wanted to hide his own strength. He shyly guessed that perhaps it was to avoid disaster. I thought maybe he was the secret weapon that the Van Kiem sect secretly trained. She also shyly asked again, do we need to inform the sect? Looked at each other silently for a while. Then Tu Fan said that since fellow Taoist Hoa doesn't want to reveal his strength, then we shouldn't spread the word. After all, he is our benefactor and saved our lives, we need to respect his choice. The 2 of them still stood there chatting, then he continued, but the Tan Van Kiem sect had such a peerless genius at its grand convention next month, which really made people look forward to it. Nok Kien Tong was using the messenger stone to inform about the sect and she happily replied, me and senior brother Hoa will return to the sect. At the end of the transmission, she turned around and happily told her senior brother, the sect master, to tell us to quickly return to the sect. He was having fun with something else but didn't forget to respond to her, I heard it. He smirked and whispered that they were both smart people. The music sister heard him say something, so he asked the smart person again. He smiled friendly and replied that it was okay, let's go. While flying back to the sect with his junior music sister, he cast magic and thought that if that was the case, the sword energy would dissipate. He was worried that if the opponent's sect master sensed it, it would be very troublesome. Suddenly she called out to her senior brother Hoa, "Have you looked at her too?" She seriously asked him to tell me the truth. Did he really not hide his strength? He also boldly told his junior sister, "Why would I lie to you? I'm only a level 6 spirit palace, and can't compare to a genius like you." Having received the answer, she remained silent for a while. Suddenly she turned to attack him, causing him to ask his sister in confusion. She stared at him with uncomfortable eyes. Then she used a palm to tear open his chest. A book appeared and fell out. Before he could grab it, his junior sister grabbed him first. He was panicked when he lost the book and she smiled triumphantly. As soon as she saw the content inside, her face turned red, clearly showing her loss and stupidity. He quickly snatched the book back and said, "Cough cough, junior sister, listen to my explanation." He quickly explained that this was an extremely popular book among mortals, called novels. His excellent role model in her heart was now broken into pieces. She sadly told her senior brother, but she didn't expect him to come back. Before she could finish, he interrupted and explained that the cover picture was just to attract viewers, but in reality it was a very serious adventure story. He opened a page to prove it and said it definitely wasn't what you thought, but who would have thought that page would be a picture of a beautiful woman wearing revealing clothes? Nakim blushed shyly, turned away and called out to his brother, "Brother, brother." He quickly realized and put the book away and then explained that it was a misunderstanding. "Sister, this is called an illustration, added in the middle of the book to attract readers. Is a very orthodox adventure story, extremely popular among mortals and cultivators, only updated every 3 months." He proudly looked at the page of the beauty book just now and seriously said that especially these limited edition illustrations must be lined up all night to buy, they are extremely rare. She finally understood what he meant, so she said miserably, "So I'm sorry senior brother, I will pay you for your clothes." While apologizing, she thought about the sword just now. Senior brother didn't dodge, even his shirt was torn. Then she wondered if he really wasn't hiding his strength. She also told him that senior brother Hoa, "I still think it's better to read this type of book less often. These so-called novels are banned in our Tan Van Kiem sect." She reminded him that according to what the sect master said, this was just playing around, and his talent was no less, so he should work hard to cultivate. He also nodded and answered yes, thank you for your teachings. After giving instructions, she turned around and said, "Okay senior brother, let's continue on our way." He quickly replied, "I'll follow too." He was secretly happy and thought that with the recent inspection, perhaps the younger sister no longer had any doubts about me. Suddenly there was a sudden attack flying towards him. The direction of the attack was aimed directly at the novel in his hand. And he was determined to protect it. He used his hand to knock the attack away and accidentally hit a nearby mountain. The mountain immediately broke in half and collapsed. He broke out in a cold sweat and replied, "Junior sister, can you pretend not to see?" She seriously told senior brother, "Even if you were from the Purple Palace, you wouldn't dare block it with your hand, let alone send it flying with a palm." He put the book away and rubbed his head, thinking, "Oh, my junior sister has tricked me." "I thought so," but he answered honestly, "I admit, I have some hidden cultivation base." She approached him and asked, "Senior brother, tell me honestly, is your level of swordsmanship stronger than mine?" He still rubbed his head and replied, "Maybe a little harder." She smiled sinisterly and said, "That's great, then I'll keep it a secret for you. Can you agree with me on something?" He sweated and asked what was going on. She used her eyes full of expectation to ask him to show me the sword technique. "Okay." Hoa Tan Van put her hand on her chin to think, originally thinking that this mission could hug her junior sister's thighs and easily get 3 days off. Junior music's sister is still looking forward to asking senior brother, "What do you think?" Observing his junior sister's expression, he thought to himself, but now he feels like he's at a loss. He coughed a few times and then replied that he could teach her, but she still used those passionate eyes to promise that, "Brother, you can rest assured that I will absolutely keep it a secret." After speaking, she happily turned away and said, "He, senior brother, then let's go quickly." He still stood there and silently scolded the master, "Look at the good deed you've done, it's a painful trick for me. Return to the sect." Then the two of them quickly entered the main hall. Nakim Tam leisurely paid his respects to the sect master, hall master, and elders. When everyone was fully focused, they turned to look at them and simultaneously called, "Sword Heart, you've made a big fool of yourself. The old man approached and asked the sword. It had been hard. Was he injured anywhere? He stood aside and sighed, then paid his respects to the sect master, the elders and the hall master. They seemed unhappy with his attitude, so everyone's faces turned dark. That old man said again, Hoatan Van, this mission won't cause trouble for your younger sister Nok. If Sword Heart gets injured while protecting you, you will have to bear the consequences. He added fuel to the fire by saying that as a true disciple, this time he and his eldest disciple will be able to learn the fighting spirit of swordsmanship while carrying out the mission. He frowned and scolded to himself, they have too much double standards. Then he just smirked slightly but thought that if it weren't for me this time, your eldest disciple would have been refined by someone else. Suddenly the sect leader stood high up and looked down and said, okay, stop talking. He shouted that this mission, if Tan Van did not mobilize the Sword Palace in time, it would be difficult to kill that demon sect elder. Looking at the sect master like that, he also happily thought that it was a good job. Sect master, it was not in vain that we offered so many tea leaves. All the elders could only silently look at the sect master. The old man still said bitterly, the sword talisman was also given to him by the hall master. He also used it to mobilize it. Everyone joined in and said yes. This time the hall master's encouragement was the greatest meritorious act. After all, Che Bao is my disciple, so it is only natural that he bestows a sword amulet to protect him. One of the elders was startled and replied that he did not expect the old hall master's swordsmanship to be so profound. Another guy said yes, the power of a sword talisman can even destroy the demon sect elder holding the demon fetus. Cheering the hall master, I remember clearly that when I gave the sword to protect Tan Van's body, the power was only at the first level of the Purple Palace. I heard that the demon sect elder Mo Xuan was at the 5th level of the Purple Palace, and in his hand he also had Ma fetus. The old hall master looked at him suspiciously. Could it be that I had given him the wrong sword amulet at that time? He avoided the suspicious eyes of the ancient hall master. The sect leader does not let everyone discuss any further and informs everyone that this time he summoned everyone here because of the blood pearl and the appearance of the magical fetus. I am afraid that the entire Kang Yuan world is about to face a crisis. Big. Then he called Nok Kiem Tam and told Kiem Tam to tell the elders and hall masters in detail what happened after meeting the demon sect elders. This information, for the sect and alliances, are extremely important, she replied sternly and clearly. It was already dark and Hoa Tan Van walked out of the main hall and stretched out her body, lamenting that it was finally over. I'm happily breathing in the fresh air and happy because from tomorrow, we're free. Ha ha ha. I'm thinking that we have to plan these 3 days off carefully. Suddenly there was a voice calling for my brother. Junior Music's sister suddenly appeared in front of him and happily said that as we talked before, you must teach me swordsmanship. Are you pretending to be stupid? He politely refused, saying that we had worked these 2 days, so let's do it another day. She was still excited and told me that someone as powerful as senior brother would guide me, and I couldn't wait any longer. He seemed miserable and told the teacher that it was late. We were both tired when we went out this time. You have to let me rest a bit to have the strength to teach you. Seeing her brother acting so fake, she also started acting. She trembled and sobbed, then told her senior brother to lie down in the inn. I fought every night. I didn't say I was tired. Why did you say I was tired? He immediately countered that what the heck, I was the one who put in the most effort. The next second, she quickly turned around and grabbed his collar, threatening that if you don't point me out, I will reveal our relationship. After hearing her threat, he immediately panicked and scolded her. This is the main hall door. Don't talk nonsense. What relationship do we have? She trembled and shouted, I don't care. You go back on your words. You're a liar. He was helpless, so he had to say okay. I told you to come to my palace tonight and I'll give you some pointers. Then he put his hand on my sister's head and said more before she realized not to bother me anymore. She excitedly replied One last warning before leaving, remember to be careful of other people's eyes and ears. If anyone sees you coming to my house, tomorrow I will be chopped into pieces by the monks and elders and hung on the porch. She still excitedly replied quickly that it was no problem, so our senior brother won't be able to see you anymore. At night, when the junior sister arrived at Hoa Tan Van's residence, she saw him sitting on a stone bench reading a book. She went forward to call her brother. He seriously replied, Junior sister, you are here. She was confused and asked why the senior brother was so serious. Oh, I guess you're too concerned about teaching me swordsmanship. He spoke up and said that we just learned something very important. Her cheeks turned red and she asked what was going on. He bitterly picked up the book and said that the day after tomorrow the newest version would be released. He angrily recounted that it was all about the demon sect that destroyed Tan Van City, causing the publisher to be transferred to Van Tam City, thousands of miles away. Everyone in the city panicked and said, "Oh, if you want to buy the limited edition, you'll probably have to line up all night." Oh, I was angry in my heart and thought that's true. I've been tense for a long time, but it turns out I'm worried about this. Then he said ahem, "So tomorrow I have to go to Van Tam Tan to teach you sword skills. I only instruct you to commit once." She immediately said yes, senior brother. Then he raised his hand to say okay, then next. "Please attack me with all your strength." She still cautiously said this, "If I use all my strength, I'm afraid it will be my brother's house." He smiled and replied, "Come on, if you want to destroy my house, you don't have that ability yet." She smiled slightly and then replied, "So brother, please be careful." After that, she summoned her sword and used the technique Qingyun Ju. He observed her moves and commented that the sword was good. He held out an arm and gently accepted that move. She was surprised to see her attack being destroyed and gasped. He just smiled slightly without saying anything. Nak Kiem Tam seemed quite surprised at the way senior brother Hoa blocked his attack. She knelt down and said, "I was defeated." Hoa Tan Van comforted her that, "Junior sister, everything in the world is not perfect, neither is swordsmanship." Then he explained to her that I only found a loophole in your swordsmanship and then used my spiritual power to destroy it. She also appeared to listen attentively to her brother's teachings and explain more about her problem. Close. In the end, he told her that as long as she constantly filled in the gaps in her swordsmanship, practice to the ultimate limit. She looked at him with admiration, and the image of him standing under the moonlight and lecturing her looked so beautiful. At that time, he said that at that time, even if he was holding a plant in his hand, he could cut down the sun and moon in spirit. After listening to her brother's teachings, she immediately clenched her teeth and thought that I had been in the Tan Van Kiem sect for more than 20 years. Every year he diligently practiced swordsmanship, even though he became the chief disciple. But I don't dare to think of the realm where a plant can cut down the sun and moon. The maid gave her a trick and told her to look carefully, "Junior sister." He kicked a piece of brick into the air, then engraved some words on it. After finishing the engraving, he told me to write the sword on this stone tablet so that you should slowly learn to understand it, enough for your level of swordsmanship to increase by 1 level. Then he gave the brick to her. Then she trembled and received it. Wait for her to finish reading the words on it. Then he put his hand in front of his mouth and said, "Remember, this stone tablet absolutely cannot be seen by others." After receiving the tile, she happily replied. After that, she immediately jumped up and flew back, but did not forget to turn back and say, "Thank you, senior brother, for your advice. Now I will go back to learn more." He watched her leave and wondered if this was because he wanted to practice all night. He had no choice but to mutter that his junior sister should be careful with her body. Early the next morning, then he dressed neatly and told himself that it was okay, starting with sincerity. Suddenly there was a flash of light in the sky, so he turned to look and was unconscious. Looking closely, he realized that it was the hall master cheering, so he wondered if the master also wanted to go out today. Mid-flight. Then he realized something. Stopped and asked my friend if following the bear like that was not tiring. A man appeared inside the red fire of the demon and laughed, "Ha." Then he continued that I was just curious if the ancient hall master's speed was as fast as rumored. That man appeared more clearly, but it seemed like that was all. The ancient hall master realized who it was and immediately thought that the master of the Ma Van sect was a tyrant. He asked him, "How did you know I would appear here?" He approached him and said, "Who knows, maybe someone will tell me." The master of the ancient hall immediately understood the problem and asked again, "So there is an insider inside the Van Kiem sect. What plot do you demon cultivators have?" He quite smugly said, "Ha, our goal has never changed. Why should the old hall master have to delay it?" He observed the old hall master and sarcastically said that after discovering me, you were always secretly accumulating sword formations. I think, perhaps your sword array has accumulated quite a bit by now. The old hall master immediately pulled out his sword and replied that it seemed the sect master was very confident. Then he performed magic and said, "This confidence will make you die more tragically." The boss did not hesitate to challenge and replied that if such a day really comes, I will accept it. He also performed magic and continued talking, but not today. He clenched his hands into fists and said, "Then let me see if the sword formation you have accumulated can block one of my attacks." At Van Tam Tan, Tan Van Flower has arrived. And he was happy because he had finally reached his heart. He was happily looking for a place to publish the novel and thought, let me see where the novel is published. Suddenly he realized something and was startled. He immediately remembered what he was thinking. The sword energy hidden in his master's jade pendant had been activated. He was a bit confused about this problem but was still guessing that the master was in the first level of immortality, not to mention that the release technique was still so strong. Why would he be in danger of his life? His brain continuously speculated that the ancient hall master's current situation was not good. It seemed that the other party was at least a level 4 expert. On the master's side, he was being grabbed by the neck and his face was covered in blood. He told his master that this is the magic weapon that protects your life. His hand was holding the jade pendant that Hoa Tan Van gave to the ancient hall master and guessed that the protective sword energy inside helped you block my palm. Looking closely at the jade pendant in his hand, he commented that it was quite good. Even though he was quite tired, the old hall master still recognized that jade pendant and thought it was the jade pendant that Tan Van gave me. He remembered that when Tan Van gave it to him, he asked Tan Van, "This is?" He immediately replied to his master, thanking him for his usual concern. After that, he left but smiled and said that this was a bit of his disciple's intention. That boss interrupted his train of thought and said, "But I won't fall again, just go and die." Hoa Tan Van on the other side is looking for his master, so he has to release 2T, so he guesses releasing these forces is probably enough. Then he told me the location of the jade pendant. He used his search power and then continued to say he was there. He found it and was glad in his heart that it was there. The other guy sensed something so he turned around and found his master, so he began to display his power and called out the clear cloud sword technique. Shine! A huge stream of power flew towards the boss, causing him to scream in surprise. He couldn't react in time so he took the entire attack and because the pain was too much he screamed ah. As a result, his whole body was bruised and blood fell to the ground. He sat up and asked angrily, coughing, could this sword technique be from the warm sword master of the Cloud Sword sect? He looked at the piece of cloth of the old hall owner's shirt and said, cheers. His eyes became fierce and said that the next time we meet again, I will definitely kill you. Hoa Tan Van made a move, hitting the ground with a loud sound, but in her heart she couldn't help but doubt that she had hit it, but still couldn't solve it. He put the outer cloak back on, a worried expression covering his emotions, thinking to himself, I'm afraid the strength of the enemy on the 4th level of heaven. But why does the ultimate master of the demon sect want to kill his master? Despite the stream of random thoughts continuing to run around him, he rushed forward. Fortunately his master successfully escaped. Stopping in front of a familiar area, he clasped his hands behind his back, looking thoughtful, waiting until he returned to the sect to visit his master. He bent down and saw red and green paper fluttering in the sky. Full of surprise at the bustle down there, he suddenly sighed with disappointment. No, there were so many people. It turns out that a festival is being held here to release the second book of my spiritual journey and my junior sister couldn't help but mention it. The sister in charge of distributing books shouted loudly, holding the book that so many people wanted. The next person, the people whose turn it was to get the book all breathed a sigh of relief and were overjoyed to receive it. That's great. Seeing the people in front get the book from behind, they quickly urged them to hurry up and get their turn. Okay. In the distance, Hoa Tan Van with a face full of helplessness, he stood in the middle of that long line of people, feeling a little like giving up, but how long would he have to wait? The sun gradually set, shining its last rays of light, the sky gradually turned yellow, and that long line gradually became shorter. Above, the girl standing at the counter said loudly so everyone behind could hear, this is the last book. Many people behind were surprised, disgust, expressed regret. What, is it over? There were many people standing behind me crying because they couldn't get that book. I waited in line all afternoon. Another person had the same feeling. Oh, let's go, let's go. Hoa Tan Van saw that the last book belonged to him. He crossed his arms and looked happy because he was the lucky owner of the last book. He was pleased and reached for the book. That's good, still quite lucky. Before he could touch the book, a girl's hand quickly took it away. He looked towards her in surprise. Nguyen Shuyan Vu pretended to be beautiful to attract him. But no, both of them approached and held the book tightly, indicating that it was their book. She stared at him, using her beauty tricks to persuade him. Brother, you're handsome, can you give me this last book? Hearing Nguyen Keen Vu's words were like lightning hitting his ears, he firmly decided, no way. Both sides spoke up, using the gentlest voice to convince the other, I'll pay double the price, how about that? Nguyen Xuanvu turned away and made a disapproving sound. Hey, dream on, I don't lack this bit of money. Finally, both of them turned towards the girl who was handing out books, who witnessed the two of them arguing. Suddenly they both said loudly, I want to have this book. This made her awkward and didn't know what to do, how to satisfy both sides. She was scared, spoke up to reassure both of them. Her eyes were scared because the two of them glared at each other as if they were about to shoot fire. No one was willing to give in to the other. You two fellows, if you have anything to say, don't start. There's actually only one book left, let's negotiate a bit. Nguyen Xuanvu heard this. She suddenly had an idea. Her dangerous eyes looked at Hoa Tan Van. If we don't want to give up, then use fair methods to decide victory or defeat. You seem to be without hesitation. Let her choose her own way to choose the recipient of the book, then asked again, oh, what method is it? From the palm of her hand, she took out a bunch of jade pieces, said, pulled the hammer and the paper. When he saw them, he immediately wondered, hey, if you use your spiritual sense to probe a little, you'll already know, so why do you still need to guess? She was afraid that he wouldn't understand, so she kindly explained about them. This is a special spiritual weapon that I rely on to create from the divine mechanism. It has the job of preventing spiritual sense from being sensed. It can only be relied on with the naked eye. Her face began to radiate a dangerous look. It seemed like she had planned this game in advance. She still calmly continued, we will use this mascot to make guesses. It must be very interesting, fair. He tried to see if what she said was true and then used his strength to judge. Sadly, as expected, he couldn't use his mind to see her intentions. He still seemed to naively think that there seemed to be no problem. She gave him 3 pieces, corresponding to scissors, hammer, and bag. He also urged her to start walking. She set the conditions first, 3 rounds. He didn't seem worried at all, calmly replied, no problem. Nguyen Xuanvu said loudly, let's try to make a bet on the first round. She chose one picture and counted down, 3, 2, 1. Both players place 1 piece forward. She seemed confident in her decision, so she asked the 2 book distributors who had been waiting for the 2 of them to resolve it, and invited the 2 fellows to turn over the jade piece for us. They heard the call, startled and replied, okay, okay. The 2 pieces of jade were turned over, 2 conflicting emotions. The Qingyun flower chose the hammer, her face was a bit dissatisfied. The other person chose the leaf, full of joy. She jumped up and down with joy. It looks like I won this first round. His face darkened, holding the piece of jade from earlier. His face darkened. The piece of jade was not tricked, just unlucky. Having just won the previous round, she seemed very excited, quickly choosing the next piece, she said, continuing. He seemed curious about the piece of jade the other person chose, so he expressed his desire to know and immediately suggested that I turn it over, and it seemed like she already knew what the result would be, so she didn't hesitate to let him turn it over. The result was clear. She chose the hammer, and he chose the scissors. At this moment he didn't know what else to say. His previously dark face was now even darker. And she was proud, holding back her pieces of jade and laughing loudly. Ha ha, it looks like I won again. She took the book and smiled contemptuously. How lucky. Seeing the disappointed look on their faces that they couldn't stand and had to hold on to the table, the 2 girls in charge asked worriedly. The first girl spoke first, friend, are you okay? Or let me help you contact the sect, tell them to come pick you up. The second girl continued, yes, don't faint, we have to clean up the counter to go home. Seeing him like that, Nguyen Xuanvu still happily waved his hand. Goodbye, friend. He bitterly grasped the sheet, painfully saying, he had just checked all the places that could be checked but could not find any loopholes. Oh, it took so much effort to come to a copy novel. The deadline has come, but someone else took it away. He ignored the bad luck he had just experienced, walked around the campus, dismissed that line of thought, left, it was time to come, let's walk around one more time. While mingling with the crowd, he suddenly remembered something. That pile of tea leaves was almost ripe. He had to put another tea leaf for the sect master. Taking a walk around, he was discouraged. Oh, the tea seeds were sold out. Staying here had nothing to do. It was better to go home. Then he flew up, flying to the far side. Flying past a certain building, Hoa Tan Van suddenly heard a loud voice. Someone's cheating. You must have cheated. He looked puzzled. Huh? But the sound didn't stop. What kind of cheating? Haven't you already checked that piece of jade? He stopped, looked down. There were 3 people arguing. The other person said first, how do you explain your continuous winning? Return the spiritual treasure pill to me. The other girl is still stubborn, not wanting to return the precious item to the other person. Aren't we lucky? The other person tried to retort her argument. Luckily, you have beaten us a total of 20 times. This is no longer a matter of luck. Nguyen Xuyanvu replied loudly, I am a person with heavenly features. As for you, you can normally do many fraudulent things that should be punished by heaven. The other boy heard the absurdity of her words and replied with a voice full of disdain, heaven is far from such a bland punishment. She is dissatisfied. You two fellows, before fighting, we made it clear that we must follow the rules. She took advantage of the two of them and ran away with a face full of cunning, water still flowing, later meeting again, shocking the two people behind her. Unfortunately for her, the other person quickly used his strength to stop her from continuing to run. He shouted loudly, stop, you can't go. That stream of light approached her. Seeing them she was surprised. What? Third level purple palace. Looking back, she suddenly noticed a familiar figure. Immediately showed that he was pitiful, loudly calling his brother, causing the other two to only look at each other. When he landed near the direction where they were preparing to fight, Nguyen Xuyanvu continued to ask for help. Brother, come quickly to help me, while the other two asked Hoa Tan Van in return, who are you? He hesitated, not knowing how to answer the other two. She continued to use the beauty trick to ask for help. Brother, they wanted to make enemies with me. The two of them quickly suppressed the thought of asking for help. Your support, quickly respond. Don't talk nonsense. When will we want to make enemies with you? Having arranged his thoughts, he calmly said, are you my Tao's partner, or senior brother? I warn you, if you want to help her. Hesitating for a moment, he suddenly clasped his hands and continued, you two fellows, I don't know her, just passing by, you guys go ahead, I absolutely will not participate. Hearing Hoa Tan Van's words, she was surprised that he didn't help her. Brother, you are so cruel, have you forgotten our first meeting? He trembled but was able to calm himself down and replied to her, it was just a battle of rock, paper, scissors and then I lost to you. When they saw her cunning, they became even angrier and spoke loudly, it turns out that besides us, you also harm others. Today I have to teach you a lesson. Quickly hand over the things you cheated. She was surprised, still brave enough to ask for his help. Oh, brother, help me quickly. He rubbed his chin, deliberately stimulating the other two spirits. You two fellows, please be stronger, I also want my novel back. She was angry, showing her true nature, gritting her teeth and screaming, if you don't help me, now I will tear this book. Nguyen Xuyanvu's hands held the book. She bent them, hissed, now I will tear this book to pieces. Hearing her say that, he was startled. I heard the two of them arguing. There were two other people standing there waiting, looking uncomfortable. What was the noise? If I didn't drink the wine but wanted to drink the wine as punishment, then don't blame me for being rude. They joined forces to send a strong stream of light to the Qingyun flower and the moon Xuyanvu. Suddenly, a stream of blue light from the opposite direction hit the other light directly. He didn't seem to use any effort to control them, making her look at him with a worried expression. The other two saw this and became more and more angry. What? My magical powers have been broken, one of them shouted loudly, aiming straight at you. Hey, aren't you saying you can't do anything? He waved his hands, looking like he wanted to let it go, apologizing, things have changed, please forgive me. Suddenly he turned to her, softly said, book, give me, making her look up in surprise. Unfortunately, he was tricked by her. She stuck her tongue out at him. Thank you, you naive girl, making him stunned. He was shocked and could only say, what, then used his strength to touch her but she passed him by. He put all his strength into teaching her a lesson. After finishing, he smiled contemptuously, ha ha ha. His power was so terrible that he could see the entire battle from afar. They said in fear, what sect does this monk belong to? His aura is so scary. It seemed like seeing what just happened made them forget, suddenly realizing, wait, our treasure is still in that woman's hands. Chase. From afar, Nguyen Xuyanvu was using her power to move in the sky. She cheered, hi, luckily I normally practice the technique of ducking. While she was still happily enjoying herself, she suddenly saw someone and let out a cry. Hoa Tan Van's face, he glared at Nguyen Xuyanvu, raised a voice full of contempt, how dare you lie to me? She could only stammer, huh. Meanwhile, a beam of light shined straight at her. Suddenly the light around her was no longer there. She fell into a suspended state without anyone holding her, screaming in panic, you dare to seal my spiritual energy. He still wanted to ask her a few questions, so he gathered his strength. He held her up to ask, surprising her, ha ha, you're very good, what sect are you from? She trembled in fear, let me go, let me down. He looked at her with sinister eyes, come with me to meet the city lord of Tan Van Tan, dare to go out to deceive, cheat, rely on the ancient monk's method, when burning your spiritual power, it will come down as the common man went to clean the pigsty for 7 days. Hearing that she had to go down and clean the pig pen, she was stunned. You lowered her straight to the ground in front of the surprise of the two people earlier. She could only struggle and scream loudly, "You dare!" Hoa Tan Van still has no intention of letting her go. He just continues to persuade her, "It's not impossible if you want me to let you go. Here's the book," she snorted, embarrassed and frowned as she replied to him. This guy, if he didn't love flowers and pearls, he would definitely be single forever in the future. Here she went into the water, pulled the book from her sleeve, held it out in front of me, pleading, "Quickly release the spiritual energy for me." He received the book and was pleased to give her spiritual energy. He even threw something to her in front of the two of them. "Take this spirit stone and consider it as if I bought it from you." The other person just snorted. Not paying attention to what had happened until now, he calmly turned to ask her, "I'm really curious, how did you cheat in the game of rock, paper, scissors?" She still deliberately refused to admit it, crossed her arms and snorted, asserting that I did not cheat. Just. Suddenly the two people from earlier turned around and heard what she said. "Ignore those people behind, act cute, just use some magic, that's all." The two people behind spoke up, full of resentment. This was clearly cheating. He remained calm, crossed his arms and continued, "Oh, what magic?" Suddenly she held back the piece of jade. The two people from earlier came back and explained to him about the piece of jade she held. "This type of magic, without any aura showing, it was too clever, no wonder we lost. There is this magic, no matter what, at any time, a plan can be created to overcome us." Listening to the explanation of the two of them, he remembered the story from that afternoon. "When we started the second round, I turned over the cards before you." He gradually wondered. "How can you win? I'm the one who makes the cards, you can't change it for me." Nguyen Xuyanvu smiled disdainfully, "But it's just a slight change in perception. Just let people see the result of your defeat and the design you see will change." The three of them were surprised. Their perception changed. Changing perception, in magic, is an extremely profound trick. This type of ability is related to the law of cause and effect, the power of conceptuality. They were stunned, not knowing who she was to be able to control such results. They spoke up, "Who exactly are you?" She propped her hands up, introduced, Illusory Heart Heaven Palace, Moon Ben Vu." The other two heard her introduce herself, whispering, "Brother, what kind of force is the Illusory Heart Heavenly Palace?" The other replied, "It is an ancient sect, often isolated from the world. Although it does not join the alliance, strength cannot be underestimated." They saw that she had a higher position than them. They clasped their hands together. "I am a true disciple of Mo Van Van Tam sect. This is my junior brother, Miss Nguyen, but I did not expect that you are a disciple of the illusory mind Tien, Bo." She was surprised at what the other two said. "The treasure she took away before, we two brothers no longer need." The other person's eyes suddenly darkened. "But can I invite you to come with me to the Van Tam mountain range to look for the secret treasure? If you encounter danger, your magic can be extremely effective." She was surprised and said. Hoa Tan Van's face darkened in confusion. They agreed. "That's right. A few days ago, deep in the Cloud Heart mountain range, there was a red ray of light falling, or overflowing. It was very likely that there was a rare secret treasure appearing in this world." He frowned when he heard those words. The other two continued to chatter, "The mountain range winding and winding, but I know the direction, so let's join forces and search together. If there are many secret treasures, we can divide them according to each person. If there is only one secret treasure, first come first served. What do you see?" Hoa Tan Van suddenly remembered the conversation with Nak Kiem Tam. She had shouted loudly at him, "No, someone is pulling this ghost fetus." He thought to himself, "The red light, a few days ago, wasn't that ghost fetus?" He quickly breathed a sigh of relief, rubbing his forehead. "Maybe I was thinking too much. How could such a coincidence happen?" Nguyen Xuyanvu didn't need to think, quickly made a deal with the other two people. "Okay, I'll go with you." They were happy. "That's great," but they also quickly returned to their awkward state. "So this fellow Taoist," he replied, "Tan Van Flower." The other side continued, "What do you mean, Brother Hua? The power of this secret treasure is not ordinary, it is a rare treasure." He immediately waved his hand, indicating refusal, walked away. "I'm not interested," then thought to himself, "It's very difficult to take a break. What about exploring the deep forest? If I have time, let's go into the city and spend the night reading this latest book." He quickly greeted the other three, everyone, said goodbye, and then flew away. The other two were startled. Here, she saw him leave, frowned and turned around and said, "Lost interest? Don't worry, he will definitely come back to find us." In a forest, the fire grew bigger and bigger, burning all the fruit trees there. Suddenly from the other side, not far from the fire, Mok Tian laughed loudly, "Ha ha, found it." His face is full of sinister and evil. Since when was the moon tiger in the fire, roaring loudly? It angrily rushed straight into Nguyen Zhu Vu. She snorted. Cast a move straight at that animal. She rushed up and focused her strength on one last move, and that was now. From afar, the other two came and called loudly, calling for dinner. Nguyen Tiger heard the call and immediately turned back. Quickly run to attack, the shadow of the sunset. He used a powerful attack to make the animal lie down. The three people met in the middle of the forest. The tiger was lying on one side. One of the other two spoke up, "This nine lady's magical ability to mirror the water and moon is really too strong." The other person quickly agreed, "That's right, this demon beast is a level 3 purple palace. If we deal with it directly, I'm afraid we will have to fight for half a day." Nguyen Xuanvu is proud, of course. The other person did not comment further, quickly continued the journey. "Okay, let's continue to leave." She seems to be starting to feel frustrated because she has to walk a long way. "We've been in the Van Tam mountain range for half an hour, are you sure that secret treasure is inside?" The other person calmly turned down, comforted her, "Rest assured, according to my memory, in less than 100 meters, we can get close to that point." In another place, the evil cloud old ancestor laughed and said, "Ha ha, absorb it, ha ha, absorb it." Based on this speed, in a few hours, it will be possible to evolve and pull out the demon fetus. That gentleman will certainly be very happy. Suddenly startled, he felt the source of spiritual energy emanating. After using spiritual energy to sense, he learned that two Van Tam sect disciples and a nun were approaching. He thought to himself, if they discovered the demon fetus and informed Van Tam Tan, it would be troublesome. Among the three people with the highest cultivation level was only the third stage of the Purple Palace. He immediately reached into his cloak and took out a bell-shaped treasure and thought, but as a sect disciple, there are also some treasures on his body, summoning flesh and blood. I'm afraid it won't be handled properly. After speaking, he gave a sinister smile and activated the treasure. Luckily, my ancestor came prepared. Come out here quickly, little flower master. Immediately, the treasure emitted a purple light that shone around the ancestor and turned into a purple ball with a black face in the middle. After the ball was formed, he tightly grasped the treasure and commanded. The old ancestor appeared to be guarding this magical fetus. Go bring those sect monks back here. As soon as he finished speaking, the ball immediately flew away. The old ancestor glanced at it and said, "Ha ha, I offer a living sacrifice to my mouth that cannot be wasted." At Van Tam Tan, Hoa Tan Van leisurely sat under the mysterious gate, enjoying tea. Picked up the book from this afternoon. Suddenly I read a whole book. He trembled, flipping through each page of the book, curious. The culprit behind the hidden curtain of the whole book was about to appear. His bright eyes lit up when he found the book page about the murderer. But there's only one very cute drawing. If you want to know who the killer is, I won't tell you. Makes you stiff, is peaceful and healing. Suddenly there was a loud scream. Rotten girl, what's going on? Everyone was in panic. Was there an earthquake? Oh my, what was that? It seemed that Hoa Tan Van realized what was happening, quickly as lightning, rustled, used its strength to fly away. You're angry, Nguyen Xuanvu, right? Even if we have to level this entire mountain range, we still have to find her. Despite what was happening outside, the three people continued to go deeper into the forest filled with smoke from the fire, only asking each other, what's wrong with this forest? The deeper they go, the more rotten they get. Nguyen Xuanvu felt uneasy as she walked. She said tremblingly, moreover, why do I still have the feeling of being followed? Maybe it wasn't just her, the other two also felt something was wrong, suddenly turned around. That wasn't right, something was approaching. Suddenly, something hurt one of the other two, blood flowed from somewhere. The other one shouted, alert, suddenly startling her. The other person ran to where the person was lying down and called him, junior brother. Nguyen Xuanvu realized that something was coming and shouted to warn you, be careful. Unfortunately, the other person was also hit and fell down. Both of her companions were gone. She tremblingly called out who they were. Out here. Suddenly her body was surrounded by a purple light. It seemed like someone was planning to harm her. After Hoa Tan Van walked for a while, she felt something was wrong. Strangely, just now she could still feel their spiritual energy exploding. Why haven't I seen it recently? He stood in front of the forest they had just passed through, without a soul in sight. He started walking in that forest, feeling confused and strange. Who exactly did it? Suddenly, I felt something wasn't right here, huh? It seemed like there was something hidden in the wind. There was a purple light surrounding him. Then gradually approached him. It seemed he realized what that strange light was and immediately attacked again. He stepped back. Uncomfortably asked the other side, "Who are you and what do you want to do?" On the other side, a small hand, seemingly of a child's, held a needle, tremblingly raised forward. Wei Yin was calm just a moment ago, seeing the scary look emanating from him. Tremblingly looked at him with teary eyes. He felt that there was something very special about this girl. He bent down and asked, "Can't you talk?" She was scared and didn't dare answer him. Without waiting long, he continued asking, "There were 3 monks here just now. Did you beat them? Are they still alive?" She was scared, just nodded, meaning they were still alive. He showed her a serious look. "Take me to meet them. I won't punish you." Wei Yin was scared, burst into tears. Hoo. She turned away, holding my head in discomfort. Then ran away, crying while running made me confused, huh? She dropped something that startled him, searching his memory for this item. This is Ghost Bell. Master once said, this is a type of bell that can seal the soul of living beings inside, evil magic to cast evil curses. He gave a distant glare. Are you a member of the demon sect? Inside the forest surrounded by a scary red light. The other 3 people are being detained here. The evil cloud ancestor, holding the soul control bell just now, angrily asked, why did he go out for so long this time and not catch the newly returned monk? The more he spoke, the tighter he tightened his grip on the bell. The little girl was scared and could only kneel at his feet, wanting to surrender to the person she had just met. He scolded him, is that guy so difficult to deal with? You are a mystical beast. The cursing didn't stop. He glared at the girl, threatening, do you want to take the opportunity to run away? Wei Am was too afraid to raise her head to look at him. She could only shake her head, burst into tears. Hoo. Old Ancestor Evil Cloud's anger was increasingly reaching its peak. He gritted his teeth and threatened, if you intend to run away, my old ancestor will use hundreds of thousands of ways to make your life worse than death. In that stuffy atmosphere, with the wind blowing, he suddenly asked, so where is that monk now? My ancestor will personally go and arrest him. From behind him, there was a strange sound. There was no need for the ancestor to act anymore. Hadn't I already arrived here? He was startled. This voice. Hoatan Van has found his place, hovering above and calling down. It turns out to be your ancestor Evil Van. He continued with a disdainful tone. It's only been a few days and you've been able to recover your body. Perhaps there is a senior to help. It seemed like he remembered something. Hearing those words, he became furious, certain that his memory of him was correct. It's you. He was determined to take revenge, putting all his strength into destroying him. However, Hoatan Van may have anticipated this possibility. He stretched out his hand. Even with just one hand, he could easily stop him. Seeing that it seemed that even though his strength was strong, he could easily defeat him, he smirked and said, oh, I say, why are you still so incompetent? It seemed that his words made his blood boil, hissing, you. He saw that he could not defeat him, so he immediately ordered, mysteriously, kill this guy for me, leaving her standing next to me in fear, not daring to move. He swung a move, causing the evil cloud old ancestor to scream loudly, ah! In just one note, his body was lying in a corner, ignoring him. He spoke up and said to the girl, so your name is Wei Am. In the distance, his body fell apart, making a loud cracking sound. The girl's face was filled with tears. She knelt down, and he continued, from now on, you don't have to be their puppet anymore. He suddenly lowered his voice, you are free. The girl was extremely touched, tears continued to roll down, wanting to thank him. Suddenly from behind, old ancestor Ta Van stood up, shouted loudly, startling the girl, flying towards Hoatan Van. He said loudly, Xuan Yin, you dare. Even though the girl was trembling in fear, he smiled happily. That's right, even without the bell to control the soul, you still can't disobey my orders. If not, that great man will definitely do it. Before he could finish his sentence, he hit him again, making him cry out, ah! Wei Am ran to him, hugged him, her body still shaking with fear. She cried loudly, hoo. He gently stroked her head, comforting her, you can go home now. Don't worry, let me handle the matter here. His image reminded her of someone who always haunted her. This kind of being exhausted and exploited, we have a very profound experience. Back at that time, old ancestor Evil Cloud seemed to have reached the peak of his anger. He roared loudly, trying to find a way to destroy him. Hateful, hateful, bloody hell. As soon as they were summoned, they quickly appeared. Asked him again, who was he, summoning this king? He quickly responded, asking the demon king to kill this monk. He saw that his opponent was Hoatan Vanon and disdainfully told him that he was just a brat and still needed the king to personally act. Thinking that he could defeat him quickly and easily, he swung a blow, moving straight towards him. But before he could do anything, he was able to defend. The other person's response surprised him. Ah, human, you are very strong, but you still try to salvage your honor, boasting about your true strength. Unfortunately, this king was sealed by heaven here, and can only exert 1/5 of his strength, strong. Even though he was tied by Hoatan Van with his strength, he still tried to challenge me again. One day this king will escape from here, fight you, remember my name. He could only say, my name is, before being destroyed by all of his power. He was still standing in the same place up until now, confused by what he had just said to him. The words were full of myths. The mystery hidden behind him witnessed him fighting with the Blood Abyss prison, surprised but also extremely admire. Old ancestor Ta Van stood there, his mouth open in confusion at what had just happened in front of him. He did not expect that this would happen. Hoatan Van gathered spiritual energy in his hand, creating countless lightning bolts. He looked at the evil cloud ancestor and said, "This time, I cannot forgive you." He prepares to attack. He shouted loudly, "Wait." He remembered the time when the great man of the Ma Van sect threw the magic weapon to him. He shouted loudly, "I'm not there yet." Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful bolt of lightning shot straight at him. Lightning struck him, creating a huge explosion. Hoatan Van turned around and said, "What the hell are you waiting for?" Then he looked at Nguyet Shuyan Vu and his two companions tied by black ropes. "In my opinion, I must say that you are very lucky." He mobilized spiritual energy, cutting the ropes. Nguyet Shuyan Vu woke up drowsily. She moaned. She sat up, saw him and immediately realized, "It was you." He suggested, "It's okay, it's just that too much spiritual energy was taken away. It's okay to rest a bit, I'll take you back to the city first." Suddenly, a red aura erupted. "I'm confused, huh?" The red light continued to move. Then stopped in the hands of the evil cloud ancestor who had strengthened his body. He held the demon weapon in his hand. He regretted, "Hoatan Van, just a little more and you can kill me." A blood-red gem was embedded in his forehead, he said, and even forced me to give him the last magical weapon. He shouted excitedly, "Now, the one who must die is you." Hoatan Van looked at him and asked, "What is that?" Then he waved his hand and said, "Although I don't know what your situation is, if one sword doesn't work, then add another sword." A sharp blue light rushed towards him. Old ancestor Evil Cloud swung his magic weapon and cut off the green light. He laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, the current me is much stronger than you." The red aura emitted from the huge demon soldier, surprising him. He used spiritual energy to protect Nguyet Shuyan Vu and the two people accompanying him, and summoned his own sword. He blocked the red air rushing towards him. He jumped back, keeping his distance from the evil cloud ancestor. In his heart, he thought, "It's not scientific." Just now the old ancestor was at the 7th level of the Purple Palace, and now he has been promoted to the 2nd level of the Immortal Realm. Could it be that? He recognized the red stone attached to his forehead as a magic weapon. He said, "I remember, the thing on your forehead is an ancient secret treasure that penetrates the heavens." He smiled and praised, "Worthy of being a genuine disciple of a famous sect, can still recognize this treasure." Hoatan Van recalled that in ancient books, thousands of years ago, there was a person who, after obtaining the heavenly treasure, relied on spiritual energy to activate it, and his cultivation level increased to become a great power, dominating a region, but only 5 years later his life was exhausted and he died. Then the Supreme Yan, Sword Fairy, returned to the Taoist. Those who gain divine power say that no one can be lucky enough to escape. He put away his sword, put his hand into his chest, searched and said, "Although I don't know why it fell into your hands, all things in heaven and earth obey the laws of the great path." He controlled the spiritual energy, through a mirror to the evil cloud old ancestor. He continued, "Do you really think that gaining a supernatural realm and extraordinary recovery power is not worth paying?" He looked at the bewildered man and said, "Look at your current appearance, don't be fooled by your false appearance." He looked in surprise at the old face in the mirror. He trembled and explained, "It's impossible that my lifespan is at least 800 years. He used his hand to destroy the mirror and shouted angrily, "Why did he look like this?" Hua Qingyun gritted her teeth in contempt. Humph, the ancient secret treasure is just a devil who is squeezing out your lifespan, and even secretly used a filter on you. He trembled and shouted loudly in denial, keeping his mouth shut as long as he could bring the demon fetus back. That great man would definitely give me a medicine to restore my life, just need to use the heavenly treasure properly. Surely this world can be conquered. He held the sword, preparing to use the sword to laugh. He said, it seemed like he had completely lost his mind. This heavenly treasure really had the ability to seduce. He bit his finger and shouted, I tell you to shut up. Then, he used the blood from his fingertips to smear it on the treasure. A series of red auras surrounded him, cracked soil and rocks also flew up. He used his spiritual energy to summon a red tornado aimed straight at the blue cloud flower. He screamed loudly and died. He stopped and shouted, raising his sword. He suddenly looked up, ha! Then, unable to defend himself, he was stabbed by a demon soldier. He looked up at the old ancestor's dark clouds and thought to himself, this is the power of the 5th level of immortality. He dodged back, put his sword on the ground, he panted, huffed. After that, he slightly pulled down his shirt, looking at the black talisman stuck on his chest. Suddenly, a golden light wrapped around the old ancestor's body, but he dodged it. Xuanyin trembled and mobilized his spiritual energy. He gritted his teeth and scolded, Xuanyin, you little beast. He threw a blow at the girl, he shouted loudly, and even dared to rebel. Hoa Tanvan quickly blocked the red aura palm attack. He worriedly blamed, boy, didn't I tell you to go? Old ancestor Evil Cloud quickly rushed forward, using his magic weapon to prepare to stab him. He tore off the talisman, thinking to himself, damn it, there's no time left. Suddenly, the blue light of the magical power of the mirror flower and moon blocked the demon soldiers. A sound rang out, bad guy, don't move. He disappeared before his eyes. He thought in surprise, he was gone. Nguyet Shuyanvu had woken up. She was trying to fight with him. The evil cloud old ancestor shouted loudly, bitch, you're playing a trick. He palmed her. She fell back and screamed, die, ah. Suddenly, a stream of white light stabbed straight into his body, creating a landslide explosion. Nguyet Shuyanvu was bewildered, that is. The talisman on Qingyun's shirt was torn in more than half, his eyes glowed, spiritual energy overflowed around his body. Her hair gradually turned blue, her emerald green eyes slowly opened as if they were glowing. The black talisman was fluttering as if about to fall. Streams of intense spiritual energy were radiating from all over his body. Old ancestor Evil Cloud rushed forward and shouted, ha, he didn't run away but wanted to give his life. He stabbed the demon soldier at him. The spiritual energy between the two sides collided, creating shock waves. He opened his eyes wide in surprise, this. He only used one hand to push aside the demon soldier. He shouted in panic, how is this possible? What have you done? How can you still block my attack? Nguyet Shuyanvu on the ground thought in surprise, this guy turns out to be so powerful. Hoa Tanvan looked contemptuously at old ancestor Evil Van. He said, just this little bit of spiritual power is enough to deal with you. He hesitated, but still dared. He lucked out, released his power, he shouted loudly, arrogantly and conceitedly, he died. He reached out, summoning lightning in his hand. He replied, the moment I broke the seal, you lost. He summoned his own sword and said, the sword cloud pressed, a huge golden dragon appeared behind him. The dragon opened its mouth and rushed towards the evil cloud ancestor. I panicked and looked at the sky. Then was blown away. His body was destroyed, and the heavenly treasure fell. The golden dragon disappeared. Tan Van Flower slowly fly down. He pulled his shirt, the spiritual energy was sealed. He sighed, phew. The heavenly treasure and the demon soldiers were floating in the sky. Nguyet Xuanvu looked at him and thought, he has returned to the aura of the 6th level spiritual palace. She looked at the heavenly treasure, surprised, at this stone tablet. She opened her eyes wide, looked at her face in the heavenly treasure. The magical treasure was trying to fascinate her. She silently exclaimed, so beautiful. Suddenly, the Tan Van flower behind her reminded her, startling her awake, I advise you it's best not to touch it. I use a bag to collect information. She covered her mouth with her hand, fearfully saying, oh, just now, I was bewitched. He held the bag in his hand and replied, yes, this thing is extremely tactful, be careful and it will consume your lifespan like the evil cloud ancestor just did. She was surprised, oh. Mysterious sounds suddenly appeared. She looked at the girl, angrily shouted, you are the one who stole our things. Wei-Nam profusely bowed down to apologize. Hoa Tan Van stood in front of the girl, explaining to Nguyen Chuyen Vu, her name was Wei-Nam, she had no intention of harming anyone, she was just a demon sex soul control bell, just make it. Nguyen Chuyen Vu asked, is that so, where is that soul control bell? He replied, it has been destroyed by me. He rubbed Xuan Yin's head and advised her, okay, you're safe, you can leave with peace of mind next, be careful, don't meet bad guys, you know. Nguyen Chuyen Vu looked at him patting her head, saying nothing. She reminded, she is so powerful, you can keep her. He asked again, so how are we different from people of the demon sect? She was surprised. Then embarrassedly mumbled, if it were someone else, they would probably keep the soul control bell and keep the mysterious sound with them as a weapon. She said, it seems I misunderstood you before. He replied, if there had been a misunderstanding, he held out his hand and happily said, then you can give that page back to me that you tore away. She blushed and thought angrily, this guy who doesn't understand style only cares about novels. She gave him the paper and thanked him, this time, thank you very much. Wei-Nam looked at him bewildered, while Hoa Tan Vu happily thought, okay, that's the torn equipment. Xuan Yin touched his shoulder, he still didn't pay attention and put the page of the novel in his chest, then said, luckily you helped me just now, otherwise I would have been in trouble, that's right, today's matter I hope you don't spread it out. She asked in bewilderment, killing the demon sect elder is a great achievement. He pressed her forehead and sighed and replied, don't ask too many questions, consider it a favor. She agreed, got it. Then she looked at the demon soldier and asked, how do you want to deal with that thing? He replied, I will bring this thing back to the sect and hand it over to the sect master to handle. Then he pointed at the two people who were still unconscious and smiled, Miss Nguyen, these two Van Tam sect disciples are entrusted to your care, I will take this thing and return to the sect first. She angrily shouted, hey, you, just keep going like that, I'm not their babysitter. Hoa Tan Vu raised her hand, preparing to touch the demon soldiers. Suddenly, a hand appeared from nowhere. A sound rang out, this is a magical fetus, I can't let you take it away, he thought in surprise, another fairyland. An earth-shattering sound rang out, wake up. Each member of the Van Tam sect felt a hand on their cheek and woke up dreamily. One person asked, looking at Nguyen Chuyen Vu, who was crossing his legs, what happened, where is the evil ancestor? She rubbed her forehead and replied, that's the way it is. A moment later, the black-haired disciples of the Van Tam sect were surprised, so the secret treasure, is it really a weapon of the demon sect? Then Taoist Hoa Tan Van and Miss Nguyen saved you. She replied, well, it seems that way, we are lucky, that evil cloud ancestor died because he exhausted his lifespan. He continued to ask, is your friend already gone? We haven't had time to thank him yet. The white-haired disciple said, Senior brother, isn't the Tiangyang festival about to start? Based on the strength of fellow Taoist Hoa, representing his sect to participate in the conference, it would probably be as easy as turning a hand. The black-haired disciple replied, oh yes, at that time, we will thank him directly. Nguyen Chuyen Vu wondered, Tian Hoi Tian Hao, what is that? The black-haired disciple scratched his head and replied, oh, Miss Nguyen is in the illusory heart of heaven, separate from the world, no wonder she doesn't know about this. He explained that most of the Eastern Desolate forces have joined the Immortal Sect Alliance. Every year, the major sects will send out 5 heavenly heroes, through competition to decide the ranking, called as a prosperous and arrogant gathering. He continued to explain that the ranking of the heavenly pride will determine the ranking of the sect, affecting the distribution of resources later. Nguyen Vu smiled and asked, it turns out that's the case, so can I also go to Tian Hao Tian Hung Festival? He replied, based on the reputation and strength of Wien Tam Tian Kung, maybe. She covered her mouth and smiled, thinking, hi, looks like I have to go back to the sect. Beside the Qingyun flower, he was flying back to the Qingyun sword sect. He remembered, what kind of background did that person just now have? To perform magic like that, it required a lot of spiritual power and extremely high technique. He secretly compared his strength, unless I remove 1/3 of the seal, otherwise he is not his opponent. He thought, now, the demon sect is so aggressive that even the master is ambushed. He continued to think that magic halberd is something that the demon sect must have. He thought, even if I took action to take the demon fetus back to the sect, I'm afraid it would only lead to greater danger. He looked at the sky and silently said, I hope to be able to retire in Tan Van sect, how could I bring trouble to myself? He suddenly looked back wondering, A golden light flew behind him. He asked, why are you following? Xuan Yin rushed towards him, surprising him. He looked at the girl in bewilderment. Why did you follow, you? He saw the poor girl as if she was about to cry. He continued to say, could it be that you have nowhere else to go, so you want to follow me? The girl still grabbed him tightly, nodding to show that he had guessed correctly. Hoa Tan Van said, I can accept you. He continued, but if you want to leave in the future, you don't have to tell me, you can do it at any time. Before he could finish his sentence, the girl hugged his face and cried. He was speechless, rubbed the crying girl's head and thought to himself, he didn't expect that a worker like him could even pick up a magical beast on the way home. Xuan Yin clung to his shoulder, following him as he flew back to the sect. He told the girl, luckily in the eyes of the people around you, you were just a gust of wind, avoiding a lot of trouble. There will be a chance in the future. I will help you solve your communication problem. He looked at the girl who was bewildered and announced, okay. In front of him is the Van Sword Tong. He looked at the rolling mountains with the cloud-covered towers. He continued, from now on, consider this as your home. At the Moon Center residence, Enkium jumped into the yard and shouted, Fairy Nguyat Tam, how is the old hall master? Nguyat Tam shrugged and replied, many parts of his body, his bones were broken, his internal organs were damaged. If he came back half an hour late, even a god descending to earth would be difficult to save. He gritted his teeth, hesitated, so now She was bandaged all over her body and was lying in bed in pain. Nguyat Tam explained to Enkium that she had used the Return to Heaven Tao Huo pill and was no longer in danger of her life. Wen Zheng clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and said, Gu Hall Master, I will definitely force the Alliance to give an explanation for your sake. In the secret realm of the Immortal Path Alliance and the Moonlight Realm, the reflections of the elders of the various sects gathered. Entering the fourth level of the Fairyland, Sect Master Tu Ling's sect Sun Xuan Taoist, he stroked his beard and asked, Hey old brother, you used the Moon Spirit Talisman to summon everyone, in what matter do you want to discuss? Entering the sixth level of the Fairyland, the master of the Qingyun Sword Sect, Wen Jian, replied, in recent days, demon sect monks have been constantly moving in every continent. A citadel of our Qingyun Chao has been attacked by demonic monks, sect sacrifices for a blood pearl. He continued, and the elder of the demon Van sect, Black Xuan, had refined the magic fetus of the red demon weapon. The atmosphere was serious. He continued, I think you know what this means. He said again, although my sect's disciples have not been able to retrieve the magic fetus, they have taken back that blood pearl. I received instructions, specifically the Cheering Hall Master personally sent the blood soul pearl to the Alliance. He continued, but, he was secretly attacked by a demon monk, the blood pearl was stolen, and he was seriously injured, losing his spiritual foundation. One person shouted, what? Tu Xuan asked, then the cheerleader of the hall, has that owner been seriously injured by someone else? He is also a first-class monk, and is proficient in the art of hiding. How could he be injured so seriously? Entering the ninth level of immortality, Sect Master Tai Thu Vandu stroked his beard and guessed that according to Sect Master Wen, the matter was very important. There must be an insider in the Alliance. He proposed that from today onwards, please investigate clearly the situation of your sect's disciples in the Alliance, to prevent anyone from secretly colluding with the demon sect, and quickly look for clues about the person who secretly attacked the ancient hall master. He continued, in addition, the major sects need to clean up the demon sect bases in the continents they manage. Once they discover demon sect monks, they immediately announce an alliance to attack. He asked Wen Zhen, Sect Master Wen, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Wen Qian stood up, held his fist and said loudly, if the sects can take this matter seriously, I naturally feel that I can accept it. He continued, we make our own arrangements. A man whose body was covered in red aura spoke, referring to the demon sect monk, entering the fourth level of the immortal realm. Van Tam Sect Master Van Noxuen said, a few hours ago, the true disciples of my sect transmitted news. They were in the Van Tam mountain range. Van Tam Chao, I encountered a demon elder, Van Sect, evil cloud old ancestor. He continued, they were secretly attacked by the evil cloud old ancestor, draining their spiritual energy, and the evil cloud old ancestor had an ancient secret treasure in his hand, consuming his lifespan, and was the last disciple of the illusionary heart Tien. Kung and a monk named Hoa Tan Van teamed up and killed him. And Kiem thought in surprise, what, Hoa Tan Van? When Kiem was secretly surprised, what, Hoa Tan Van, isn't that guy resting, why did he run there? Van Noxuen asked, does Sect Master On know this monk? Wen Zhen replied, our Qingyun Sword Sect does indeed have a true disciple named Hoa Tan Van, it's just that his realm is the 6th level spiritual palace realm. He continued, perhaps just standing next to help the disciples of that illusory hard heaven palace. When I return, I will question him in detail. A sect leader continued, everyone, because the demon sect has been active recently, to prevent the upcoming danger. At the 8th level of the immortal realm, Tin Tian sect leader suggested, I think Tian House Tianhui soon can change a few rules, to stimulate the development of the sect's disciples. I don't know what you mean, how is the patriarch? Zixuan hesitated, this matter, but since the establishment of the Immortal Sect Alliance, the rules of this Heavenly Pride Association have only been changed 3 times, is it not appropriate to temporarily change the rules now? Su Tin smiled and said, ha, please rest assured, he said, to encourage the disciples, as the host this time, of course I will not be stingy. Van Nok Xuan was surprised, what? Tu Xuan was surprised, that is. Everyone looked at the reflection of an object in Su Tin's hand. He asked, this object is a reward for the president of this Tianhao festival, what do you see? At Qing Yun's sword sect. Hoa Tanvu held a porcelain vase in one hand and a wooden box in the other. She smiled and pushed open the door and entered the room and asked, Hi, master, how are you recovering? I came to visit you. The cheerleader on the bed smiled softly and replied, thanks to Fairy Nguyat Tam's care over the past few days, the teacher now has no major problems anymore, just needs to rest for a while. He opened the wooden box and said, so you can rest assured. He put the tea leaves in the cup and showed off, Master, this is the tea spirit that I have worked so hard to take care of. He used a porcelain vase to pour water into the glass and continued to combine it with this spirit water. He raised the cup of tea to cheer and said, a cup can restore spiritual energy. Spiritual tea has the effect of nourishing the meridians very well. He offered tea to the master, who replied, yes. He brought the cup to his mouth and blew, puffed, sipped the tea and complimented, the tea was delicious. Suddenly, he reminded, Tan Van, if you could use the time to grow ancient flowers to practice, now maybe you wouldn't just be a 6th-level spiritual palace anymore. He remained silent. He scolded, you must know that among the true disciples, your cultivation level is the lowest. Hoa Tan Van sighed and thought, well, it started again, so it's a pity to release some spiritual energy. He released his spiritual energy and showed off, Master, look, you are already at the 8th level of the spiritual palace. He was surprised, oh. Then stopped. He remembered Nok Kiem Tam and scolded him harshly, but it had been 5 years since the last time you broke through to the 5th level of the spiritual palace. Look at how long it took for you, junior sister Nok, to practice before you entered the purple palace realm, already. He politely said, Hi, I have memorized my master's teachings, I will definitely practice diligently in the future. He replied angrily, don't talk to me like this. He said softly, forget it, it's all empty words, the teacher knows that it's too much talk, you don't like to listen, this time you came to visit me and it's already considered good. Hoa Tan Van prepares to run away, Master please rest assured, disciple will take his leave, you order, wait. He questioned, this time the master went out and was injured by the master of the Ma Van sect, the tyrant, and almost died. At that time, the jade pendant you gave me at my birthday party helped me prevent a fatal attack. After that, there was a sudden flash of falling sword light, slashing the tyrant and injuring him before he could escape. Tan Van, please tell me the truth, do you have something to hide from your master? For example, you have hidden your cultivation base, he continued, or sealing spiritual energy, for example. He shyly looked at him. Then awkwardly argued, is the master being serious? If the disciple hides his cultivation level, can he hide it from the master and the sect master? He sighed. Then said, that's right, I met you when I first started, you can't do this kind of deception. He smiled and replied, ha, that's right. He asked again, so what exactly is that jade pendant? He replied, that jade pendant was something the disciple had picked up in a treasure chest in the secret realm. He remembered asking the seller how to sell this jade pendant. The seller replied, 20 spirit stones. He made it up. The disciple felt the extraordinary aura on that jade pendant and determined that it was a rare item, so I gave it to my master on the occasion of his birthday celebration. Cho cheered and sighed, you really, accidentally picked up a treasure. This jade pendant probably contains some kind of peerless sword spirit. He continued, this time, it's thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't have lived until now. He turned around and scratched his head and said, Master is too praiseworthy. He called, that's right, disciple. Hoa Tan Van turned around and asked, what's wrong, monk? Before he could finish his sentence, he threw a move at him. His hand stopped in front of him. He turned pale and stammered, Master, this person is. In his heart he thought, what are you doing? Do people nowadays like this trick? He laughed and said, "Haha, even though you have broken through to the 8th level of the spiritual palace, your reaction is still not fast enough." He turned pale and replied, "Master is right." His novel was sticking out of his jacket, then fell onto the bed. He was bewildered. "This is..." Hoa Tan Van was startled. He quickly hid the book. Then blushed and awkwardly explained, "Oh, Master, this is a little daily entertainment for the disciples." Cheered and waved his hand, "Okay, you go down." He advised that if you have nothing to do, you must focus on cultivation and read less of these nonsense books. He was surprised. Oh, in his heart he thought, strange, he didn't even scold me. He asked with a serious face, "If you don't leave quickly," he shouted loudly and clearly. After the Qing Yun flower went out, Cheer opened the blanket on the bed, revealing a novel. He blushed and said, he didn't expect Tan Van to have such sharp eyes and to read my books. He wondered, his book was still a signed limited edition, could it be that he had previously taken a leave to go to Tan Van Tan to buy books? He cleared his throat, coughed, but it was better not to let him know about this matter. In the main hall, a voice rang out, perhaps you have all heard it. When Jen stood in the middle of the main hall, meeting with the elders of the Van Kim sect, and Kim announced that the rules of the Heavenly Pride Society would change. The master of the Fan Ling Hall, Fan Tien Luang, said that the sect master and Tien Hao Tien Hui had previously focused on using martial arts to make friends. Could it be that this time they really want to make friends? When Jen replied, yes, in order to test the ability of the disciples of different sects to improvise in times of crisis, the vote of the 10 sects was 7-3, the rule change was approved. He continued, rescinding the rule that no human life should be harmed. All monks, before fighting, need to establish their life and death status. After the battle begins, the sect's elders will be at the side to protect the Dharma, but if there are casualties, that sect cannot get angry because of that. After hearing this, everyone was surprised. Someone said, this. The master of Lam Nguyat and Lam Dong Hall assessed, but the disciples participating in the Tian Hao festival, in case they are not geniuses, if something unexpected happens, they will suffer serious losses. When Jen replied that the Lam Hall master's worries were not without reason, but now the activities of the demon sect monks are becoming more and more frequent, in order to cope with the risks that may appear in the future, the next generation of disciples' children must receive training to quickly mature. The master of Lam Tam Tang Dong Khan Hall sighed, yes, whether it is a demon sect monk or a secret demon beast or something, there is a huge threat to the lives of the disciples. It can be said that monks in this world, every day is a journey. Main Street Van Duong cheered and replied, yes, once faced with a crisis, have a calm mind and sharp judgment. The ability to act decisively, factors outside this realm will greatly affect the life and death of the monk. When Kiem remembered the last meeting of the Immortal Sect Alliance, the announcement surprised everyone. The ancient hall master was right. Moreover, this time the Dong Dao master Tin Tian sect was the one to prepare the wedding tomb Qian of the Heavenly Emperor. Someone shouted in surprise, what? Cheer remembers, the leader of the Kang Yuan world 5 million years ago, Heavenly Emperor Nok Tran, after passing away, left behind countless excellent techniques. His descendants discovered his tomb in the 9 undersea region, which contained a terrifying restriction. To open it, he needed 5 key fragments. One person shouted excitedly, so far, 4 pieces of the key have been discovered. Unexpectedly, the last and most important piece was in Tin Tian Tong's hands. The sword said, yes, if only one could have the key piece, at last, we will have hope of being able to enter the heavens of God. He clenched his fists and shouted loudly, therefore, this time at the Heavenly Pride Festival, my Cloud Sword sect has the upper hand and must definitely win first place. I declare. 1 week later, the Great Bai sect begins. Inner sect disciples spread word of mouth. Have you heard? This time the great sect is different from the previous times. Not only can it use talismans, pills, secret treasures, it even has some forbidden magical powers. Can use. Is it true or false? Isn't that very dangerous? An inner sect disciple explained, it's okay, this time there will be hall masters and elders by the Dharma's side, and as the sect master said, the top 5 great beggars will win a generous reward, and it's possible, represent the sect to participate in the Tiangyang festival once a year. Another disciple shouted excitedly, so what are we waiting for? Hurry up and tell everyone to buy things. If you're late, there won't be any props left. Hey, wait for me. Hoa Tan Van sat under the tree, took off his blindfold and turned it in his hand. He said, TSK, this is so crazy. Luckily I had stocked up a little beforehand. The new puppet hid behind a tree, then he poked his head out and called, Senior Brother Hoa. He asked, Junior Brother Wei, why are you still here? Why don't you go buy medicinal pills and talismans? He pointed at himself and replied, there is the sword technique that Senior Brother Hoa taught me, I don't need other tricks. He smiled and advised, haha, high mountains have even higher mountains, you can't be complacent because of that. In battle, being careless will fail, he replied, in this great battle, I'm sure I will win. First place among the intersect disciples, according to the rules, the top 3 can challenge the true disciple, if the challenge is successful. He continued, maybe there was a replacement and became a new true disciple. Hoa Tan Van shouted loudly, new junior brother, are you telling the truth? He replied, it's completely true, I heard that there are many intersect disciples lining up to challenge senior brother Hoa. He smiled sinisterly and thought to himself, if in the great battle, I pretended to lose and was defeated by the inner disciple, wouldn't I be able to reasonably escape the status of this true disciple and return to being an inner disciple? Subjects, then life from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. will become more and more relaxing. The new puppet looked at him as he was thinking and he admired him in his heart, as expected of senior brother Hoa. Facing the challenge of other junior brothers he was not confused, those who looked down on senior brother Hoa would sooner or later die, will pay the price. The jade pendant on his waist emitted yellow light, the sound came from it, the blue cloud came to Lu Van Duong to see him, he thought in surprise, the master is looking for me. He immediately said, new junior brother, please practice, I will go find the master. He replied, goodbye senior brother Hoa. Hoa Tan Van is flying to Lu Van Duong. Pushed the door open and asked, is the master looking for a disciple? The cheerleader sat leaning against the tea table and replied, Tan Van, sit down, Tan Van, regarding this big bisect, the teacher has a rigid rule for you. He hesitantly asked, what are the rules? He replied, it's not too difficult for you, I hope that in this big sect, you can rank in the top 20. He put his hand in front of his chest and made an X sign, quickly refused and shouted, impossible, absolutely impossible. He thought to himself, I have made up my mind to use this big sect to return to being my brother, dead inside. He angrily crossed his arms and said, there are a total of 55 true disciples of my Tan Van sword sect. As long as Tan Van is serious, getting into the top 20 can be said to be extremely easy. He replied with sparkling eyes, Master, if you really have that ability, why are you still at the bottom? Cheered and sighed, Tan Van, do you still remember why I accepted you as a disciple? The sword energy you used at that time on the platform, the teacher still remembers it now. He remembered that year when he was on the stage, coldly using a sword to push his opponent off the stage. He continued, the swordsmanship contained in it was not inferior to any true disciple. And he regretfully thought that at that time he had gone overboard a bit. He didn't expect that 10% of that power would create such amazing destructive power. Hoa Tan Van awkwardly explained, Master, that one sword was actually completely accidental. Now, even if Master told the disciple to make another sword, the disciple would not be able to do it again. He lowered his eyes and asked, do you want to refuse to become a teacher? He waved his hand and replied, Master, truly a disciple can't do it. He thought to himself, no one can stop me from returning to being an inner disciple. He continued, the disciple's strength is limited. He slammed a book on the table, shouted loudly and interrupted, you really can't do it, can you? He looked at the cover of the book in surprise. He said loudly, Master, this is... He used his spiritual energy to give the book to him and ordered, you read this. He reached out to take it and wondered, did the master secretly read this too? Spiritual power controlled the novel to turn to the last page, with the author's name Fishbone. He muttered, Fishbone, Fishbone. He shouted loudly in surprise, cheering, Master, who wrote this book? You covered your mouth and coughed, ahem ahem. Cheered and calmly announced, if you can't get into the top 20, the next book I will write where the main character little sister dies. He thought in horror, what, little sister is my favorite character. He quickly shouted, Master, how can you rush to decide the fate of such a character? Don't you feel sorry for those who love books? He coldly, with dead fish eyes, continued to announce that he was marrying the main character's sister to someone else. He screamed and sighed, He silently said, that's the number 2 character I like. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, the master is so cruel. Then he realized, Master, aren't you afraid of your disciples talking about novel writers with the sect master? He silently took a sip of tea. He calmly threatened, then I will let the protagonist's childhood sweetheart be killed in front of him. His heart bled, and he heard the cheers say, but if you can get into the top 20. He continued, not only will I treat the characters you like well, I can also let you read unpublished novel manuscripts, and by the way give you a few collected books and illustrations. He was angry, then scratched his head and sighed in compromise. Okay, keep your word. He walked out of the room. Just as an intersect disciple walked in, he called, "Senior Brother Hoa." Hoa Tanvu was extremely angry, patted his shoulder and said, "Kuk Tien, the hall master is looking for you." He looked at him in bewilderment as he walked away, annoyed. At this time, the cheerleader was crossing his legs and laughing. "Ha ha, still too immature for a teacher." Kuk Tien held his fist and bowed, paying his respects to the hall master. He thought to himself, why is the hall master so happy today? He looked at him and replied, "Kuk Tien, you go to the hidden room next door and inform your sister Nok Nok Kiem Tam about the big sect incident, who is in retreat." He sighed and continued. This child seemed to be immersed in cultivation again, forgetting to look at the jade talisman for sound transmission. He answered loudly and clearly, then flew with his sword to the hidden mirror, and when he arrived, he landed on the ground. Standing in front of a large door, he shouted loudly, "Sister Nok, Lu Van Duong." Kuk Tien asked to see him. He whispered. No one answered. Indeed, Sister Nok was in retreat. Suddenly a strong wind arose, blowing open the door of the courtyard. Kuk Tien raised her hands to cover her face and shouted, "Oh!" He quickly rushed into the courtyard and called out, "Sister Music." Then he was surprised. There, he looked at the stone of the Tan Van flower he gave to Nok Kiem Tam, which was surrounded by a blue aura. He wondered, what was that? Suddenly, the sword's intention was behind him. He hadn't noticed it yet but was staring intently at the stone. He trembled. Ah, the sword's intention was so strong. Nok Kiem asked with murderous intent, "Did you see it?" He trembled and turned around, answering her, "Senior Sister Nok, I can't see anything. I am Kuk Tien, a disciple of the inner sect, Lu Van Duong." Following the orders of the hall master, he specially came to announce the Tien Hao festival, coming soon. Please invite Senior Sister Nok to join the Great Bai sect. She held the sword and happily replied, "Oh yo, it turns out to be Brother Music's monk." She gently placed her hand on his shoulder and threatened, "In my place, you can't see anything, right?" You shouted in panic, "You can't see anything, you can't see anything." Then she replied, "Okay, I know, you can go." He ran away frantically. She sighed. She was so focused on practicing the sword that no one would even know when she came in. She remembered when Hoa Tan Van told her not to let anyone see the stone slab. She smiled and exclaimed, "Senior Brother Hoa is really too powerful. Over the past few days, I feel like my understanding of swordsmanship has gone one step further." She remembered the blood puppet and continued, "What if now she told me to fight with the blood puppet of Mo Xuan's subordinate?" She jumped up and mobilized her spiritual energy to confirm that I could cut it off in 3 sword strokes. She looked at the stone slab engraved with the word sword, laughed loudly. "In these last days, I want to once again learn about this sword path. Senior Brother Hoa, just wait, when the Great Bai sect begins, the heart of sword will definitely come, makes me see with different eyes." In Hoa Tan Van's courtyard, you were shouting angrily, "Your hateful master, you even dared to threaten me." He bit his lip and complained, "Ah." Then looking at the magical tools on the table ranging from talismans, medicinal pills and jade pendants, he calculated that using swordsmanship would easily reveal one's strength. Fortunately, this time the rules are flexible. We can rely on swordsmanship, Dharma weapon to win, so even if you win, you won't receive special attention or get promoted. He put all the magic weapons into his bag and said, "With these things, with just a little more calculation, he will definitely be able to win a few battles easily." He looked at the Thong Tien treasure on the table and remembered, this was the Thong Tien jade that fell from the body of old ancestor Evil Cloud. The pearl suddenly emitted red light. He was surprised. "Huh." A voice suddenly came out from the pearl, "Touch me, I will give you everything you want." He looked at his reflection in the jade. "The heavenly treasure is still enchanting, just pour spiritual energy into my body. I can give you the heavenly creation. The cultivation level is unharmed, just be the thing whatever you want, I can give it to you." The fish-eyed man looked at it screaming, come here, come here." It was extremely impatient and shouted loudly, making him angry. Just pouring in a little spiritual energy could exchange for infinite power. "Come here, touch me, touch me." Before he finished speaking, he was thrown to the ground by Hoa Tan Van. He said angrily, "Touch your head, if you say more, I will find a hammer to smash you." Tong Tien told him to be quiet, then he jumped up and shouted awkwardly, Can you resist my temptation? You have lived so long, no one has ever been able to do this before." He smiled evilly, making it speechless. "What do you call seduction? I thought it was some sort of advertisement." He looked at it sparkling, then he put his hand to his chin and asked, "What exactly are you?" "It says its name, this seed is the heavenly devil, the great man of the heavenly world." Hua Qingyun looked suspiciously at the red jade in front of her, her voice skeptical. What a genius, never heard of it. Lord Tong Tian, in the form of a red jade, listened to him and got angry and arrogant. He explained, but his voice was still very angry. That year, this seed and the devil came to this world. After the devil left, go, I will stay here. When it comes to status, monks in Tianjin world, you all have to call me Lord Tan Van to speak to the heavens. I just put my hands on my chest. When he finished speaking, he put his long finger on his chin and said to him sarcastically, "Oh, so you were abandoned." Your sarcastic words were like pouring fuel on the fire, making him mad. That's all it could come out of you. He excitedly threatened the male lead and even dared to insult this king. If you have the courage, pour in your spiritual energy in this heavenly jade. This seat will teach you a lesson. Listening to what he said, he became even more interested, his long fingers constantly rubbing his chin. Inside this heavenly jade is a secret space. Jade Tong Tian raised her voice in challenge. What's wrong, boy? Don't you dare come in. Tan Van let out a loud sound. Without hesitation, she touched the pearl with her finger, her lips curled into a smile, her voice was filled with confidence. What wouldn't you dare to do? He stepped into the jade that penetrated the void, all around him like a universe with bright stars. Out of nowhere, spots of light like purple flames appeared, attracting his attention. Those purple spots merged into a large demon face with extremely scary white eyes looking straight at the male lead. He burst out laughing and said that the stupid tribe really went inside. In front of that scary face, he was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he even let out disparaging words. I think you are really too unsightly, you don't even have a body. The devil was directly angered by Tan Van's criticism. He revealed his long, sharp fangs, shouted, and was arrogant. I am the devil, a trash like you also dares to say. That statement is with the copy. He still crossed his arms over his chest and asked curiously, why did he change his name to Demon Lord? Demon Venerable shouted that less words were needed. The Demon Venerable was a race. The Demon Venerable was a position, connected to the great heavens. Tan Van listened to the devil's words and yawned. Humanity is worthy of respect, he said. He waved his hand forward and said to the devil, why does it have to be so complicated? Then it's okay to call you a demon. Demon Venerable got mad. Hey, be careful when calling someone else's name, call me the great man of heaven. Tan Van looked at the angry demon monk and still joked, okay, demon. Sir Tong Tian was so irritated by the bald male lead that his face darkened. You beast. Demon Venerable snorted and said, you can only be arrogant for a while. This seat is the ruler of this space. Do you think that once you enter here, you can leave at will? He nonchalantly asked the devil, oh, then how to get out? Demon Venerable glanced away, his voice proud. First of all, I have my permission, but based on your attitude, letting you go is impossible. Second, it's about trading with me, money, beauty, status, cultivation, whatever you want. Tan Van rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful. He hummed and replied, you can make me live 100 years, I've been looking for fish all my life. After hearing the male lead's question, the devil hesitantly responded, the matter of increasing life expectancy, this seat couldn't do, made the male lead extremely disappointed, contemptuously saying, oh well, you're useless. The devil's face darkened and he asked if he had any other wishes. Tan Van put her hand to her chin, thinking, maybe let me update a few more books so I can read them at once to my heart's content. When he heard what he said, his head was full of question marks, asking him what that was. He happily took something out of his pocket and introduced it as he searched. It was a very popular novel outside. After that, he took out a very thick novel with a pink cover and a few roses decorated on top to create a highlight. He scratched his head and shyly continued saying that, by the way, my master is the author of this book. Sir Tong Tian was angered by the male lead. He shouted at him, who would fulfill this wish for you? The male lead crossed his arms over his chest and scolded the devil with a disdainful sound. You are so useless, you can't even fulfill two simple wishes like that. Demon Lord's anger was about to explode. He growled loudly. You then shouted again, if you don't want to call me a master of heaven and don't want to deal with this king, then you will be locked up forever. You will die here of hunger and fear. The devil didn't pay any attention to his words, making the male lead so angry that he gritted his teeth. He was still restless, even though his whole body was broken and his blood flowed backward. Before he could finish his sentence, he was caught by the male lead's magic until he was completely disfigured. Demon Venerable's voice trembled a bit. You can still touch this seat's spirit body. The male lead still very calmly said to the devil, with your permission, he can go out, right? At this time, the demon lord was held so tightly by the male lead's hand that he was sweating but still remained speechless, wanting to hurt this person. Ha ha, unless you can control the law of the great path, it is impossible to cause this deity any harm. As soon as he finished speaking, his pupils widened as if he saw something very scary. The male lead smiled, his eyes hardened, and said, "Is that so? What a coincidence." Afterwards, he began to gather spiritual energy, causing the demon venerable to sweat profusely and stammer, "What, this sword energy? The male lead is wielding the great sword," he said proudly. "I happen to have 1,000,000,000 points of knowledge." Right after that, Tan Van was released from the heavenly space by the demon. He held the pearl in his hand and muttered, but he did not expect that this time there would be an unexpected harvest. He remembered that when he was still in space, the devil was beaten by him until he was bruised. He gave him the magic weapons he had, Lord Tan Van, but this magic weapon was not. The male lead hummed softly, saying that he was still collecting. He put the pearl in his shirt and continued to say, with the devil's treasure by his side, there was nothing to worry about anymore. Tan Van yawned and said, "Oh, there are still 2 more days until we reach Dai Bai Tongmon, so take this time to rest a bit." In a cave deep in the jungle, there was a man kneeling in front of a mirror emitting purple light. Inside the mirror was a black figure. The dark shadow in the mirror asked the man in front of him, "This big secret sect, how sure are you of winning?" The man knelt in front of the mirror and replied that based on the secret treasure given to him, being in the top 5 probably wouldn't be a problem. The dark shadow in the mirror praised, "Very good." Then the shadow continued, "Thanks to your information, I was able to recover that blood pearl." The man raised his hand to his chest and told him about the old love of the dark shadow in the mirror. "If you hadn't helped me that year, I wouldn't have lived until now." He swore in a loud voice, "I am willing to jump into hot water for you, sir." That statement made the black shadow laugh out loud and say that it's good that you have such a heart. The shadow that the man called sir continued, "When you get the title of Tian Hao Tian Hung, I will take you away from Van Kiem sect." The man's eyes were filled with determination as he replied, "Please rest assured, sir, at any cost, we will definitely complete the mission." As soon as he finished speaking, the black shadow in the mirror burst into laughter filled with deceit and mirth. 2 days later at Tan Van Kiem sect, "Today is really a good day." When Jen said, "The disciples that the Van Kiem sect has recruited in recent years have gathered here today," he announced that this competition is not just a test of your long-standing practice ability, but more importantly, to find the strongest disciple of the Cloud Sword sect. He continued, "Compared to previous years' competitions, in this match you can use spells, elixirs, treasures, or formations." Tan Wei Ying raised his fist to show his determination. He continued to say, "All people need to do is become strong opponents, and achieve the highest position. But no matter who it is, absolutely do not intentionally injure fellow disciples. The hall masters and great elders will supervise everyone's matches, to avoid serious injuries to any disciples." One Jen officially announced, "Then the inter-disciples battle will immediately begin." As soon as he finished speaking, jade tablets appeared floating in the air. While he spoke, each piece of jade fell into the hands of the disciples. The jade board in your hands was each person's battle symbol. The new puppet holds his jade tablet, the most sacred armor. The others also received their jade tablets, at Tamluk, been to that, in turn. He said, "Those who have the glowing gem at the same time will go to the arena to compete." The match started, the first round, Mirror Hidden Lane, Trong Din and Lam Naguyat, Bak Trien, everyone enthusiastically cheered, "Come on, come on." Lam Dong turned to ask Dong Khan, "Dong Hall Master, how do you think these 2 inner disciples are?" He replied, "Ha, they have some qualities." Cheering continued, causing Fan Tian Luong to pay attention. With the inner disciple's spiritual energy, a match is at most just tea time. The competition between the disciples continued. Oh, what the old hall master meant was, the leader. Today we can already know, the matches are called one by one, please come next. Nguyat Ling Duong, Duong Tai, and Fan Ling Duong, Tan Puppet are ready to hold their swords in hand. The final battle between intersect disciples will now begin. Hoa Tan Van looked down at the ceremony platform and said, "Oh, is it almost over?" He smiled, "Very good, but Junior Brother didn't expect to actually make it to the final round. Puppet's opponent seems quite strong." Tan Van assessed that the pavilion of the Nguyat Ling Hall was at the 5th level of spiritual cultivation. It's 1 level higher than camouflage. And Guy now seemed to be regaining some of his form. He said that even though the high level would cause deadly pressure, Junior Brother and Guy's swordsmanship was very delicate, and when he fought with a true disciple, he was clearly superior. He had comprehended an additional layer of sword intent. He continued, I only taught the puppet a few sword techniques. He could apply it like that, develop it even on the battlefield. He has a lot of talent. If he performs well, it is very possible, will be accepted by the Heavenly Master as a true disciple. The fight between the two was still very exciting. Wei Yan's opponent said, New junior brother, enough exploration here, let's use the final move to decide the winner. He replied, okay, I was thinking the same thing. Duong Tai took out a talisman and began to cast it. Everyone seemed surprised and began to discuss the spell to gather innocent energy, but in such a short time it can burn the spiritual energy and spiritual consciousness of the body, triggering such a strong force. Yang Master, do you really want to use this kind of magic talisman to burn your bloodline? Tan Wei suddenly took out a pill and took it. The pill started to take effect. Everyone was talking, this is the explosive gas pill, but unexpectedly the new junior brother also had another trick. Although it was only a level 3 medicine, its effectiveness could be said to be a worthy opponent. I can reach the talisman to gather natural energy. Duong Tai's swordsmanship is Naguyat Ling's sword, Lone Naguyat, he said, new junior brother, be careful. Wei Luan's swordsmanship is Wind Spirit Sword and Silver Dragon. The two rushed at each other, their swords were extremely sharp. Hoa Tan Van whispered, victory or defeat has been decided. The two of them fought so hard that everyone else could feel their strength. Smoke flew so thickly in the sky that nothing could be seen. When the smoke cleared, I saw that the puppet had fallen to his knees, unable to stand, his body covered in scratches, admitting that we had lost. Duong Tai said, I'm just a few points more spiritual than you. If you and I have the same realm, then there's nothing surprising about losing. The puppet seemed surprised and asked again, really? He thought to himself, Senior Brother Hoa, without your guidance, I would not have been able to achieve this swordsmanship in my entire life. The results were announced. The match between the two inner disciples had ended. The winner was Yang Tai of Fan Ling Hall. Everyone was in an uproar, congratulating Senior Brother Duong. The new junior brother was also doing very well. Wen Zhen was very satisfied with the two people and told Naguyat Tam that they were indeed two talented disciples. One had a solid foundation, the other had outstanding talent. Both of them were qualified to become true disciples. The fairy's original heart thanks to you. Naguyat Tam happily replied, this is inherently my responsibility. With just a wave of her hand, the disciples' injuries disappeared. The two were happy, their wounds and spiritual energy had both recovered. Someone appeared and told the winner the rules. Duong Tai, you are the leader of this competition. According to the rules you can choose a disciple you want to challenge. If you can win, then I will take the place of a true disciple. When Duong Tai Sai finished listening, he declared, I choose, Lu Van Duong, Hoa Tan Van. After hearing this, everyone whispered. Most people laughed at Tan Van's strength. Senior Brother Hoa was a true disciple, but his strength was at the bottom of the TNQ prosperity list, only cultivating the spiritual realm. Level 6, this is probably the true disciple with the lowest strength of the Van Kiem sect. Senior Brother Hoa must be, the weakest true disciple fighting against the best inner sect disciple. It's a good drama, let's see. Hoa Tan Van landed on the ground. Wow, we have to compete so quickly. Duong Tai continued, Senior Brother Hoa, looking forward to teaching. Tan Van is still so calm. Very well said, very well said. Wei suddenly sighed and told Duong Tai, Senior Brother Duong, to take care. He was bewildered. The advice made him a little worried. What does the new junior brother really mean? Why does it make me have a premonition? It's not good, right? Tan Van's face didn't have any ripples. Oh. When the challenge chants began, the whole space vibrated, birds flew in disarray, both of them still firmly faced each other before the upcoming match. Duong Nian stood opposite, speaking in a deep voice, Senior Brother Hoa, I've heard of your great name for a long time. Hoa Tan Van smiled proudly, he said, then it is truly an honor for me. Duong Tai clearly showed an extremely angry expression, gritted his teeth, he said in a harsh voice, to be honest, I am extremely disappointed with your behavior. Sun's image showed an enthusiastic appearance of practicing. He continued to say, our inner sect disciples are dedicated to the path, to become true disciples, practicing every day, forgetting to eat and sleep, not daring to relax for a moment. Hoa Tan Van's face was helpless, he sighed, he muttered, I seem to have guessed what you want to say. Duong Duong was full of anger and continued to shout loudly, but you are a true disciple and only practice for the sake of it, not working hard at all. The image of a Qing Yun flower appeared in Yang's anger. He was always leisurely and relaxed when everyone was enthusiastic about practicing. Duong Duong continued, even when you're not practicing, you waste a lot of time being lazy. I understand you very well. His anger reached its peak. Duong Duong pulled out his sword. The entire sword emitted a terrifying clear blue aura. He kept criticizing Hoa Tan Van. This indolent behavior of yours does not deserve to stay. My Cloud Sword sect will defeat you and become the new true disciple. Hoa Tan Van still let out a leisurely sigh. Sparks kept falling. He spoke softly. He didn't expect that my cultivation would make you so hateful. Duong just rushed forward. He swung the sword really hard. Blue streams swirled several times like a storm. Duong screamed loudly and rushed towards him. He still stood still like a statue, placing 2 fingers on his mouth, smiling at the corner of his mouth, muttering. Immediately a red circle like a protective circle surrounded him. The blue vortex of the sun rushed into his red protective circle. The atmosphere was extremely fierce because it was unknown who would win and who would lose. The temple opened its eyes wide in surprise. But his blue light was no match for the red circle of the fuchsia flower. The circle remained intact, the green gas evaporated away. The crowd standing and watching was in an uproar. What? The watchman standing there suddenly shouted loudly, his whole face full of anger. He was truly arrogant. The disciples of Tan Van Kiem's sect mainly use the sword to enter the path, invincible. The path of sword is the path of killing and punishment. He said angrily and pointed at Hoa Tan Van. You look at this Hoa Tan Van, making the turtle retract his head behind the spirit talisman. This action is the action of a sword cultivator, so why does he continue to criticize? I really lost face with my sword sect. The cheerleader standing next to him spoke indifferently. What the hall master meant was, my Cloud Sword sect can only practice the way of killing and punishing. Can't we have any intention of defending? If everyone was as reckless as you, our Cloud Sword sect would have perished long ago. The watchman's face darkened, his voice filled with anger, and he asked you, Ancient Hall Master, what do you mean? And Kiem standing next to him also looked displeased and said grumpily, if Tan Van chose to do so, of course there was a reason. As long as you can win, this is not important. Duong Duong stood outside the red protective circle, gritting his teeth to show his displeasure. Senior brother Hoa was a true disciple. When facing an inner disciple like me, I only dare to hide in the formation. He swung his sword with one hand and rushed forward, angrily shouting. This behavior was no different from a turtle. Hoa Tan Van used only 2 fingers to block the sharp sword tip of the sun. Red sparks scattered everywhere. Yang Yang was surprised. What? Hoa Tan Van said coldly, if you want to fight me head-on like that, then I will give you a chance. One onlooker lamented, oh, it's finally done. Another person continued, I'm about to fall asleep. The new puppet thought to himself, Senior brother Duong, go peacefully. Duong Tai laughed. Senior brother finally agreed to take action. He clasped his hands in front of him, bowed his head, and said to Hoa Tan Van, the previous words were a bit offensive, please don't take it to heart. Tan Van Flower emitted a black aura. Her mouth was still smiling, but her words were not happy at all. It was temporary, it was understandable. Of course I won't mind this little thing. Duong Duong smiled spontaneously, gently stroked the sword. Green vortexes appeared again like a hurricane. Then please give me some pointers. Hoa Tan Van smiled, and a fiery red spirit talisman appeared in her hand. The new puppet was surprised. What kind of thing was that? Why had he never seen it before? Unexpectedly, a small piece of spirit talisman would create a fiery space around him. Everyone wondered, could only this one spirit talisman release such spiritual energy? Both of them fought strongly, creating a terrifying and fiery atmosphere. But the sun sword quickly disappeared, leaving only his red fire burning brightly. He opened his face and thought in surprise, there's more than half left, how is that possible? Hoa Tan Van, having fought even harder, he pointed his finger at the tip of the knife and whirled it straight towards the sun, walking away. Yang Yang still didn't feel scared, he still ran forward, resolutely saying, take the risk. But he couldn't resist. Blood spurted out of his mouth, blood splattered everywhere. Standing in front of that powerful fire, he knew he had lost. The fire passed through his whole body, scorching his whole body. He collapsed and was thrown thousands of meters away. Yang opened her eyes in fear, her hair was singed and her clothes were flying away. He exhaled smoke and no longer knew what was happening. This. Everyone who witnessed that scene was extremely chaotic. Everyone covered their eyes in shame. As soon as Duong Duong calmed down from the embarrassing scene, he quickly ran away. Hoa Tan Van sighed, her voice depressed, I already told you, but you didn't listen to me. The third inner sect disciple was confused, scratched his head, and said tremblingly, I also wanted to choose senior brother Hoa as my challenger, but when the new puppet saw it, he could only sigh. The shout rang out, this match, Hoa Tan Van won. He smiled complacently, still coldly ending the match. Ah yeah, that was a bit too much, I hope it doesn't leave a lasting impression on his mind. The referee announced that in this fight, Hoa Tan Van won. He looked at the excited new puppet under the ring, continued to listen to the referee's announcement. Next, the new puppet chose the opponent to challenge. He stepped up and shouted loudly, "Senior brother Hoa, the battle just now was really good." He patted his shoulder to encourage him. "Try harder, pseudo junior brother." He stepped onto the stage. The referee announced again, inviting the newcomer to choose an opponent to challenge. He shouted loudly, "I want to challenge senior brother to a fight." The referee was surprised. An orange-haired inner sect disciple stepped onto the stage. Hoa Tan Van commented, "Oh, choose junior brother Lam, the top 3 true disciples from the bottom up." Disciple Lam hugged his fist to greet the new puppet. The new junior brother also greeted back, "Senior brother Lam." A sound rang out. Tan Van came here for a moment. Hoa Tan Van was surprised to realize, is the master calling me? He jumped up and flew to the stands. He landed on the ground to pay his respects to the hall masters and elders. He saw the elders with serious expressions. Cheer got straight to the point and asked, "Tan Van, what is the origin of the previous spirit talisman that you used?" He took out the talisman from his sleeve and offered it to him. The disciple was once in a secret realm, passed down by a senior, and was able to comprehend the talisman of the 100-flame dragon. He smiled and explained that the power that the talisman can release is closely related to the disciple's spiritual energy. In his heart, he secretly remembered the time when he angrily threatened the demon. Only these few pages were enough to quickly add more. He thought to himself, "In reality, my spiritual talisman is based on my own spiritual energy. To make a deal with the dead demon in exchange for many days ago, the power this magic spirit talisman can release is even comparable to the attack of the 4th stage of the Purple Palace." At that time, he held the talismans and said, "As long as we use these spirit talismans in battle, we can win 2 games without shedding blood, successfully entering the top 20 rankings." He continued thinking, without being defeated, if the sect doubts its strength, it can also complete the agreement with the master. At this time, Che looked at the spirit talisman and wondered. It was an ancient inheritance. Eldera said, "No wonder we can't recognize the effectiveness of this spirit talisman. The rune you see on it is an ancient pattern." Elder B continued, "It is truly incredibly magical." Dong Kang is unpleasantly called, Hoa Tan Van. He asked, "What advice does the hall master have?" He said, "As a disciple of Tan Van's sword sect, the method you used was talisman formation. Isn't your victory a bit glorious?" He smiled and replied, "This is nothing short of a glorious victory, because this great Baizong sect does not restrict the use of any foreign objects, so these methods of the disciples are all within the rules for permission." He asked, "Could it be that the sect master is doubting the rules that the sect master has set forth?" He shouted in disapproval, "Humph, based on that evil way, let me see how far you can go." The sword stopped. "Okay, master of the hall." He said, "Tan Van, if this spirit talisman is an inheritance that you got in the secret realm, then we won't ask any more questions. You go down. Next match, try harder." He held his fist and replied, thanking the sect master. The disciple would like to take his leave, secretly praising in his heart, "Sect master did a good job. Next time add a few bags of tea leaves." After a while, he returned to the battlefield to observe the match. The referee announced that the match was over. The new puppet lost. Hoa Tan Van thought to himself, even though junior brother lost, but the strength he competed for was unfold. He looked at him surrounded by everyone and continued to think, afraid that he was no longer far away from a true disciple. The referee announced again. The inner disciples ended the challenge. Next, the draw for the true disciples competition was conducted. O1 Team A played against O1 Team B. He looked at the lottery ticket and whispered, "I am 23rd of Team B." He thought again, "Judging from this number, it won't be my turn to fight for a while." The matches still take place. Hoa Tan Van calmly watched the match. The referee announced, "The next match, Wien Nguyat Duong Kun Nyan, played against." He thought in surprise, when he heard the referee's next announcement, "The mirror hides the road, the music makes the heart." The intersect disciples were excitedly whispering, "Oh, it was a big deal," finally waiting for senior sister Nok to go into battle. The disciples shouted in unison, "Music for the sword, music for the heart." Hoa Tan Van thought with her chin in her hands, junior sister Nok's popularity is still very high. There were also disciples shouting, Kuk Nyan, Kuk Nyan. He remembered the person whose name was called and thought to himself, there were quite a few people shouting Kuk Nyan's name. Kuk Nyan was rumored to be a great beauty. No, the few true disciples followed her, he thought dejectedly. These male disciples were so excited. Could it be that they couldn't wait to see two beauties fight? Someone shouted loudly, it's coming, it's the Swallow Song. Wien Nguyen Duan Kuk Nyan. Top 6 Tian Vang. Purple Palace Level 4 stepped onto the fighting stage. A blue light suddenly appeared on the stage. Someone shouted loudly, Senior Sister Nok, the eldest disciple has arrived. Hidden Mirror of the Music Hall. Sword Heart, top 1 of the Heavenly Pride, the 5th rank of the Purple Palace stepped onto the stage. She opened her golden eyes. Hoa Tan Van frowned and realized, oh, Junior Sister Nok's sword intent is stronger, and her cultivation level has also improved. Lam Dong said, the strength of Sword Heart has increased again. Dong Khan replied, but Kun Nyan's strength is not to be underestimated. Her illusory sword technique is a combination of magic and sword technique, unpredictable, and strong. Fairy Nguyet Tam asked, Sect Leader, what do you think the outcome of this match will be? Huan Qian replied, the two of them are both top talented young men, but currently the level of Sword Tam is high. Then the Swallow, I think, within half a stick of incense, we can probably decide victory or defeat. The referee shouted loudly. The match started. Kuk Nok mobilized purple spiritual energy and said, Junior Sister Nok, it was a year ago when we fought. Nok Kiem Tam replied, Senior Sister Kuk, long time no see. Song drew her sword. Purple spiritual energy like lightning surrounded her body. She said, last time we fought a total of 133 moves. I was defeated by one sword. Since then, I have practiced diligently. My strength is different from before. She used the illusory moon cluster sword technique. A series of clones appeared. She shouted loudly, hoping that today she could see her junior sister's stronger sword technique. Nok Kiem Tam raised his sword. She held the hilt. Then she drew her sword. Blue light flashed. Then she turned around and walked down the stage. Someone shouted loudly and asked, Sword music, the match is not over yet, where do you want to go? Suddenly, a series of sword lights flashed, slashing all the clones of the song. She knocked the music down and dropped her sword. She trembled and said, I admit defeat. Guang Kuk Nyan was stunned as he witnessed all his afterimages shatter in the air. She had a pained expression on her face, her eyebrows were tightly furrowed, she looked at her hands that were constantly trembling alone. Even though she couldn't accept the reality, she still had to confirm that I lost, already. After saying that, she fell down right on the stage. The sword music didn't care about her at this time. She just turned her back and coldly said, I've given up. Everyone who witnessed this scene became excited. What happened? Why did Sister Kun Yan directly admit defeat? Observing them from above, there were two men. The one with long hair spoke first, summoning his brother with a sword just now. Did you see? The short red-haired man next to him immediately replied, just relying on a beam of light quickly cut off all afterimages, and Junior Sister Nok's level of swordsmanship had taken another step forward. He said in a highly critical voice, in addition to this, Junior Sister Nok also tapped dozens of times on Junior Sister Kuk Nyan's sword, causing the spiritual energy to flow backwards, causing her to lose her grip. It turns out that the backgrounds of these two people are not ordinary, so they have such an accurate comment. That long-haired man is the chief disciple of Lu Van Duang Gang Duang. In the top 3 of the Heavenly Pride rankings, he is still looked down at his mouth and said, because of that, the spirit sword in Junior Sister Kuk Nyan's hand fell and automatically admitted defeat. And the man next to Gang Du is the senior disciple of Tan Van Kiem Tong Cheu Tien Lok. In the top 2 of the Heavenly Pride rankings, he replied to his brother, to be exact, he knocked 20 to 30 times, specifically how many times we cannot see clearly. At this moment, Hoa Tan Van raised her hand and gently pressed her cheek, eliminating the overwhelming afterimage. He closed one eye while he was still speaking, then used 23 swords in succession to destroy the aura in Kuk Nyan's sword. Thinking back to the scene at that time, he couldn't help but exclaim, worthy of being the leader of a true disciple, I only left her with a sword mark and was able to comprehend the original path of the sword. It was truly beyond compare, often. Hoa Tan Van smiled proudly, looking at how excited those hall masters and elders were. The scene immediately changed to where the two hall masters and elders were wide-eyed, exclaiming in surprise, I didn't see wrong, right? Landong became more excited, was that the sword's original path just now? He asked but didn't know where it came from, so he answered himself, yes, that's for sure. How old is the sword heart? I'm afraid it's been less than 20 years of training. Those who cheered and witnessed the match also praised this small girl with exceptional talent. Her future is unlimited. The so-called original Great Path of the Sword and Sword is among the 3,000 Great Paths. In the entire Kangyuan world, there are tens of thousands of cultivators of the 9th level of the Death Palace, but among them, one can comprehend the thorough path, from stepping into a fairyland is extremely rare. Hua Qingyun looked at Wen Zhen's direction with a smile. Countless monks were constantly entering and exiting dangerous forbidden areas for the sake of a single scimitar, just to gain a little insight from which they attained enlightenment. Sect Master, heaven, it is difficult for the whole world to find such a rich person. If they are willing to cultivate him, the Van Kiem sect will have an heir, and the future is worth looking forward to. After hearing that, he immediately laughed out loud. Haha, my Van Kiem sect can have a disciple with such talent. In the future, he will definitely become stronger and stronger. When this competition is over, I will personally go find him, find the heart to ask how she cultivated. Just then, we were chatting happily with the sect master, but now Hoa Tan Van has a sullen face sitting in the air, looking at the clock dejectedly. Can we finish the match today? I'm almost at the end of my shift. When a pair has just finished the match and is tired of walking out of the ring, it is time for the new pair to be called up, next inviting disciple number 23 to come forward, save the road and the mountain music. As soon as the host read the name of this match, his face suddenly darkened, and in his mouth he muttered, fighting Lu Van Duong, Hoa Tan Van, again, it was that man again. The man with tan skin became angry and clenched his teeth as if he was the Mandarin. He jumped down to the ring without fear from above. Uwan Sun Nok is the second disciple of Lu Van Duong, in the top 13 of the second level of Bantian Hao Tu Palace. As soon as he landed, he showed an unpleasant face, looking at Hoa Tan Van with eyes that couldn't be more terrifying. Seeing that, Hoa Tan Van began to feel a headache, thinking in her heart, completely unexpected, this first match would be against her senior brother, still ranked 13th in the Tian Arrogance table. But he still jumped down to face Quan Sun Nok gently and confidently. When the host saw that they were on the floor, he immediately shouted. The contest began. Quan Sun Nok did not rush to attack and release his anger, but instead asked, have your talismans been arranged yet? Hoa Tan Van replied, words, it's done. Quan Sun Nok continued to show an irritated expression before the fight. Since the day I joined Lu Van Duong, I have made up my mind to revive Lu Van Duong to become the number one in the Tan Van sword sect. He spoke in a rather gentle tone. Normally my requirements for the disciples are very strict. I only hope that the disciples of Lu Van Duong can try their best to practice, and help some of their strength to Lu Van Duong. Speaking of this, he became angry and raised a heavy hammer towards Hoa Tan Van to scold him. But you, a true disciple of Lu Van Duong, not only did not try hard, but also dragged Lu Yun Duong into becoming lazy. Hearing that, Hoa Tan Van immediately had a thought in her mind, hoping to achieve something great. Why do I feel like you care more than your master? Then he calmly gave his opinion. Senior brother, I admire your spirit very much, but I cannot put your will on others. 8 hours is the rule of my life, not as lazy. You must know that in this world, besides cultivation and work, there are many meaningful things that people can pursue and experience. Thinking back to my past with sadness, this is something that I had to pay a very high price to realize. I hope you can understand. Although the words were very gentle and easy to understand, they entered people's hearts, but now the mountain mandarin doesn't care and just wants to deal with this lazy person. Hoa Tan Van has come to this point and you still make excuses, even does not want to use swordsmanship to fight. On the contrary, he still hopes to commit to evil ways. He immediately shot up and created a blue-colored power, his mouth still saying, now I will break your talisman formation, making you understand clearly. The Cloud Sword sect uses my body to wield the sword, using the sword to enter the path. Holding the weapon in his hand, he slammed it down with all the hatred contained in his heart. The way of swordsmanship is the ultimate goal that our disciples pursue. According to the force of Quan Sun Nok's attack, an area of crystallized green ice was created. Everyone who witnessed it was surprised. This sword was so powerful. The power of this sword could be compared to the 5th level of the Death Palace. Hoa Tan Van is currently trapped in a pile of ice and snow, not knowing whether he will live or die. Some people say, this Hoa Tan Van, it seems that it is about to be swept away by the waves. It is just a spirit palace that can survive until now, already so lucky. The ice block surrounding the Tan Van flower is now gradually showing cracks. The ice patches gradually separated. Hoa Tan Van smiled brightly, but the match host did not let the idea that Hoa Tan Van could not escape, so he began to announce, the competition is over. The winner of this match is... Before he could finish speaking, Hoa Tan Van broke the ice blocks. As soon as he escaped, he praised, worthy of being a brother officer, the power of this sword is beyond my expectations. He thought to himself, this guy is truly a stubborn person. Seeing the miracle before everyone's eyes, everyone was extremely surprised. Even Quan Sun Nok couldn't hide his surprise. A single sword with all my strength could only cut the formation into pieces. I couldn't hurt him, not even a little bit. He thought so in his heart, but on the outside he still remained calm. The talisman you used, the defensive effect was a bit stronger than I imagined, but now the talisman has dissipated. You want to fight honestly, face me or surrender directly. Qing Yun's hand raised around what appeared to be sheets of dark yellow paper, with calligraphy on them. He said, I originally wanted to surrender directly. Using his 2 index fingers to hold a piece of paper, his eyes turned cold and he declared, but I'm sorry, we have to win this match. Quan Sun Nok immediately threatened, since your formation has been taken over by me once, there will be a second time. His expression was a bit worried, but he still spoke boldly. These spirit talismans are not easy to create. I advise you to save a little. When the spirit talisman slowly passed over his face, he immediately opened his eyes wide as if he realized something. Hoa Tan Van now had a calm expression. The talisman just now was just the basic version. There are countless spiritual talismans created by Qing Yun flowers. They fly everywhere, gradually forming a large blue bridge containing many spiritual talismans inside. When Quan Sun Nok saw this scene, he couldn't help but be so scared that he couldn't help but bleed. Hoa Tan Van said with cold eyes, asking for advice from senior brother. The formation created by the Qing Yun flower is really huge. It is so big and tall, Quan Sun Nok has to raise his eyes to see it all. Confidence and calmness no longer reigned on his face, replaced by a panicked, worried expression. Everyone around also became excited. What is this? Where did he get so many spirit talismans? Everyone was shocked. Was this the big guy who downloaded the game? Quan Sun Nok's teeth were clenched tightly at this time. He threw a sword to break the formation. The ice blocks collided with the formation, creating a huge impact. The talisman formation is currently empty, causing a few spiritual talismans to be lost. The people eating melons outside could not help but discuss this fascinating story. Some people said that in front of them there was only a talisman formation made up of dozens of talismans, and Quan Sun Nok had to use all his strength to be able to do it. The light broke. The person next to him immediately added, now it is so dense, almost forming a wall of steel. How strong must the attack be to break through? Lam Dong, observing from above, also said his feelings, and at the same time used many such spiritual talismans. His expression seemed quite worried. Could he only rely on his spiritual power to support him? Dong Khan's heart was equally uneasy. He must have eaten a medicinal pill or some kind of treasure to supplement his spiritual energy. In contrast to their worried mood, Ong Kiem smiled slightly, his heart filled with thoughts. He really did not expect that the sect would be changed by the organization to change its rules this time, but instead, Qing Yun would change its rules, rely on this method to take advantage of loopholes. The exciting match made the cheerleaders fall into contemplation. From the beginning, they relied on the bamboo formation to protect their body, deliberately not revealing their complete formation. This time they lured Quan Sun Nok to use a magic formation, attack with full force. He knew about Hoa Tan Van's plan. After consuming a large amount of spiritual energy, he sacrificed a complete talisman formation. From then on, he no longer needed to worry about being attacked by Quan Sun Nok. This thought of yours is actually very reasonable, but it doesn't make you completely think that you guessed right. You just think, could it be that everything is in his calculations? Coming here, the cheerleader smiled slightly. Because of the agreement with me, Tan Van rarely risked his life like that. The teacher was really happy. But these two people are both his disciples, so anyone fails. That day, they didn't want to see it. Hoa Tan Van's complete talisman was too strong. It caused Quan Sun Nok to collapse. His breathing became rapid, his hand still clinging to his weapon. His face was angry and he thought to himself, hateful. The talisman of the Tan Van flower was flawless after the attack with great spiritual power from Quan Sun Nok. Seeing this, he was not willing, clenched his fist and punched the floor. His mood was extremely bad. Even if he used up all his spiritual energy, he could not destroy that formation. This situation puts him in a deadlock where he can only accept defeat. After listening, the match host immediately announced that this time Lu Van Duong Hoa Tan Van won the contest. Hoa Tan Van immediately recovered all her spiritual talismans and talismans. He was not arrogant, but smiled kindly, bowed to Quan Sun Nok and said, "Senior brother Quan has yielded." But his response was just a cold snort full of hate, and Quan Sun Nok turned around and left. Before he left, he turned his head and said, "The intensity of this talisman formation of yours, for monks of the 3-worm level and above, only needs to be successfully focused on one point to be able to break it." He used the tone of his senior to warn him that the same trick would not work for other disciples the second time. Quan's son Nok sighed, I have lost to you, I have no right to say these words. He turned his head and glanced at Hoa Tan Van before continuing, people who only rely on this talisman formation will have a hard time going far, I just hope you have another unturned card that can make Lu Van Duong move into the front rank. Hoa Tan Van was quite surprised by his words, her expression stiffened a bit, senior brother. After saying what he wanted to say, Quan's son Nok was not there and immediately left. Hoa Tan Van bowed, thanking senior brother Quan for his guidance. Recalling Quan's son Nok's words before the start of the match, Hoa Tan Van also felt that senior brother Quan's statement was a bit of a harsh reproach. I think he has good intentions, but ranking is just a nuisance to me. What I want in this life is just a simple life. Hoa Tan Van then jumped out of the ring and prepared to leave. At this moment, he accidentally heard everyone's noisy discussion. This victory was not very brilliant. Immediately there was a sympathetic opinion. That's right, a sword hasn't come out yet. How does that make sense? Hoa Tan Van wasn't angry, just secretly smiled. Haha, I knew there would be such a reaction. Hoa Tan Van no longer cared about the next matches or the crowd's words. He went to a quiet place and sat quietly under a tree. This scene was caught by Nok Kiem Tong. She wondered why senior brother Hoa used the spirit talisman. Suddenly, a call came from somewhere. Junior sister Nok, hearing the sword music, reflexively turned around. That voice came from a true disciple of the hidden realm, Laha. She walked closer to the music sword sect and said with a somewhat sarcastic tone, the battle just now, I don't think it was very brilliant, right? Sword music was quite bewildered to hear her ask like that, not very bright. Her face became more serious, using an interrogative tone. Sir, how could you say that? Nok Kiem sect immediately clarified to Hoa Tan Van that in this competition, the sect master had long established rules that did not limit any methods, as long as they could win. She gradually became angry, looked straight into Laha's face and said sternly, senior brother Hoa relied on his bravery to win, there was nothing brilliant about it. Luo Ha became scared. She thought to herself, I just randomly found someone to talk to. Junior sister Nok's reaction was too big, right? But being scolded at such a distance, she was not willing to argue back. But as a disciple of my Van Kiem sect, I didn't even use a single sword move. It was too much to avoid. Hearing this argument from Luo Ha, the Yue Kiem sect was so angry that it turned into a laugh, who said that our Tan Van Kiem sect can only rely on swords to enter the Tao. As far as I know, the second elder stepped into the heavenly realm to borrow money, win Chi Great Path. Laha looked dejected, clasped his hands behind his back and listened to the sword music while speaking in a cool posture, the reason why senior brother Hoa didn't use his sword. Having said this, she suddenly put her hands on someone's face, her eyes sparkling with pride and said, because no one can force him to use his sword. Looking at her smiling stupidly while screaming, she secretly thought what's wrong with junior sister music. She couldn't help but doubt in her heart that as the top disciple of the sect, she was always harsh towards the other lazy disciples, always not looking straight. But when it comes to the top lazy disciple of the Hoa Tan Van sect, she always protects the other. There's something wrong with junior music today. At this moment, there was a scream from afar, causing the two girls to turn around in surprise, asking why did you act so cruelly? Even the Tan Van Flower sitting on one side to calm his mind was surprised. Returning to the scene of the arena at this time, there is a person with long hair lying in a large pool of blood, with a rather long sword stabbed in the chest. Standing there looking at the body was a man with long black hair around whom some purple magic appeared. He was a true disciple of the Van Tang dynasty, ranked 33rd on the Heavenly Arrogance rankings. Before this scene, he just looked at him with an indifferent look and a cruel smile. Hoa Tan Van quickly went to the place where the incident occurred. His face immediately became tense, thinking to himself, great bisect this time, although there is no restriction on any fighting conditions. He stood high up looking at the pool of bright red blood on the floor, but there was also a strict rule, he absolutely must not harm his fellow students. Below the place where the incident occurred, the man frowned and looked at Zhao Rui and shouted loudly, Zhao Rui, what have you done? He immediately bowed to show that he did not mean it, asking for the elder's attention. Zhao Rui's cunning eyes spoke every cruel word. Once my swordsmanship broke out, I couldn't take it back, which led to accidentally killing this disciple. Fan Tian Luong could not hide his worry on his face. He said, this disciple's previous sword could instantly burst out the power of the 5th level Purple Palace. Why did the ancient hall master first? I have never heard of Lu Van Duong having such disciples. Hearing him ask that, the cheerleader immediately answered, this millionaire child had gone out to search for the secret world a year ago. It wasn't until last month that I broke through the secret realm and returned to the sect. I didn't expect that my cultivation level would rise from the Purple Palace level to the 5th level. Speaking of which, he hypothesized, could it be that he had acquired some great inheritance in the secret realm? Zhao Rui's actions are a big deal that even a leader like One Gen must pay attention to. That sword just now is an ancient spiritual technique. If the surrounding spiritual energy reaches a point, then it is released. This magic releases extremely powerful attack power, but the drawback is that it is difficult to control the force through oneself. Hoa Tan Van spoke at this moment, summoning the elder. This battle was definitely not intentional by this disciple. Then the order rang out, quickly arrange Do Kao's body. The subordinates replied in unison, yes, sect leader. When Zhen spoke up to dispel the confusion in everyone's hearts, Du Gu did not have enough strength. He forced himself to fight and was unintentionally killed by Summon Rui. Please be careful, the sword is the way of killing. Ing added that if his strength is not enough, he should quickly surrender. As soon as these words fell, the disciples below were extremely frightened. At this time, Nok Kien Tong and Duong Laha also quickly arrived to scout the situation. As soon as he landed, Laha's face became unsightly. Oh, in the past great sects, there were people who tried too hard because of exhaustion of their spiritual energy, and even didn't care about their own lives and died fighting. Fight. Nok Kien Tong also immediately said, yes, but most of the time, the hall master and the deacon elders who were watching by the side were able to take action in time. She didn't expect that something unexpected would actually happen today. Zhao Rui's eyes glanced down at this moment, carrying a smile. He slowly dragged the bloody sword along with his footsteps. Followed by a somewhat gloomy smile, it seemed he was not sorry or sad because he accidentally killed his fellow sect. Hoa Tan Van also felt something strange at this time. Was it an illusion? Just now it seemed like he felt a bit of hidden energy on his body. Because the previous incident had created great psychological pressure for the remaining true disciples, the next match, even though everyone had great moves, only stopped there. Round 1 ended, the swordsman spoke, 55 true disciples were quickly screened further, a total of 28 people successfully entered the second round, congratulating the disciples on their promotion. Moving on to the next round, second round draw. All 28 disciples reached out to receive their votes. Hoa Tan Van received the vote in her hand and silently thought, if we just win this match, we will enter the top 12. He held the ticket tightly in his hand while his mind was still filled with thoughts. This way, he could complete his contract with his master. He only needed to lose naturally in the third round and then withdraw. At this time, the host also spoke. The second round of competition began. Lu Van Duong Zhao Rui fought Nebula Duong Van Tu Tan. Hearing these two names, the disciples below were immediately excited. Someone said, how do you feel about winning or losing this match? I think maybe senior brother Van won. He is also the star. Nebula Tang's swordsmanship level is extremely high. That person immediately refuted his opinion. I don't think so. I heard that senior brother Zhao Rui is now at the 5th level of the Purple Palace, and still has the upper inheritance. Gu's strength is only strong, not weak. Van Tu Tan in this match, the person belonging to the top 5 of the 4th level of the Tian Tian Ao Tu Palace, the top disciple of Tin Van Duong, stood in front of Zhao Rui with a friendly smile. Zhao Rui, before today I could not have known you. To be precise, in the top 10 schools, everyone else is nothing in my eyes. He winked and pointed forward, then said complacently, come, you are new, I allow you to make the first move. Seeing this scene, everyone below immediately howled incessantly, Senior Brother Van, come on, Senior Brother Van, please teach him a lesson. Seeing that, Hoa Tan Van couldn't help but mock, since this guy entered the ring, he hasn't had a single pose repeated. Being confident is a good thing, but being careful to act cool won't make you a jerk. Zhao Rui firmly held the sword in her hand. When she heard the words spoken by Van Tu Tan, she burst out laughing, ha ha Senior Brother, then please be careful. After this warning, he rushed towards the city, making him feel that it was too fast. Before this attack, Van Tu Tan's eyes closed tightly. Then there is the collision of two great powers, one is a bright pink red, the other is a gloomy purple. Zhao Rui's sword still advances. But Van Tu Tan blocked him with his sword. At this moment, he was still able to smile. However, there was a stream of red blood flowing from his mouth. Everyone was panicking. What? Senior Brother Van was injured. Some people were so surprised that they couldn't believe it. Was that attack so powerful? Van Tu Tan swung a sword to push Zhao Rui away. As he wiped the blood from his lips, he said, I have underestimated you a bit. Zhao Rui looked at him with emotionless eyes and only felt strange. He could still stand still. Hoa Tan Van observed the match and immediately commented, "This Van Tu Tan is smarter than I imagined, using arrogance and arrogance as protection." In fact, he used words to lure summons to make the first move, but he didn't say he couldn't stop it. It was as if Hoa Tan Van had read Van Tu Tan's thoughts. In a prepared situation, he relied on the nebula sword technique to release sky-high power and spread it into the air, blocking most of the power of a sword just now. At this time, Van Tu Tan added spiritual energy to the sword, while talking about distracting Zhao Rui's attention. "This sword is not bad, but your movements are already understood by me." He was exactly as Hoa Tan Van thought, using the nebula sword technique to spread into the air. Next is the use of Tin Hai with relatively large destructive power. Everyone was in awe and quickly wondered, is it over? Hoa Tan Van's expression became serious, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. Suddenly his eyes opened wide in surprise, a thought arose in his heart, and he made up his mind forever. On the stage at this time was a terrible amount of spiritual pressure with a dark purple color crashing straight into the floor, creating clouds of white smoke. And all these things are created by the descendants. At this moment, Van Tu Tan can only close his eyes in resignation. Under my ultimate move, can he still counterattack? He suddenly flew up. Then he launched an attack, still strong, but it was useless. Zhao Rui didn't panic, he just smiled devilishly. Then easily broke the Cloud 2 Citadel's shield to his amazement. Only now did he feel afraid of this person. This guy's hidden strength was gone. Van Tu turned into a panicked expression looking at the great power about to attack him. Perhaps it came from Do Kao's fear and obsession with death, so when he was about to be attacked, he had time to say, "I admit defeat." At this moment, all the spiritual pressure was dispersed, even though they had not harmed the cloud, but it was enough to make him fall backwards. This side summoner has also regained his strength. A streak of bright red blood was flowing on Van Tu Tan's face. Feeling his serum continuously falling made Van Tu Tan a little surprised. Not only him but also everyone standing below observing the match couldn't help but panic. Zhao Rui now held the sword and stood in front of Van Tu Tan, who was still sitting on the floor before he could stand up. He said with a voice full of arrogance, "I've given up, senior brother." The atmosphere now became gloomy, the entire auditorium was silent as a sheet. Seeing this match, he spoke up with a serious expression, "The strength of this Zhao Rui, could it be that strong? That sword just now, the power was already comparable to the 8th level Purple Palace." The busy conversation was joined by Lam Dong. The boy looked down and said, "But if he stopped, it means he didn't mean to hurt others. What happened before was probably real, is a misunderstanding." Hoa Tan Van couldn't stop thinking about this person. That sword just now, he really wanted to use his life to cultivate. His expression at this moment really seemed not right, his eyebrows were tightly furrowed, carrying many thoughts. Thinking back to the scene just now, he became even more confused, but in the end he withdrew his killing intent and stopped the spirit sword very clearly. He did not rush to act as if he had another purpose. He began to doubt this person. Could it be related to the demonic energy on his body? Did he collude with the demon sect? There were some ripples in his heart that immediately calmed down because of his thoughts, but he was just a level 5 Death Palace monk, and in front of him, the Hall Master and the Elder who ascended to the fairyland were nothing more than an ant. "Even if the sky falls, it won't be my turn." At this moment, the leader of the match spoke up. The next match, the Blue Heart Duang Duang fought together. The card in Hoa Tan Van's hand also glowed along with the echoing voice, competing with Hoa Tan Van's Lu Van Tang. Hearing the two names in the upcoming battle, the watchman glanced at them and said with a sarcastic tone, "Sorry, old Hall Master, this disciple of yours seems like I can only stop here." In response to the teasing, this person cheered silently and did not bother to argue with him. The reason he is such an attitude is because he also feels in his heart, what he said is right. Relying on Tan Van's level 8 spiritual palace level when facing a team fight, there is no chance of winning. On the floor, at this time, there were two people present. Hoa Tan Van saw that his fellow combatant had just landed and bowed down politely to greet him, asking his fellow combatant brother to give him more instructions. His companion's face was not friendly at all. He put his hands on his hips and said in an arrogant tone, "The person who relies on these talismans and has persisted until now is worthy of my pointing out. Is he strong? Mouth and look down on others like that because he is in the top 4 of the 5th stage of the Heavenly Proud Prince Palace, and is the top disciple of Lam Tam Hall." Hua Qingyun also knew clearly what kind of background this person had. In this battle, the last time the Big Bat sect had entered the inner circle, unfortunately, under the hands of the Nok Kim sect, many disciples thought that the strength of the fellow combatant was no less than millions of heavenly fortunes and rivers. When the match leader saw that they were on the floor, he announced that the competition would begin. As soon as he heard the command, his teammates said, "You are not worthy of fighting with me at all. If you don't want to get hurt, I advise you to hurry up," quickly surrendering. Hoa Tan Van had already created a formation and spoke with a rather confident voice, "If you don't try, how will you know?" The fellow soldiers rushed forward with a smirk on their faces. "This turtle shell that cannot be moved, my sword can easily destroy." After that sentence, a sword flew straight to attack the talisman of the Qing Yun flower. When the watchman saw the correct move of his comrades in arms, he was happy and proud. Victory and defeat were clear. The attack force of the comrades was not affected at all. This not only surprised him, but also surprised the rest of the soup. The talisman of Tan Van flower was not simply a shield fixed in one place, but it had turned into a ball floating in the air. Everyone who witnessed it was surprised. What? How did he do that? Can do? Nak Kiem Tong was also quite surprised. Because the city formation needed to connect with the power of heaven and earth, it had to stay still in place to be able to defend firmly. She pretended to cough lightly and emphasized, "But senior brother Nok's magic ball could move so flexibly and quickly." Behind the calm expression, she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Looking at her expression, her daughter seemed to be thinking, where did he get the talisman? She had never heard of it or seen it. This musical sword tone gradually fell into contemplation. "I didn't expect senior brother Nok to hide it so carefully." In addition to swordsmanship, he also had such deep research into talisman formations. As expected, I will never catch up with him. His comrades were startled by this. He looked up and said in an annoyed tone, "Where are we going?" Then he used his chain to perform the blue heart sword technique combined with the magic spell. At this moment, Hoa Tan Van suddenly reached out outside the talisman. He reached out and grabbed the fluttering spiritual talisman, then directly attacked the magic power of his comrades. This collision created a bright light that made everyone panic. "What's going on? Why can't you see any more?" quickly chant silently. The comrades frantically launched small things with sharp angles that were probably darts. Just as he raised his arm, a sharp arrow pierced his arm, causing a large amount of bright red blood to flow out. At this moment, his comrades quickly used his other hand to hold the arm that was constantly bleeding. He shouted angrily, "You despicable villain, you dare to use a hidden weapon to plot against me." At this moment, Hoa Tan Van appeared, twirled the spirit talisman around her finger and asked in a seductive tone, "What do you say? This move of mine is a heavenly girl's sword technique in Lu Van. This is the righteous path of swordsmanship, brilliant and brilliant." At this moment, Cheer's face immediately darkened. His smile also became distorted. "You rotten boy, when did I have this kind of sword technique in Lu Van swordsmanship?" Hoa Tan Van continued to talk, "And you took advantage of the smoke to throw out many hidden weapons. This act of sneak attack is too unsightly. Didn't you just say that you wanted to solve me with a sword? Didn't expect that your swordsmanship was also cannot be used." The fellow combatant disagreed and immediately objected. "Obnoxious, it was clearly the one who threw it first." The two of them kept arguing like children, making everyone around them 3 parts helpless and 7 parts like 3. Nak Kiem Tong's eyes were bright. Looking at her expression, one could see that she was in an extremely happy mood. Senior brother Hoa also knew how to use hidden weapons. Duong Laha witnessed her 1001 expressions and could only look at her with light, judgmental eyes. Lam Dong, standing next to Dong Khan, deliberately coughed lightly to get his attention in order to sarcasm. "Didn't Master Dong say that our Tan Van Kiem sect disciples should use their bodies to transform into swords and use swords to enter the Tao? Why do even fellow combatants have to use these foreign objects?" Dong Khan's whole body stiffened, trying to raise the corner of his mouth to defend his disciple. "This fellow combatant brat is all in on winning these foreign objects. It's just a supplement." He gradually lost his temper and became angry. If he really wanted to win or lose, he still had to rely on swordsmanship. Hoa Tan Van has already firmly grasped this game in hand. "Damn, this kid, just shouting from afar, is trying to use his voice to find out where I am. But don't forget, you will also let me know where I am. Reveal your position, you idiot." As for fighting together, he continued to attack with swordplay and magic. Watching the match, suddenly felt happy and satisfied. It was over. But then his face stiffened immediately, that is. Around his comrade's body were yellow chains wrapped all over his body. He struggled and screamed, "You tricked me." Hoa Tan Van just smiled slightly. The sound echoed around. What happened? Right when the comrades were most panicked, Hoa Tan Van saw the opportunity to point her sword at the back of his neck, speaking in a provocative tone, "Useless." Then he put the sword on his shoulder and placed it on the bronze war treasure. This talisman formation, even if it was facing a 5th-level Death Palace monk, could still be locked for about 3 minutes. The corner of his lips curled up, his voice became strangely dangerous. Now there's only 1 minute left. If you don't want to surrender, I can only make you suffer. I don't know where the sword came from and stopped between the knees of my comrade. That was the final boss that caused my teammates to quickly raise their hands and admit defeat, in endless panic. When the match leader received this news, he immediately announced that the winner of this competition was Hoatan van Lu Van Duong. At the same time, he also took back the talisman that was binding his fellow combatants. This result made everyone stir, not believing what was happening before their eyes. Had the battle been lost? Why did the Qingyun flower appear there? Where did this formation come from? Million Tian Lok, who was observing the entire match, said that although there was an element of luck, the 8th-level spiritual palace defeated the 5th-level child and father. His eyes did not move away from Hoatan Van. This achievement was enough to arrogate the sect. Giangdu heard this comment and immediately objected. Luckily, I'm not sure, since the beginning of the fight, my comrades were deceived. Zhao Tianlok heard this and immediately turned to look at Jiangdu. Oh, I want listen for details. Giangdu immediately understood that just after the fight, junior brother Tan Van had already begun to set up a formation, causing his comrades to fall into a state of disdain for the enemy. After that, junior brother Tan Van carefully spread spiritual curtains to cover the entire arena. First, use words to provoke and stimulate the opponent so that the opponent does not discover that he has hidden the talisman in the hidden weapon. While throwing hidden weapons while linking up with fellow combatants, secretly arrange the binding array around themselves. The second is to take advantage of magical powers to create sounds in the formation and deliberately reveal one's position. Let his comrades think that he was still in the formation, luring his comrades into launching an ineffective attack, but he took advantage of the smoke screen and followed the sound to escape to his comrade's position. After hearing this, Zhao Tianlok immediately said, such a strategy is definitely not available to all ordinary people. If junior brother Hoa's cultivation base was a little stronger, it would be an extreme threat to us, big period. Giangdu heard this and softly spoke about his cultivation level. Pausing for a moment, he suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, I'm afraid it's not as simple as it seems. Lam Dong below seemed excited about this match. Even though he knew there was a fight next to him, he still did not hesitate to speak loudly. Using weakness to overcome strength, the combination of talismans and formations was a way to take advantage of the enemy's opportunity. Planning the whole match, great. He was already unhappy to hear these words and immediately became angry. He was not willing, so he sarcastically said, it's just a trick. If his comrades were not negligent, how could he lose? Yes. At this time, Fan Tian Luong turned to his side and said, Guhal Master, Lu Van Tang, you guys are truly Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Before it was Zhao Rui, now it's Hoatan Van. This compliment made the cheerleaders laugh, proud. Haha, it's just normal performance. The match continued to take place, and the next match was due to Hidden Mirrors of Duong Nak Kiem Tong and Lam Nguyat Duong Lam Tan Nguyat. As soon as they saw Nak Kiem Tong appear, everyone screamed excitedly, oh, knock knock. Her opponent standing opposite her spoke first, Junior Sister Nok, arguing that my strength is not as good as yours. This time the opponent of the Nak Kiem sect is Lam Tan Nguyat, a member of the top 8 of the Heavenly Pride rankings, the top disciple of Lam Nguyat Tang, with a serious expression on his face. But as a sword cultivator, I always have the will to constantly move forward. Nak Kiem Tong's face was calm, as if she didn't care, just casually replied, using all her strength to fight until the end. His whole body emitted a blue light, even his pupils changed color. He pointed straight at the sword. No, what I mean is, in order to win, Dad will use all means to defeat the music sister. Looking at his pupils, everyone was surprised, cheering worriedly. What? That kid had swallowed the divine broken pill. This pill can increase the spiritual power of a monk to nearly 50%, but even if you win, you will still be hurt because of it. He said cautiously, could it be that Lam Tan Nguyat wants, and Kim understands what Che wants to say, so right when she hesitates, he continues, he wants to use the sword to enter the path, step to the 5th stage of Purple Palace. If you want to reach the 5th level of Purple Palace, you must have a prerequisite, which is to have an overview and concept of your own path of cultivation. Taking the sword cultivator as an example, one must definitely comprehend the sword intention, and on this basis, touching the original shape of the great path of the sword, countless monks who have been stuck in the 4th stage of the Purple Mansion all their lives cannot step by step. A large number can go from the 9th level of Purple Palace to the 1st level of immortality. Hoatan Van stood there watching and had to sigh deeply, risking his life to enter the religion like that. He was really curious, faced with this situation, what would Junior Music choose? Below the stage, Lam Tan Nguyat has unleashed the move Lam Ling sword and docile spirit. Yue Qiantong immediately reacted and quickly pulled out his sword. She easily broke them with just one sword. This made Lam Tan Naguyat extremely confused. What kind of power was this? How could a full-force attack that I unleashed after taking the medicinal pill be broken so easily? The sword music continued, adding another sword blocking all of his attacks. She gently placed her foot on the ground. She moved forward, blocking attacks here and there, not missing any that could hurt herself. Just like that, the musical sword tone gradually approached the opponent. Lam Tan Naguyat glared, sweating in panic, in complete contrast to the calmness reflected in Nak Qiantong's eyes. She gradually made him panic and bewildered. Nak Qiantong tightly grasped the sword and raised it towards him. A stream of blue air approached Lam Tan Naguyat's eyes, which opened wide. His body floats in the air, his pupils glow. In front of his body there is a blue light depicting the shape of sword music. Immediately after that, Lam Tan Naguyat threw a sword forward. The recent series of actions of the Nak Kien sect has alarmed the elders and hall masters. This is a pointer to Lam Tan Naguyat's swordsmanship. Lam Dong said in his narrative that he was surprised to be able to do it to this level. The sword sect's understanding of swordsmanship is only one step below ours. Everyone became surprised. Lam Tan Naguyat broke through during the battle. He had reached the 5th level of the Purple Palace. He started jumping up and raising his sword straight up in the air, followed by a strong thrust downwards. Unfortunately, he was thrown away by a sword from the music sword. This match has finally ended. The person leading the match announced that the winner of this match is the Hidden Mirror Nok Nok Sword Sect. Everyone cheered excitedly. Sister Nok is powerful, as expected. Senior Sister Nok's swordsmanship makes me deeply understand. Even though Lam Tan Naguyat had lost this match, she had to express her deep gratitude even with tears in her eyes. Thank you, Sister Nok, for your guidance. I will engrave this gratitude in my heart. In my heart, I could only be grateful right now. It was clear that she could defeat me at any time, but she performed sword after sword, letting me see the basic principles of kendo from that's a breakthrough. For Lam Tan Naguyat, this kindness cannot be reciprocated. At this time, Nak Qiantong still kept a cold face. Senior brother did not need to be too polite. She moved him to tears. She is truly a top disciple. I cannot compare her strength and power. Everyone there was praising. With Senior Sister Nok here, my Van Kiem sect is still worried about not being strong. Tian Xuan Tian Hao or something to Sword Sect Senior Sister must have the strength to win first place. Among the dozens of compliments and compliments, toxic opinions are creeping in, much stronger than that Flower Tan Van that makes people hate them, and there are also opinions that agree. That's right, Sister Nok's swordsmanship is truly brilliant. Rule. At this moment, loud laughter rang out. Haha, that's right, that Hoa Tan Van didn't rely on swordsmanship at all, only knew how to throw props. Being able to persist until now was truly too lucky. This statement angered Yue Jianzong. Without saying a word, she threw her sword towards the person making this sound. Her face was stern and she demanded in a demanding voice to quickly apologize to senior brother Hoa. Nak Qiantong pointed his sword in front of a disciple with short brown hair. At the point of the sword he suddenly became confused. Hoa Tan Van above saw this scene and felt awkward. He wanted to tell Nak Qiantong, hey, don't do unnecessary things for me. After a while of gritting his teeth and not being able to say a word, this disciple spoke up. We are only evaluating Hoa Tan Van's fighting method. Nak Qiantong did not accept this excuse. She bluntly shouted an assessment, clearly saying bad things. On one side, she took back the sword and on the other side, she taught them how to behave. Although our Van Kiem sect cultivates the sword, before cultivating the sword, we should cultivate the mind. She then began to explain to Hoa Tan Van that although senior brother Hoa did not draw his sword in battle, his cunning as well as his understanding and use of the rules of props were far beyond yours. Her moral teachings made her speechless, her face dark, and you guys were not strong enough, had already failed, were jealous and unwilling to accept the achievements of others. Finally, she emphasized that with such a state of mind, who is qualified to judge others? The other boy could only bow his head as if he was sorry for what he had done. The rest of the people watching this lesson not only did not get angry but also respected the sword music more. It turns out that's the case. Music master. She wanted to show up for senior brother Hoa to reprimand the two disciples for their disrespectful behavior. People around her also praised her, as expected of a sect's eldest disciple. With such a generous heart, she even came forward on behalf of her brother. Hereditary death. At this time, everyone was talking excitedly. Some were arguing and admitting their mistakes. What senior sister Nok said was right. Although that senior brother Hoa did not use swordsmanship to defeat his opponent, his fighting results were not great, must be fake. There are also disciples who say that if you are jealous of other senior brothers and junior brothers because of your own narrow-mindedness, it is truly a bit despicable. Some disciples praise the generous spirit of Nakkian sect, senior sister Nak. Even if he had a face because of an unfamiliar disciple, this kindness could not be compared to others. The young man who had earlier mocked Hoa Tan Van, his face turned red, his ears closed tightly and he spoke loudly, apologizing to junior brother Hoa Tan Van. He bowed his head and said repeatedly, "The disparaging words I said before were all unintentional, please don't pay attention, junior brother." Hoa Tan Van politely replied, "It's okay, I don't mind." On the outside, she's smiling, but on the inside, Hoa Tan Van's heart is extremely confused. "Junior sister, what are you doing?" Encouraging people to witness the uncompromising teachings of the sword music sect must speak up. Even though their strength far exceeds that of others, they are still not arrogant or hot-tempered. He raised his hand to stroke his chin and continued to consider, first relying on his own swordsmanship to help Lam Tan Nguyat level up, then protecting his face to protect his disciple who was being slandered. This state of mind can only be earned, only the supreme sect of peerless sword immortals can have it. Nak Kian Tong at this time put his foot down and said no words to remind. "In the future, who dares to say nonsense about others, don't blame me for being impolite." She flew up high before leaving and left a sentence. The disciples of Tan Van Kiem sect should cultivate their hearts and constantly practice their swordsmanship so that they can understand the way of swordsmanship. She angrily emphasized that if she had free time, she would gossip about others, instead of practicing diligently. After saying that, she immediately flew to the place of the Tan Van flower. As soon as she arrived, she asked, "Senior brother Hoa, I don't care if I'm here." He smiled and replied, "Sister Nak wants to be here, of course I have no objections." Looking at them from above, someone spoke from below. He didn't expect that his sister-in-law would proactively stand next to Hoa Tan Van in order to prevent Hoa Tan Van from being criticized. The younger brother then offended Hoa Tan Van and looked up. They then let out a sentence, "Hateful, I'm so jealous." Hua Qing Yun then used voice transmission to ask, "What does junior sister Nak mean?" Nak Kiem Tong immediately said, "How about senior brother Hoa, your performance is not bad." Her face brightened when she looked at Hoa Tan Van, so in the future no one would dare to speak ill of her behind her back. Ging Hoa Tan Van's face darkened. He transmitted the sound to the music sword. "Who needs you to do this unnecessary thing? Because the thing he hates the most is attracting other people's attention." Nak Kiem Tong immediately replied, "Senior brother Hoa, the swordsmanship is unparalleled. I was able to have such a realm and strength thanks to senior brother's stone." She looked straight at Hoa Tan Van with a serious expression and said, "But you owe me a favor. I cannot allow others to slander me at will." Hoa Tan Van dodged her and said, "Then why are you standing there forgetting what to do? Go back to your old position." He secretly had a thought in his heart. He knew that he shouldn't have pointed her out in the first place. At this time, she stammered and said, "Well, it's true, I have some doubts in my heart and want to take this opportunity to ask senior brother." Hoa Tan Van immediately ran away. "I'm not your master." Seeing that Hoa Tan Van did not agree with Nak Kiem sect, he began to threaten, "If senior brother does not want to teach me, I am not sure what I can do." At that time, "What will other senior brothers think? Has nothing to do with us." This lazy threat made Hoa Tan Van sweat. He had no choice but to feel sorry for her. As a good sister, if you have any questions, then quickly go back home. Duan Laha standing below saw them being together for quite a long time and thought, he didn't expect that junior sister Nak would scold another true disciple because of Hoa Tan Van. Could it be that the two of them were secretly? Suddenly, an image appeared in her mind, thinking about their relationship as a religious couple. Duan Laha couldn't hide the excitement in his heart and said it out loud. Junior sister Nak is the top disciple but like senior brother Hoa at the bottom. Because he was afraid of others talking about him, he could only use this method, for a private date. Suddenly these words were heard by Kun Yan. She looked surprised. "Oh, do the two of them have a relationship like that?" Duan Laha was also startled by her appearance. Kuk Nyan now leaned closer to Laha and said, looking closely, their relationship was indeed not normal, and they were secretly transmitting sounds. When they noticed the two people, the music sword was smiling gently, so they were even more convinced that they were right. Kun Yan said, unexpectedly, "This is truly a shocking secret." Laha started to worry, so he had to warn me in advance. Senior sister must not spread nonsense. If the music teacher gets caught and senior brother Hoa finds out, I will definitely be reprimanded by the sect. Kuk Nyan heard that and smiled and affirmed firmly, "Of course, believe me, my sister is tight-lipped." After saying that, she left and made an excuse. "Okay, I still have things to deal with, you continue to watch." At this time Laha has a bad feeling in her heart. Senior sister Kuk will not talk nonsense. Yes. Guan Laha's worries were really not superfluous. Kuk Nian had already found another place before he could set foot on the ground and said loudly, something big had happened. The girls there all turned their heads to say something. Kuk Nian immediately said, it was something related to junior sister Nok. Hearing that, they immediately became strangely excited. Kuk Nian looked mysterious and gave them a shush sign and then calmly said what she knew. I heard this from another senior sister. You absolutely must not tell anyone else. The scene moved to the place of Tan Van Flower. Nok Kim Tong was now sitting cross-legged surrounded by a layer of light blue color. He looked at her and thought to himself, oh, I knew it right away, a cultivator fanatic like that. After the junior sister answers your question, she will begin to practice. You can begin the cultivation state at any time. Seeing her practice and smiling made Hoa Tan Van feel admired. At this moment, the announcer's voice echoed in the ring. The second round of competition had completely ended. The disciples below were regretful. It just ended like that. Didn't we finish it today? That's right, we haven't seen it yet. He continued, this time the disciples have consumed too much spiritual energy. The boss and the hall masters have decided that today's competition is over. Please let the disciples go back and rest for a day. Tomorrow begins the third round of competition. Hoa Tan Van looked at the clock and said, oh, how come here today? Get off work. At this time, the match host is still reminding, please leave in order, the competition will start tomorrow. The scene gradually moves to a house under the bright moon. On the high steps is a mysterious person whose back can only be seen. How come? The investigation is clear. The man kneeling on the steps immediately replied, according to the sect master's arrangement, I went to investigate the recent situation of those disciples. He frowned and added, among all the disciples, there were a total of 5 people whose whereabouts were quite strange, of which the most suspicious were the 3 from Lu Van Tang. They are Gang Du, Zhao Rui and Hoa Tan Van respectively. Che asked in surprise, second elder, what do you mean? His face suddenly became angry and said, the traitor is in my path. The high-ranking members of the Cloud Sword sect gathered here tonight to find the hidden map in the Cloud Sword sect. Initially, the cheerleaders were beaten. They can testify that within the sect, there were disloyal disciples. To join the demon sect, the Great Bai sect was suddenly organized not only to select 5 disciples who could participate in the Tianhao festival. He also wanted to take this opportunity to find out the identity of the traitor among the disciples. Huan Zhen reassured, Gu Hall Master, please calm down, it's just that there is a high possibility of traitors in Lu Van Hall. Anyway, that day I also asked you to escort the blood pearl. This matter was never told to the second person. When you left, you did enough to cover it up. But even so, this matter was still revealed to the demon sect. Don't you think it's strange? Second elder, please continue speaking. The second elder raised his hand and said solemnly, the 3 of them, their strength suddenly increased in 1 year. First, he was the chief of Lu Van Duong Gang Duong. 2 years ago, his status was only in the 2nd level of the Purple Palace. Tu Bai was not much different from the mountain official. But in the Great Bai sect a year ago, he suddenly appeared, defeated powerful enemies one after another and ranked 3rd in the Heavenly Pride table. In his words, he was lucky to meet with fate, to have experts give advice. The level of Kendo increases rapidly. The second is Lu Yuntang's disciple Zhao Yi. He is a taciturn person, his cultivation is normal. A year ago he was ranked 33rd on the Heavenly Pride list, but this great time, his cultivation has skyrocketed. Purple Palace level 5, can even be compared to Music Sword Heart. In addition, the swordsmanship he encountered was also extremely powerful, extremely strange and even capable of killing people. According to him, he also fell into a secret realm and had a chance. Finally, Tan Van of Lu Van Tang, he seems to be the least suspicious person, but I see, he has many secrets, according to my understanding of him. A year ago after being promoted to disciple, true transmission, he is lazy so he hardly practices. More than half of the time spent on the mission was outside, absolutely no more than 2 days. How could he comprehend and master the sophisticated talismans and swords and formation techniques in such a short period of time? In addition, I also discovered that in the recent connection between my Cloud Sword sect and the Demon sect, his shadow appeared. The person who destroyed the Demon Cloud sect disciples and took the blood pearl was him. According to the disciples present at that time there was also an elder of the Demon sect of the palace, and the evil inscription Old Ancestor was also present. But after meeting Hoa Tan Van, the elder disappeared for unknown reasons. After that, together with Sword Heart went on a mission. In Vangkan village, they met the demon sect elder Xuan who was creating a demon fetus, and even rescued 2 true disciples of the Death Spirit sect. After that, he was allowed by the master to take a 3-day leave, but he didn't know why he came to Van Tam Tan. He accidentally met the evil Van Patriarch who had previously escaped from the city. This time, I think you all noticed, he used talismans and formations that we have never seen before, and used his own strategies and tricks to defeat him, with 2 strong opponents in a row. I think this disciple is not as lazy as he seems, but rather mysterious, perhaps even hiding his true strength. In short, in my opinion, among these disciples, Hoa Tan Van is the most suspicious person. But as soon as he heard that, Xuan Qian shouted even more in disbelief, "It's impossible," he also protested, "Hoa Tan Van cannot be a traitor." After speaking, the 2 coughed lightly. The second elder looked at the 2 and thought to himself, why did the sect master and the ancient hall master suddenly get along so well? At this time, Lam Dong also spoke up, "There is only one possibility, I say possibility, perhaps Hoa Tan Van and the sect master and ancient hall master are used to being taken over or controlled by the demon sect." After hearing that, he let out a suspicious sound. "What does that mean?" He continued, "Perhaps when Hoa Tan Van went out, his body was taken away by a demon monk, which was the cause of a series of events that happened afterward." Hearing that, Che replied, "Instead of saying that he was taking away the asylum, I would rather believe that he is hiding great power, sealing his own cultivation base. Tan Van has always been like that. I have never felt any signs of him being robbed of the asylum. Moreover, if he was taken by the demon sect, why did he initially want to bring the blood pearl back to the sect? Why did he kill the demon sect elder in Van Kim village? Your guesses about him are not consistent with logic. But if you don't watch, you'll get angry and scolded. If I say something, it's better to bring the suspects here and interrogate them." When Xuan Qian saw this, he quickly said, "Don't be in a hurry. If you rush into action, you will beat a snake into the grass. We need to investigate what the demon sect's illegal activities are for the purpose of our sect. I think it's definitely not just a simple thing, is to report secret news. I have a premonition that the demon sect wants to disrupt this great sect of my Van Kiem sect." The second elder asked, "What does the sect master mean?" He propped his chin up and replied, silently adjusting the lottery, "If the demon sect has arranged the sell time in the sect, then we will take this opportunity to explore a bit. Whether it is Giangdu, Hoa Tan Van or Zhao Rui, they will arrange a match for them. I want to see what the demon sect's plan is. After hearing it, they will all understand." The scene changes to the residence of the Tan Van flower at this time. He frowned and asked Swanyan, "Do you want me to take you to fight tomorrow?" The girl's eyes glowed excitedly, looking at him and nodding with an expectant expression. Thinking of the little girl who was dumbfounded all day, bored and stunned, Hoa Tan Van sighed softly and said, "I know you've been very boring lately, but the big sect can't let you go to the ring." Then he patted her head and comforted her, "Waiting for tomorrow, I will surrender and admit defeat. After the torture is over, I will take you out to play." But Weenan crossed her arms and pouted, looking angry. Suddenly she was startled and looked back, her eyes full of caution. Didn't say anything but grabbed his finger. Tan Van saw that and ran after him, confused and asked, "Where do you want to take me? I want to take a bath and go to sleep." But the girl just remained silent and led him to a forest. He looked around extremely confused. "This is the future of Lu Van Fan. What is the purpose of coming here?" Weenan pointed to the pile of leaves in front of him to show him. Seeing that, he was a little confused. "Do you say there is something underneath?" The girl immediately smiled and nodded vigorously. Then she flew up and used both hands to blow up the pile of leaves. Leaves flying everywhere, blue clouds closing their eyes. This is it." He opened his eyes wide in shock. Only seeing that pile of leaves had a flag planted, Tan Van was surprised. Why was there a chess match here? The quality of this chess match is extremely high. It seems to cover the spiritual consciousness, forming a sealed space. Although it is said that it is possible to use prohibition to destroy it, but that would be a snake and a grass mover. His face became gloomy, "And we shouldn't care about these things, because even if the sky falls, there will be a sect leader to support us, but..." From the layout of this chess array, it can be seen that the current sect's grand formation seems to be completely covered by a similar chess array in case the Cloud Sword sect encounters mortal danger. "I'm worried and sweating. How can our peaceful life continue?" He asked suspiciously, "How did you discover this chess match?" But in response, only Xuan Yin waved her arms and legs. Seeing that, he frowned and explained, "Last night when you went out to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, you saw someone burying a chess match here. Do you still remember that person's appearance?" The little girl began to close her eyes and put her hands on her forehead. "I only saw a stream of spiritual energy gradually radiating out, appearing to be the image of the millionaire." When he saw that, his eyebrows furrowed slightly and he thought, it's really him. Tan Van summoned sword energy and said that it was too difficult to pull out this chess formation without being discovered by the opponent. Although it is impossible to find the location of all the chess formations, if you summon the chess array, you dare to activate the formation. The sword energy I arrange can follow the clues and immediately break the formation. A stream of spiritual energy covered the chess match. He smiled slightly, thus, this plot could be stopped. Wien looked at him again with excited eyes. He awkwardly said, you think you have merit so you want to fight with me in the arena. Tan Van sighed and pinched the girl's cheek. I told you, your existence, within the sex rules, cannot appear. Hearing that, the little girl pouted and sulked. She then held his hand tightly and created a magic talisman. His hand held the spirit talisman tightly in front of Tan Van's face. You said, since you can use spirit talismans, then you can also enter the ring. Suddenly an idea appeared in his mind. That's right, this time in the Great Sect, there are no restrictions on any rules. Spirit talismans, formations, talismans can all be used, so I will use the spirit beast that I have cultivated to break the formations, won't be a problem. Xuan Yin heard that and was extremely excited. He scratched his head and said hesitantly, but tomorrow I intend to admit defeat, even if I take you, you still won't be able to enter the ring. After hearing this, the girl broke down and burst into tears. Early the next morning at Daibi sect, the sect master shouted, continuing today. Invited the 12 disciples who had entered the inner circle to come forward. As soon as he finished speaking, the named disciples appeared one by one. Looking at the sky-high majestic disciples, everyone was in awe. Look quickly, at the top is the eldest disciple Nak Kiem Tam, junior sister, fighting hard. The host starts checking. Suddenly he frowned a bit annoyed and said, where is Hoa Tan Van, why hasn't he entered the ring yet? Hearing that, everyone here started whispering loudly, what's going on, has that flower Tan Van given up? Such an important competition, yet he did not dare to come. Dong Khan showed his anger, that rotten brat Tan Van, how can such an important competition be considered a joke? When the cheerleaders saw that some of them were angry, they quickly spoke up to reassure them, oh, actually, this disciple of mine has a habit that, no matter what time it is, only when it's time for him to start performing his tasks or when I go to the martial arts training place, every time I scold him, he always says something that I don't understand at all during office hours. Now is the hour, I think he is in the cave and cannot come here. The more he explained, the angrier he became. He shouted, do we all have to wait until the hour when he comes before we can start competing? Landong next to him said in a low voice, excuse me, let me be frank, if he doesn't value the competition so much, it's better to eliminate his qualifications. At this time, the second elder also spoke up, everyone, have you forgotten yesterday's plan? If the verdict of disqualification is announced like that, wouldn't our plan yesterday be in vain? When Kiem continued, just as the second elder said, Hoa Tan Van cannot be disqualified now, then I will ask the elder to delay for a while. The ancient hall master quickly sent someone, call Hoa Tan Van came here from the cave. After listening to the cheers, he bowed his head and replied, yes, sect master. Then he transmitted the sound to the elder summoning him to inform him of the situation. He couldn't believe what happened to the sect master. Because of the habit of one disciple, he required tens of thousands of disciples to be present, as well as more than a dozen hall masters, and the elder must wait. He was upset but had to accept it and inform everyone here that his disciple Hoa Tan Van had something to do and couldn't come on time. When the disciples saw this, they all grimaced. The elders saw the noisy atmosphere and reminded them, asking all the disciples to stay calm and wait patiently. But they all angrily shouted, what, we all have to wait for him alone, objected, there is something shady here, what is the basis for that? If he did not come to participate in the competition on time, then remove him from power. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind, quietly. The music of the sword and the heart raised their hands and raised their voices. Each path of cultivation has its own attachments and methods. Some people, when practicing, will recite sutras. Some people, when practicing, will rely on special postures to perceive heaven and earth. Brother Hoa has his own path. We should be understanding and tolerant, not criticize. If the 11 disciples in the ring can all agree to wait for senior brother Hoa, then I hope everyone can wait a little longer. Senior brothers and sisters, are you willing to wait for senior brother Hoa to arrive, then proceed with the competition? Top 3 Tian Gang Gangdu also came out and said, I think what junior sister Nok said makes sense. After all, it's still early, waiting for junior brother Hoa is not a problem. Top 2 million Tian Lok spoke up, my target is only junior sister Nok, since junior sister has already opened her mouth, it's okay to wait any longer. The disciples saw that and happily agreed, indeed, it's okay to wait a little longer, that's right, that's right. When she heard that, she smiled, joining hands, thank you, brothers and sisters. But right then a voice interrupted, I don't agree. The person who just spoke was arrogant, he said angrily, just an 8th level spiritual palace, lucky to get to this stage. Hearing that, she immediately turned her head to look, he continued to say, why should we waste time waiting for him? She said softly, Senior Brother Wang hoped he could give Senior Brother Hoa a chance, but he immediately interrupted, even if he came, he would still be eliminated. The voice had a disparaging meaning, there was no need to wait for him. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was taught a lesson by the sword spirit, and she swung a blow to knock him out. He was frightened by her authority and suddenly trembled. Sword Tam smiled leisurely and said, Senior Brother Wang, are you willing to wait for Senior Brother Hoa? He paused for a moment. He hesitantly scratched his head and said, indeed, it's okay to wait a bit. Summon the elders to speak up, if so, please wait a moment. Some people said dissatisfiedly, saying that we have so many people waiting for him alone, which is unreasonable. An hour later, Che's disciple quickly called Tan Van, Senior Brother Hoa, please hurry up, everyone is waiting for you. He leisurely yawned and said, come here, come here. Then he landed below the ring from above. Tan Van glanced around. Everyone looked at him with eyes full of contempt and anger. Tan Van saw this and awkwardly clasped his hands together. Sorry everyone, I was late and affected everyone's match, very sorry. After speaking, he thought embarrassedly, he's usually used to working hours, this time the competition was an hour earlier, he forgot to set the alarm. Unexpectedly, I arrived exactly an hour late, the sect master did not cancel my eligibility, both the sect master and the elders also waited an hour. But suddenly he saw something. Below the ring, the female disciples were smiling and looking at him. Their shy faces turned red. Tan Van saw this and thought in bewilderment, what's wrong with these female disciples? Is it because I'm so handsome that these disciples are paying attention? The female disciples below are screaming, they've seen it, this is the Senior Brother Hoa Tan Van that Senior Sister Nok had just met, appear to protect. They talked and laughed excitedly, they were in a relationship. A girl burst out laughing, is it true or not? Sister Nok is talented in swordsmanship and cold and knows how to find a Taoist partner, but was immediately reminded by another girl, shh, just keep quiet, these are also things that I can hear it. I heard that the two of them were worried about being separated by the hall masters, so they only dared to love secretly. These words made the girl next to him very surprised. Isn't this the same plot as my story? And the cold sister couldn't help but tell it. Oh, I heard that the senior sister took care of the flower brother. It's obvious that the domineering sister fell in love with me in the plot. Although the entire Cloud Sword sect is immersed in the atmosphere of cultivation, for many disciples, entertainment after cultivation is also very necessary. If they don't find something to kill time, they will most likely go into hiding, their cultivation level will decrease instead of increase, and the way many female disciples spend a lot of their free time, the main way to recover their spiritual mind, is reading novels. At this time, the swordsman excitedly threw the cards and shouted, if enough people had come, the draw would begin. When he saw that, he wondered why the sect master messed up the drawing of lots. After a while, the results came out, number 1, and the first match was Tan Van's. The person standing opposite him is arrogant number 2. After the preparations were complete, Elder Summon spoke up and the contest began, but before he could raise his hand to say, Elder Summon, the disciple wanted to give up. On hearing that, Wen Qin got angry and interrupted, now the Great Bai sect is about to end, these 12 disciples are all excellent disciples of my Van Kiem sect, I hope all the disciples can fight, with a confident demeanor, perhaps all the disciples will have no fear of surrendering before fighting, right? Even if you can't make it to the finals, you still have to give all your strength and fight until the last moment, never give up easily, this is the disciple of my sword sect, everyone around me is also the same, support, okay. Tan Van saw this and pondered, this is clearly a hint that I must not surrender, even though I don't want to, I have no choice but to agree, he spoke up, okay, the sect master is right, fight to the end. If we do not fight and surrender, we will certainly be criticized and become the common enemy of the sect. Then he started creating talisman formations. The elders also spoke up and started to compete. He thought again, great sect master, your tea leaves for this month are gone. Wang Dao also took out his sword. He shouted in frustration, "The same move you want to perform so many times." As he spoke, he swung his sword and unleashed the ultimate Meteor Nebula sword technique. His sword energy shot towards where he was standing. The next second the two streams of power collided loudly. The two sides fought to win or die, with no one giving in to the other. Looking at the talisman being torn apart, he silently exclaimed, as expected of someone to enter this round, he saw the flaw in this talisman of mine, that is when the spirit talisman surrounded him, the spiritual power between the spirit talisman needed have time to connect. At this moment, a dark shadow appeared behind him. Tan Van quickly realized and turned around to execute the 100-flame dragon formation. He didn't immediately launch a witch move, the two powers collided causing a loud noise. Wang Dao gritted his teeth, "If that's all your means, I advise you to surrender early." After finishing speaking, he grabbed his sword and rushed towards him. He quickly dodged one of his swords. When he saw that, he frowned and left the world alone. Said and then swung his sword again. But he was not afraid to use magic talismans to deal with it. Attack! He once again raised his sword towards him. Facing imminent danger, Tan Van leisurely felt the rays of sunlight. He thought with enjoyment on his face, he could finally rest. I just saw the token on the back of his shirt suddenly glowing. A stream of demonic energy enveloped the island man. He stiffened, confused and didn't understand what was going on. He felt like he was turned into a statue and couldn't move. "What's wrong? I can't move anymore." Tan Van saw this and was equally confused. What's going on?" The guy shouted in fear, "What happened?" At this moment, he also felt the familiarity of this demonic weapon. It was none other than Xuan Yin who did this. At this moment, the gas surrounding him was thick. Xuan Yin laughed savagely and suddenly appeared. When Tan Van saw this, he opened his mouth and said, "Since when did you come here?" The badge on the side of his shirt suddenly flashed. He exclaimed in surprise, "This is a card made from a 1,000-year-old cypress tree. It is said that this mystical beast is a spiritual object that can be kept in ancient wood to nourish the soul. When did it put it inside me? Maybe it was while I was going to sleep yesterday." Xuan Yin, hiding his face, continuously overwhelmed and attacked the guy. He couldn't respond, he could only continuously jump back. He was terrified and thought what kind of formation this sound was. Xuan Yin secretly beat him to a pulp. He gritted his teeth in pain and endured it. Wang Dao turned his head to look behind him and saw that his back was filled with smoke and panicked. What was that? But there was not a single person behind. He glanced warily. After that flow of demonic energy hit him, Wang Dao quickly dodged. There was nothing in front of him. Seeing that, he was so angry that he wanted to apparate and shout loudly, "What is going on? Hoa Tan Van, what have you done?" But Tan Van immediately raised her shoulders and said innocently, "I didn't do anything." After speaking, he immediately thought that when Xuan Yin Xuyan Vu could use his advantage to control them, its divine beast's power could probably crush the monks under the 5 insects purple talisman realm. Xuan Yin took advantage of the moment when he was caught off guard and started to attack. Seeing that, he shouted loudly, "Wian, stop messing around, come back quickly." But Wian stubbornly attacked him and beat him to a pulp. At this time, Wang Dao was also seriously injured, but Wian had no intention of stopping and continued to tease him. A few disciples saw this and their faces suddenly changed into cold sweat. He lost his grip on the sword but could not resist. He was lifted high. The next second, he was thrown down by Xuan Yin. He fell to the ground with a thud, and right where he lay a deep dent appeared. He was in pain, panting and said, "I surrender." Tan Van was also angry, grabbed Wian and scolded, "That's enough, Wian." Everyone saw that and their eyes widened in surprise. What was that? Unless the mysterious sound actively appears, outsiders will never be able to see its true appearance. Didn't I tell you to obediently wait in the cave? Xuan Yin also appeared at this time. Her eyes were filled with tears, appearing innocent. He sighed helplessly, "Why would I raise a stubborn child like you?" As soon as he saw the girl, his eyes widened in surprise. It was a spirit beast. He cried bitterly, "Summon the elder." He cheated. He brought a spirit beast, 2 against 1. This is not fair. Those disciples still looked at him with contemptuous eyes. It turned out that the black shadow was a spirit beast. Why did this Jinyun flower have so many moves? That spirit beast was so strong. What kind of thing was it? Dong Kan saw this and became furious. It was too unreasonable. He absolutely could not be considered the winner. This boy from beginning to end had not used a single sword. In the sect master he had never taught talismans and beast control techniques. How did he know? It must have been a spy sent by the demon sect. Upon hearing that, Che protested. This time the sect's competition was not limited by any rules. Tan Van's besieged realm was the Eight-Worm Spiritual Palace realm. He was definitely familiar with swords. It was difficult for me to win with my own method, so I chose another way, which was to use talismans and spirit beasts to fight. Ong Kiem spoke, both of you please calm down. I specially arranged for Wang Dao and Hoa Tan Van to fight each other because I want Wang Dao to break all the talismans that Tan Van used. Take that opportunity to control check to see if Tan Van was a member of the demon sect, but did not expect that he would win this round thanks to the spirit beast. I guess that spirit beast is probably a legendary mystical beast, a very rare divine beast that he dares to reveal in front of everyone. If it is really a disciple of the demon sect, it would be too much effort. Listen, so everyone couldn't believe their eyes. What? A mystical beast, a legendary creature, would make a contract with a small true disciple. The second elder continued, everyone, I think we should pass this competition. Don't forget our goal is to find the traitor, but Hoa Tan Van has never shown any loopholes. Moreover, according to the rules, if the summoned beast is tamed by that person, it is also considered a weapon in the battle and cannot be considered a violation of the rules. Hearing that, Lo Vu clasped his hands and said, what the second elder said makes sense. I very much agree. Okay, if everyone has no opinion then I will announce it. In this match, Hoa Tan Van won. Wang Dao was so angry when he heard that. What? That's fine. Is it still time to run and catch the spirit beast? He threatened. Hoa Tan Van, you wait, the next time we see you again I will kill you. Hearing that, Wien Yin frowned in discomfort. Immediately rushed to him. When he saw that, he shouted, don't come over here, then run away on all fours. Tan Van wondered, I don't know what the sect leader is doing. If this is not considered a violation of the rules, it is too unreasonable. He took out the card and told her, you go back first. The mystery immediately disappeared. After he finished, he went down to the ring. The elders shouted again. The next match began. Tan Van thought to himself, okay, the next matches will be as good as they come. The scene changes to the underground Tanku. Deep in the dark cave, there is a group of mysterious people wearing black robes sitting together, while the Van Kiem sect is having an extremely dramatic competition. A dozen or so demon sect monks who had reached the level of Purple Fu Chan were gathering in a ruined place in the Tanku citadel not far from the Van Kiem sect. A pair of shoes slowly walked out from the demonic aura. Blood Sea True Monarch entered the fairyland at this time and stepped out. Seeing her, the monks said in unison, to see True Monarch Blood Sea. The monks knelt down on the ground and bowed their heads. They paid their respects to the Blood Sea True Monarch. Han Quan spoke up, no need for formalities. We have arranged assistance at the Cloud Sword, and have also completed the old heaven-sinking soul formation. Now we just need to wait for that formation to start, then we can use great power to destroy the sect. This. A monk hesitantly spoke up, True Army, with our strength, is it enough to defeat the Van Kiem sect? This sword review is the level of the immortal 6th stage, and there are also elders and sect leaders there. She calmly said, don't worry. That's why the great man deliberately sent 2 friends to help. A thick smoke emitted, and at this moment, the 3rd rank, 4th level demon cloud sect master appeared. Next, there is the 3rd level of the immortal stage, the Xuan Yin sex master Lavon Yai. The monk was elated, not expecting that today he would have the good fortune to meet the 3 great sect masters of the demon sect. She stood up and said, we all have the power given by the devil, and the additional limitations of the old Tian Tai Ling formation. After today, the world will no longer have the Cloud Sword sect, and I am the demon master, ruling everything, and will also create a new world. At this time, at Tan Van Kiem sect, a competition was just held for the top 6 people in the sect. The elders called out to speak. The competition was over. Please invite the 6 disciples who entered the final round to come to the stage. Respectively, the leader of the Hidden Mirror Hall Nak Kian Tam, the true disciple of the Lu Yun Tang, Zhao Nu, and the leader of the Min Tam Hall, Zhao Tian Lo. Head of Hong Ling Duong Vuong Lan, true disciple Lu Van Duong Hoa Tan Van, head of Lu Van Duong Giang Du. The disciples under the ring were excited. Look, that person is Vuong Hoa Tan Van. Without even having to swing a sword, he can enter the final round. It's too simple. The sword flying high above spoke down to the 6 disciples. This sex competition has finally ended. In this mountain and river, it will be decided who is the winner. This is the map of the universe. This is the moment when the Cloud Sword sect was founded. The master left behind this treasure. Up here there are mountains and rivers, containing countless precious treasures. This is the only secret realm, most of the Sword Cloud sect. In this universe of mountains and rivers, we will expand the combat territory, and limit the scope of execution to the Peach Blossom Plain area. Every 1 hour, the territories will shrink by 10 miles. If before being destroyed, take it back, anyone who can't continue will be considered a failure and pushed out. When participating in battle, I will use magic to bring everyone's battle situation to the disciples to follow. Looking at the majestic face of the sect leader, Tan Van thought to himself, isn't this just a game? There is also direct development. If I don't fight and run away, my reputation will definitely be destroyed. It seems like we can only continue acting. When Jen asked again, the 6 of you, do you have any problems with this rule? A disciple representing the 6 of you spoke up, I don't have one, following the orders of the sect master. Very well, then without further delay, the competition officially began. After speaking, he opened the map of the universe and the mountains and rivers. After the 6 disciples had entered the secret treasure, he immediately rolled up the treasure. The hand holds the treasure tightly. Studying swords and practicing magic, images of 6 people in the universe also slowly appeared. The disciples below seemed to be in awe. They exclaimed, "Help, this place is so beautiful." Even cheering from afar had to be praised. As expected of a sect leader, he used this magical magic. The universe of mountains and rivers today is closely linked with the sect master's heart and soul. Just one thought from the sect master can control all things in this place. With such a method, all demons, no matter how great their magical powers, cannot be half as good. Next, we just need to wait for the traitor to reveal his identity. On this side, there are a few disciples whispering, "What's wrong?" Without summoning a senior brother, this ancient evil spirit cannot be activated. How can that be? It's okay, senior brother Zhao has already planned for this situation. Follow me here. Senior brother Zhao will definitely have a good rearguard placed in Lu Van Fan. The prospect of a brilliant peach blossom forest opens up. Tan Van was immersed in the poetic beauty of this place. He looked at the peach blossoms in full bloom and said, "This place is pure peach blossom." Hugging such a beautiful peach forest, if placed in a previous life, it would definitely become a famous check-in location. Tan Van then thought to himself, from the moment the map opened, I seem to be standing in the northwest of Peach Blossom Plain. I just need to go to the center of Dao Hoa Win and wait for everyone there. When there was a battle, he intentionally lost, and as he spoke, he imagined himself losing miserably. Suddenly there was a flash of light behind, he felt it and immediately turned his head to look. The next second the beam of light suddenly hit him straight, but luckily he was able to dodge and lean to the side. Tan Van frowned, "Is that you?" The smoke cleared in the distance and a figure was coming. "This person is the head of Lu Van Duong, Tian type Tam Bang Gang Du," Tan Van said softly, "Senior brother Gang Du. Long time no see, junior brother Tan Van. Half a year ago, when I went out on a mission, I saw that sword strike with my own eyes. Hearing that, I felt a bit shy. Smiled and said, Brother Gangdu, do you still remember that? He replied with a gloomy face, thanks to my junior brother's blessing, my strength has increased today. I understand clearly, there is a huge difference between me and that demon. But I still want to feel a little, the swordsmanship of junior brother Tan Van. He looked at him with cold eyes and thought, the scene painted inside the mountains and rivers will be broadcast live, once I am in front of the sect master to show my strength. The stronger the strength, the more work. Tan Van's heart was filled with determination and strength, she thought, absolutely impossible. He coldly said to Gangdu, since senior brother is persistent in wanting to fight, then I can only use this move. Gangdu smiled, his junior brother was finally serious. Tan Van pointed straight at him and shouted, what is that? At that time, Gangdu also turned his head and thought it was nothing. Startled, I turned my head and saw a beam of light hit the ground, then disappeared. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned and frankly had no courage. Even though Hoa Tan Van's level is a bit lower, when he encounters a fight, he runs away, not thinking about losing too much face. Jiang Du tossed his shirt and said, I understand, there is really a big difference between me and the monster. The disciples shook their hands and talked to each other. Over here, did you guys hear what Jiang Shihui said just now? Could it be that Hoa Tan Van is hiding his strength? In fact, he is even more powerful than senior brother Gang. The other side replied, that is just senior brother Gang's words satirizing Hoa Tan Van's yin and yang. Do you still consider it true? Gang Du calls out, Hoa Tan Van, stop for me. Came at him very strongly from afar. Don't run anymore, I can't stand it anymore. Giangdu looked at him and angrily swung his sword. Junior brother, stop, you can avoid this post of mine. The two of them stood in the middle of the mountain talking to each other. Giangdu spoke loudly to him, enough to prove that your realm is high, why do you have to run? He excitedly said out loud that my luck was good, my realm was very low, I was able to get away with that attack, just because my luck was good. Dong Khan gently stroked his head and said that our Sword Van sect actually has Hoa Tan Van, an idiot disciple. Lam Dong nearby said, Jiang Du keeps holding on and doesn't let go, there is really something suspicious, could it be that Hoa Tan Van is really a hidden expert? Hoa Tan Van keeps delaying and not fighting, it is really not normal, often. The second elder thought, there was only one truth, the two of them were not acting normally, one of them would be a spy from the demon sect. The head of the sect, not as clever as the change in the mountains and rivers, forces them to fight each other. Through this battle, one can guess which of them is a spy of the demon sect. Xuan Zhen smiled, what the elder said made sense. Returning to the Cloud Sword sect, thousands of miles away, a huge aftershock suddenly rang out, shaking heaven and earth throughout the Cloud Sword sect. The swordsman was startled and said, then I will help them bring it back. Everyone turned their eyes in that direction is Lu Van Fan. One person shouted loudly. But inside the mountain and river map, there is also a danger outside the Cloud Sword sect. But inside the mountain and river map, there is also a danger outside the Cloud Sword sect. The sky suddenly became strangely gloomy. Tan Van, feeling something unusual, said to Giangdu, senior brother saw what it was. With that look, Giangdu replied, do you think I will be fooled this time, star? Suddenly, a big event happened and a matrix gradually appeared, this aura. A flag appeared in the middle of the cloud, indicating that the demon sect's flag battle had begun. Everyone started to panic when they saw the battle appear in front of them. Someone shouted what happened. Tan Van rushed in and shouted, this is the Matrix, there are spies. But the battle triggered everyone to rush to fight it, but it was ineffective and nothing could be done. It sends everyone flying away. Cheering said, directly attacking spiritual energy is useless. Dong Tong continued, this intensity must be at least at the level of the Great Guardian sect. This is the great formation of the ancient heavens. He just said that this formation that conceals spiritual energy and sense between heaven and earth is a very powerful trap, it must be destroyed from the outside or find loopholes in the formation. He spoke urgently but she immediately interrupted without such trouble. Kim was startled by Blood High True Monarch, she smiled when she heard that. Sect Master Ong still remembers my name, it is truly my honor. Demon Cloud Sect Sect Master, 3rd rank. Sect Master Zhuan Yang Sect, tears and chewing. You demon sect are attacking the Cloud Sword sect, it's really a drain on my heart, but just relying on you guys, if you want to fight my Cloud Sword sect, you're overestimating yourself. As he spoke, he unleashed his strength. Chan Quan calmly put his hand to his mouth and shushed. At the same time, he swung his attack to block a blow from the sword. She laughed loudly and said, Sect Master Mon has always been so dictatorial. Unfortunately, today is the end of your lives. After saying that, she attacked him, but this attack was not the type that immediately caused the swordsman to vomit blood. A few people saw this and anxiously flew towards him and shouted, Sect Master, War Sword felt this power and was terrified, it was too strong, could this be it? The power of the demon god, the demon world possesses the most evil power. The demon race borrowed the power of the demon god to hurt the original world. That year when the war had just subsided, the power of the demon god also disappeared. He wiped the blood from his mouth and said softly, the power of the demon god. When he heard that, he became excited and said, the power of the demon god has long been lost, how can the true monarch of Blood Sea use this power? Her army waved her hand and ordered her subordinates to take over the mountains and rivers. Immediately, the group of monks rushed down. Seeing this, the disciples quickly surrounded the sword and shouted, don't worry, protect the sect master. Seeing that, the old man smiled half-heartedly, he swung his hand and unleashed a move that was enough to make Lam Dong fall to the ground. Then he took away the mountain treasure map. Hateful, how is that possible? He is also supported by the power of the demon god. He opened the treasure to see inside. Immediately used magic energy to destroy the mountains and rivers. Seeing this, Xuan Qian sweated and thought, this is not good, my connection with the mountain and river map has been broken. The true monarch smirked and said, you and I have both received the power of the demon god, don't do useless things anymore. In 2 hours, you will be refined into blood pearls by the great evil spirit formation, obediently become the devil master's conductor. At the end of her sentence, she summoned the great formation of the old heavenly snake spirit, and a formation opened up in the middle of the sky. Feeling the strong pressure, several disciples of the Cloud Sword sect all collapsed, holding their heads and screaming, "We won't die here, how can anyone save us now?" She said coldly, "Don't worry, the Tanvan sect won't let anyone get away, I will help you reunite on the way down to the Yellow Spring." After that, he ordered the judge and Strong Wind to enter the mountain and river map and kill all the Tianqiu in the Tanvan sect. The two men, one black and one white, listened to the order and responded clearly. Then they rushed down together. In the mountains and rivers at this time, Jiang tirelessly continued to attack Tanvan. Seeing this, he was bored and said, "Stop fighting, aren't you curious why the world is shaking?" When Jiang Du heard that, he cleared his throat and shouted, "Perhaps the other senior brothers were fighting, don't trick me this time." As he spoke, he continued to attack, as he spoke, he continued to perform. But at this time there was some movement. Tan Van's alert eyebrows furrowed slightly, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up into a sinister smile. "That's good, no need to act." But at this moment, from somewhere an attack came. Tan Van found an opening and jumped up. When Jiang Du saw this, he was stunned. The two moves collided loudly with each other. Jiang Du, while receiving the attack, angrily said, "Vuong Lan, what are you doing here, brat?" Vuong Lan appeared leisurely and said, "No, I just came to ask the two senior brothers to stop for a moment." Vuong Lan talked to the two of them and said, "Everyone must have been alert from the shock just now. The Wind Chi path that I practice, I can clearly feel the aura has changed. Just now, there were two strange spiritual powers entering the Peach Blossom Yuan from two conceded paths of the Nine Realms. I was suspicious. The sect was attacked, the people who were blending in, have already entered here." Jiang Du said, "How is that possible? Who would dare to offend the Cloud Sword sect, and the sect master is also a Green Mountain landlord?" It is said that the jade talisman that conveyed information to the sect master's aura has disappeared, and the connection between us and the outside world has also been interrupted. If you don't believe it, you can go check it out yourself. The jade talisman transmits information, which can cause the owner to automatically exit the game and leave Peach Blossom Origin in times of danger. So that's it. I see your brat wants to trick us into withdrawing from the competition. There's no point in arguing, it's just this little thing, try it a little and you'll know. He really did, the sect is really in trouble. Who are you, Nine Realm Purple Palace? I just discovered it now, it's too late. I am the judge, someone is coming to take your lives. Tan Van smirked at him, do they need to be polite now? The judge was stunned when he heard those words. You weren't harmed at all. Tan Van stared at him, secretly evaluating him. There are only two moves that can use a spirit talisman to deflect my attack force. Suddenly the judge burst out laughing, ha ha ha. He took off his cloak and said loudly, originally thinking that Lord True Monarch sent me here to deal with a few brats, it was more than necessary, so I only used 3 parts of my strength just now, because I was afraid, you died too soon. The judge's expression looked very excited, but you guys really didn't disappoint me, this hunt is getting more and more interesting. Jiang Du was annoyed and immediately covered his mouth with his hand, while Vuong Lan's cheek was slightly scratched, he gritted his teeth, but he only used 3 parts of his force. Who are they? Why did they enter the mountains and rivers? Thing. Jiang Du frowned and asked him what happened to Tan Van's sect. He scratched his head and replied dejectedly, the Cloud Sword sect has been annihilated. It's very chaotic outside right now and they're controlled by the magic. Judge Winbao, in less than 2 hours, the entire Van Kiem sect will be refined into blood pearls by the demon sect, completely disappearing from the world. Both people were stunned. Vuong Lan exclaimed, what? I'm helpless yo, I just participated in a few martial arts competitions of a few sects, I've already lost. He prepared his posture and waved his hand invitingly, before that, you all use your full strength and fight me. The two of them flared up, Vuong Lan gritted his teeth and shouted, let's join forces to hold him back. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them swung their swords at the same time. The cloud sword technique combined with the sharp cloud. Moon. Tan Van just gently threw away the piece of paper, the two of them could not believe it, Junior Brother Hoa, you are too lazy. Evil spirits appeared around the jury. He also made a follow-up attack, that's all. Both moves collided with each other, causing a loud noise. He stared blankly at the sky, as the piece of paper that Tan Van threw out earlier. A spark of fire spewed out from the piece of paper, it was called Bavium Longfu, he used his hand to shield his face, what? Praised by the judge, that's interesting. He raised his fist and lunged towards Gang Du. So let's test 5 parts of my strength. Vuong Lan shouted a warning, Brother Gang, be careful. The distance he was able to reach was only a few centimeters away when he also used the move. The judge was blown away. He was happy. Gang Du rushed forward and cut down a path. The sword saved the cloud and decided the cloud. While the fire was boiling, our male protagonist leisurely watched them punch and kick. Tan Van, with a solemn face, threw out 2 pieces of paper. He looked at the falling piece of paper and thought to himself, initial contingency plan, this is when it comes into play. Tan Van raised his finger, put it in your ear. He looked up at the magic. It passes through the barrier. And appeared before the swordsman. It clung to his ear. Through it Tan Van spoke, Hey, sect leader, do you hear? He gritted his teeth and asked in question, Tan Van, the connection between the mountain and river map and me has clearly been severed by the demon sect. What is this? He said, I will use some tricks to avoid the monitoring of the demon sect and inform you. How is the current situation of the sect? Xuan Qin clearly explained the situation on his side. The demon sect has arranged a huge array of thousands of evil souls. Everyone is injured. At most they can only resist for another 2 hours. Listen to me. The demon sect sent 2 experts to chase after them. Kill you guys. Everyone is the remaining sect's rocket. You must be careful. He glanced at them fighting and said, Oh, it's not that big of a deal. Tan Van's face became serious. I transmitted the sound for another matter. I had previously discovered that Zhao Yu had arranged the flag at Kufan, so I had arranged a sword energy. As long as I activate my sword energy, the Great Formation will be broken. Everyone can take this opportunity to escape. Each flag has a unique effect. Missing even one is not enough. Once the flags, if the other flag is injured, the entire formation will be destroyed. He seems very satisfied. Even the damage is very wide. As long as I don't have this formation, I can fight decisively with those demon cultivators. The sword will immediately stop. Tan Van, those 2 demon cultivators are very strong, and they also have the help of the traitor Zhao Yu. He advised, if the situation is urgent, you must go to the deepest part of Hoa Win Island. There, I will keep an assistant for everyone. Tan Van, take care. He also replied, I know, everyone also take care. Prepare. 3, 2. Tan Van glared, the spell has been activated. The matrix shows signs of cracking. The demon sect people were confused. What was going on? No good. The Great Formation was destroyed. She turned her head in surprise. What was going on? Ma Van said, there was a piece of chest that was destroyed. Oh Nyai was surprised. What? Isn't the Van Kiem sect empty of people? The swordsman took the opportunity to unleash his attack. Everyone, the matrix has fallen. Let's counterattack. The sound of the sword energy transmits, the demon sect invades the cloud sword sect, and the Taoist alliance comes together to help. Gang Du continuously made moves. He didn't move but crossed his arms and looked. The judge only needed to raise his fist to neutralize the attack. He smirked, weakly weak. The judge mocked him, he was too weak. Where did the Unicorn King appear behind him? He raised his hand to attack him behind his back. His magic power captured the judge. Vuong Lan used his strength to pull and at the same time informed Gang Du, Senior Brother Gang. It was at this time. He raised his sword high and put all his energy into it, saving the sword technique. The combination of the 2 is very compatible. He calmly smiled and said, This is the strength of Tian Q's disciple of Tan Van Kiem sect. He only needed to use a little evil energy to easily escape. He burst out laughing, but that was all. The whole prosecutor seemed to explode with strength. Gang Du gritted his teeth. What? Vuong Lan could not believe his eyes. How was this possible? He grabbed his neck, and the whole country at the same time. He said arrogantly, The harvest of this battle really disappointed me. The judge sneered, Wastes like you, die here. Tan Van's voice said, Hey, I said. He glanced back in surprise. What? The judge is alert. Tan Van calmly asked, Have you forgotten, there are still people here? All the questions were in the prosecutor's mind. When did he come? Why didn't I feel it? Maybe it was because my attention was already led by these 2 guys. But then he dismissed it and regained his pride. Rest assured, when I finish dealing with these 2, I will come to you. Gang Du said with difficulty, Tan Van, junior brother, leave us alone, quickly, run. He gently said, Oh, no rush, I still have something to ask you. This time the demon cultivator came to the mountain and river map. There should be 2 people, right? The judge secretly thought, he obviously only has the spirit palace realm, why is he so calm? Could it be that he still has assistants? Even so he still replied, no matter what, he doesn't need me. Here, the other disciples in the mountain and river map must have been wiped out by him long ago. I humbly asked his permission, asking how that person's strength compared to yours. The judge replied, there is no way to tell you that although we are both in the 9th level of the Purple Palace, his strength is still much worse than mine. Han Van calmly said, that's good. He laughed loudly, ha ha ha, easy, do you know, I just need to swing my hand and I can kill you guys. He took out the piece of paper again, his tone was the same as his, I'm sorry, I said it easily. He looked at the piece of paper flying up. Tan Van continued, I'm about to get off work, if that person isn't as strong as you, I can only deal with you before work ends to resolve this situation. There was a loud noise and the matrix was set to trap all three in the sphere. He shouted, this is the formation, when was it arranged? He calmly replied, it was when you were fighting with them. The judge still doesn't know that death is near and yet he can still laugh. Don't say that this is just the formation of the spirit lung realm, I can break it with the snap of my fingers. Your 2 fellow disciples are still in my hands, could it be that you ignore them and run away alone? He smiled and said, oh, it's not a big problem. Tan Van then snapped his fingers and left. A piece of paper appeared on both of them. Vuong Lan was surprised. When did this set up a formation on our bodies? The whole country did not expect it, but I did not feel it at all. 2 people are teleported out of the matrix. He smiled and waved goodbye, bye-bye. Just like that, all 3 disappeared in an instant, so stylish. He shouted, wanted to run, stopped. But was prevented by talismans. The judge used a move on it but it seemed to have no effect. Disgusting, what kind of formation is this? It can only create a hole but cannot crack, yet cannot be broken. He gritted his teeth and put force into his fist. And punched continuously. 1 stick of incense later, the formation had a few cracks but was not broken. The disheveled judge is screaming in vain, miserable, but forcing me to use all my strength, waiting for me to find you, I will definitely make your flesh and bones broken. In another scene, after the battle, everything became desolate, some people also died. Ma Van gritted his teeth in exasperation. These insects in the Van Kiem sect actually dared to sneak attack and kill 5 strong people of our sect. Livonia would have continued, if it weren't for that great man's instructions, wanting to refining the entire group of people from the Cloud Sword sect into Blood Soul Pearls. I have already used the power of the demon god to kill them all. Blood Sea True Monarch spoke up to stop. Enough, if I hadn't been fully prepared and kept a flag, the old heavenly snake spirit formation would have been broken long ago. There was really trouble, we couldn't be patient anymore. Watching and cheering for the injured, they argue, hateful. Originally this was the decisive battle with the demon sect. I didn't expect that they still had defenders. No matter what, we still have to pray. Let's just save the alliance. And the power of the great array has become weaker. Our refining time has gone from 2 hours to 10 hours. But how can we use that? And Kiem laughed, that's a great effect, 10 hours is enough. He thought of his disciples, Tan Van, or everyone who was the successor of Tan Van Sword Sect. In a deep forest with huge tree branches across, 3 people stood in the middle of the clearing. The air was quiet, with only a few thin white smoke floating. Giangdu spoke, his voice was low but firm. This is it, Hoa Tan Van said, rest assured this place is one of the few safe places in the Peach Blossom Plain. Giangdu, looking worried with the wounds on his face, stared at his teammates in front of him. Junior brother Hoa, what do you want to do? Suddenly, junior brother Hoa gave a half smile. His voice was a bit happier. Ah, this is the amulet that the sect master previously gave me. I didn't expect that in this situation, it would become useful. Even though the situation was tense, junior brother Hoa still did not forget to tease the situation, making the atmosphere a little lighter. But then with serious eyes, Hoa Tan Van continued, about the sect master keeping a sound transmission talisman, he just took the risk of using it, telling me Cheun Yu was a spy for the demon sect. Now the entire Cloud Sword sect is locked in a blood sacrifice, everyone can persevere for another 10 hours. Worry was clearly evident on the faces of Giangdu and Vuong Lan. What? Hoa Tan Van continued, at such a time, the 5 of us are the last hope of Tan Van Sword Sect. King Lan was angry but helpless, summoning the terrible bastard. According to the judge's words, there is another demon cultivator who also entered Peach Blossom Yuan, in case they were caught talking to their sister, Vuong Lan said. Hoa Tan Van said strongly, I can still fight. Jiangdu also agreed, so did I. After that, Hoa Tan Van continued, the judge has a 9-level purple palace, 2 people are seriously injured. Let alone saving people, I'm afraid that halfway through I'll encounter a monster and offer myself up to feed them. Giangdu was extremely angry and punched his hand straight into the tree trunk and shouted. Maybe we just wait to die. But Hoa Tan Van calmly replied, of course not, everyone's mission is to quickly recover from wounds and spiritual energy. As for the Sword Heart sister over there, have you all forgotten? I asked the judge, the remaining demon cultivators are no match for them. I have a close relationship with Sword Mind sister, with my understanding of her, she is strong enough to deal with us. Jiang Du, still worried, said that the swordsman sister is a natural genius, but what if the judge and that demon cultivator get together? Hoa Tan Van smiled softly and replied, no, because he was completely angry with us. Currently, he has broken that formation and gone out is frantically searching for our location. After that, he took out a small bottle. This is a medicine that restores spiritual energy. Before the jury finds our location, everyone must promptly treat their injuries. Wait until dawn, let's go out and join the junior sisters to save the Van Kiem sect. Vuong Lam wondered, why do we have to wait until morning, is now not the right time? Giangdu also wondered, yes, we can fully recover in 2 hours. Hoa Tan Van replied, it's not because my standard working hours are from 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock, now it's just in time for my shift to end. He sat next to the tree and thought, next time the demon sect will be prepared, there will definitely be a way out. If we cancel this kind of formation, we can only save a little time for the sect. After 10 o'clock the great formation will start again. Moving forward is the most appropriate time to break the siege. I'm awake, I hope the 2 senior brothers won't disturb my rest before tomorrow morning. In another scene, Nok Kien Tong and Zhao Tian Lok were practicing. Zhao Tian Lok said, Junior sister Nok, this time your swordsmanship has really gotten stronger, your genius is truly terrifying. She answered humbly, it was all thanks to senior brother Hoa's help and guidance. He replied, why does junior music need to be so humble? What does junior Hoa understand about swordsmanship? She boldly answered, senior brother Hoa's swordsmanship is much more powerful than mine. Suddenly something unusual happened, white mist emitted. Nok Kien Tong seemed to have discovered something, it felt like something wasn't quite right. After the recent commotion in the Peach Blossom Plain, the sect master couldn't contact him, something might have happened outside. Summon brother, if not, let's stop first. Zhao Tian Lok below replied, whatever happens has nothing to do with us, checking in the secret realm to clearly distinguish between wins and losses is what has to do with it. A series of strange sound waves appeared, she reacted quickly, summoned her brother, and covered her ears. Strange sound waves surrounded the 2 of them. Zhao Tian Lok's ear was injured and bleeding. Thank you, junior sister, for reminding me, otherwise I would have been deafened by these strange sounds. She was also injured by the sound waves. First stop talking, use spiritual energy to heal the wound. The damaged ear will affect the sensory balance. The power of this sound is too great, is it possible, the one who sneaks up on us? As if she discovered something, she turned around to see that strange thing approaching. He was here. Haman Fan appeared in the air with a friendly smile. Oh, he was hit by my terrible voice and still able to stand. As expected of being a genius disciple of the Cloud Sword sect. The 2 of them looked up. Nok Kien Tong asked who you were. Zhao Tian Lok said, the aura on this guy's body is so terrible. She secretly thought, why is there a demon sect in Peach Blossom Yuan? Could it be that the sect has been attacked? Haman Fan said, Haman Fan, following the orders of several adults, has come to kill you. Zhao Tian Lok said worriedly, the Blood Sea sect is strong, I heard he has a treasure called Chan Tian Nok Loa, along with his ancient inheritance, can attack extremely powerful sound attacks. He once borrowed these things to kill an entire sect, his actions were extremely cruel. He also continued, having that bit of knowledge, which is a pity. The 2 of you will die here today. After saying that, he used his power and exploded that strange thing. Million Tian Lok was helpless and could only endure it and cover his ears. This guy is really difficult. If we continue like this, our spiritual energy will run out. Nok Kien Tong replied, the difference between our realms is too great, the more we fight, the more disadvantageous we become. I have a move, perhaps strong enough to seriously injure this guy. Please summon senior brother to buy me some time. Million Tian Lok shouted, his sword was sharp, using his strength to fight those strange sound waves. But he remained calm and unmoved. Your understanding of swordsmanship is not ordinary. Can be under the tremor of Jade Loa, struggling to resist for an entire stick of incense. Unfortunately, insects are just insects, obediently willing to die. A blue light flashed, surprising him. What? Zhao Tianlok said, within a stick of incense, didn't you notice that there was one person missing? Na Qiantong suddenly appeared, so I summoned my senior brother to buy me some time. You use all your strength to attack him directly, come try my strongest move. Han Fan shouted angrily, just a bunch of insects dare to attack me. She thought to herself, Brother Hoa, this is what I comprehended in the Silver Sword tablet, I hope I won't disappoint you. The terrifying force of power made him unable to react in time, this sword intent could directly break my attack. Beheading, she trembled on the ground, gasped, and then breathed a sigh of relief. If not, senior brother Hoa is afraid that this time we will all die here. Zhao Tianlok secretly thought, in the remaining sword energy, there is a portion of the ultimate sword intent. Junior sister's realm has advanced to this level, even if I use all my strength, I will not be my opponent. Na Qiantong looked at Zhao Tianlok and said, Senior brother Zhao, quickly heal your wounds, the demon sect has attacked. Tao Hoa Win is now afraid that the danger will be worse. Legend has it that in ancient times, there were 4 divine beasts raging on the eastern wild continent. The ancestor of the Cloud Sword sect defeated the 4 spells, sealing them into the mountains and rivers, Fine Yet Long, Moon Tiger, Tin Thu, then Vu, and the one sealed in the southern Peach Blossom Plain was Moon Tiger. It's time for humanity to release the seal for me. Senior Van summoned me to follow the orders of the Demon Lord, break the seal for the senior, and beg the senior to join the army. Naguyat Tiger intends to destroy the name of Zhao Nui. Just a demon is worth making me waste my effort, he quickly said. The demon master promised that if the senior agreed to help, the demon sect would let the senior know about the whereabouts of the demon spirit Jade. Naguyat Tiger heard that and immediately stopped. That's an interesting demon spirit Jade, if so, I'll go with you. Hoa Tan Van was resting but still woke up to be alert, silently thinking, Zhao Yu had already unsealed the divine beast. If the situation was really urgent, the sect master would have said it right. Even though I don't volunteer to admit it, to protect a stable half-life after 9 p.m. to 5 p.m., that's all I can do. After that, he took out the card to summon the mysterious sound to appear. I don't want to work overtime. Hua Tan Van's bright eyes begged, so this time the safety of Qing Yun Sword Sect depends on you. Rest assured, in the future I will ask Sect Master Wen for leave on your behalf. Then he whispered in her ear, you'll find me in a little while, then like this. Understand? After saying that, the girl immediately flew away, and he went to sleep peacefully. It's time for the ox. The judge appeared. It seems they used spells to hide their tracks, forcing me to use forbidden magic to search. He smiled smugly, already looking down on you. He was extremely happy when he found the hiding place of the Qing Yun flower. Haha, found it, tonight is when you die. The judge took a deep breath and then a big breath of air came out. He shouted, rotten boy, get out of here. He formed a fist with his hand, and at the same time, the dead demon appeared, but was punched by his punch and flew into the mountain gorge, emitting white smoke, and the mountain also created a large hole. The judge gritted his teeth in anger. That's interesting. How could he arrange such a difficult spell in advance? Tan Van appeared behind the white smoke. The voice calmly replied to the red-haired guy, that's right. He looked towards the source of the voice and let out a loud noise. The male protagonist's figure gradually becomes visible behind the white smoke screen. The judge laughed cheerfully. He raised his voice in a challenging tone with a bit of contempt for him. That's a bit brave. You really dare to appear. Are you ready to ask for your life in my hands? As soon as he finished speaking, his disdainful expression immediately turned to shock when he saw Tan Van in a strange appearance. His skin was pale, haggard like a ghost, his black eyes seemed bottomless. He raised his voice, you think too much. At this time, my body is already done with work, so overtime is even more impossible. As soon as that figure finished speaking, it was the other guy's turn to be so surprised that he could only utter 2 words. He gritted his teeth as if he was very proud of Tan Van, just a substitute who dared to come and deal with me. After that, he kicked towards Tan Van's avatar, not forgetting to say that he was too naive. There is a big difference between the wealthy realm and the spiritual palace realm, so just die. One kick was gently dodged by the male protagonist's avatar. It replied, the difference in strength was very difficult. After that, tens of thousands of small paper dolls appeared around the figure. The substitute said to the judge with pride, but, who said I only arranged a substitute talisman and then the doll provoked the judge, the final upgraded version of my talisman. After finishing speaking, tens of thousands of dolls flew towards the judge, making him somewhat surprised. The doll said, if you want to find me after work, you have to go through this door first. Immediately he regained his ferocious expression. He threw a kick at his replacement, his voice growling, looking for death. In the forest, behind the dense bushes, Vuong Lan was meditating, then he held his hand and an aura-emitting green light appeared. After a while, he ran into the forest to find someone. "Brother Gang, how are you recovering?" As soon as the question ended, the voice of Gang Du came from behind Vuong Lan's back. The spiritual energy in his body had also recovered 8 or 9%, and the wound had also been treated satisfactorily. "Now the master and the sisters are in danger, what should we do? Could it be that he's really waiting for the right opportunity like junior brother Hoa said?" Vuong Lan calmed Gang Du and calmed down a bit. "I don't know about the situation on junior sister Nok's side. If there was a signal left to gather, it would very likely lead to pursuit. Junior brother Hoa is right. Recovering my strength here now is really the best way." At this time, curses, despicable, shameless, and curses rang out from the sky one after another. "If you have the courage, get out of here," startling the young man and Gang Du. Both of them couldn't hide their fear. Their voice was slightly afraid. "It's me, it's that demon cultivator. Disgusting, to find it here so quickly." Both of them immediately called Tan Van, junior brother Hoa, but he still calmly leaned against the tree trunk and slept. Both of them were short-tempered. In this situation they still slept so soundly. "With this personality, even if I try to cultivate it for another 10 years, I may not be able to cultivate it successfully." Yang Du shouted worriedly, "Sooner or later this cave would explode. Do I need to wake up junior brother Hoa?" Vuong Lan continued, "The judge is in the 4 realms of the 9 levels, and the gap is too great with our strength. Last time, junior brother Hoa's spell controlled him. It was just luck." Yang Du added, "Even if we could wake him up now, the 3 of us still wouldn't be able to win." Before he could finish his sentence, Vuong Lan shouted 2 smart words. Brother Gang asked again, "What is smart?" Vuong Lan explained, "I once heard the elders say that the most suitable time to destroy the blood sacrifice formation is during the split second when the formation starts." Senior brother Hoa also said before that the blood sacrifice formation still has 10 hours to go before it starts. Counting the time, it was tomorrow, which was when the formation started, the last moment the sect broke through the siege. It is also an opportunity for us to escape from the mountains and rivers and fight back against the demon sect. He continued speaking to Gang Du, his voice whispering, "So, no need to wake up junior brother, we can do this." Before he could finish his sentence, Gang Du interrupted, "This method was too risky. If we're not careful, we'll all be killed." Vuong Lan continued, "But this is the only way right now. Want to bet?" Gang Du made up his mind to tell Vuong Lan, "Yes, so bet this time." Both of them thought that Tan Van was sleeping, but no one expected him to just lie there with his eyes closed and naturally heard all of their plans. He thought to himself, "That's not a bad plan, but it's too risky." In a certain forest, surrounded by rows of trees with thousands of bright pink flower petals, there is a man and woman sitting here cultivating. The woman's body radiates a green and peaceful aura, a red aura emitted from the man's body. Suddenly, a dark shadow passed through the sword music. Although the shadow passed by very quickly, she was able to react. By reflex, she shouted loudly, "Someone, come out here." The man was also attracted. He also stood up to follow her, continued speaking, and could silently appear next to us. The strength of these people is not simple. The black shadow, as fast as the wind, rushed toward the sword music, causing her to briefly appear confused. As a natural reflex, she raised her hand to defend herself, thinking that the black shadow and the two would have a battle, but instead, the black shadow turned into blood, making the princess even more surprised. She said, "This aura is so familiar, this is senior brother Hoa's spirit beast." She asked the pretty girl in front of her, "How is senior brother Hoa now? Why did he send you here to find me?" On the other side, Cheu Tianlok scratched his head with his hand in confusion. He curiously asked Kim Tong, "What did the junior sister see?" He cannot see the mysterious sound because unless the mysterious sound actively manifests itself, outsiders have no way to see its true face. The little girl raised her hand to radiate a green aura. Next, Tan Van's figure appeared. He smiled brightly and waved goodbye to Nok Kim Tong. "Hi, junior sister." He explained, "This is senior brother's photo. The sect is in a dangerous moment. Saving the entire Van Kiem sect depends on you." She heard her senior brother say a moment of surprise and exclaimed, "Ha!" He realized that and immediately explained to her in detail that in the Peach Blossom source there were 4 great divine beasts sealed. Each divine beast had a very terrifying cultivation level. Not only the power in the mountains and rivers of the sun and moon summoned that traitor who had already released the moon fox, plotting to help the demon sect do evil things. Now the only way is to remove the star seal to be able to fight it. At the same time, a white tiger and a peacock appeared, scaring Wei and Am to the point of embracing the music sword. Kiem Tong somewhat shyly asked Tan Van, "But senior brother Hoa, are all divine beasts, how can the star help us defeat Naguya Tiger?" When he heard junior sister ask that, he asked with a resigned face. Junior sister would definitely ask, why would Tin Veen help us defeat the white tiger? Meanwhile, his junior sister has been sweating ever since. He uttered two beautiful words and then explained. The sect master said, the star had once written a contract with the master of the Van Kiem sect. When the sect is in danger, the star will help us 3 times. She is the assistant that the sect master kept for us. Miss Nock held Wei and Am in her arms and happily told him, "Okay, senior brother, where is the place where the star seal is located?" The male lead replied, "Sealed in the deepest part of the peach blossom source. Schwing Grace will guide the way. Sister, wish everyone smooth sailing." After finishing the greeting, Kiem Tong replied in an excited voice, "Things cannot be delayed, we will leave immediately." At this time, the jury was still frantically searching for Tan Van. He seemed to be going crazy, throwing blow after blow. He used each magic attack to break the magic formation that Tan Van had previously created, causing dust to fly away. It takes so much effort to only be able to solve the male protagonist formation. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Disgusting, these spells are really captivating. After that, he turned to a triumphant tone, but now all the protective spells have been broken by me. The judge's cold eyes looked down at the forest, his voice as if he was sure of victory in his hands. This time, I don't believe you can escape. Superficially, the judge seemed to see something. He let out an "oh." Lurking behind the disappearing smoke were 2 yellow and green auras. Then those 2 rays of light rushed straight down to the ground below, creating a strong impact that sent rocks flying up, and then the figure of Gang Du and Vuong Lan appeared in a kneeling position in front of the judge. He gritted his teeth, his voice was full of doubt and irritation. "You guys saw that you couldn't run away, so you took the initiative to surrender your life." As soon as he finished asking, Gang Du and Vuong Lan were not in a hurry to answer his question. The two looked at each other, although they did not speak. The look on their faces was enough for both of them to understand what the other meant. Vuong Lan clasped his hands and spoke first. "The two of us admired the powerful demon sect and decided to surrender, vowing to join Lord Tham and contribute to the demon race." The judge was suddenly surprised when he heard what he said. "What?" But then, he curled his lips and created a contemptuous smile and said to Vuong Lan and Gang Du, the two of them were disciples of a famous sect but wanted to join the demon sect. Then he laughed loudly, his eyes were full of red veins, full of aggression, shouting at the 2 people kneeling below. "A few hours ago, the 2 of you would rather die than submit. Do you 2 think I will believe your words? I'm afraid that little boy in the palace scene is hiding somewhere and planning to sneak attack me." As soon as he finished speaking, Vuong Lan and Gang Du surrendered to Tan Van in a state of full body binding but still sleeping soundly. The two said together, "To show our sincerity, we cast a coma spell on Hoa Tan Van and specially handed him over." This enormous gift was like a big hammer hitting the judge's consciousness, causing him to be so dizzy that his face darkened. He stepped back as he walked, uttering a question full of doubt. "What kind of joke are you doing?" In Jiangdu, to show respect, he directly bowed his head to the judge, a lifelong monk, just to attain immortality. "Obviously, if I die for the sect, I would rather burn my cultivation base and be done with it. If the Cloud Sword sect has been destroyed, then we want to follow you and join the demon sect even more." As soon as the sentence ended, a strong aura enveloped everything around. The judge stood on high and spoke down. "What's wrong? So show me your sincerity." Then he gave a strong blow to the 2 people. If he was hit by this palm, even if he was in the 4 realms of the 5 realms, he would turn into flying smoke. In that dangerous situation, Tan Van still calmly clasped her hands behind her head and then yawned. The devil must have also noticed that. I don't understand what he was thinking in that split second, but during the final blow, he turned the blow to the other side, causing Jiang Du to feel so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, just now, it was too dangerous. He thought for a long time, hateful, that kid has the most tricks. I'm afraid there will be a trap. We can't act rashly. We should still take him with us and hand him over to someone outside to handle him safely. He waved his hand, not forgetting to say, and left. A source of energy followed his hand and shot straight towards Gang Du and Vuong Lan as if he had made a mark in front of their chests. He raised his voice, "I have already used prohibition on you. If you obediently listen, I will personally lead you to join the demon sect to contribute to that great man. If you play tricks, I only need a split second of time to take your lives." He turned around and then ordered the gangsters to take that kid and follow me. On this side, in the cold mist that covered the forest, Nak Kiem Tong stood in front of the ancient tree that was said to be sealing the moon tiger and the star. She reached out and touched the tree trunk, a blue aura emitted. She wondered incredulously, like that, could the seal be lifted? Xuanyi next to him nodded repeatedly, The seemingly inanimate tree in front of him suddenly opened its eyes. It raised its voice and advised, "Humans, I advise you to stop here. The spirit tree I have protected here has been here for a long time. If the seal is lifted, the consequences are not something you can bear." Yue Sword Sect replied, "We have no choice but to release the seal. The Cloud Sword Sect is really in dire need of the help of our predecessors." Guilty already, she held out her hand, and a powerful stream of magic appeared from there. The old tree knew he couldn't advise her, so he closed his eyes and accepted it. Next, the red flames flared up, the ancient divine beast star spread its wings, majesty appearing, making the heavens and earth tremble. The music of the sword sounded, "You have to try hard to be able to stand." Zhao Tianlok fell backwards, his voice trembling, You're the ancient divine beast that junior sister talked about, Crystal." The star turned red eyes like a burning red flame towards the two people, warning, "Don't call me, you. Qian Tong touched the tree trunk and knelt down on one knee to apologize to the star. He was stuttering nervously, hoping for his senior's forgiveness. After that, she recounted the situation of the Cloud Sword Sect and earnestly begged the Star and Demon Sect to attack. The traitor Jiaoyu had released the Moon Tiger. Today inside and outside the mountains and rivers, all the disciples of the Cloud Sword Sect are all in danger. Only you can fight against the Moon Tiger. Please save everyone. The Star said that the Warm Sword Realm could alarm me again. It seems that this time the Cloud Sword Sect has encountered big trouble. However, I also agreed to act 3 times on behalf of the Cloud Sword Sect, not to save the lives of your disciples. This sentence from the Star really agitated Sword Sect. She said it like yelling at the Star, "Senior, do you want to go back on your words?" The Star was not in a hurry to answer her question. He just snorted softly and said, "You must know why I was sealed in the mountain and river map." Of course we know. That year, the human race was weak and could only hide in the corners of the continent. Right at a time when humanity was in despair, there was a person who understood the great path of heaven and earth, opened the method of cultivation, and cleared the path of practice. That genius had just broken through in battle, entered the fairyland, and single-handedly subdued the 4 demon kings. From then on, the demon race no longer had the ability to fight the human race, but the human race, also after that battle, became the ruler of the celestial world. That person is the founder of Tan Van Kiem sect, Tan Emperor. Noctong still couldn't stop being excited and questioned the Star. Could it be that if the senior kept holding grudges, he would be sealed by Emperor Qing? Or maybe the senior has been sealed away for too long and doesn't dare to act anymore. After that, she laughed coldly and said, "I'm afraid of the East and the West. I can't just sit and watch like that." Having said that, she resolutely walked forward step by step. Million Tian locked behind her quickly stopped her junior sister. "Junior sister, where do you want to go?" Tan Tong shouted, "I will go stop Zhao Yu and Naguya Tiger." If Senior Tinquay had sat still and ignored it, if only one person remained in my Cloud Sword Sect, I would have fought to the end, absolutely not giving in. When Tin Veen heard these words, he burst into laughter. He didn't expect that after so many years, the Cloud Sword Sect still had disciples with such spirit. "Leave, I will help you once." The hour had come. A powerful stream of energy radiated out, making the surrounding landscape seem to be covered in red flames. Sword Tong as if she saw something, she was startled and exclaimed. In front of her were Cheun Yu and White Tiger. Naguya Tiger raised his voice and asked, Tin, are you coming to help me or are you coming to stop me?" The Star replied to the White Tiger, "That year the Qing Emperor conquered us, and had long accepted him as our master. You cooperated with the demons and became a plotter to betray your master. Of course I'm here to stop you." Hearing the Star say that, the Moon Tiger roared, "Back then we weren't strong enough, but now the Qing Emperor is no longer in the human world. What does the demon race rely on to feel inferior to the human race?" When the Moon Tiger finished speaking, the Star Bird spread its wings and prepared to attack, not forgetting to curse the White Tiger, "It's stupid pighead, so let's fight." After finishing speaking, immediately, 2 breaths of breath from the 2 divine beasts were released, causing the earth and sky to tremble. The thick smoke and dust made it impossible for both Nak Kiem Tong and Million Tian Lok to stand firm or be careful. Nak Kiem Tong said to Wien Am, "This place is too dangerous. Wien Am, you quickly go back to find senior brother." The girl obeyed the order and immediately went back to look for Tan Van. Nak Kiem Tong said to Tian Lok, "I's looking at someone, we still have a debt to calculate." Zhao Hui appeared. He smiled crookedly and said triumphantly, "Don't worry, I will let you all die comfortably." Tian Du frowned. He shouted loudly, "Ridiculous, your swordsmanship is still far away from junior sister Nok, you traitor, die." After finishing speaking, he immediately waved a palm towards Zhao Nu. However, he was not afraid and calmly swallowed some red pill. He said, "When it comes to swordsmanship, of course I am not as good as you, but fighting cannot be won by relying solely on swordsmanship." He swallowed the pill and immediately, an extremely terrifying ability erupted. Hoa Qingyun only had the 8th level of the spiritual palace, and could he use half of his swordsmanship? He only used 2 fingers to block Cheiyunyu's move, causing him to be momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, "Hateful, what kind of evil move is this? No matter how I activated my spiritual energy, I couldn't escape the binding of my 2 fingers." He looked at him contemptuously, saying, "If you have brought it to the door, then..." When he said this, he paused for a moment and then took out a palm towards Tianlok, not forgetting to say, "Let you die first." Tianlok was attacked by a powerful spiritual energy that made him unable to stand and fall freely. He thought his life would be over, but fortunately, Nak Kiamtong rushed forward, helped him in time. She then quickly transformed into a solid shield to help the 2 land on the ground without injury, but the ground had a large hole. Nak Kiamtong thought to himself, "The attack is too strong." Tianlok expressed his question to his younger sister Nok, "What did that kid swallow, and why did he suddenly burst out with such strength?" Junior sister Nok replied, "Afraid that it was a medicine that consumed vitality and longevity." She tried to arouse a bit of reason in him. "You give up everything in the Cloud Sword sect and join the Demon sect, even volunteered to spend 2 of his lifespan, killing those who were once your fellow students. Is it all really worth it?" He didn't hesitate one bit but immediately responded, "Haha, worth it or not, in Tanvan Sword Sect, no matter how hard I try to cultivate, I am just a nameless person. In the sect, I am just a disciple. If I have it, it doesn't matter if I don't have it. How can you geniuses understand the suffering I have to endure?" Speaking of this, he became angry, and his terrifying spiritual power also broke out. His spiritual energy rushed straight towards the 2 of them, coming. Tianlok tried his best to block Tianlok's attack to the point of panting and sweating all over his body. Over here, the sword music is no better. She gritted her teeth to resist, but it seemed like defeat was only a matter of time. "It's not good, it can't be stopped anymore. I thought both of them would be destroyed by this one blow." Then suddenly the star rushed forward, not even blinking the attack of the moon tiger, making Tian Hao unable to react. What? He was thrown away by the star, and the star was no better as he fell hard to the ground. He cursed in a loud, hateful voice. "Next is the sound of sword music. Quickly get away." She worriedly called out to the star, "Senior star." Tinveen answered her with difficulty, "I'm fine, take good care of yourselves." She secretly thought to herself, "The current strength gap between us and Zhao Hui is too big. If this continues, the senior star won't be able to persevere for much longer. What to do now?" On this side, Giang Du is having a hard time carrying Tan Van. Tan Van lay on Giang Du's back but soon noticed a small black shadow. Then that black shadow turned into a mysterious sound. The little girl gesticulated and told him the story. He silently understood everything. Their junior sisters had entered a difficult battle. He silently sighed. Sigh, pressing the open button doesn't count as overtime. Emergency plan, launch. A card appeared in front of Nak Kiamtong's face. She stretched out her hands to catch it. Her voice was a bit doubtful. "This is..." Then appeared in front of Sword Sect. He smiled brightly. "Hi, junior sister." To her surprise, she raised her voice and asked, "Brother Hoa, why are you here?" He seemed to touch an itchy spot and immediately explained to his junior sister that I was not here. To be exact, I had saved an emergency program here. 1 hour in this space is equal to 1 minute outside. Next, senior brother will teach me a sword technique to defeat Zhao Nu. Don't worship me too much. When Nak Kiamtong heard that, his eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. The starlings flying high above seemed to be able to feel him too. Oh, a very familiar feeling. Tan Van's image narrowed in the star's eyes. It was secretly surprised. Why did it look a bit like Tanda? Both Naguyat Tiger and Zhao Nui said at the same time, "Haven't they had enough? Now they're all going to die for me." But he didn't know that the music sword sect would have a remarkable cultivation level. In just a moment, she narrowed her eyes and recited a series of incantations. The sword springs into 3 centimeters of water, and the air is everlasting. Her spiritual energy blocked a blow from Cheiyunyu to the star, causing him to be shocked and exclaim, "How is this possible? How can she suddenly be so strong?" Qian Tong looked at him, his voice growling with every word, "Summoning you, come try the strongest move I can master." Nak Kiamtan closed her eyes to regulate her breathing as well as her spiritual energy. She thought to herself, the power in that stone slab with sword marks was unexpected to be so strong. Senior Brother Hoa is truly profound and unpredictable. Then she shouted loudly, continuing the move. A powerful aura rushed straight towards Zhao Hui. He also used magic to block the attack. The darkness spread. He blocked her attack until his face was distorted. The two streams of spiritual energy collided with each other, creating a loud noise that made the sky and earth expand. He gritted his teeth and cursed, hateful, why couldn't he help it? Sword music, why is it suddenly so strong? Although she was panting, her lips curled into a triumphant smile. Cheyu Heip asks for help from Naguyat Tiger. Sir Naguyat Tiger, save me. He thought that Naguyat Tiger would help, but no, he was immediately slapped in the face when it spoke disparagingly about the human race. It's so useless. Then it turned around and left. But the star doesn't let it go so easily. The viburnum called out and stopped. Cheyu on this side is surrounded by anger and disappointment in himself. He gritted his teeth and cried out loudly. He looked at his own hands and questioned himself. What did he do? But we are always trash. I'm not satisfied. 2 lines of unconvinced tears fell down. He shouted angrily, I'm not satisfied. I want you to die here. Anger inside him seemed to explode. Right at this moment, Nak Kim Tam's eyes lit up. She had found his loophole. His emotions were exploding, revealing his loophole. Right at this moment, she recited the spell and then swung her spiritual energy at him, flowing with the sword technique, causing him to take a full hit, cry out in pain, and fly away. Red blood gushed out from his mouth. He was still unconvinced, angrily shouting every word, you hateful geniuses, no matter how hard I try, I will never be able to keep up with your footsteps. After a loud bang caught his attention, but soon after, he returned to his crazy state again, his voice full of pride. Sword music, you won't be satisfied for long. I have sent a summon signal. The master of the demon sect is coming. You won't be able to run away. From that space, 3 figures gradually appeared, which Sword Heart and Heavenly Fortune immediately recognized. Sword Tam immediately recognized several familiar figures, which were Senior Brother Gang, Senior Brother Vuong, and Senior Brother Hoa. Tian Lok raised his voice curiously, but why was Senior Brother Hoa tied up? Cheyu Hu laughed wildly. He said, ha ha ha, you're scared, right? Your day of death has come. As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit straight in the chest with a punch, causing him to spit out red blood. His eyes contained mixed emotions. Perhaps he couldn't believe that he would have to accept this outcome when he had exchanged everything to follow the demon sect. Perhaps it was unwillingness that was deep in his heart. He kept fighting, tears kept rolling down, time seemed to slow down. But right after that, the quiet space for a rare moment was broken by the voice of the prosecutor. He clicked his tongue. TSK then said, fortunately there was a signal you sent that could make me catch you, a bunch of remnants of this Cloud Sword sect, but a waste like you is not worthy to follow that great man. Having said that, he waved his hand causing Zhao Hui to spit out red blood and fall directly to the ground. Next he ordered, Giang Du, Vuong Lam, don't you want to join the demon sect? Go, kill these 2 fellow disciples. I will nominate you to be the subordinate of that great man. Seeing that the 2 of you seemed hesitant, he immediately threatened, if you 2 don't act, I will initiate a ban and kill all of you here. Giang Du reluctantly threw Tan Van to the ground. Vuong Lan speaks first, if the Lord has personally given the order, then. Before he could finish his sentence, Giang Du interjected, if you fight hard, we won't fight you, but pretending to betray you will end up injuring you. Even if we commit suicide, it's okay, this is our plan. After saying that, both of them launched a move towards the prosecutor, but he quickly dodged it. He snorted and said, I knew right away, you all will die. He activated the Forbidden Guard, causing both of them to hold their heads and cry out in pain. Nak Kim Tam could not control her anger. She shouted loudly, stopped, then released her spiritual energy towards the judge. But he did not show any fear. On the contrary, he showed contempt and did not know how to control himself. He roared, breaking, and with that roar, a giant hand appeared, gently defeating the sword's heart, causing her to vomit blood. She silently cursed in her heart, hateful, the battle just now caused me to consume too much spiritual energy, should I die here today? In another place, a group of demons hovered, forming a circle, in the middle as if there was some kind of battlefield. Blood Sea True Monarch spoke excitedly, it's almost time for the snake, start the blood sacrifice array, even if they have the power of the fairyland, they still can't escape. On this side, everyone in the Cloud Sword sect is also discussing their own plans. Cheers raised their voices, it was almost time for the snake. If they cannot break through the siege, all the disciples of the Tan Cloud Sword sect will be refined into blood pearls. When Jen lowered his voice and asked, everyone, are you ready? cheered softly with a hum, and Kiam's eyes were full of determination, saying, "Now the snake counterattacks, this is our only chance, also the last chance." The hour of the snake had struck, and Tanvan, who was sleeping soundly, finally opened his eyes. A series of data just poured into his head: divine beasts, demons, traitors, intruders. What are these things? Next, he stood up with his hands and said, "To protect the lives of our millions." Saying this, he released a powerful ray of spiritual energy towards the judge, making him unable to react. After that, he put on a cat mask on his face. Behind the mask was a deceitful smile. He silently said that even if we show a little strength, we still have to put an end to this matter. The judge roared and cursed, and the venerable disciple of the Cloud Sword sect did just that, willing to die. But he did not expect a force to appear behind him, rushing towards him. When he just realized it and exclaimed, "What?" that sword energy rushed straight in to kill him. He immediately lost his balance and plummeted to the ground, creating an extremely loud explosion. Kiam Tan couldn't help but be surprised by this scene and exclaimed, "The sword aura is so strong, who is it?" As soon as Jiang Du saw it, he recognized it and said that this was the technique of the Van Kiam sect. Could it be the predecessor of the sect? The judge lay flat on the hard ground, shame and humiliation clearly visible on his face. He shouted angrily, "Who are you, and how dare you ruin the affairs of the demon sect? I wasted my time. Do you know what the outcome will be?" At this moment Tan Van appeared. He wore a mask to hide his appearance. His calm voice rang out, "Don't worry, it will be over soon." This sentence reminded Qian Tong of her senior brother. She was surprised and thought to herself, this feeling, somehow a bit like senior brother Hoa. The judge tried to sit up, wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand, growled and said, "That one attack of yours was quite deadly. Was it using some secret treasure? Looking at your aura you just reached the realm of death. With such strength, you dare to shout at me?" He retorted fearlessly, and at the same time summoned strength. "Very weak, but hitting you was enough." Seeing that, he frantically released his power in the shape of a mighty lion and screamed, looking for death. But he didn't expect that his sword energy could penetrate the lion and straight into his chest. He widened his eyes, not thinking that this opponent was so strong. "He is now pinned to the ground, wondering that you have clearly just arrived at the Purple Palace. How is this possible?" He coldly looked at him and replied, "In front of absolute strength, the distance between realms is meaningless." But he still didn't give up and challenged me again. "Okay, then let me see, what is absolute strength? This time, I will do my best." After finishing speaking, he rose up and unleashed his ultimate move. Sword Sect saw this and shouted a warning, "Senior, be careful." But he still calmly called out the names of the basic moves and sword techniques. Understandably, his sword technique in this blunt attack completely caused the judge to collapse and give up. Vuong Lan's eyes widened in surprise and he said, "Actually using basic swordsmanship, he killed the demon cultivator of Nine Trong Palace in one blow. Do you feel that? That person is very similar to the founder of Tan Van Kiam sect, Tan Emperor." Purple lightning continuously appeared in the sky, black clouds swirled around. Tan Van clenched his fists, sighing in his heart, this time he took action. He almost broke through his realm again. "Every time you attack, you will be uncontrollably promoted. When you first came here, you had little experience, but you were not careful enough to seal yourself. Once you break through the realm, it will lead to heavenly lightning. In this world, many people have passed through tribulation and died. At this time, there are many white clouds rolling around you." He told himself that if he revealed his true strength, his workload and level would skyrocket. It would be very similar to his previous life, falling into failure and ending up working to death. From afar, the Star saw those white clouds and said, "This realm is actually similar." The Moon Tiger immediately responded, "Qingdi." Naguyat Tiger couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "How is this possible? Emperor Qing has already ascended and left the human world." Tin Viet replied harshly, "So, you're afraid that Emperor Qing will come and deal with the traitors? Rely on me and you." Naguyat Tiger said seriously, "Since I am a traitor, I swear to die loyal to Tan Emperor. Now if he has appeared, I will naturally follow him." We sincerely stand side by side with the king, and then the two of them headed to the emperor's residence. At this time, Jiang Du and Vuong Lan also flew in. Jiang Du politely clasped his hands and said, looking at the predecessor's body style, he belonged to the Qingyun sword sect. The demon sect had invaded. The survival of the Qingyun sword sect was in danger, hoping for money, help. But he answered briefly, no longer needed. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. The swordsman immediately asked him why. He calmly replied, because someone had already arrived. When Jen loudly announced, "Everyone, follow me and risk your life against the demon sect." Immediately, bright rays of sword energy appeared in the sky. Those are the gods from above rushing forward at the request of the swordsman. The sword was now beaten almost to the point of being wounded. Tan Van thought to himself, no matter how excellent my strength is, I am still just an ordinary employee. In this giant corporate machine, what can save a crisis is not a single screw, but... The demon cultivator's power circle became stronger and stronger. At this moment, the second strongest female demon sect appeared. She was the true monarch of Blood Sea. Her beautiful mouth revealed a genuine smile, fresh and said, "Earthworms shake the tree without measuring their own strength. After collecting these blood soul pearls, we will be able to welcome the arrival of the demon master." Suddenly a loud bang caught her attention. In the air, the demon's power circle was attacked by a barrage of sword energy from the good side. Those sword energies quickly approached the circle. Tan Van looked at them and realized that they were the bosses themselves. Blood High True Monarch shouted in panic, "What's going on?" A series of mighty swordsmen appeared in the sky. The magic ring of power has also been destroyed. Huan Qian now found a ray of hope and happily exclaimed, "It was them." Van Du said loudly, "Warm Sword, we received news of the Monk Alliance and rushed over here. We vowed to fight to the death with the demon sect." Tu Xuan appeared with a sharp white sword. He looked like he was radiating the aura that could destroy the entire demon clan. He screamed powerfully. The demon monk died. A fierce wind arose, rocks and soil flew everywhere. Jiang Du did not give up and shouted out his tactics, the sword technique. The demons were defeated one by this move. They screamed madly, "Geez." The war between the two sides is increasingly tense and fierce. Tu Xuan, representing countless surrounding gods, made a powerful statement, "If you dare to violate my immortal sect, you will definitely make your demon sect's lackeys leave without returning." The Blood Sea True Army was caught up and said with surprise mixed with worry, "He didn't expect to let you guys catch up." Seeing that, Lavunya was no less afraid and said, "Today the great formation of the old heavens has been broken. What to do next?" The tyrant shouted, grumbling about something, "Of course it is war, but why?" Van Noxuen pointed the spark at the demon sect and said, "Demon sect, quickly die." True Monarch Blood Sea began to summon her strength to resist that attack. Her eyes sparkled with a sinister look. She raised her voice to challenge, do you think you can stop our plan with just that?" As soon as she finished speaking, a huge stream of power was released. Her sour voice echoed in the sky, "Ridiculous, let's test the strength of the great people here." She created a giant slimy demon. It spewed its power straight toward the gods. This move made them all lose their momentum and scream, "Ugh, what's going on?" Van Noxuen tried to observe that strange thing, then realized that this was the power of the demon god. "Even if you guys have some tricks, force us to use this trick." True Monarch Shui Hai smiled with satisfaction because she thought she had secured victory in her hands. She cunningly said, "Since you took the initiative to bring them to the door, then I will refine you together and sacrifice to the demon master. Next, is your death." Suddenly she stopped. Suddenly, countless flower petals fell from the sky, causing her to scream in panic. From those flower petals revealed the legs of a man. He made a clicking noise. She was already overwhelmed by his brilliant aura and mumbled, "This aura, how could it be possible?" Tan Van appeared with stars and moon protectors. He said loudly, "All the tricks of Tan Van's sword sect, you still haven't seen all the pain." The warm sword below cried out happily, "The stars and moon tigers." Suddenly his face became confused. He was somewhat wondering, Who is this? What sect senior is that? This figure looks a bit familiar." An eloquent swordsman introduced, "Of course you will feel familiar, because this person comes from our Cloud Sword sect." The powerful sword energy emitted around his body belongs to the Qing Yun Sword sect. In the face of such calmness in the face of the demon sect, this aura is something only he can have, and the divine beast next to him is even more proof of his identity. His noble truth is there is only one, he is the progenitor of the Kuang Yujian sect, Qing Di. Blood Sea True Monarch couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Tan Emperor, how could this be possible? It must be fake." She frantically summoned power while screaming shrilly, "Whether it's real or fake, you'll know if you try." Her power shot like flying towards the cloud. He ordered with a serious face, "Up!" Immediately, the star and moon protectors rushed out to support him. The two sides fought fiercely and fiercely, neither side was willing to lose to the other. Witnessing the power of those two divine beasts, she said in surprise, she did not expect that they were actually ancient divine beasts. She cautiously asked him, "Who are you?" He calmly regulated his breathing and sword energy and replied, "Who am I? Do I still need to tell you?" When she heard that, she kept trembling, thinking that perhaps he was really the emperor. Tan Van held up the magic sword emitting thousands of lightning bolts, heroically speaking to the demons, committing a crime against our Van Kiem sect. Kill without mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword created a large bolt of lightning that stabbed straight into the sky, creating a giant ring of clouds. Seeing this, the demons immediately cowardly ran away. "Hateful people, go away quickly." As soon as they left, the atmosphere returned to its original peace. The low-level swordsman couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "The demon clan is running away, great, it's the ancestors who are protecting us." The space in this place is now in ruins, nothing remains intact, but there is one lucky thing, that is the Van Kiem Tong. The campaign is over. Tan Van landed on the ground, thinking, "Phew, it's too dangerous." Fortunately, this emperor's name was loud enough to scare them away. Otherwise, against such powerful demonic power, I currently have no chance of winning. At this time, in the cave of the demon sect, tears quietly appeared. He quickly informed his superiors that Emperor Qing had already flown away from the human world, so why did he appear in Tan Van Kiem sect? His superior was a mysterious man covered in a cloak. He slowly replied, "There was only one reason. That emperor is fake." Underground Tan Van Tan, Livon Yai spoke, "What do you say? But the divine beast following Qing emperor cannot be fake." The man in black stood a distance away from the three of them and said, "That's because the four divine beasts didn't fly up with Emperor Qing, but were sealed in the cave by Emperor Qing." The man wearing a black hooded cloak spoke up, "As for what you see, it's just a projection of the true spirit that the Qing emperor left behind." The bad guy punched the ground and scolded, "Damn it." He angrily gritted his teeth and said, "But he was played by them." He heard the sound of turning around. Quet Hai Chan Quan crossed his arms and looked down slightly, snorting softly. What is the use of saying these things now? Originally, he intended to use the blood of the Cloud Sword sect to sacrifice the blood dragon, so he borrowed it, to summon the demon master. She angrily looked at him, gritting his teeth, and said, "If there is any mistake, delaying the arrival of the devil master, we cannot bear it." The man in black put his left index finger to his mouth to signal the others to be quiet. He said, "Don't worry, the Van Kiem tone is just accompaniment." The three people stared at him wide-eyed when they heard him speak. Not long after, the heavenly pride will gather together monks from all over the world. By then, his hand remained still. A devilish smile appeared on his lips and continued, "I will refine them all and summon the devil to come." Great Hall of Qingyun Sword Sect Mountain. In the palace, there were 4 chairs with 3 people sitting on 3 chairs, and Kiem walked down the stairs and said, "This time the demon sect invades. If it weren't for your support, the Van Kiem sect would be afraid. It is difficult to escape one life." Van Du held the fan and looked at the sect master of the Van Kiem sect. Van Schwen Nok held a cup of tea and said, "Sect master Wen doesn't need to be polite. The immortal sect alliance already shares a common hatred." The old man holding the fan spoke seriously. "The demon sect has many plans, recently brazenly killing entire blood sacrifice cities all over the eastern wilderness. We suspect that this is to make their demon king come down." When Kiem frowned and shouted, "If that was the case, then would this burning pride festival still be held as usual?" One hand lifted the key into the air. There were many people trying to grab the key. He said, "The meaning of Tatin Tien Sect's master is that now the world has suddenly changed. The demon sect monks have returned, is secretly plotting, at this time choosing the heavenly pride, can prepare talents for the battle with demons." The old man frowned and continued, "The key to the Jade Trantian Emperor's tomb and the reward is also very important for enhancing the improvement of the entire cultivation world." When Zheng closed his eyes and let out a sigh. Outside there was a flock of pigeons flying past. He said, "Now it seems like that's all it can be." Under the tree, Nok Kiem Tam sat pensively looking at the black butterfly landing on his hand. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the butterfly, thinking, when that mysterious person made his move, the sword energy emitted faintly like the silver sword stone that senior brother Hoa gave me. She compared the two people and thought, it's just that their realms are too different. For the moment she can't associate them with each other. She remembered his face when he smiled, she thought to herself, but now that she thought about it carefully, senior brother Hoa was very suspicious. She remembered that time, when she and Vuong Lan ran over, saw him wrapped in many white cloths, someone was supporting him and kept calling out, "Junior brother Hoa, wake up," she thought to herself, and that day was in Dao Hoa Win and senior brother Hoa only appeared at the end of the battle. Back to the present, 2 people came behind her. Vuonglan walked behind Giangdu. He walked over and saw her sitting absent-mindedly and asked, "Junior sister didn't practice swordplay today, that's unusual." She suddenly turned back. She stepped out of the tree, clasped her hands and said hello to the two brothers. She looked at the two people pointing at her and said, "Today I made an appointment for you two to come here. There is something I want to bother you two." He spoke up, "Junior sister, just say it, don't be shy." Hoa Tan Van sat leaning against a pillar in the yard. In his hand he was holding a book called Sister 2 12th volume. He looked at the book and smiled and said, "Yes, it's a fairy product, it's really a fairy product." Nak Kiem Tam stood hiding behind the wall, looking at him tentatively. In her heart, she thought to herself, "Is senior brother Hoa hiding his strength? Try it and you'll know. Instinctive reactions won't fool anyone." She suddenly jumped out and hit him with a blow, startling him, jumping up and cursing loudly. He looked at her in panic and asked, "What are you doing?" She didn't answer his question and continued to turn towards him. He looked at her in surprise. She opened her eyes wide and thought, "Brother Hoa, let me see." 3 people attacked him, creating bright lines. His eyes looked sharp. She continued to think about whether he would show any vulnerability in an emergency situation. Vuonglan said to him, "He is offended." "Junior brother Hoa," Giangdu spoke up, "we are here, don't try to escape." He heard the two of them say that and turned back to look at the two of them. A question mark appeared in his mind. 3 people holding swords stood around him. He could only laugh and think, "No, that's it, I'll prepare thoroughly like that later." He was lost in thought when suddenly she ran towards him. He extended his arms to help her hug him. She looked at him and blushed. He closed his eyes and smiled seductively, saying, "Junior sister, why are you guys so strange today?" She looked at him and said, "Brother Flower, I have doubts." Vuonglan pointed his finger and said, "You guys look." In the sky, there was a man dressed in black flying. Behind him were stars and moon tigers. Everyone suddenly said, "What?" Someone spoke up below, "This is the Blue Emperor of the Cloud Sword sect." Someone admired and said, "Wow, so cool." He stood floating in the sky and said, "This time the sect is in trouble. I intentionally used the real spirit to help. The demon sect is fierce and arrogant. I hope you practice diligently, slay demons and exorcise demons, and promote your virility, righteousness." After he finished speaking, he flew away. Several disciples stood on the ground, clasped their hands and bowed slightly, answering, "Yes," bowing to the ancestor. Nak Kiem Tam thought in fear, "Could it be that I was thinking wrong?" She raised her hand and patted her head, exhaling a breath and thinking, "It's really dangerous. Fortunately I was prepared early." He smiled a little when he saw her like that. He breathed a sigh of relief and thought, the talisman he got from the dead devil was really good. In the future he would have to find him to get more. He raised his hands high and relaxed as he thought, "Like this, I can rest now. I haven't asked for the permission the sect master owes me yet. This time it's just the right time to think it over." He was relaxing when he opened his eyes when he heard a voice, "Silence." He turned around and saw cheers floating in the sky. He clasped his hands behind his back and spoke, "I have something important to announce." He opened the piece of paper and said seriously, "The sect spirit was over. The sect leader and the elders had discussed, and now announced the disciples chosen to represent this sect to attend the Tian Prom festival." Everyone turned around to listen to the cheering. The first person was. He was as surprised as lightning when he heard him say his name, Hoa Tan Van. Then he pointed at himself and said, "I." Hoa Tan Van's face was sweating. "Tien Hoi is not a game, master, please take a closer look." He cried, "Don't do it, he just chased away the demon and has to go on a business trip." Cheer pulled out a long list and said, "Yes, the first person is you and your juniors Nak Kien Tam, Giangdu, and Vuonglan." Hoa Tan Van said indignantly, "Why did you send me away? It's just an 8-dimensional spiritual palace." At this moment, he couldn't keep calm anymore, pointing at his face and crying as if he was about to cry. "This bad, isn't it the first round of being eliminated and making the sect lose face?" The black-faced yet dangerous cheerleader said, "Why, don't you know?" Because of lying, Hoa Tan Van did not dare to look straight. "Here, I don't know." "So let me tell you, when the sect was in danger, what did you as a true disciple do?" "That's because when the sect is in danger, you don't do anything except run away and sleep." The words seemed to stab straight into Hoa Tan Van's heart. "This is your opportunity to make amends for your sins, so go ahead." Sweating, he thought to himself, "What have I done? Saying something will startle you, master." 3 days later, senior brother Hoa lay motionless here for 3 days and 3 nights. A senior sister commented. Sword Heart senior brother and the other senior brothers participating in the competition all practiced hard, only he was willing to fall. When he heard that even his sister Sword Tam was fighting a bloody battle for the sect, he was still sleeping. Don't look anymore, we should still quickly transport the statue of the ancestor to the square. Well, I didn't expect that this time the ancestor came down to help the sect. Up and down the sect thanked the ancestors, especially recasting the statue for the ancestors. We really hope that the ancestors can know our sincere hearts. Hearing these words, I could only laugh in frustration. Haha, I know, thank you. He suddenly opened his eyes. The beautiful face of Nak Kiem Tam appeared. Senior brother Hoa. She smiled and raised her hand and said, I'll be leaving for Tin Tien Tong in a moment, aren't you ready yet? Hoa Tan Van grabbed Nak Kiem Tam's hand and sat up, stretched his back, and walked away, his voice a bit excited when he failed to resist. Junior sister, you go first. We still have important things to deal with. To the Trade Dean area. The sect master is holding his head and crying, my great red robe, my iron mandarin, my eastern oolong. Hoa Tan Van landed and called out loudly, Sect leader. Sect master, it's important, you don't forget. Sect master replied, you said that, of course I don't forget. That's right, we need it. His face was radiant and his cheeks were pink, his hand pointed at the metallic card, resting to make up for lost moments. The sect master shouted angrily, don't even think about it, you don't work overtime, where are you going to rest? He immediately took out the mysterious sound, but my spirit beast was already working overtime. The sect leader can only scratch his head. Okay, then either I give your spirit beast 7 days of leave, and you go to participate in the Tian Pride Festival, or you keep 7 days of rest, and finish participating in the competition, then find me to exchange. Even if you use Cloud Heart Tea to bribe me. There is nothing left to negotiate about this matter. Hoa Tan Van was stunned. What? Sect master, don't force me. Then I put aside all my courage and knelt down to hug the sect master's feet. I beg you. The sect master had no choice but to say, Jiahua sent you this time, actually I also have my own intentions. Among the true disciples, only your cultivation level has always remained stagnant, sometimes I even doubted whether you were intentionally suppressing your realm or not. He immediately felt guilty. No, he could have guessed it. The sect master crossed his arms over his chest and continued, but seeing you as talented as this, I must be thinking too much. This time, the winner will be able to get the key to the Emperor's Jade Tomb. There will be countless secret treasures that can make the sect countless times stronger. There is even a secret treasure among them, rumor has it, can make others pass through the tribulation without being harmed. Hearing the secret treasure, his eyes immediately lit up. It was worth trying to overcome the heavenly tribulation. He continued to think, the demon sect's activities are becoming more and more. In the future we will inevitably have to act like in the Peach Blossom Yuan. At that time, if we are too careless, we will likely break the scene leading to a disaster. The sect master continues to coax. In short, this demon sect invasion has seriously injured the Yuan Chi sword sect, and must be reorganized. If you guys can achieve first place, whether for yourself or not, for the sect, all are good things, of course. The premise is to ensure one's life. You are the rare power of the sect, do not take risks when competing. Because of the 7 days off, Tan Van had to agree, knowing the sect master. The sect leader stood below and raised his hands to cheer. I know, you brat, Elder Lan and the others are about to leave, you haven't left yet. Those participating in the event said to each other, Master Hua probably won't come here, he won't, how dare he? Hoa Tan Van just landed, waved to everyone, yo are you all here, so shy, just doing something personal. Master Hoa Tan Van spoke up, I will emphasize again, this time the Tian Hao Tin Hoi has cancelled the rule of not harming the lives of others. The accompanying Dharma protector Lam Dong can only protect the Dharma next to him. If you can participate in a competition, during the competition you must put your safety first, remember. Spiritual sword music is full of enthusiasm, remember it well. The master is wearing a Qingyun flower around his neck, and you kid, I want to say a few words to you in private, not to let you take the exam for nothing. He took out a book with a picture of a sensitive girl on the cover. This was a limited edition volume. Hoa Tan Van saw a girl like a cat and saw fat and bright eyes. Master, I was the one who wrongly blamed you before, I didn't expect that you were still a good person. The master crossed his arms in satisfaction. Humph, why does this praise sound so strange? Your Excellency is still gathering his talent and focusing on composing. After returning from the competition, Master will let you judge. Hoa Tan Van was touched. Thank you, Master. It's not too early yet, you two Elder Lan Trong are leaving, Elder Gu, take care. The Tian Hao Prosperity Festival is related to the future of the Van Kiem sect. The sect master here is full of thoughts, this time, I leave it to you. Hoa Qing Yin came to talk to Wen Zhen, sect master. The emergency meeting of the Immortal Sect Alliance seems to be related to the demon sect invasion this time. He turned around and politely replied, I know, I'll leave immediately. In the secret realm of the Immortal Sect's Uniguyat realm, Warm Sword finally arrived, because it was quite late compared to everyone else. He said, apologizing to the defendants for waiting so long. Opposite him was the immeasurable sea sect master of the Wild Sea. She gently replied, it's okay, today's discussion also has something to do with you, let's get going. He was surprised by her words and let out a confused sound. She quickly explained to him that he would soon remember that the help signal you sent to the Immortal Sect Alliance that day was actually almost blocked by the demon sect's trickery. She continued, this is the image of Elder Fawn using the soul retrieval technique obtained after that incident. The other person felt something was wrong, suddenly looked at the letter in his hand and shouted loudly, it's not okay, the Van Kiem sect has been attacked, urgently needs the Alliance's help. He suddenly met an anonymous person with a higher status than him, hesitantly calling out, Sir, why are you here? The anonymous person did not answer his question, but instead asked more, what happened? That guy didn't wait another moment, so he immediately reported that the Van Kiem sect was secretly attacked by the demon sect and was in great danger. We must report immediately. Without letting him continue, the other guy gave him a straight blow, causing the letter to drop. Suddenly someone's voice rang out, you can't walk. A group of people came from somewhere, talking loudly about that person, who dares to kill my Alliance disciples. He was startled, but soon calmed down, threw the letter on the ground to destroy it and complained, TSK, trouble. And Kiem heard Hai Immeasurable's story and was extremely shocked, showing concern. The power of the demon sect had penetrated so deeply. Sect Master then Yantong Yemloi continued, if it weren't for Elder Fawn coincidentally meeting him that day, this disciple would have died without a head or tail. The letter asking for help was destroyed, and Tan Van's sword sect would have been in even more danger. She seemed equally worried about that incident. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy at the scene was chaotic. It was impossible to know the person's appearance through soul retrieval, but based on the disciple's reaction before death, otherwise, this person is likely to be a high-level person, which also means. Without letting her finish her sentence, he concluded that this spy was most likely among us. The return of the demon sect is faster than we imagined. It is very likely that it is still mixed in with the high levels of a certain sect. Hearing this, the sect master of the demon sect also commented that if all the disciples of the sects participating in the Tianqiu festival have already left, then you must be careful as a team, don't let the demon sect trick you, mixed in. Moreover, this event of the Tianqiu festival is also related to the key to the Jade Tran Heavenly Emperor's tomb, there can be no mistakes. Tin spoke up to reassure the concerns that the other four had just raised. Don't worry, this time at the festival, Tin Tian Tong will use special methods to check the identities of participants, to avoid demons from mixing in. He also reminded that other sects must also strictly inspect themselves, quickly catch the perpetrators, and cut off future troubles. I hope so. The next day, another disciple was flying with everyone on a mission. He had not arrived for a long time. He was a bit frustrated. He had flown for 2 days and 1 night, but he still hadn't arrived at Tin Tian Tong. Lam Dong explained to him that Tin Tian sect was originally just a small local sect, much farther and more dangerous than other big sects. He continued, it was not until Su Tin, the current sect leader, succeeded that Tin Tian sect rose to be the second sect in Donghuang. But the positions of the sects have never changed, so the sects coming to participate in the competition must start early. Going a little way to a place familiar to him, he introduced it to the other disciple, but, ahead is Vongdu Citadel, the largest and most famous citadel within 100 miles of here. We will rest there, here one day, tomorrow on the road again. Nak Kiem Tan looked at Hoa Tan Van who was tired. She was happy, thinking, just in time to borrow this opportunity. In the motel room, Hoa Tan Van was extremely energetic after a long sleep. He stretched, took off his blindfold, had fun, took a paid day off, and everyone stopped to prevent him from taking a long nap. Suddenly there was a loud knocking sound in the room, startling him. He quickly responded, who is it? Nak Kiem Tan was dressed beautifully and neatly. Call me brother, I want to go buy some practice materials. I want to ask senior brother Hoa if he wants to come with me. Because she went for a walk, she deliberately changed into new clothes. In fact, she wanted to attract attention to him. She excitedly called out to him, "This is a personal arrangement, not counted as overtime as you said." She thought to herself, "Ask senior brother Hoa to go out first, then take the opportunity to teach senior brother Hoa about swordsmanship. I'm really smart." Hearing her call, he was surprised. He didn't think that something like this would happen. He tried every way to refuse. He called out, "Junior sister, it's not that senior brother didn't want to go, but senior brother suddenly sick. I deliberately acted honestly so I wouldn't have to go out, cough cough, and my illness is very serious, cough cough, to avoid infecting you. We should not see each other during this rest day." Then, hearing him say that, she suddenly stiffened. It seemed she realized that he didn't want to go, but still calmly replied, "Is that so? Then we'll just have to find someone else." Hoa Tan Van thought that everything had gone smoothly, but no, she found another way to persuade him to go out. But as the leader of this sect conference, there was a quota that could exempt him from death. "I was assigned to work for 3 months, but I don't know who this quota will be given to. It's really troublesome." Hearing her say that, he suddenly fell into deep thought, suddenly changed his mind, raised his voice. Compared to accompanying his junior brother, what does this illness of his senior brother count as? She quickly turned around and happily replied, "Really? I wanted to have this vacation, so I made up my mind. Of course, the 3-month vacation is super long. I must have it. Rest assured, junior sister." On the streets of Vongdu City, everything is so bustling. A seller is promoting his special product. Take a look, top-notch Dan Huan Dan. Others introduced an equally unique product, this phoenix feather given to them by the gods, the new treasure of creation. Lost in the bustling, luxurious streets, everything makes the sword music excited and admiring. Seeing the pile of sparkling cakes, she covered her face with admiration. "I also want this." Hoa Tan Van behind her was holding a large tree filled with gourds, her other hand was carrying a large box, her voice was full of helplessness. "Aren't we going to buy cultivation materials?" She didn't seem to care, still happily eating candy. She happily turned around and replied, "Here, practice materials need quality, not quantity. If this time I can find good quality materials like that sword-shaped stone, it would be great." "You said yes, is that right, senior brother?" He realized that he had fallen into her trap and was helpless. It turned out that it was because of this that he came here. Could the hint be more clear, sister? He put down that heavy box, even though he didn't want to. He was still optimistic, because of the long vacation. Let it go. Suddenly he took it out from his pocket and said to her, "Junior sister, I will take it now." Was about to take something out, suddenly he was alert to something, so he grabbed her hand and pulled it close to him, making her surprised and embarrassed, looking at him and saying, "Brother Hoa, brother." No matter what she was about to ask him, he just reminded her in a lower voice than before, "Don't talk, someone is staring at us." Suddenly he spoke loudly, the cloud sword's magic formula flew out, the musical sword heart saw a golden light appear, entering her eyes. She didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly someone spoke loudly again, "Found it." More and more people gathered here, they discussed excitedly, this aura, could it be that of a demon sect? She suddenly said loudly, "Now I will give them a lesson." The people around were bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. They shouted loudly, "Ah, what's going on?" Nak Kiem Tam's sword-holding arm was held by Hoa Tan Van. She was puzzled and let out a sigh. He signaled her to be quiet and then gently explained, "Junior sister, don't act rashly. If you act here, it will involve many innocent people. Let's change places." There were 2 strangers following them. Seeing that they were on high alert, the other 2 whispered, "The extremely strong sword energy just now disappeared in the blink of an eye. Was it because I was hallucinating?" The other person replied optimistically, "Looks like we haven't been discovered yet, so continue to follow. There are a lot of people here. Wait until they leave the city then attack." Nak Kien Tam quickly calmed down and replied, "I will listen to senior brother." She suddenly realized that someone behind her was dropping a lot of scrolls due to her strength just now. She and he bent down to pick them up and apologized. He scratched his head. I'm bothering him. She quickly said goodbye. "I'm sorry bro, I'm so embarrassed." Everything is back to normal again. He is holding the gourd stick next to him. She is happy. "We will deal with them later. Now focus on walking around the city." She looked at him with pleading eyes. "I still haven't bought enough. I'm helpless. Haven't bought enough yet." After walking a while, they met a group of people loudly walking back and forth, attracting their attention. "You liar, get out. If you dare to come here I will break your legs." She was curious. "What's wrong?" "You also equally curious. Tell her, go take a look." The man who uses insulting words and dares to bring trash to the mosque to deceive him is truly tired of life. The woman was sitting on the ground trembling and crying, holding a wooden statue, continuously explaining, begging everyone to look closely again. In my hand is a family heirloom given to my ancestors by the ancestors. If it wasn't because my daughter was seriously ill and needed money for urgent treatment, I would absolutely not sell it. Why do you say this item is trash? No matter what the man was going to say, the music sword heart ran to the woman and spoke up to protect her. If she didn't want it, then why would she bully others? The man seemed to understand and immediately replied that the Immortal Pride Festival was about to take place, and there were many disciples in the city participating in the competition recently. He suddenly frowned and looked at her contemptuously, making the girl who was comforting her feel that look and was extremely angry. Who knows if she was a traitor of the demon sect intentionally using fake goods to harm her, people or not. He emphasized even more to hope that she would realize that in this entire imperial city, other than a little girl who is easily deceived like you, no one would buy this trash. He still had no intention of ending, still continuing to talk. I see that this person is crazy about wanting money, and dares to bring fake things to the temple to scam. It's true that he doesn't know whether to live or die. I see that he is a traitor to the demon race. Hoa Tan Van looked at the item in the woman's hand, thinking thoughtfully, this thing, but this is not a fake. He didn't think too much anymore, so he asked the man, if someone buys it, what will you do? He crossed his arms and replied contemptuously, if anyone buys this trash, I will immediately remove the sign from the cathedral. He immediately turned around and asked the woman, oh, how did you sell this treasure, making her extremely grateful, and everyone was extremely surprised. He really dared to buy it. She was extremely touched. As long as you want to buy it, you can buy as much as you want. He gave her a bottle of medicine and a gold bar and said, this bottle of medicinal pills is not worth money, but it can probably cure her daughter's illness. Seeing them, she was surprised. He continued, the amount of money, this amount is the money I bought her heirloom. When everyone saw the potion, they were surprised and chatted loudly, that is, the symbol of the Van Kiem sect. Others said climbing up, the fairy spirit pill, that was the elixir. Seeing the bottle of medicine, she was so emotional that she couldn't hold back her tears. My daughter was saved. She kept saying, thank you benefactor, thank you benefactor. Nak Kiem Tam stood next to her trying to help her calm down. She looked at him with gentle eyes, senior brother Hoa, happy with that look of hers. He turned around to look for the man from before, then called out. His uncle startled him. He asked again what he said earlier, how he planned to remove the sign. They walked around the neighborhood together again, still wondering about his actions just now. She boldly asked, brother, why did you want to help her just now? He also quickly replied, is that something? Of course, because my senior brother has sharp eyes. He discovered that the treasure in her hand was a good item, and She happily looked at him and said, although we practice to leave the mortal world, we cannot immediately break up with love or give up our humanity. Isn't that the same with senior brother? The medicine is so important. Gave it to her again. He looked at her with loving eyes, then suddenly turned away, ruffled her hair and explained, that medicinal pill was made by me and is not worth much. Girl, be careful in the future and don't let others deceive you. Seeing him do that to her, she looked annoyed. Brother, you're messing up my hair. He took the treasure from earlier, held it out in front of him and said, hey, it's for you. She didn't understand why he did that, so she stood there dumbfounded. Taking it from his hand, she stammered and said, thank you brother. She used her power, looked at this object once. She felt confused. Even if she used dojutsu to probe, it still looked like a normal doll. Her ancestors might have as anyone been scammed. Seeing that she still couldn't answer her question, he gently said, she wasn't fooled. This thing is truly a rare and hard to find sword intent puppet, she said in surprise. A sword intent puppet. He immediately made a suggestion, you should try transmitting your sword intent into this puppet. There must be some mysterious sword technique inside. Only someone who is skilled in sword intent can comprehend it. She can't understand it. After thinking a lot, I immediately did as he told me. After a while, she felt something. The puppet immediately floated. She said loudly, this is. She floated in space, admiring how magical her swordsmanship was. Suddenly a sword appeared in front of her. She was curious. This is the long hate sword technique. After realizing the secret inside, she couldn't help but admire. Brother Hoa is so powerful, just a glance can see through the secret of this doll. He looked at her and asked, do you want to test the power of this new set of swordsmanship? She did not hesitate to answer, yes. He continued, go out of the city, it's time to teach the tales that follow. They went out together, went into a forest, called out to the other two, come out here. They said loudly, if that guy knew anything, he would leave that woman and other valuable things behind. These two men will forgive you for killing you. Not stopping there, they also set conditions, otherwise. Without letting them continue, he did not hesitate to agree. Okay, then threw the gourd stick straight forward. I thought I was going to fight, but I left my things behind and ran away. It seemed like that was my plan. If you don't stay away, you'll regret it. I left the music sword heart standing there, confused, looking at him like that. They laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. He looked very talented, but turned out to be a coward. Ha ha ha. I died laughing. Do we still have to use a woman? Hearing them talk about those who despised her, she gritted her teeth and let you go easy. She flew up, gathered all her strength, preparing to fight with the other two people. Before they could do anything, they were scared out of their wits. They panicked and disgusted again. Boss, she's not easy to deal with. Where? The other person seemed calmer, quickly urged, and rushed forward. She used the sword technique she tried just now, combined with the heavenly howl, to attack the other two people. Blood was spilled. Not stopping yet, she continued to use the sword of hatred together with Unaguyat, delivering the final blow, destroying both of them. After finishing, she called out to you, Senior Brother Hoa, this sword technique is really too profound. I feel like I need a little more time to fully grasp it. Hoa Tan Van above, witnessed the battle just now, complimented you. You and this swordsmanship set go together very perfectly. It's just that I just learned it, so I'm not proficient enough yet. With my qualifications, junior sister, go back and practice a few more times and you'll be able to fully grasp it. She looked at him with glowing eyes of admiration. Senior Brother Hoa, he's so strong. How big is the gap between him and me? He thought differently. It seemed like 3 months was a long time. He tried to find 3 months off for himself, thinking to himself, this time I'm so lucky. I didn't expect to be able to get this sword technique without spending any money. Strength, he thought, this time my junior sister will definitely choose me. Hoa Tan Van waved his hand. A blue spiritual energy radiated around. He said, according to the memory recovery, this was the spiritual energy hidden in that sword puppet. He continued to speak. It was originally a map. Hoa Tan Van opened his hand. The blue spiritual energy expanded on his palm. Inside was a map with a miniature mountain scene. There was a person holding a sword. Dance each sword move inside the map. Hoa Tan Van clasped her hands, remembering the image of the sword intention puppet and the woman holding the sword intention puppet in her hand, crying bitterly and begging, please look closely, the heirloom in her hand. I am what the ancestors left behind when they met their ancestors. If it weren't for the fact that my daughter was seriously ill and needed money for medicine urgently. He bowed his head and looked at the gradually dissipating spiritual energy in his hand. It seemed like someone was deliberately hiding it. This map is inside the sword puppet. Could it be that immortal? Hoa Tan Van opened his hand again. The map with the tiny swordsman, wrapped in blue spiritual energy, appeared again in his hand. Hoa Tan Van tilted his head to look at the map and said, this map points to leading to a certain place in the eastern wilderness. Wen Yin, do you know? Xuan Yin shook his head and made a few sounds. Oh. In front of Xuan Yin's bewildered eyes, Ho Han H. Van sighed, waved his hand to let the spiritual energy dissipate. He didn't care about that problem anymore. He said, forget it, these cunning plots are there. What does it have to do with us? Then he jumped into bed, covered himself with the blanket and happily said, resting early is the most important thing in life. Ween and nestled to the side, lifted the curtain and looked at him with eyes full of wonder. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. There was a sound coming in. Was Junior Brother Flower in the air? Hoa Tan Van was so angry that his face turned black. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Giang Du and Vuong Lan kept knocking on the door. Hoa Tan Van screamed from inside, without me I would have fallen asleep. Giang Du smiled and said, we have asked junior sister Sword Heart, you are still not asleep. Vuong Lan also smiled and continued, this is it, junior brother Hoa helped us in the mountains and rivers. We still haven't had time to say a word, thank you, so we want to thank you in person. Hoa Tan Van shouted angrily, okay, no need to be polite, goodbye, good night. Giang Du and Vuong Lan were shouted at in bewilderment. Vuong Lan bowed his head and used his hand to cover one of his eyes. Actually, since the last time the demons invaded, the two of us have realized that our cultivation base is still weak, so we hope that before the Heavenly Pride Festival begins. Vuong Lan looked down, sweating and continued, junior brother Hoa can give us some pointers on the art of spells. He continued, if your junior brother has any tasks in the future, you can give them all to us, we will do them for you. Hearing this, Hoa Tan Van opened her eyes wide, a little moved by this promise. He immediately rushed out like the wind, leaving the blankets and pillows scattered on the bed. The door suddenly opened. Hoa Tan Van poked her head out and spoke. As soon as you spoke, my sudden appearance made both Giang Du and Vuong Lan so surprised that they both jumped. Hoa Tan Van used his hand to hold the door, a drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. He asked the other two, any task? Giang Du and Vuong Lan smiled and nodded in confirmation, yes, yes. Then again, in front of the bewilderment of Giang Du and Vuong Lan, the Tan Van flower suddenly disappeared on the spot, leaving behind only a shadow and the words, spell magic, right, wait for me a moment. Before they could wait for Giang Du and Vuong Lan to speak, Hoa Tan Van reappeared in front of them, with both hands holding out a book in front of them, scaring Giang Du and Vuong Lan. They were startled, completely exhausted, even sweat. Hoa Tan Van said as she held out the book, this is an animal I conveniently picked up in an ancient relic when I went out to practice. Vuong Lan stretched out his hands to take the book. While Giang Du and Vuong Lan focused their attention on the book Hoa Tan Van just gave them, he squeezed Tu Ma in his hand and hid it behind his back, thinking in his heart, Tu Ma said this is the best book of spiritual talismans in his hand, probably enough to chase them away. The devil who was being squeezed uncomfortably spoke, you boy. Each page of the book was opened, there were many notes inside. Giang Du and Vuong Lan opened their eyes to look at it. Giang Du exclaimed, it's so magical. Vuong Lan also praised, here, making spirit talismans without needing material that is drawn in mid-air. The book opened in mid-air, a voice rang out, penetrating the mystery of the sun and moon, seizing the creation of heaven and earth. Then many spirit talismans flew out. Suddenly there was a power like a bolt of lightning, began to form, as if sensing something unusual was about to happen. He widened his eyes. Hoa Tan Van thought in his heart, this feeling, isn't it, it's about to break through. Then countless lightning bolts of spiritual energy enveloped Hoa Tan Van's entire body. It rushed into his body. Hoa Tan Van raised his hand. His hand was now covered with many lightning bolts. He shouted loudly, shut his mouth. Ignoring his whole body being covered with many lightning bolts around him, he used both hands to quickly close the door. I only saw Hoa Tan Van's hand reaching out through the crack in the door. He said, this is a security guard for you. In my hand I had a few small lightning bolts. Then the small lightning bolt in Qing Yun's hand gathered into a large lightning bolt that shot forward. Giang Du and Vuong Lan saw a yellow talisman surrounded by lightning rushing towards them. Giang Du and Vuong Lan were so surprised that their mouths opened wide. Giang Du looked up. The spiritual talisman was creating a huge vortex of spiritual energy that covered his head. He shouted loudly, be careful. Giang Du jumped back to avoid it. He pulled out his sword and slashed hard, creating a yellow light. Vuong Lan also pulled out his sword and swung it strongly, creating a stream of yellow light. He widened his eyes and jumped back to avoid it, saying loudly, too strong. His feet stomped hard on the floor, splashing some dirt and rocks. The birthmark on his chest lit up. His whole body was sweating. He opened his mouth and shouted, fuck. The spiritual talisman came into direct contact with the sword in Giang Du's hand, directly exploding, creating countless lightning bolts and a strong pressure that forced the king to cover his head with his hands to avoid it. After the shock subsided, the surrounding air was left with smoke and dust and a small amount of lightning. Giang Du and Vuong Lan suddenly opened their mouths with black faces, their eyes staring blankly at the scene above, the air. The birthmark on his chest had returned to normal. Hoa Tan Van used her hand to pull her shirt back to cover her chest. He sat down on the floor. The devil was floating next to him, leaning his back against the door. He thought, this security guard really has some brave, only unconsciously listening to 2 or 3 sentences. But I almost destroyed Fu's main road. It's too dangerous. The devil happily said, that's your extraordinary talent, don't blame me. Hearing this, Hoa Tan Van had a huge drop of sweat on her head. There was a trembling sound from outside. Hoa, junior brother Hoa conveniently drew a spirit talisman. He didn't expect it to have such great power. Hoa Tan Van glanced at the voice. Giang Du and Vuong Lan looked at him with worshipful eyes. Vuong Lan said, clearly he had talent in the way of talismans, and frankly gave the Tong Tian Bao Jiam to them. I still refuse to listen to the security guard's content. Hoa Tan Van was speechless. He spoke up to clarify, believe me, I really don't want to hear it. Hoa Tan Van sat on the floor, leaned her back against the door, turned around and smiled, continuing, my talent is limited. This is the spirit talisman that I used all my strength to draw. Cough cough, it's still not good enough. Then he raised his fist as a symbol of encouragement. His eyes cunningly said to Giang Du and Vuong Lan, I am a little uncomfortable so I should sleep now. The future prosperity of the talisman must depend entirely on there you are. The door closed firmly. Giang Du asked Vuong Lan, is junior brother Hoa sick? Isn't there something wrong? The demon hovered next to her. Hoa Tan Van clasped her hands behind her, walking leisurely while thinking. Fortunately this time she was able to suppress it. There was no danger. Hoa Tan Van's face darkened, his eyes were thoughtful, he thought of an image like a golden key and then thought, this time, we must quickly think of a way to overcome the heavenly tribulation. The candle flickered on the shelf, Hoa Tan Van lay on the bed, covered herself with a blanket, and said to herself, I'm so tired today, let's rest well first. The candle has burned out. In a quiet room with dim light shining in from the window, a voice rang out, Senior Brother Hoa, are you okay? Na Kiem Tong bent down and said worriedly, why didn't he react? Giang Du said Senior Brother Hoa was sick. Na Kiem Tong remembered what Hoa Tan Van had said before, cough cough, in order to avoid spreading the disease to you during these days, it would be better if we don't meet each other during this day off. Her whole face darkened, she said, could it be true that what he said before that he was very sick was true? Na Kiem Tong was worried in her heart, what if? Her eyes widened, her face was a bit tense, she used her hand to push the door open, loudly said, shouldn't I go and see? Na Kiem Tong widened her eyes, and what caught her eye was the image of Hoa Tan Van weakly lying on the bed covered with a blanket. She shouted loudly, Senior Brother Hoa, how is Senior Brother Hoa? Na Kiem Tong placed his hand on Hoa Tan Van's body lying on the bed, seeing him lying still without any movement, she worriedly said, why is there no reaction? His spiritual power is still so weak, he had internal injuries before, raw peach blossom. Actually, Hoa Tan Van was sleeping too soundly, and had just used talismans to suppress her cultivation. Na Kiem Tong helped Hoa Tan Van up, with one hand she held him in her arms, with the other hand she held him together to gather spiritual energy. With an extremely worried face, she said, Brother Hoa, I will immediately treat you. Looking at Hoa Tan Van still in a confused state in her hand, she said, now the normal spiritual power method is no longer suitable, now she can only use that method, but... Na Kiem Tong bowed her head, blushing, she raised her hand to touch her lips, hesitantly said, but... She looked at the still bewildered face of the Qing Yun flower. Na Kiem Tong blushed and closed her eyes, clenched her fists and raised them high, she said loudly, saving people is more important, Na Kien Tam, what nonsense are you thinking about? Then she used her hand to lift Hoa Tan Van's face, slowly bringing her red face closer, she called out in a low voice, Senior Brother. Her plump crimson lips moved a little closer. Suddenly, Hoa Tan Van opened her eyes wide and shyly asked, Junior sister, what are you doing? Hoa Tan Van suddenly opened her eyes wide. At this time, Na Kiem Tong's hand was still holding Hoa Tan Van's chin. He asked, Junior sister, what are you? She was suddenly stared at by him when he opened her eyes. Like that, his whole face turned red, the atmosphere was filled with embarrassment. Na Kiem Tong quickly retreated, she used both hands to cover her red face, stammering loudly, Senior Brother, Sister, we're worried. Hoa Tan Van propped up her hands and sat up to look at her. Na Kiem Tong's whole body was covered in sweat, her face was as red as the sun, she used both hands to cover her face, thinking in her heart, what should I do now, I'm afraid of death. Hoa Tan Van sat up, rubbed his long hair with his hand, he thought, it seemed like he believed my lie, thought he was seriously ill, the monks still cared about him a lot, so that's it. On the inside he was happily celebrating, yeah, but on the outside his expression was a bit depressed, but his 3 months off is something he can't change. Seeing Hoa Tan Van rubbing her forehead with her hand, Na Kiem Tong panicked and sweated all over. She opened her eyes wide, blushed as she looked at him and said, Brother Hoa doesn't have to suffer, it's really okay. Hoa Tan Van's hand still rubbed her forehead, her other hand waved and pretended to be weak, saying, I'm fine, cough cough, thank you for your concern. Na Kiem's face was still red, she looked at Hoa Tan Van with her eyes, worried, she reached out her hand to support Tan Van flower. Hoa Tan Van sighed, he stroked his chin and continued, there's nothing to worry about, just rest and recuperate. He scratched his head, smiled and said to Na Kiem Tong, about 3 months should be fine. Na Kiem Tong raised her hands to cheer, she quickly complied with his request, Senior Brother just rest well, good. Then she rushed out of the room with her red face, leaving only one sentence, I won't bother you anymore. Hoa Tan Van sat on the bed and only had time to see her back. The door closed firmly, Hoa Tan Van looked out the door, he thought to himself, phew, I'm finally out, life is like a play, everything depends on acting. At this time, the sword music still hadn't left, she leaned her back against the door, her whole face was still red, she opened her eyes wide and said to herself, what's going on, since just now my heart has been beating rapidly, forehead is also hot. As if thinking of something, she happily opened her eyes, lightly punched her palm, she said to herself, I'm sick. At this time, at Vong Du Citadel, the night sky still covered the surrounding area. Inside the medical shop, on the shelves, herbal packages are neatly arranged. A female doctor was sitting in front of the table. Suddenly, Nak Kim Tong rushed in. She quickly said, "Doctor, I feel like my heart has a problem." As soon as it started pounding non-stop. She spread her arms out and continued, she asked if I was sick. Nak Kim Tong reached out her hand. The female doctor placed her hand on her pulse, examined it and asked, was there any other condition when this disease occurred? Nak Kim Tong replied, yes. Nak Kim Tong rested his hand on his chin, turned his head shyly to continue talking about his symptoms: rapid breathing, red face and hot ears, difficulty thinking. It was probably these conditions. The female doctor was checking her pulse, looking intently at the outstretched hand of Nak Kim Tong. She used one hand to cover her face and silently listened as she finished speaking. After that, the female doctor smiled and pointed at Nak Kim Tong and asked, "When did this girl's symptoms start?" Nak Kim Tong widened her eyes and looked at the female doctor. She stroked her chin and thought for a moment, then said to her, "It just started recently, and this disease comes and goes. I've read a lot of books but can't find the cause." The female doctor smiled, narrowed her eyes, stroked her chin and told her that this condition usually occurs when the disease occurs, or when she meets someone. Nak Kim Tong stroked his chin. His eyes looked down and thought for a moment before speaking, "Appearing when I met my close senior brother that I respected." The female doctor nodded slightly, used her sleeve to cover her mouth and smiled at her. "Oh, I see." Nak Kim Tong's eyes widened, looking at her expression in bewilderment, urgently asking, "Doctor, do you know the reason? What about this disease?" The female doctor used her sleeve to cover her mouth, winked at her, then smiled and continued to say, "This is not an illness, maybe she is in love." Hearing that, Nak Kim Tong was startled, her face turned red, her eyes opened wide. She pointed at her face and said loudly, "What? How is this possible?" At this moment, in a vast space, Tan Van Flower was closing his eyes to concentrate. A stream of blue spiritual energy was surrounding him. "This place is Hoa Tan Van's consciousness space." He opened his eyes, waved his hand, a piece of paper appeared in his hand, a source of blue spiritual energy covered his whole body. Hoa Tan Van said, "Mission, today is yours. Use magic." With his talent to create a space for rest, convalescence, and comfort, the four divine beasts, Niet Long, Starfish, Moon Tiger, and then Vu silently listened to his advice. Having finished speaking, Hoa Tan Van smiled and narrowed his eyes, holding up the piece of paper in his hand. On the paper, he drew the design of a room and a statue of Hoa Tan Van. He continued, "As for the design, based on the drawing on the paper is fine." The four divine beasts spoke at the same time, clearly, "Master." The divine beasts began to act. The sun dragon spewed red flames to refine the statue of the blue cloud flower. The god dance released a stream of blue spiritual energy to form a stone floor, and the moon tiger created a forest with spiritual energy, its white color, while Stargord creates sparkling yellow stars in the sky. Hoa Tan Van crossed his arms across his chest and turned his head to look at the four divine beasts who were trying to unleash their unique abilities to complete the task he assigned. He said, "Although I can do this, if I don't let you, you feel guilty every time you do something." Hoa Tan Van looked intently at the four divine beasts and continued, "Since the last time she accidentally captured them in the Peach Blossom Yuan, until now they still haven't left. Just let them practice, is a rental fee." A few days ago, a map appeared. Above there were images of mountains, a road going around the mountains. On that road were marked 2 points. Qing Yun Flower's carrying star and Naguyat Tiger appeared on the map. Originally there were only 2 divine beasts, but Tintin and Naguyat Tiger said that they were some kind of reincarnated Qing Emperor. After repelling the demon sect, they took me to open the seal of the Sun Dragon and the god of martial arts. When he appeared, Niet Long immediately spoke up, meeting the owner. Then Vu also spoke up, visiting the owner. Hoa Tan Van, which they called the owner, suddenly broke out in sweat. He scratched his head, opened his eyes a little confused and said, "Don't say that anymore. I told you I'm not your master, and I'm not even a Qing Emperor or something." Hoa Tan Van standing below raised his head and looked up into the sky. The stars were flying in the air around him. He said, "We absolutely cannot forget the breath of Qing Emperor. Did our master do something wrong? He does not accept us." Niet Long, Naguyat Tiger and then Vu also looked at him with somewhat pitiful, pleading eyes. They said, "Master, you have agreed to let us follow you." They begged like that. Tan Van Flower was confused and sweating. He felt a bit speechless with this action of the 4 divine beasts. Hoa Qing Van stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then said, "Looking at your enthusiasm, you definitely want to follow me like this. There must be a purpose, different, right?" The star turned his eyes cunningly and said, unexpectedly, this matter could not be hidden from you. The master is really so smart. Hoa Tan Van angrily pointed at the star and shouted, flattery is going a bit too much. The image of a jade pendant appeared. Inside it had many red strings surrounding it. The star's eyes turned bright yellow. It changed its serious attitude and said, not hiding anything from the owner, we are following. Master Hill indeed has another reason, that is we want to find the demon spirit jade. Image of 4 red, yellow, green and blue spheres tied by a chain. In the middle there is a black sword protecting. Behind the 4 spheres there is the silhouette of a man. The star continued, 10,000 years before, we were once left with a seal on our bodies by Emperor Qing. There was only a treasure called the demon spirit jade that could remove it. The image of the jade piece is enlarged, its red strings appear, there is the back of a man slowly walking away. The 4 balls representing the 4 divine beasts are floating in the air. The star's voice continues, rang out, and the demon spirit jade is what helps release the seal within us, helping us enter the heavenly realm. Before Qingdi left, he promised to help us find the demon spirit jade, but, in the end, some incidents happened and we couldn't find them, so we were always in the mountains and rivers. Hoa Tan Van raised his head and looked up into the sky. 4 magical beasts were also up there staring at him, waiting for his decision. Hoa then Van thought to himself, these magical beasts possess different magical powers, not only can help me work, but can also help me hide my strength and identity. Hoa Tan Van used his eyes to carefully observe them for a long time. He placed his index finger on his chin and thought, saying that it wouldn't be a loss to accept them. Then he crossed his arms over his chest, raised his head, looked straight at the 4 divine beasts and said seriously, okay, it's not impossible for you to follow me, but I'll say it first, if you want to act with me, everything will be fine, you must all follow my arrangements, and as for the demon spirit jade, I will search for it on your behalf. The eyes of the 4 divine beasts lit up, they happily said in unison, thank you master, your instructions are our orders. Ending the flashback at Dao Hoa Win, Hoa Tan Van was now in his space, comfortably sitting in a recliner reading a book. He said to himself, this is a real vacation, actually, I just need to rest until I leave tomorrow, no one can bother me. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door, knock knock knock, loud noises, making Hoa Tan Van startled and his whole body shook with the rhythm of the knock. He wondered in his heart, In his heart, he was still wondering, what the hell was that sound? The knocking on the door still didn't stop. Knock. Outside millions of heavenly fortunes were knocking on the door. He called out, Junior brother Hoa. Hoa Tan Van lying on the bed opened her eyes and said angrily, not again. Hoa Tan Van covered his forehead with his hand. He was in a very bad mood. Hoa Tan Van closed his eyes speechless for a moment. He said dejectedly, sigh, what a long night. Then Hoa Tan Van opened her eyes and smiled gently and asked, Sir, do you also have something to look for me? Cheu Tien Lok frowned, his face extremely serious and said, Junior brother Hoa, I am now officially sending you a challenge, hoping you will agree. Hoa Tan Van was so angry that his face turned black. He sat up and shouted loudly, was he wrong? You came too suddenly to challenge me. I just want to fully enjoy the vacation, without causing trouble or offending, with anyone. Zhao Tianlok also shouted loudly. In fact, Sword Tam's sister's swordsmanship suddenly improved dramatically. She said it was thanks to my guidance. Million Tianlok remembered the image of Hoa Tan Van in the serious face of Nak Kien Tong. She frowned and said, Senior brother Hoa's swordsmanship is much more powerful than her sister. Remembering those images, Million Tianlok increased the volume of speaking, so doubts arise. Million Tianlok stood to one side and looked at the backs of Gang Du and Vuong Lam leaving. He continued, just now Gang Du and Vuong Lam secretly came here to look for you to teach me. I also saw it, combined with the previous time, in the mountains and rivers. Junior brother Hoa saw abnormalities everywhere. Suddenly he changed his attitude. His face was extremely serious and he shouted loudly, I have reason to suspect that junior brother is hiding his strength. Hoa Tan Van sat on the bed, glanced at the door and said, what if I don't accept the challenge? Cheu Tianlok frowned slightly and firmly said, if junior brother Hoa doesn't agree, I will come and challenge you every day until you agree. Hoa Tan Van sat on the bed, put his hands on his knees and let out a long breath. He thought with a dark face, sigh, this person is extremely stubborn. If he didn't agree, he would probably say yes. It seems that he cannot be underestimated. Hoa Tan Van glanced at the door and an idea popped into his head. But there are 2 sides to every story. If he doesn't agree this time, the doubt in his heart will continue to increase. He thought of the image of Zhao Tianlong gesticulating and saying something to cheer. After listening, stroked his chin in thought for a long time. Hoa Tan Van was thinking in his heart, once he said it, everyone the master will also think that I am hiding my strength, and the work assigned to me will be even more. If I take this opportunity to intentionally lose, he will be able to resolve his doubts. After resting, Hoa Tan Van jumped out of bed and walked towards the door and said, I agree. Cheu Tianlong was a bit surprised. He said with a bewildered face, he didn't expect junior brother Hoa to agree so quickly. Hoa Tan Van's expression was extremely calm. He smiled and said, Go, if you want to fight, let's go out and fight. Arriving at the deserted forest, the two of them stood facing each other. Million Tianlong clasped his hands and bowed and said, Junior brother Hoa, thank you for accepting my challenge. Hoa Tan Van stood opposite him and said leisurely, No, come on, let's fight quickly. After we finish fighting, you still have to go back to sleep. Zhao Tianlong immediately used his spiritual energy. His whole body was surrounded by orange spiritual energy. He bent down and raised his hand to prepare to draw his sword. Then, countless orange swords slashed towards Hoa Tan Van. He quickly dodged the attack. Hoa Tan Van thought, this remote desolate place has no audience, let's just act casually this time. Hoa Tan Van's whole body radiated blue spiritual energy. He smiled and gently waved the talisman towards Million Tianlong. Hoa Tan Van's heart was thinking, let's use some normal defense talismans. At this time in the medical shop, after hearing the doctor's diagnosis, Nak Kiem Tong's face turned red. His eyes were spinning and he couldn't keep calm. She said, What? I'm in love. How is that possible? Nak Kiem Tong stood confused and looked at the female doctor. She asked Nak Kiem Tong, So I ask you, have you recently felt very happy just thinking about the other person? Nak Kiem Tong was silent. Female, the doctor continued, do you pay special attention to one person? When that person appears around you, you will suddenly pay attention to that person. Nak Kiem Tong bowed her head. Her eyes looked down at her raised hands interlaced together. She said confusedly, I want to stop thinking. Suddenly a loud noise rang out from the forest behind the mountain. Nak Kiem Tong immediately changed her attitude. She turned her head to look back. Her eyes became sharp. She thought to herself, someone is fighting outside the city. This is the spiritual power of senior brother Hoa. Nak Kiem Tong launched herself into the air and flew away. She only had time to turn her head and shout back, Doctor, thank you for your advice. I left the money on the table. I have something to do first. At this moment, behind the mountain, the two streams of spiritual energy of the Million Heavenly Fortune and the Blue Cloud Flower collided strongly with each other. After the impact, Million Tianlong bowed down and looked at the dust and dirt flying everywhere, but the Qingyun flower still stood proudly within the barrier of the spell without any damage. Zhao Tianlong looked at this scene and couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. He frowned and sighed. The talisman was too strong. As for Hoa Tan Van, she was also sweating, her eyes helplessly looking at Zhao Tianlong, thinking, she's clearly had her defense reduced, but she's still too strong. Hoa Tan Van tightened her grip on the talisman leaves in her hand, thinking that it seemed like she had to suppress the power a little more. Million Tianlong launched an attack again. He rushed up and delivered a strong blow. The barrier around the Qingyun flower was broken into many pieces. Hoa Tan Van used his hands to cover his face. Standing still, the barrier around him shattered into small pieces. Seeing this, Zhao Tianlong frowned and said, suddenly broken, could it be that I was thinking too much? Junior brother Hoa is not that strong. Hoa Tan Van sat down on the ground, using her sleeve to cover her eyes, but behind the sleeve was a pair of extremely sharp eyes. He thought, yes, that's right, just think like that, then it would turn into no. The enemy emerged, and that was the end of the battle. Hoa Tan Van sat down on the ground and looked worried. Million Tianlong held his sword forward. His whole sword radiated red spiritual energy like a burning fire. He said, it's time to end the match. Hoa Tan Van sat on the ground, smiling leisurely, receiving the attack like a red flame, strongly rushing straight in front of him. The attack was just a little away from Tan Van Flower. Suddenly there was a strong stream of blue spiritual energy that hit straight down at the attack of Million Tianlong. Million Heavenly Fortune was suddenly attacked. He shouted, What? At this time, Nak Kiem Tong was standing in the air. Surrounding her was a billowing stream of blue spiritual energy, which was on the ground where the attack of the Million Heavens had collided with her attack, created a huge deep hole. Nak Kiem Tong angrily widened his eyes and shouted, Summon senior brother, why do you bully fellow brothers? Zhao Tianlong saw that Nak Kiem Tong was burning with anger. He quickly shouted to explain, Junior sister, it's not what you think. This is a fair duel between me and junior brother Hoa. Please don't interfere. Nak Kiem Tong landed from the air, reached out to pull Hoa Tan Van, who was sitting on the ground, to stand up. She continued, "Is it fair to fight with someone of a lower realm than yourself?" Hearing this, million heavens fortune, all sweat. Nak Kiem Tong turned his head, his eyes as sharp as knives shooting towards Zhao Tianlok. With a gloomy face she said, "If you want a fair fight, let's just fight each other." Zhao Tianlok's face turned pale, his whole body staggered. He reached out his hand to explain that, "This is a private matter between me and junior brother Hoa, junior sister Nok. What relationship do you have with senior brother Hoa?" Why did she have to appear on behalf of junior brother Hoa? Zhao Tianlok's words made Nak Kiem freeze for a few seconds. She widened her eyes and didn't know how to answer. Hoa Tan Van standing behind her had the same expression, darken again. Nak Kiem Tong turned her head and glanced at Hoa Tan Van standing behind her. She thought, "Oh right, what is the relationship between me and senior brother Hoa?" Nak Kiem Tong turned her head, her eyes widened, and she thought, "Could it be that I really fell in love with senior brother Hoa?" Hoa Tan Van lowered his head to look intently at her. Nak Kiem Tong also turned his head to look at him. Both of them were silent for a long time. In his mind, Nak Kiem Tong remembered the image of Hoa Tan Van looking at her, waving his hand and saying, "Both you and I are walking on this path. All things in the world are not you, and I can escape if I want to." Insisting on wanting to hide only causes physical and mental exhaustion. Fear of the former, fear of the latter, making it difficult to progress in practice. The sword music reminds me of the image of the Qing Yun flower when viewed from an angle. He has a tall figure. Hoa Tan Van is closing his eyes, reaching out his hand to catch a falling leaf. He said, "When the truth meets the truth, all appearances appear spontaneously, free as usual, called nature. The appearance is untainted, the direction appears free." Suddenly, Nak Kiem Tong opened her eyes and her heart felt like she was awakened. She thought, "No, I don't like this kind of love. Maybe it's more like a desire. What I crave is the feeling of senior brother Hoa towards me. Treat everything calmly and leisurely." After thinking clearly about her feelings, Nak Kiem Tong opened her bright eyes, raised her hand to her chest, smiled honestly and said, "Brother Hoa is my goal, and at the same time he is also my friend, extremely important to me." Cheu Tianlok scratched his head in confusion and asked again. "I said, I see junior brother Hoa as my goal." Nak Kiem Tong's eyes sparkled. She happily smiled and said, "Yes, Hoa Jr.'s natural state of mind. Parents are something worth learning for many people." Nak Kiem Tong also stimulated blue spiritual energy into his sword. She said, "If you absolutely have to fight with senior brother Hoa, then let me do it." Million Tianlok stimulated spiritual energy. Red spiritual energy flowed, immediately surrounding his sword. He said, "That's good, just because the match was interrupted. Peach Blossom can continue here." Suddenly, two people came down from the air and stood between Nak Kiem Tong and Zhao Tianlok. Both of them landed on the ground and spoke loudly. "If they want to bully junior brother Hoa, they have to step over us first." The two people who just rushed him were Gang Du and Vuong Lan. Both of them were glaring wide-eyed, their faces carrying a bit of anger, standing in front of Hoa Tan Van. Hoa Tan Van still did not understand what was going on. As for Zhao Tianlok, he turned pale and asked, "No," and again, "What relationship do you two have with him?" Vuong Lan enthusiastically raised his hand towards Hoa Tan Van and introduced, "Junior brother Hoa has a deep understanding of talismans, and also helps us unconditionally. He is our good friend." Yang Du also raised his hand towards Hoa Tan Van, his face serious, and said, "In general, if you want to challenge junior brother Hoa, you have to pass us first." Hoa Tan Van saw the two of them like that and was speechless. A drop of sweat appeared on his head. Foul smell. Right after that, all four people were put into fighting mode. The music sword sect released blue spiritual energy, eyes widened, and said with a serious face, "It was me who came first. The two of you who want to fight protector senior brother also have to line up. Wait your turn." Yang Du burst out with yellow spiritual energy around his body. He said excitedly, "It's been a long time since he interacted with junior sister Nok." Vuong Lan also burst out with green spiritual energy, smiling excitedly, just in time to try the talisman technique he had just learned. Zhao Tianlok frowned and burst out with red spiritual energy, shouting, "Hey, don't fight nonsense, let me fight with junior sister Nok first." Then, in front of Hoa Tan Van, the fight broke out into a group. Rocks and soil were thrown everywhere, dust filled the sky. Hoa Tan Van saw this scene and could only stand and watch helplessly. His head was sweating and he said, "The battle, why did it become so chaotic this time?" Around them fighting, dirt and rocks, smoke and dust filled the sky. Tan Van Flower stood still, eyes wide open, calmly looking at the battle and said with pride, "Sigh, there's no way. Who said I'm too attractive?" Hoa Tan Van stood and observed the group of people fighting with each other, dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Hoa Tan Van frowned. His eyes darkened. He thought, no, today I have to lose millions of fortune to avoid being sent to work part-time. A ray of sword energy carrying the red spiritual energy of 1,000,000 heavenly fortunes swept across. The stone that was hit broke into many pieces and scattered everywhere. A powerful beam of red sword energy rushed in. Hoa Tan Van's eyes flashed with calculation. Then he spread out his hands, a smug smile on the corner of his mouth. He thought in his heart, it was just a melee. Well, it won't make it difficult for me. The red sword energy immediately hit him. Hoa Tan Van frowned, closed her eyes and cried out in pain. Ha! When Nak Kien Tong turned his head to look, Hoa Tan Van was blown away by the sword energy to a very far distance, and his whole body slid to the ground. Nak Kien Tong's eyes widened in panic and he cried out, "Senior brother Hoa." She rushed over to help Hoa Tan Van up, worriedly asking, "Are you okay?" He closed his eyes and covered his mouth with his hand. The melee was immediately stopped. Everyone turned their eyes to the Tan Van flower. A heated argument broke out. Vuong Lan pointed at Yang Du and Zhao Tian Lok shouted, "Junior brother Hoa is injured, it's all because of you." Jiang Du pointed to the two people Vuong Lan and Zhao Tian Lok, shouted loudly, "It's you who's right." Zhao Tian Lok also pointed at the two people Yang Du and Vuong Lan and shouted, "I admit that I was too unreasonable just now, but aren't you guys wrong at all?" The music sword tone shouted grumpily, "Enough is enough." Below the group of people were still arguing. From the air a wind surfer approached. Lam Dong suddenly appeared. He stood in the air with his hands behind his back, standing there with a cold face, making Hoa Tan Van's group of people startled. Someone stammered, "Lam, Elder Lam." His blue eyes were cold. He coldly said, "You are true sect disciples, but when performing tasks, you gather to fight." Lam Dong landed hard on the ground. Everyone could only stand still and watch. Lam Dong shouted angrily, unable to figure out anything. Lam Dong's eyebrows tightened, extremely angry. He opened his mouth and shouted loudly, "The heavenly prosperity is about to open. You should practice well. Stop acting like the children like today. Really, is a loss of face for the sect." Faced with the sky-high anger of Lam Dong, Million Tian Lok, Yang Du, and Vuong Lan, their moods were as depressed as a deflated balloon. All three of them lowered their eyes and said in unison, "We know we are wrong, Elder Lam." Nak Kien Tong and Hoa Tan Van stood far away, looking at Lam Dong teaching the other three people. Lam Dong pointed his finger at the three people who were standing apologetically and said, "Among fellow students, we must unite and love each other. If Hoa Tan Van is with you, if he's injured, then in the next few days, give him some time. If there's any urgent task, do it for him." Hearing the last part of Lam Dong's warning, his eyes lit up like stars. He grinned and raised his fist to celebrate. The next day, the whole group set out together. Qing Yun flowers flew in the air from above, looking at the panoramic view of the mountains and rivers below. Millions of heavens, Jiangdu and Vuong Lan turned into streaks of light flying quickly forward. Jiangdu said to Vuong Lan, "Sigh, Tin Tian Tong is too far." Vuong Lan smiled and replied, "Probably because of fighting last night so he was tired." Million Tian Lok flew behind Nak Kien sect. He said, "Speaking of which, I still have some doubts. Tin Tian Lok was originally just a small sect on the border. How could it preside over the Tian Hao festival?" Listening to his question, Nak Kien Tong rolled his big eyes and thought for a moment. The Nak Kien sect turned around and said with sharp eyes, "Senior brother went into seclusion to practice, but he didn't know." It was said that Tin Tian sect had previously experienced the danger of the sect being destroyed. Sect master Tin had gone missing again. Over time, she remembered the image of a strange red sky. In front of the main gate of Tin Tian sect, many people had fallen, blood stains everywhere. Right at this moment Su Tin in the form of a huge purple shadow appeared against the blood-red sky. Some of the surviving disciples of Tin Tian sect immediately clasped their hands and raised their heads to look up at him asking for help. Sword sect continued, but during the crisis, Sect Master De suddenly returned, and Sect Master Su's realm was stronger than everyone expected, using extremely powerful methods to neutralize the planet's crisis. Tian Tong that time. Su Tin's image appeared blurry. He spread out his hands. Immediately in the middle a ray of yellow light appeared. The musical sword sect continued. It was said that Sect Master Su accidentally entered the secret, ancient scene. With the opportunity, Tin Tian Tong was able to overcome danger and become at peace, even jumping up to become the host of this Tiangyang festival. Hearing that, Zhao Tian Lok stroked his chin and said, "The secret realm of fate is truly terrifyingly strong." Lam Dong was in front. He clasped his hands behind his back, turned his head and glanced back and said, "Yes, this time the reward of the Heavenly Prosperity Festival. The most notable treasure is the key to Nok Tran's tomb. Heavenly Emperor." The purple silhouette of a person in an emperor's outfit, whose face could not be clearly seen, was sitting high up. Below was a violently churning stream of water. A few purple spirit stones fell into the water. The blue dawn continued, precisely because of getting the key. The person entering the tomb has endless opportunities. After the winner is decided, the entire world of cultivating immortals will be like having the cards shuffled again. Zhao Tianlong let out a breath. He clenched his fist and raised his voice to say, "Among the disciples of the sect who came this time, there are many geniuses. It seems that the battle for the key this time will be very difficult." Yang Du on the side smiled and said, "For the sake of the sect, I will do my best to deal with it." Despite everyone's heated discussion, Hoa Tanvan leisurely walked behind, bowing his head while reading the book in his hand as he moved. Yang Du turned his head to look back and said, "Junior brother Hoa is reading a book again." King, hearing these words, he glanced back and said, "Isn't he the one who hates practice the most? He also calls actions rolling." Paying such attention, "Are you studying swordsmanship for the sake of prosperity? I'm so proud this time." Junior brother Hoa is finally getting serious. But underneath Hoa Tanvan's serious face is a pink book with the title, Sister 2's Special Side Story. Seeing the name of the book, Yang Du is about to turn to stone, turned out to be reading Sister 2. Vuong Lan was also speechless. As expected of a junior brother, he could be so calm under any situation. Suddenly, Nak Kiem Tong glanced sharply behind her. She let out a sound, hum. A stream of dark red demonic energy hit them. Hoa Tanvan also noticed something unusual. He glanced at them, backwards. Nak Kiem Tong raised the sword. Her whole body emitted blue spiritual energy. She shouted loudly. Everyone was alert. There was demonic energy. The demonic energy quickly converged into a giant dark red monster. It opened its mouth full of fangs. Its bloodshot eyes rushed towards the group of people, and was suddenly attacked by the entire group of people standing there. Quiet. Looked up. Someone shouted loudly, "It's not okay. It's the Blood Moon Demon Wolf." Lan Dong immediately reacted. He rushed forward. His eyes emitted a blue spiritual energy. He said quickly, "The Blood Moon Demon Wolf's strength in the Purple Palace realm. Once it bites its prey, it will die. Don't let go. Everyone be careful. Others surround it with me. You must cut it to death." Everyone shouted in unison, clearly, then at the same time turned into streaks of spiritual energy to attack the Blood Moon Demon Wolf, causing it to open its mouth wide and scream. Spiritual energy gathered to form a chain that wrapped around the Blood Moon Demon Wolf, locking it tightly. Being tied tightly by the chain, the Blood Moon Demon Wolf became even more furious. It bared its teeth and its bloodshot eyes were extremely fierce. The sword flew into the air, passed through its mouth and flew above the Blood Moon Demon Wolf's head. Nak Kiem Tong rushed down from above to the tied Blood Moon Demon Wolf. She shouted and continued the move. Suddenly, the Blood-Wish Demon Wolf's eyes widened. Then, under everyone's watch, it opened its mouth wide, and a thick stream of black demonic energy poured out from its mouth. Nak Kiem Tong widened his eyes and opened his mouth to exclaim in surprise, "What? This is a clone, gifted with magical powers." To her surprise, the Blood Moon Demon Wolf split into countless silhouettes rushing in different directions. A ghost wolf rushed to summon Tianlong, swung his sword and slashed its body with a strong blow. Another ghost wolf clone appeared behind Yang Du. A demon wolf clone raised its claws towards the Qingyun flower. He gently avoided the ghost wolf that was baring its teeth and rushing at him. Suddenly his eyes widened. He looked through the ghost wolf and saw that it was just an illusion. Inside it contained a vortex of demonic energy. He thought to himself, this is... While he was thinking, Nak Kiem Tong rushed forward and swung his sword to slash at the ghost wolf. She said, "Senior brother Hoa, I'm here to help you." The demon wolf that was hit by the sword music immediately melted away, its phantom image gradually disappearing into the air. Another demon wolf was struck by a ray of spiritual energy and disappeared. Lam Dong turned his head and worriedly asked, "Is everyone okay?" Yang Du and Vuong Lan had just struck a blow. The ghost wolf's shadow finally disappeared, and Zhao Tianlong replied, "Elder Lan, we're okay." The ghost wolf was defeated, but its aura had not completely disappeared. There was still some lingering around in the air. Lam Dong frowned tightly, saying seriously, "The time the ghost wolf appeared was too coincidental. Very strange. It's possible that someone did it on purpose. If everyone is okay, then let's go quickly." At this moment, Nak Kiem Tam exclaimed in panic, "Senior brother Hoa, what's wrong with you?" At this moment, Hoa Qingyun's sharp eyes swept across her body. Finally, his eyes stopped right in the middle of her chest. At this moment, he looked at the glowing thing in front of her chest and thought to himself, it seems like the thing on that Blood Moon Demon Wolf's body, when he was killing it, was carelessly killed, haunted. After a while of thinking, he gradually returned to his normal state. At this time, he slowly looked at her and said, "It's okay, I'm just suddenly a little worried about you. I should check your wound." Listen, seeing him say that, she was a little surprised and said, "Check the wound," but she wasn't injured at all. At this moment, someone spoke up to break that awkward atmosphere. "It's okay, everyone should move on. Hoatan Van is always thinking about something. Is it because I'm thinking too much?" Standing quietly on the spot and thinking, "Why do I always feel like something is wrong? I hope that this lucky day will not cause any problems." At this time on the top of the mountain, the clouds were so obscure that it was difficult to see the path. At Tin Tian Tong, a sound came out, "Everyone, in front is Tin Tian Tong." There were countless numbers of people flying in, including millions of heavenly beings who were extremely excited and shouted, "It's finally here." The number of people coming to this slux is gradually increasing. Wow, it's really cool. Some people stood up, looked up at the statue in front of them, and couldn't stop exclaiming, "It's truly worthy of being ranked third in the Eastern Wild Sect." Suddenly there was a sound of footsteps running quickly. "That person is Dong Xuan," she shouted hurriedly. "I'm so embarrassed. I have the responsibility to welcome everyone from the sect and yet I'm late." At this moment, she stood there with her hands spread out. In her hands were some green gems. She said a little shyly, "These were spirit gems used to mark the identity of contestants. Through this method, only one can enter Tin Tian sect. Dong Xuan is the true disciple of Tin Tian sect, ranked last." At this moment, Nok Kian Tam happily accepted the spirit jade and said, "Thank you very much." Then I thought, although it was very mysterious, on this spirit jade, there was a demon's aura that quickly brought the spirit jade towards the Qingyun flower. Perhaps because the action was so sudden, he was a bit surprised. He picked up the spirit jade and looked at it carefully. After releasing the spirit jade, he began to lead everyone along. "In front is the battle area of this Tiangyang festival. Everyone follow me, okay?" In the battle area of Tin Tian sect, everyone has found their own sitting position. He carefully led everyone to their seats and said, "This is the seat of the Van Kiem sect." Then he quickly ran away. Before leaving he left a sentence, "I still have a few things to say to you first, I hope you will forgive me." Suddenly now it seemed he had discovered something. He quickly looked to the side to see, he was standing there talking to them. "What's going on? He's so slow. The celestial festival is about to start, why don't you hurry up and get down to business?" Yes, yes, witness seeing that scene, he couldn't help but think, was he isolated by Tin Tian sect? At this moment, someone shouted loudly and pointed his finger in front of him, "Look, that person is the sect leader of Tin Tian sect, Su Nin." As soon as Tin Nin arrived, everyone was praising him. "Wow, he's really handsome." As soon as he landed, he spoke up, "From this moment onwards, you are here not only for yourselves, but also for your sect. I hope this time you will show everything, its real strength." Then he flew up high, turned into many books and distributed them to the people there, then said in a cheerful tone, "Next, let me introduce the sects that will participate in today's competition." After that, he began to introduce, Tu Ling Tong includes, Tu Ling and Tu Fan. The god of Yan Nong has, the leader of the god of Yan Nong, Yan Vu. As soon as he was introduced, he began to show off and said, "You arrogant people, come on, bless your sect to be able to win second place under my glory, my words." As soon as I finished speaking, the two people next to me covered their faces and said shyly, "Ah, why are we on the same team with this guy? Everyone is looking at us, so embarrassing." Tin continued to introduce, "There is Huang Hai sect, the leader of Huang Hai sect, Hai Vo Nyai." Sword tone. He read all the other sects in one go, Van Tam sect, then Van sect, Kim Van sect, and Ghost sect. At this time, Hoatan Van stood to the side holding a book in her hand and thought to herself, "Look, most of the sects are already quite well understood. It seems that this time as long as we are a little more serious, there will be no problems. What a big problem." Thinking of this, a voice intervened, "Along with this special 10-sect gate, illusory Heart Heaven Palace." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly shouted, "Ha!" At this time, a beautiful and graceful girl appeared. That person was the illusory heart of heaven, Nguyen Zuyu Vu. At this time, everyone was in a commotion and discussing, and there was even the legendary sect of the world, the center of heaven. She began to look left and right to see what they were saying. Standing next to her was right now, that is, illusionary heavenly palace, the elders, their appearance is really very pair. At this moment, the Tan Van flower also seemed to glance at her. She also realized that, smiled and thought to herself, he indeed came. He stood there, calmly put the book inside and thought to himself, this person, this time don't even try to touch my sister, even a little bit. At this moment, Vuong Lam walked over and whispered to someone, "Why did she greet you? Do you know her?" Faced with your naive question, I could only answer, "I don't know her, I thought you were familiar." Just thinking about it for a moment, Nak Kien Tong stepped forward and called out, "Senior brother Hoa." Her eyes were as gentle as water and said, "Why are you so tense, do you know her?" Before her question, Hoa Tan Van was embarrassed and scratched, "No, not familiar, junior sister, how do I know her, ha." Then Tanin slowly spoke up, "I believe everyone already knows that the person who will attend the Tianhao festival this time will get the key to the Jade Tran Heavenly Emperor. In addition." As he said this, he took out something that looked extremely valuable. The third-place person would receive the Moon Soul Head Track, and the second-place person would receive the Starfire Pearl. Everyone was excited and shouted loudly, Tin Tian Sect was too generous. After he finished speaking, he took back the treasure in his hand, still looking happy and said, "This time the match is divided into 2 matches. The first match is about to start, the arena battle. To be fair, all category subjects will be disturbed." Hearing what he said, he suddenly looked down. He looked at the spirit gem in his hand that showed the number 22. He continued to say, "The spirit gem in your hand will appear a random number. 2 people with the same number will fight each other. In the end, will eventually win or lose." Then he raised his voice and said, "I declare, the first round has officially begun. The match has just begun." She said eagerly, "Great, our numbers are not the same. Let's fight against each other. The Van Kiem sect is not fighting each other." At this time, the person who was a little confused told him that the sect master in the sects had successfully used the Blood Moon Demon Wolf to spread the demon spirit, but there had been an unexpected incident. Before he was too lazy to report, he calmly said, "Oh, what happened?" After that, that person started to say again, that is, a disciple of the Cloud Sword sect, because his body was too flexible, it was a coincidence that he avoided the demon spirit. After hearing his report, Tanin's eyes became unusually cold. He said, "Have someone follow that disciple for me." "Yes." Then he floated in the middle of the lake and spoke, doing everything according to the original plan. At this time, a pink-haired girl picked up a piece of paper and read, "The first battle, the crane of the Star Hittine sect, faced off against." Suddenly she stopped again in surprise. Then spoke up, "On the porch of Tin Tien sect." As soon as he heard his name, his body began to tremble. The people around him were also extremely surprised and shouted, "What? The first battle was already a civil war. What about the sect? Tin Tien sect's luck is really bad." Vuong Lan stood to the side watching the match with Zhao Tian Lok. He leisurely looked down and said, "I heard that Hak Min is a big disciple of Tin Tien sect, but Dong Xuan is only a true disciple at the bottom. I'm sure I'll lose." He stood next to me and said with a calm face, "I'm not sure yet." Nak Kiem Tong then turned around and said, "Brother Hoa, who do you think is most likely to win this match?" Hearing what she said, he didn't pay any attention and instead asked, "What's going on?" Seeing his indifference, she felt a little annoyed and said, "Turns out senior brother doesn't care much at all." At this moment, heavy footsteps sounded. "That is the crane." His opposite faction appeared on the porch. He gently jumped into the fight. He said somewhat contemptuously, "Even though defeating you is as simple as stepping on an ant, it still makes me waste my energy." Hearing these words, he felt a little angry, but also a little scared. He arrogantly pointed at him and said, "Then Sneen, you surrender." At this moment, he was a little trembling as he said, "Brother Jia, brother, I still want to try." Hearing what he said, he became even more ridiculous and said loudly, "What, this trash, you still dare to challenge me? If you want to find a way to die, then let me. I'm done for you." I was too lazy to say it, and as soon as I finished speaking, he suddenly launched a move. Very quickly, he easily dodged his attack. He continued to attack him. Flash, but once again, he dodged it extremely easily. At this moment he suddenly burst out laughing. Do Chu turned around with his fist. He was so surprised that he shouted, "What?" A punch hit him, sending the porch flying away. Wow! He continuously kicked his body violently. Hak Min smiled extremely satisfied this time. "This is you finding your own way to die." Illusionary palm. He used that magic to strike him. Under his brutal torture, he spat out so many mouthfuls of blood, he even shed tears. The guy lying on the field is lying there. He proudly looked at him and smiled. One side of the court had already spoken, the first match had ended, the star of the Hittine sect had won. Millions of people sitting in the audience were a little hesitant to say, "Yes, is it a bit too cruel?" Nak Kiem Tam also frowned and said, "This crane guy, why is he so cruel to his fellow students?" Hoa Tan Van sat to the side gloomily thinking, it seems that Tin Tien Sec's internal competition seems serious. He continued to think, the Cloud Sword sect is still the best. At this time, the referee continues to read, the second match. Inflammation of the God of Inflammation, battle against the Cloud Sword Tone, the music Sword Heart. Viam Vu on one side also eagerly jumped into the competition field. He shouted happily, ha ha ha, it's finally my turn, my fist, I can't stand it anymore, it's the second match, why can't I take it anymore? He began to express himself and said, the Dark Dragon is fast asleep on the Red Lotus fire, please use your terrifying roar to burn all my enemies. Vuong Lan's face fell and he said, this guy, it seems like he has a brain problem, it's not normal. At this moment, a person standing next to Nak Kiem Tam sighed and said that you don't need to be nervous, if you confront this person, you will definitely win. He stood behind you and just remained silent without saying anything. At this moment, a voice rang out, causing her to turn around, sister. Hoa Tan Van now looked at her and said, be careful not to be fooled by his actions, this guy is much stronger than what he is showing. After listening, she nodded and said, rest assured, I will be careful. After speaking, she gently jumped down. I'm still looking like that, woman, if you surrender, you'll still be able to save some dignity, otherwise my God of Fire will. Before he could finish speaking, she gave him a punch. Her eyes looked at him coldly and said, if you want to hit then hit, talk nonsense Fati. He was annoyed by her actions and shouted loudly, you have to act like a villain, why are you interrupting the main character's speech? She also didn't hesitate and said as she launched her attack, if the main side were to mumble like you, XBeats would have killed them all. Under her laziness, he went extremely crazy, causing the whole body around him to catch fire. At this moment, she was a little panicked and said, what? All around her was now surrounded by fire. At this moment, he rushed like a whirlwind towards her. As he rushed towards her, he said, you stubborn and ungrateful villain, dare to doubt the eternal God of beauty. Her whole mind was now blinded, she thought to herself in discomfort, hateful, unable to move. You continue to attack her, I will represent justice and defeat you. At this moment, Viam Vu rushed towards her as fast as lightning. As he rushed towards him, he shouted loudly and enthusiastically, O wicked man, please receive the judgment of justice. The sword's heart music was blinded by the surrounding fire, so it was impossible to move. At this time, she slowly said, you too. Then a strong force broke out, causing the fire rope to break. She shouted loudly, looking down on me too much. Then one hand sent him flying away. At this time, Hai Vo Chu also started to speak, which was a bit interesting, but I didn't expect it. Nguyen Keen Vu also responded, sword intent. Yan Vu suddenly became calmer and said, I didn't expect that a villain like you would be so powerful, you are indeed worthy of being my opponent. Standing aside is also uncomfortable, I wonder how strong you are, if your level is only like that. She started to move, as she rushed forward she said, so this battle will quickly end here, Tan Van, 9-2. Under one of her moves, he was beaten to death. At that moment, she said in surprise, the fire replaced her. Suddenly he appeared from behind her, the main character must be great, and the villain, she could only look up at him, she suddenly turned back and thought, this is, a other type of fire. Having been tricked, she got angry and shouted loudly, stop talking nonsense. She was surprised by the magic's backlash and thought to herself, these flames cannot be cut off. She tried to avoid it. Even fly to another place. But it still follows me endlessly. Yan Vu stood aside and continued to say proudly, so, this is the fire move I just created. You stand there and start focusing, I call it, the fire god, the fire of justice, will sweep everything away. At this time, the people in the stands also spoke up, although this guy Yan Vu has some mental problems, his ability to deal with fire is beyond the potential of ordinary people. In this situation, we must consider the benefits of fire, whether it's more harmful or more swordsmanship. Why now, Junior sister probably won't get hurt. At this time, someone came forward and said, Junior brother Hoa, tell me, Junior sister, can you block that move of fire dance? Hearing that, I asked you a bit confused. Hoa Tan Van said with her chin in her hands, don't worry brother, sword heart sister, won't lose so easily. Nak Kien Tam stood in the middle of that fire and thought to himself, my sword energy cannot penetrate this strange flame, my spiritual energy is also constantly being burned, will I really lose here? She started to calm down and think, calm down, if senior brother Hoa was here, what would you do? After thinking for a while, perhaps she also figured out something. At this moment, when she opened her eyes, it was someone else. She was surprised. This is the door of the sword tunnel. Her eyes were full of surprise. FNAF said. The land merged into a solid state, the movements changed again and again. It turned out to be like that. Finally, you also said it clearly. I understand. He leisurely read a book on one side. Lastly, a beam of light appeared, also rising one more level. At this moment VMV suddenly exclaimed, "This is..." Everyone around was surprised and stood up to discuss. The swords were united, the sword hearts were clear. At such a young age, they had unexpectedly reached the threshold of the way of swordsmanship. At this moment, you still calmly speak, keep talking about justice. Do you really understand what justice is? Yanvu stood there controlling the fire and walked towards her step by step. As he walked, he said, "It seems that you are also on the right side. I will respect this fight with you." At this point, he started to get serious again and said, "Next move, I will use all my strength," she said as she flew up high. Then, "Please advise," then release the move in one shot. VMV's side also began to attack. Both sides clashed head-on, creating a loud explosion. Ooh! People watching in the stands trembled and exclaimed, "The spiritual power is so strong, it's really scary. Is this their true strength?" VMV stood in the middle of that pile of smoke and said, "Ha ha ha ha, that swordplay is really unique." She stood aside and continued, "Your good manners are also very special." Faced with that situation, the audience above was also extremely excited to discuss, so who won in the end? At this moment, Hoa Tan Van smiled lightly. Suddenly, Viet Vu spurted out blood. Nak Kiem Tam stood aside and said, "You are indeed very strong." Yan Vuk of the god of Yan sect fought with Nak Kiem Tam of Tan Van Kiem sect. Nak Kiem Tam won. "This match was truly amazing. It's worth it, is a duel of pride." Tanin, who was sitting on the side watching the match, also spoke up, "Haha, this talent is really scary." Suddenly his face darkened and he said, "Unfortunately, you can't leave here alive." At this time, in the players' healing area, after the players have finished competing, please come here to heal. Your injury is very light. I poured spiritual energy into healing you. If you rest for a while, you'll be fine. Just after the match, she happily said, "No need to be polite. No matter how big or small the injury, we will wholeheartedly treat it, so that all sects can participate in the competition with peace of mind. Thank you, my Meridians, it's actually much more comfortable." At this time, Hoa Tan Van also leaned to one side. Those eyes stared forward and thought, this aura is unmistakable. He began to use seeing vision. While using it he thought to himself, they use the excuse of healing, to stimulate the beast's aura to stay in the contestant's body. That black ray turned out to be a demon seed. Hoa Tan Van suddenly called Nak Kiem Tam, "Junior sister." She turned her head and happily said, "Senior brother Hoa." He walked to her step by step, saying as he walked, "What's wrong with you?" Then suddenly grabbed her hand. This action of his made her a bit shy. She asked in confusion, "Senior brother." At this time, Nguyen Keen Vu seemed to have discovered something and turned back. She looked down and saw him walking with someone and wondered, what is this guy doing? She rested her chin and sighed tiredly, then thought, could it be the two of them? Standing on one side, she was covered by him so Nguyen Keen Vu could not easily see. She looked up at the audience and noticed something strange and thought, this person, why does he keep staring at me? His eyes were a bit cold now. The demon appeared again. He looked at the demon seed on her body and thought to himself, I have already broken junior sister's demon seed, so it should be okay. Suddenly someone came to the place, "Junior brother, is something wrong with you?" Hearing the noise, both of them turned around a bit shyly and said, "Yes, senior brother Hoa, what are you doing?" Then he slowly waved his hand and said, "Oh, it's okay, aren't I worried that my junior sister is injured, so I just randomly checked it out." The healer seemed to clearly understand the world and laughed and said, "Rest assured, Tin Tien sect will treat the disciples in time, nothing will happen." Hoa Tan Van heard that and said, That's right, I really believe in your strength, I've been through a lot." Then he quickly pulled her away, "Junior sister, if it's okay then let's go, On the side, that guy Yan Vu is a bit wild, hey, music sword heart." At this time, he continued to pretend to say, "You are a strong opponent, take good care of your injuries, I hope that in the next competition, there will continue to be a faithful duel between the main characters and you." Hoa Tan Van stood aside to receive the laziness. Compared to junior sister, I think the person who should be nursing is you. After speaking, he immediately thought to himself, first it's a demon, then it's a demon, this sect doesn't know it's plotting, and we hope to peacefully pass through the tribulation. Just be very careful. At this time, the referee continued to read, in the next match, the left sage of the War Soul sect will fight against the Million Tian Lock of the Cloud Sword sect. As soon as they heard the names of these two people, everyone began to talk. It was said that these two people were both big disciples in their sect. This time, there was something to see which sect's disciple was stronger. Million Tian Lock stood on the stage and shouted loudly, if we go right to the top disciple, then stop talking nonsense, please advise. On the other side is the Shunf sect, left gentle, he smiles brightly, frankly. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately launched a move and followed it up. On the other side, he also quickly launched a move. The two fought fiercely. This match is too intense, too strong, worthy of being a duel between the eldest disciples, shocking to the point of deafness. At this time, Ta Hien started to use his moves. He was angry, and he said, as he launched his moves, I summoned you, I offended you. Then send it to your side. Being hit, he spat out a painful mouthful of blood. He quickly dodged away. He continuously chased and attacked me, summoning you. Are you planning on just running away like that? Nak Kiem Tam stood aside and trembled as he said, Ta Hien's realm is higher than Senior Brother Zhao. Is Senior Brother Zhao about to lose? Hoa Tan Van stood next to her, calmly said, not sure. Then he smiled and thought, I can feel a hidden sword intent. Is being cherished in his body. Summon Senior Brother, don't you admit defeat yet. Between you and me the ups and downs have already been decided. Million Tian Law calmly thinks about something, calmly, facing an opponent with a higher realm than him. At this moment, he remembered the music heart sword, what the music sister would do, practice diligently, be gentle and strong, the sword is as windy as snow, the forehead is reflected in all directions, I understand, so, that is a swordsman, right? From afar, he had already understood the meaning of the sword and said, Left brother, you have been attacking for so long, now it's my turn. At this moment, he thought loudly, no, his aura suddenly appeared, become much stronger. This kind of feeling, the cloudy sword technique, long wisdom, he decided to unleash this move. On the other side, he also ordered to destroy it for me. With a fiery heart and martial spirit, he urgently ordered to attack him crazily. The two collided with each other, causing smoke to fly around and making it impossible to see the road. The people around were also affected by this and covered their abs. Wow, I couldn't open my eyes. So a Zhao Tian Lock suddenly became so strong. This aura, was its sword intent? On the other side, Vuong Lam was also surprised and exclaimed, okay, who won in the end? Only Hoa Tan Van is extremely calm. Phew, not bad. He knelt to one side and said, my heart and my voice, then gradually dissipated. You also said, brother, have offended you. At this time, everyone around was talking enthusiastically. Million Tian Lock things, swordsmen, unexpectedly actually had sword intent. People from the Cloud Sword sect cannot be underestimated, but they actually awakened and made a breakthrough. In this battle and festival, the Cloud Sword sect will definitely have its name on the list. One stick of incense later, Trien Tien Lock stood with his back against the wall and said, Junior Sister Nok, thank you very much. She was a little confused as to why he said that. Why? Then he slowly explained, if it hadn't been for the total mountains and rivers chart before, and the Sfap's music sister had given me inspiration, I probably wouldn't have been able to comprehend the sword intent and breakthrough myself. So that's how it is. Actually, I didn't do anything. I mainly realized that Vanzelf relied on himself to summon Senior Brother. If so, you still want to thank me. Then thanks Senior Brother Hoa. My sword cannon was actually based on Senior Brother Hoa's suggestion, so I stepped up to a new level. As soon as she finished speaking, she hugged Hoa Tan Van, making Million Tian Lock open his mouth and said, well, it turns out that way. Thank you Junior Brother Hoa. He stood to the side and said absent-mindedly, this matter is not necessary. Before he could finish speaking, the referee announced that the next match would be against Huang Hai Tong's Yellow Eagle, the Qing Yun flower of the Qing Yun sword sect. As soon as he heard it, he couldn't help but exclaim, oh, so quickly it's my turn to Ruif. The Cloud Sword sect prepare to be defeated by my spear, the new duel is about to begin. Hoa Tan Van was thinking about something right now, she couldn't get hurt in the competition. Otherwise, once treated by Tin Tien sect, you will also be affected by their demon seed. But if you win too easily, the elders will give you more tasks later. The more he thought about it, the more he felt bad, but in the end he still went to the field. Someone in the field shouted Sloanes, Huang Hai Tong Huang Hung, please teach me. He was standing to the side, deep in thought, hating him. Could it be that the peerless master sloth of that gift should look down on me? He was a bit annoyed and said, Huang Hai Sect Huang Hung, please teach me. I kept thinking and didn't pay much attention to his feelings. The 4 divine beasts, no, too strong, witchcraft, dead demons, can't even use swordsmanship, hey, too many trump cards is also troublesome, Knox. At that time, the people in the stands were also curious. What are the people of Tan Van Kiem sect doing? The match has already started. Why doesn't Hans Kampf take action? Is he also a master of sword intimidation? Is accumulating sword energy or something? It can't be. I didn't know that Tan Van Kumstung was also Hoa Tan Van. He stood on the field and was angry. At this point, his anger was at its peak. He shouted and rushed at me. Could it be like that? You bastard has underestimated me too much. Just wait and fall before my blows. Then he threw a move and followed it up. And at this moment, he waved his hand and thought, yes. He gently flew up to avoid the attack and thought, you can't be too strong or too weak, then it's you. Before that move, he was extremely surprised and thought that he could avoid it. At this moment, it seemed like he was angry and even more angry thinking, if he hadn't just turned half a step, the water spear would have hit through if this person didn't look once, absent-mindedly avoiding my killer move. He must not be simple. Then Hoa Tan Van gently snapped her fingers and said, come out, Xuan Yin. Following Xuan Yin's command, he immediately came out. She hugged him tightly, making him helplessly say, okay okay. Then he started talking, later, you're like this, in my eyes that's it, but in other people's eyes, I'm talking to myself. At this moment, he was a little scared and thought to himself, who is he talking to? Could it be that he is chanting some secret body fish? Unless Xuan Yin takes the initiative to show up, outsiders will never be able to see Chao Fam. Then he continued to say, well, that's it, if you can win and not get hurt, the most important thing is, don't reveal too much of your strength, go ahead, watch my eyes work later. Hearing him say that, she quickly responded, At this moment, he was extremely alert and thought, I haven't done anything yet, so why does this person look so scared? Nok Kian Tam also spoke at this time. Senior brother Hoa, Soa still did not attack. The people in the stands were also impatiently asking, what's going on? Why are both of them standing there without moving? What kind of confrontation is this? Why are they suddenly not fighting anymore? There was a mysterious sound behind him. He felt like something scary was coming. Why did I suddenly feel a shiver? A line of thought suddenly crossed his mind. Perhaps he accidentally exposed his sword energy. Right now he is imagining that image. An uneasiness was rising in his heart. As for me, I still leisurely thought, first let's keep it simple, use Mystic Mind to support, then look for opportunities to take advantage of the opponent's moves. Even if we win narrowly, then we won't be able to win. Attract attention, what a great plan, as expected of me. I am currently extremely satisfied with my plan. It seems like we can't stand it anymore, there's no other way, even though the difference in strength is quite large, we can only risk it. The people on the long counter were also happy and said, they were finally together, so good. Wei Yin standing behind him also started to attack. Boom, she kicked him straight in the back, causing him to turn around in pain and scream, ah, I was hit by something. His butt was sore and sore. People in the stands began to discuss. It was clear that Hoa Tan Van had not made a move yet. Why did Huang Hung look like he had been hit? Scary, so scary, isn't it? Maybe Hoa Tan Van has the sword energy to hurt others in the air. I feel like that must be the case, otherwise I look at Huang Hung. Why do I look like someone who just got bitten on the butt? He stared at him and thought, I get it. Legend has it that Dong Huang has an extremely cruel sword technique. After cultivating it reaches a certain level. As he thought about it, he imagined that scenario, but in this situation where the enemy could not feel it, he might be cut into pieces by invisible sword energy. He was trembling as he held the staff and thought, so just now, even though I felt the attack, I was not injured at all. Suddenly he looked panicked and thought to himself, could it be that he was warning me, if I still don't surrender, the next sword energy will cut me to death. Then he suddenly dropped the staff to the ground. Then closed his eyes and shouted, I admit defeat. Faced with that situation, Hoa Tan Van was extremely surprised. He was a bit confused and said, I haven't done anything yet, why are you admitting defeat? People in the stands were also talking loudly at this time. No, is this a surrender? What happened? The people in the stands were extremely angry and said, "What did Din Huang Hung discover? That's why he retreated so quickly. Why do I feel like this is a dream? Am I falling into this? It's an illusion." Nguyen Keen Vu also spoke at this time. "Interesting, how did he win in the end? Is he also proficient in magic?" At this time, Hoa Tan Van slowly raised her hand. Then gently waved. He started to scold her. "I still hadn't signaled her, why did I move first?" In response to his scolding, she seemed extremely unjust. Then he leisurely walked out onto the field and said, "Okay, next time be a little more careful." Originally meant to tell Wien Am, but he misunderstood that he was talking to him. He breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time thought uncomfortably, "Hey, told me to be careful, just now he was indeed warning me. Luckily I admitted defeat in time." The two bums sitting on the side also started to speak. "Interesting, such a killer move but invisible. Hoa Tan Van of Tan Van Sword Sect, I miss you. Next match, I'm waiting to fight with you." Hawkmin also continued to speak at this time. "Hoa Tan Van, I didn't expect Tan Van Sword Sect to have a bad character. I will keep an eye on you." On the one hand, Yan Vu also shouted excitedly, "O god of fire blooming on the lotus, this is truly an earth-shattering battle. It seems that Nak Kiem Tam's senior brother is also not a simple character." At this time, the green-haired guy also spoke up. "Before, he couldn't see it in the sect. This kid's strength is so strong, some can give him more difficult tasks." Vuong Lan also pointed out, "Come down and tell me, junior sister, did you see what move senior brother Hoa used?" When asked like that, she said a little shyly, "About that, senior brother Hoa used unpredictable moves, even I couldn't see the momentum. Music Sword Heart can see mysterious sounds." The referee continued to say, "This match, Hoa Tan Van won." People in the stands at this time couldn't stop talking about it. He must be the secret seed of the sword sect. Hoa Tan Van must be the trump card of their sword sect. They couldn't stop talking about the match. "Isn't this how terrible his kendo training is? Looks like we'll have to be very careful with him in the future." At this moment, he hugged Xuan Yin and walked out with tears streaming down his face. As he walked, he thought, "This is gone, my plan is gone." At this time, there were many black auras appearing in the sky. In the 15th battle, the demon sect of the Lu Sage sect fought with the cloud sword of the Gangdu sect. Gangdu won. The next match was held. In Battle 20, Vuong Lam fought against Kim Van Vong Li Tung. Vuong Lam won. The first round has come to an end. It's already dusk. Today's competition is really excellent. Tan Van Kiem's sect mainly practices swordsmanship, and Gangdu masters the lost magic master, but practice sword talisman. Unexpectedly, outside of Gangdu, Yufu Dai Vuong Lam also has such a level, it's unimaginable. Tan Van Kiem's sect really has many hidden talents, not to be underestimated. At the stand of the Cloud Sword Tong, Vuong Lam happily said, "Junior brother Hoa, if you have any tasks in the future, just assign them to us." The people next to you also spoke up. "Luckily this time, there was the secret talisman book that junior brother Hoa gave me, so I can such a smooth promotion." At this time, he was thanked and felt a bit tired and sighed, then said, "You must remember your commitment to me." At this time, the referee continued to read. The last match of the first round, the disciple Tu Van of the Tu Ling sect, fought with the disciple Vang Tam Tian Kung Nguyet Shuyan Vu. He didn't show much emotion when he heard that, but the final match has already begun. Yue Kim Tam stood next to him and continued speaking, "Nguyet Tan Vu, let me see the ability of Wien Tam Tian. What kind of palace?" At this moment, she appeared on the field in an extremely arrogant and gorgeous manner. She smoothed her hair and said, "Sister Tu Van, I have heard your title for a long time. Today, I can distinguish between high and low. I am truly blessed for 3 generations." Tu Van stood facing her holding a big stick and said, "Miss Nguyet, magic is just baseless. I just want to have a real sword fight with you." As soon as the words finished they were talking, "It's about to start, isn't it? The illusory heavenly palace has always been isolated from the world, not easily exposed. This duel, there is indeed some anticipation." Suddenly Tu Van started to attack, giving 10 instructions. She stood to the side and started using magic. In front of her eyes at this moment were countless images of moonlight dance. She stood there and asked why she couldn't see anyone anymore. She screamed to suppress her confusion. "Illusion is ultimately nonsense. I don't believe there are any loopholes." As soon as she finished speaking, she began to be more alert. A moment later, she glimpsed Nguyet Keen Vu. She silently thought, "So it's here." As soon as he discovered her, he rushed over and shouted that he had found her. Very quickly she exclaimed, "Oh, is that so?" then raised her hand to her mouth to signal. She disappeared before her eyes again. Faced with that situation, she was extremely confused and thought, what, me, why can't I move? From behind her, she appeared and whispered into her hand, Sister Tu Van, don't be disrespectful. She kept thinking, when did she end up? Then she raised her hand and said, look, how beautiful the bright moon is in the sky. As soon as she heard this sentence, she thought to herself, this is not good. At this moment, there was a voice echoing into the illusion, Sister Tu Van, you have fallen into my illusion, here. She continued to tell me that of the purple cloud, all the energy, was turned into vain. At this time, Nguyen Thanh Vu was leisurely listening to them discuss this matter. Tu Van did not even attack, it was controlled by Nguyen Thanh Vu. This is the power of the illusory heart of heaven, star. Tu Van's eyes were vague at this time, it was terrible. When did the magic begin? He couldn't recognize it at all. I didn't expect this moonlight dance to be so strong. Zhao Tianlok then looked at Hoa Tan Van and said, Junior brother Hoa, you see that snoof? See the question he gently handed back? I see, this is also difficult. Hearing that, he was a little panicked and said, difficult, could it be that Tu Van did not enter the illusion? The strength of both people was so strong that it made people angry, even you felt it was difficult to win or lose. Faced with his attitude, Tan Van gently said, no, I'm about to get off work, you guys go ahead, I'll leave first. Every rooster hour, from 5 to 7 in the afternoon, Hoa Tan Van clocks off work. On this side, Nguyen Thanh Vu leisurely said, Sister Tu Van, this time, you have lost. Then she gently smiled. Tu Van fell to the ground with a strong blow. She said a little annoyed, Nguyen Keen Vu, I admit, you are really strong. The sword harp music also spoke at this time, able to make people invisible, silently deploying the mysterious scene, defeating with just one move. What a talented opponent. As she finished speaking, she smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly she turned to her and said, Sword music, I also look forward to fighting with you. Hearing this, she felt a bit shy. The referee also announced at this time, in this match, Nguyen Thanh Vu won the first round of the competition. This is the end. The 10 disciples return to Tin Tien Tong to prepare to rest. Early tomorrow morning everyone, the promoted candidate will officially begin the second round. At this time, Hoa Tan Van's consciousness space, he is in there, speaking leisurely, Crystal, what do you think about today? Tintin replied at this time, Master, what you said is the demon of Tin Tien sect. He continued, yes, but also like that, very rare, do you have any impressions? Today's demon's aura is very similar to that of that year's demon master. If I'm not mistaken, it seems that the geniuses of the city were all injured in the battle. Tin Quoc began to speak. If they were used by Tin Tien sect to plant this demon seed, the consequences would be very unpredictable. The owner must be careful. After listening to it, he calmly said, so that's it. Then he raised his hand to his chin and said thoughtfully, in fact, on the body of that Tin Tien sect disciple, I felt the strange aura of the demon sect. Could it be that the entire Tin Tien sect has been demonized? The cardboard has penetrated. Tin Tien sect, what do you want to do with this opportunity? Crane Min, what do you feel about today's battle? At this time in the heavenly sect's palace, the crane came to report to the sect master. The sect master, the disciples had carefully observed each match. Among the disciples this time was the musical heart sword of the Tan Van sect. Some people have some qualifications, others are insignificant. He continued to say that the master's plan would not encounter any obstacles. The referee from earlier also spoke up, everything has been arranged well, tomorrow's competition is when they have to die. Hearing that, he immediately said, good, you guys go down. Hearing the order, they all exclaimed, yes, he continued, after finishing this matter, I will no longer be ashamed of my ancestors, the sacrifice of the gods has finally begun. Tan Van quickly raised her hand to her chin to show her seriousness. Tin Tien Tong secretly shouted, unable to let go. He immediately ordered, like this, Star, you go help me with something. The subordinate obediently replied, understood, please rest assured master. Having said that, the star immediately flew away like a flash of lightning. Tan Van suddenly said in a low voice, it's time to do the main thing. So the big thing was fishing. He was sitting on the river bank and suddenly shouted loudly, he hadn't caught a fish yet. Could it be that he was really empty-handed tonight? At that moment, a voice rang out, Master, don't worry, leave it to me, hey. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant fish appeared. Tan Van was so startled that she was sweating profusely. He quickly pulled up the fishing rod with a cheerful look on his face. He had caught the bait. The turtle diving underwater saw this and was secretly happy. Oh, I have finally helped the owner. But the others were extremely upset by that. This God Wu used this method to please his master. Shameless, too shameless, to have such a good thing like this, yet he didn't call us together. The next day, the second round of matches officially began. A girl suddenly spoke up and said, "This is a secret treasure that our ancestors collected a long time ago, called Tin Naguyat Mirror. Just need to infuse the true spirit into the mirror. This secret treasure can completely simulates the power of being. Even in battle, death only causes a partial loss of spiritual consciousness, so in the secret mirror, all disciples can fight with all their might without worry." Kiem Tong immediately asked excitedly, "Using the secret treasure, can everyone fight with all their might without getting injured?" Tan Van stood next to him silently thinking, "It sounded like a VR game, but always feel like I'm being scammed." The pink-haired girl hastily continued, "In order to boost the morale of the Sect Master Su has decided to specifically allow the disciples who lost in yesterday's round to continue participating in the round. Hey, of course, yesterday's winner will have 10 accumulated points by default, but the loser will accumulate points from the beginning." When the others heard that, they excitedly discussed it. They didn't expect that they would have the opportunity to participate in the competition again. "That's great, Sect Master 2 is truly diligent and selfless." Strange streams of water suddenly appeared around the pink-haired girl's body. She loudly announced that there are 4 areas in the Star-Moon Mirror. The people entering will be randomly distributed. The sect seniors can use this to observe the performance of their disciples. Now invite the disciples to enter the Star-Moon Mirror. We will continue to celebrate this time in the secret treasure world, looking forward to the outstanding performance of our disciples. A young man cheerfully rushed forward. "Only real combat can show a person's true strength. Everyone, I will wait inside to defeat you." Seeing that everyone was rushing forward, Qian Tong happily said, "Senior brother, let's go together." Tan Van replied in a low voice, "Yes." But inside, he was still secretly thinking, preparing in advance, in case something happened. Then the two of them hurriedly rushed towards everyone. At that moment, something mysterious suddenly passed by like a tornado. The pink-haired girl was so surprised that she was sweating. She silently wondered, what happened just a moment ago? The spiritual power that maintained the secret treasure was greatly shaken. Is it because there were too many people, so the secret treasure suddenly lost control? A moment later in the secret space Tin Naguyat Mirror, Tan Van slowly walked, thinking, sure enough, Tin Naguyat Mirror was engraving all the power on my body. Fortunately, in the blink of an eye, I stopped it, the majority of the body's strength. With the current strength, there is only about the 4th level of immortality left, so we still have to be careful above all. At the same time, outside the secret space suddenly emitted resounding sounds. A girl stood from afar watching and silently thinking, let's continue like this, it won't be long. The other 2 boys were also chatting excitedly. Look, is that the Qingyun flower of the Vajra sword Tong? That's right, what is he doing? They hesitantly asked, why did he go into the tree cave? If I'm not mistaken, he even set up a barrier to hide his aura right at the entrance of the cave. This disciple made his opponent surrender in the first round. He clearly has extraordinary strength. No, maybe he's setting a trap first. Tan Van gently smiled a smile that lost all humanity. Then he shouted loudly with a red face, this life suits me better, everything outside has nothing to do with me. The others shouted in panic, not expecting to actually go to sleep again. What was this Cloud Sword sect doing? Hoa Tan Van, you have also embarrassed the sect too much. After the competition, I will settle the score with you. The girl looked at Tan Van's face and silently pondered, this person, how come he wasn't affected by the mystery? He calmly lay down under the tree. At that moment, there was suddenly a loud voice shouting, an unruly woman. A loud brawl suddenly rang out. I told you that girl was my destined enemy. How dare you interfere in the battle between the main characters? Oh, I thought that among the disciples, they could freely choose their opponents, player, so this match is decided by you. That argument woke up Tan Van. He immediately complained. He just fell asleep, what the hell? The 2 of them were still screaming, damn it, if you want to fight against a disciple of the Tan Van sword sect, go find someone else, get out of my way. They started rushing forward and punched each other without missing a beat. At that moment, a girl suddenly ran over. Senior brother Hoa was also here. The red-haired boy shouted loudly, the god of fire is taking care of him. Hai Vo Nyai, there is a Tan Cloud sword disciple here, you go compete with him. The girl smiled slightly and replied, okay. As soon as Tan Van landed on the ground, she muttered, running away in front of her junior sister, inevitably feeling a bit embarrassed. He confidently said, let's play with you for a while. After that, he suddenly and strangely disappeared. The two of them started facing each other. They continuously unleashed mysterious moves, the three-thread tide, and the cloud sword technique. The red-haired guy spoke up again and said, "No more interference, we can finally focus on fighting, sword music, let the light of the god of fire shine." "Shining light on me and you," Sword Sect immediately interrupted him, "in front of senior brother, if I lose, wouldn't you lose face?" She quickly shouted loudly and destroyed. Sword Sect confidently shouted and continued the attack. The mirror fight has finally officially begun. The Sword Sect confidently unleashed its ultimate move, the sword technique. The red-haired boy was also preparing his move. He shouted so loudly that his eyes turned white. The two streams of power finally confronted each other. The red-haired boy quickly raised his hand to receive his opponent's attack. His face suddenly became strangely tense. Kim Tong immediately thought to himself, "Is he finally serious?" He suddenly raised his voice admiringly, making his heart sing, "I admit that you are a very special opponent." So, he suddenly shouted loudly, "This time, I will release all my strength, fire snake dance." Right after that, a scary beast rushed towards the girl. Kim Tong was secretly afraid, his spiritual power was stronger. She quickly zigzagged her body to avoid her opponent's attacks. Tan Van, standing from afar, saw things becoming tense and exclaimed, "Junior sister is in danger." He then started transmitting sounds to the girl. Using sword thoughts to guide sword energy can destroy and transform reality. Sword Sect was so surprised that his eyes widened when he heard that familiar voice, "Senior Brother Hoa." But at that moment, Tan Van was taken by his opponent to fight back. When fighting, he focused on giving. He quickly regained his composure and counterattacked. Seeing that, she gasped, "It's witchcraft, you dare to tease me." Tan Van calmly replied, "There is no rule that says you can't use body talismans, do you have to be so hot-tempered?" She muttered with eyes full of hatred, looking for death. He pretended to ask and directly confronted the girl, "Hey, are you really angry?" As for the Sword Sect, we were still immersed in our thoughts. Before, we were still unable to comprehend the full power of the long hate sword art, so that's how it is. Her eyes suddenly brightened, "I understand." Then Sword Tong immediately launched a great move to confront that beast. The red-haired man immediately marveled, "Actually being able to withstand my flame snake Vu, not Kim Tam, your strength really makes me excited." At that moment, suddenly many snowflakes appeared. But the special thing is that they are all red, looking very different from normal snowflakes. So that was his ultimate Red Lotus move. The Sword Sect quickly unleashed the sword technique of hatred. The two streams of power once again crashed straight into each other. And this time it seems inconclusive. At the same time, Tan Van is also fighting very fiercely. He suddenly frowned in thought, not just chewing. Even the junior sister was more angry than before. Perhaps. At that time, the Star Moon Realm was also fighting non-stop. The others suddenly started talking, "These disciples, why do they seem to be even more aggressive than usual? That kid is not normally like that, what's wrong today?" The elder of the illusionary Heart Heaven Palace also muttered, "But that is somewhat similar to the illusionary mind technique of our illusionary Heart Heavenly Palace. Perhaps there is a problem with the secret realm, affecting their minds. It seems that all the disciples are filled with murderous aura, this is not normal." The elder of the Danyan sect quickly shouted, "Have you guys pulled any tricks?" The pink-haired girl immediately explained that in the Star Moon Realm, there were no real injuries, so it was understandable that the juniors could not control their limbs when fighting. She suddenly smiled and continued, saying again, "Their fierce fight was also to show off the sect style, to open the score for the sect, elders please rest assured." The others immediately agreed, saying that was quite reasonable. Only the elder of the illusory Heart Heaven Palace is still worried, but always has a bad premonition, hoping. One of them suddenly saw something. He quickly pointed in that direction and shouted loudly, "Everyone looked. There really is a disciple who doesn't have any murderous aura, that person is none other than Tan Van. His opponent is also very bitter, you. How long do you want to avoid?" Tan Van looked into her eyes and thought to herself, "This mysterious scene will corrode people's minds, they must quickly think of a way." The pink-haired girl frowned and wondered why, in a secret environment, this person could still stay awake. In another corner, the final boss was still secretly observing and muttering, "It was him again. Maybe there's some variable." She quickly shouted loudly, telling the crane to speed up the mission, and her subordinates respectfully replied, "Yes. Today, bring all of them and sacrifice them to the demon god." Vu launched an attack, shouted loudly, and locked. Sword Tong still calmly stood in place. His mysterious snowflakes immediately rushed into the girl's body. She smiled slightly and then muttered, "The heart of red and white roses is like water and snow, long and endlessly wandering." As soon as he finished speaking, the snowflakes were defeated within seconds. He was so panicked that his eyes widened. What? Qian Tong quickly pulled out his sword and decided to fight them. But her mouth still mumbled something, the habit of going back to the Tathagata family, wandering around the heavens and the earth. The sword sect quickly unleashed its ultimate, long-lasting sword technique. Then came the search for funerals. Those consecutive attacks caused Vu to become dizzy. He immediately vomited blood and fell to the ground. Sword sect muttered, "I." An inhuman smile suddenly appeared on her face. "I wanted to kill you." Having said that, she immediately hit her opponent's head hard. Tan Van saw the incident. Shouted loudly, "Junior sister." Sword Tong suddenly stood stunned. She finally realized the problem. "No, how could I have such a killing heart? This is not good, the power of this kendo move is too great, it is beyond my control." She shouted loudly, quickly get away." But the red-haired man had no strength left. No, there was no time left. Tan Van silently blamed herself. "Damn, I'm too far away from my junior sister." A tornado suddenly appeared. He coldly grasped that whirlwind. That made his opponent so surprised that his eyes widened. She then muttered, "What's going on? Why does he seem stronger?" Tan Van countered decisively. "Well, looks like this time." The sword sect was still using all its strength to suppress that attack. Seeing that the situation was becoming more and more dangerous, Tan Van hurriedly rushed over, secretly thinking, and could only reveal his true strength. At the same time, in another place in the moonlight mirror, an excited voice suddenly rang out, "Ha, the final plan has begun." A blue-haired boy was sitting holding his wound and thinking to himself, why did he have to act so fiercely, even though in Tinnaguyat mirror he didn't really die, but... Hawkmin immediately raised his voice and said, "I must first solve the problem at hand." The blue-haired man angrily shouted, "Hammin, everyone is a disciple participating in the competition, why are you here?" At that moment, beams of light rushed towards him. The blue-haired boy is still babbling to himself, complaining about my true spirit, why hasn't he left the crystal moon mirror yet? A strange man raised his hand and said arrogantly, "Do you still think you can leave here? Today it is your honor to die in my hands, I will replace you. Remember today." At the same time, in other places in the star-moon mirror, they still fought fiercely. And the elders outside were also silently observing. Yan Vu suddenly shouted loudly, "Even though it was a competition, your Tintian sect disciples were too cruel. Tintian sect, what are you trying to do? Please give us an explanation." The instructor quickly replied, "Our Tintian sect disciples did not attack lightly but also not heavily. After the match, Tintian sect will definitely give you an explanation." She chuckled and continued, "However, even if the disciples die in the secret treasure, they cannot truly die. Elders, please calm down." The injured blue-haired man from earlier finally collapsed next to the tree. And then strangely disappeared. Vuonglan hid from afar, observed everything and then exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell?" Huang Heng, standing next to him, quickly replied, "After that disciple died, his legs never left here, but, he was completely destroyed. If you die in the crystal moon mirror, will you really die?" She frowned and asked again, "What was the situation outside?" A voice immediately spoke up. The senior brother was assured, the senior elder had already arranged a ban. Hawkmin quickly interrupted, "The elders outside only saw them being killed in the moonlight mirror, and did not detect that the true spirit was truly destroyed." He flashed a sinister smile, his cold voice echoed, "Very well, command the remaining disciples of the Tintian sect to immediately move to other places and destroy all those who hide in the crystal moon glass, use them as sacrifices. Hurry up." Hawkmin shouted madly, "Lord Demon God, I can't wait any longer. It's hard to understand why the Tintian sect colluded with the demon sect." Hawkmin slowly walked away, muttering threats, "All of you, don't try to escape from here." Huang Heng quickly said, "This Tianjok festival is basically a trap set by them, they must immediately notify the other contestants." A voice suddenly rang out, well, it seems this time, only the strength can be revealed. Tan Van quickly turned his head, huh? He was secretly happy, that's great, there's no need to act anymore. At that moment, his opponent suddenly shouted loudly, don't try to run. At the same time, a strange light suddenly appeared at the sword sect's place. She exclaimed in panic, what's going on? The whole atmosphere at that time was covered with bright red rays of light. Tan Van also stood still in place. He looked at each person's face and silently thought, I also have to act a little. Tan Van then pretended to shout loudly, ah, I've been hit. A mysterious girl suddenly muttered, explaining. The people present were talking loudly, it was so dangerous. A moment later, what was that just now? Haha, that's right, why did I suddenly not see anything just now? Xuanvu stepped forward and raised his voice to greet, fellow monks, no need to be polite. She smiled slightly and smirked. Qian Tong quickly asked, did you just use magic to stop us from fighting? Hai Vo Nyai, standing next to him, also raised his voice, thank you, friend, if not, we would have caused impossible consequences, help. Yan Vu stood up bowed and excitedly said, Naguyat Shu Yan Vu, it's you who saved me. He happily continued, this kindness, righteous sect disciples like me must repay with our lives, but she coldly refused, haha, it's just a small matter, don't be polite. Yan Vu looked passionately into her eyes and then silently pondered, fellow Taoist Naguyat said that, it was definitely because he didn't want me to fall into danger because of her, she was so carefree, so beautiful, what an attractive lady. Xuanvu quickly raised his voice and asked, cough cough yes, just now when the fellow monks lost control and fought, did you feel anything unusual? Qian Tong immediately recounted the feeling just now, it seemed like he was suddenly unconscious, his mood was unusually violent, as if. Tan Van suddenly appeared and spoke, making her startled, as if she was being manipulated by this secret scene. Qian Tong immediately nodded in agreement, that's right. Xuanvu began to explain, there seems to be some power in this secret realm, constantly urging killing intent in my mind. I was probably lucky enough to not be affected because I practiced magic since I was young. But, why did Tintian sect put us in such a dangerous secret place? Tan Van also spoke up and expressed his thoughts, in fact, since entering the secret realm, I have always vaguely felt the aura of the demon sect. I suspect that Tintian sect may be doing something terrible, disgusting, maybe even in cahoots with demons. Yan Vu suddenly asked in panic, so that Tianhao festival was most likely a trap, what was the killing intent? He scratched his head stupidly and continued, what kind of demonic aura is it? Why can't I feel what you guys are saying? Could it be that I, like fellow Taoist Naguyat, also have that mysterious power to protect my body? Hai Vo Chu also raised his voice, probably the power of ignorance. This time we are definitely not the only ones affected, surely the other disciples will be more or less affected by the secret realm. They kept talking, the urgent thing now was to quickly notify the other people in the secret world, stop them from killing each other, and then everyone would find a way to break the situation. In the Star Moon Mirror, there are 4 areas, east, west, south, north. Qian Tong frowned and said, we can't delay, let's split up and take action. Hai went to Chu and said goodbye, if so, we'll say goodbye here. The girl flew up high and continued, I will immediately go to the east and inform the disciples there. Yan Vu suddenly arrogantly said, as a messenger of justice, he cannot refuse to protect the innocent. The south is very compatible with the divine fire. I go to the south. He suddenly turned his head and said, fellow Taoist Naguyat, you absolutely don't have to worry. Xuanvu reluctantly replied with a face full of confusion, I never worried about you. Swordsman looked around wildly and said, senior brother, there are now 2 areas and 3 people left. So we needed a team of 2 people to start, Hu Vu also asked. Yes, we have 3 people, what is the team like? Drops of sweat suddenly fell down Tan Van's face. Then he hurriedly ran away, saying in a cheerful tone, haha, I suddenly remembered something, I went to the east first, junior sister, you have to take care of it. She sighed and replied, well, brother, you also have to be careful. Tan Van turned back to look at the girl and thought to herself, it would be convenient for her sister not to follow her to work. When encountering danger, you can comfortably handle it. Xuanvu immediately said, then let's go to the western combat zone. Qian Tong nodded and replied, okay. Xuanvu suddenly held her hand tightly and whispered a secret to her. In fact, this time I participated in the Tianhao Prosperous Conference because my master had the prediction of the Tianjia Pavilion. The prediction was related to the Tin Tien sect, so my master specifically told me to come and investigate, the sword sect asked curiously, because of the predictions of the heavenly secrets. Xuanvu frowned and whispered, yes, the prediction was only 8 words. The stars fall from the sky and the sword swings. When she heard that, she hesitantly asked, brandishing her sword, Qingyun, could the prediction refer to the Qingyun sword of my sect? Hu Vu quickly answered with a vague look, I don't know what's deeper, but I asked the master, who spoke, and Qian Tong eagerly asked, what to say. But she refused to answer, he said, when the time comes, you will know, Sword Tong exclaimed in surprise, huh. Xuanvu raised his hand to caress her cheek and praised her to distract her from talking about something else, she was so adorable. Qian Tong said in a deep voice, let's go quickly and inform the other disciples. A moment later, in the surrounding moonlight war zone. The swordsman looked around wildly and said, it seems like we just went through a fierce battle here, are we late? Xuanvu also speculated, the blood stains are still fresh, they certainly haven't gone far. Sword Tong suddenly widened his eyes. Then she suddenly shouted loudly, who is there? A beam of light appeared, causing rocks to crumble and scatter everywhere. This is magic. People from the Tin Naguyat sect suddenly appeared and laughed loudly and said, haha, I'm so lucky that I met 2 beauties. Kim sect immediately shouted angrily, daring to collude with the demon sect, Tin Naguyat sect, what exactly do you want to do? Hu Vu, standing next to him, also warned, be careful, this person's level is much higher than ours. He then shouted arrogantly, what are you doing? Of course he is sacrificing you to the great demon race, you should feel honored, you can become a sacrifice for the Tin Tien sect to rebel. Qian Tong shouted angrily, looking for death. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately unleashed the ultimate long hate sword technique, heaven and earth. The people of the Tin Naguyat sect saw this and immediately widened their eyes. An explosion rang out, causing rocks and soil to scatter everywhere. He was thrown dozens of meters away and sat down next to the remaining tree stump. Even though he was covered in injuries, he still smiled and said, haha, everything in this and that. Just a few seconds later, those wounds were immediately healed. That kid gave a sinister smile and arrogantly said, what a pity, insects like you, how can you understand the power of demons? The 2 girls exclaimed in surprise, this is demonization. Have you completely fallen into the devil's path? His whole body suddenly emitted a terrifying aura. The people of Tin Naguyat sect immediately shouted madly, not showing their strength. He quickly rushed to the 2 girls' place like lightning. Xuanvu shouted in panic, be careful. But it was too late, the 2 of them were beaten until they bled. The little guy of Tin Naguyat sect complacently stood and watched the 2 girls slowly disappear before his eyes. Suddenly his eyes widened. Around the 2 girls are emitting mysterious pink rays of light, this is the magic of the celestial center. He was immediately amazed and interested. The 2 girls gradually disappeared from that place. Xuanvu breathed a sigh of relief and said, phew, it's too dangerous. The sword sect was still immersed in thoughts, too strong, just now if Taoist Naguyat hadn't performed magic in time, I'm afraid I would have died. At that moment, his voice suddenly rang out, I advise you to stop wasting your energy, guys. There's no way to escape, he said as he unleashed his ultimate move. Sword Tong saw this and immediately exclaimed in fear, it's not good. It's true, the 2 girls were tied up by his magic net. Xuanvu gritted his teeth and said, hateful, can't escape, spiritual energy is constantly being sucked away. She muttered in a helpless tone, as expected, the gap in strength was still too big. The people of the Tin Naguyat sect smirked and replied, what, do you still want to protest now? To be able to become the sacrifice of the demon race, you should feel honored, right? Qian Tong was secretly afraid, could it be that he had to die here today? At that moment of despair, suddenly a familiar voice rang out, Junior Sister Music. Didn't you say we had to get everyone out? Tan Van's image suddenly appeared in her mind, brother, I will do it, I will bring everyone home. The sword sect used all its strength to escape, shouting loudly, I will definitely stop the demon sect. Her sword suddenly appeared. The person from the Tin Naguyat sect immediately exclaimed in a confused tone, what's going on? It's obvious to you. She quickly unleashed her secret move, the clever sword tone. He gradually became confused, it was impossible. And then he was thrown far into the air, so far that he could no longer be seen. At the same time in the star-moon mirror, Tan Van was wandering alone when he suddenly turned around and said, come out here, don't hide anymore. A shadow of a person is coming out from the tree. Hee hee, that's interesting. He then asked arrogantly, with your cultivation level, how did you discover me? Tan Van calmly replied, of course it's because the demonic energy on your body smells bad. He frowned and insulted. Haha, a humble son of a bitch, you dare to be so arrogant, do you think you can run away? He confidently replied, who said I wanted to run, say it first, now is my working hour, overtime is impossible. That guy angrily asked again, what are you talking about? Tan Van said again in a deep voice, I said, in order not to work overtime, I will let you die quickly. He immediately laughed out loud, ha 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 ha, even when he died, he still said crazy things, it was really ridiculous. He quickly replied, just die, the sword is decisive. That arrogant guy immediately responded, unleashing his sword. The two of them kept punching each other. A few seconds later, Tan Van stood with her hands on her hips and said uncomfortably, fuck it too, I hate it when people give me more work. He turned his head to look at the corpse and continued, but the sect was in tatters, people were demonized, don't these demonic fanatics have any other tricks up their sleeves, or is it the nature of things to repeat themselves? At the same time, that is during menstruation, the two purple-haired people exclaimed in confusion, what is this? On them, there is demonic weapon. At the same time, during menstruation, other people are also very confused, Tin Tien Tong, what exactly do they want to do? A voice suddenly shouted, Tin, why are all of our disciples being chased and killed by Tin Tien sect disciples, but the true spirit has not returned as you said? What do you mean, sir? Things have come to this point, why do you still not understand? Tin replied in a deep voice, today, all of you will die here. Hawkman immediately shouted angrily, hateful, we have been deceived by Tin Tien sect. However, he suddenly frowned and looked pained. He spat out blood and shouted, what's going on? It felt like the spiritual energy in his body was disappearing quickly. Other people also spoke up, spiritual energy cannot be mobilized, there is only one possibility, we were secretly planted with demon seeds by Tin Tien sect, our spiritual energy has been blocked by demon seeds. A villainous voice suddenly spoke up, haha, it's considered a bit of knowledge, unfortunately, none of you can survive today. They quickly blamed, no wonder the Tin Tien sect rose up so quickly, it turned out they were already colluding with the demon sect, ridiculously we were deceived, what exactly did Tin Tien sect want to do? Tin slightly smiled sinisterly and replied, if you want to know, please invite the elders to quietly watch the end of this match, don't worry, these disciples of yours won't last much longer, no, don't waste too much of your time. Tan Van clasped his hands behind his back, looked at the ruins, the smoke and dust flying, he silently planned everything, just hitting each person like this is not the way to go. Must quickly notify the other disciples in the star-moon mirror. He put his hand to his chin, thinking, suddenly a light flashed in his head, he was secretly happy, yes. He took a deep breath and shouted loudly, causing his aura to fluctuate, disciples, disciples. Tin Tien sect has already submitted to the demon sect. This news caused all the disciples in the forest to suddenly gasp, followed by the sounds of confusion and confusion from the disciples of Tin Naguyat Mirror in the east, what, Tin Tien sect, already submitted to the demon sect. And in Tin Naguyat Mirror in the west, familiar sounds attracted the attention of Naguyat Tan Vu and Nak Kim Tam. Sword Tam quickly recognized the familiar voice, it was the transmission of senior brother Hoa. Her lips were still bleeding, she raised her voice to praise Tan Van, this guy really has a way. Respectfully raised her hand to wipe away the stain on the corner of her mouth, while wiping, she said, in the secret realm there must be other disciples targeted by Tin Tien sect. We can't delay, let's go to another area now and see if we can help save people, Keen Vu hummed, seeming to agree with respectful opinion. Tan Thu put her hands on her hips and said with a sigh of relief, phew, like this, our junior sisters can relax a bit. After that, he raised his hand and said comfortably, I can also rest for a while. Just when I thought I would be able to rest, from somewhere came a cry for help, help. He was startled and looked towards the direction of the cry for help, help. That figure was getting closer and closer, a white-haired girl ran towards Tan Van, her whole body was drenched in sweat, she called his name for help, Hoa Tan Van, save me. He asked the strange girl curiously, she knows me. At the same time, behind the bushes, Tin Tien Tong observed the two of them, he spoke disparagingly, ridiculously, a dead man from a humble palace, could he still save people? The little girl hugged Tan Van's arm, her eyes looked somewhere in fear, her whole body trembled, and he used his other hand to hit it and sighed, sigh. He pulled something out of his sleeve and said, Tin Tien sect, you're bothering me to rest. He seemed to also see the mysterious thing he took from his sleeve, but before he could react, Tan Van's spiritual energy rushed towards him. Then he was hit by a full blow. He only had time to make a sound and then flew a meter away. The little girl breathed a sigh of relief. She happily said, "Hoa Tan Van, I finally found you." Unlike the girl's happy expression, Tan Van was extremely unfamiliar. It seemed like I didn't know her at all. The little girl still had a bright smile. She raised her hand to her chest, introduced herself. "My name is Venerable. I am a disciple of Tian Company." He was a little surprised and asked again, "Tian Company Pavilion, what kind of talent do I have, and am I related to Tian Company Pavilion?" Speaking of this, the girl's expression became more serious. She replied, "This time I participated in the Tian Prom Festival, specifically to find you." After that, the girl continued, "The Tian Company Pavilion has something, a big thing that concerns the entire practice world. The pavilion master told me to tell you personally." Tan Van looked a bit surprised. "Oh, tell me." On the other side, Hai Vo Nyai praised Tan Van. Hoa Tan Van really had the ability to think of using voice transmission to inform everyone. Tian Lok replied, "Yes, but if junior brother Hoa has informed the other disciples, where should we go next?" Vu Nyai immediately replied, "Tin Tian Sect's attack has begun. We cannot let them succeed like that. We must stop them." As soon as he finished speaking, another voice interrupted their conversation, causing both of them to pay attention and be on alert. "Oh, I also want to hear how you plan to stop it." One of the two exclaimed in surprise, "It was you." "That's right, it's none other than Crane." He flew in front of the two of them, hands clasped behind him, laughing scornfully. "Ha ha, just relying on you two ants. You can also change our grand plan. It's just ridiculous," chewing and cursing at him. "Crane Min, the dog of the demon sect. Can you shake it? Try it and then you'll know. Attack." After that sentence, two streams of spiritual energy rushed towards him, but he just curled his lips and said, "You guys don't know anything about the power of the demon sect." Then he transformed into a magical energy sphere. Gently blocked those two powerful sources of spiritual energy, causing the two people who were in the Chu and Tian Lok to be thrown hard to the ground and could only exclaim, "What?" Chewing at the corner of her bleeding lips, she coughed a few times and then exclaimed, "Disgusting, the demonic energy is too strong." Hak Min laughed heartily. He said madly, "Ha ha, I will open your eyes to you insects." Next, he transformed into a magic circle, and a huge source of magic power also erupted. I was confused. Not good. He was opening a summoning formation. Must stop him. Hak Min spoke. When the great formation opens, you will naturally sacrifice to the demon master. Why, are you in such a hurry to want to die? So I will create you. The demonic energy was so powerful that the gods and goddesses could do nothing but watch. I thought that the battlefield would open and all the disciples would be sacrificed, but a bright red spiritual energy rushed straight into the formation with the words, "The main character's price." Hak Min was startled. He shouted loudly, "Oh!" Yan Vu landed on the ground. He burst out laughing and said, "Ha ha ha, it seems I came just in time. That Tin Tian sect guy, you dare to be rude here. Today I will let you taste my fiery power." Vu Nyai had difficulty telling VM Vu that he was opening a large formation to summon the demon master, and could not let the formation form. He replied, "Chewing and giving it all to me." After saying that, he rushed straight towards the crane, chanting the mantra, and the red lotus force of karmic fire bloomed. "Please give me the power to destroy evil." Hak Min laughed. His voice was disdainful. "Ha ha, just relying on you, I also want it." Before he could finish his words, he had already received VM Vu's punch, followed by a strong kick that hit him, causing him to only have time to utter two words, "What?" After taking two superpower blows, he fell straight to the ground, his nose and mouth bleeding. He still raised his voice, "But I didn't expect you to look wild, but you're also a troublesome person. I didn't want to use a big move here, this." Immediately, his eyes turned red. He said, "This is you forcing me." VM Vu stood there and raised his voice. He had turned into a ghost. He said savagely, "So now, is the time to end everything." At the solemn palace, under the dim light, the ancestors stood in front of an ancient Dharma platform with serious expressions. Above are great statues of gods, and the vast universe appears in mysterious lines that are gradually cracking. According to the predictions of Tian Company Pavilion, this crisis of Tin Tian sect will affect the entire fairy world. Only one person from Tan Van Kiem sect can solve this dangerous situation. And that person is you, Hoa Tan Van. After hearing that, his face turned pale and he pointed at the lazy face to confirm, "Me." making the little girl's head full of question marks. Hoa Tan Van was also speechless with a few of those predictions, but then became impatient and worried. Why are there so many sect masters and palace masters who haven't ascended to the fairyland? Search, but let a disciple like me go to save the world of immortals. Isn't it a bit hasty to predict your heavenly secrets? Tun Kim put his hands on his hips, puffed out his chest and smiled confidently, then shyly said, not hiding anything from you, actually I also think like that, making him sweat too. After that, she waved her hand and told the harsh truth. In terms of talent and background, no matter how you look at it from any angle, you are nothing outstanding. Hoa Tan Van rubbed her chin and thought, why is heaven's destiny? Why did you choose me? Could it be that because the seal was broken last time, the heavenly Tao sensed it? While he was frozen in thought, the noble girl patted his shoulder to comfort him. Ahem, don't be too self-conscious. Even though I don't know why I chose you, the master's prediction will never be wrong. Then he placed his hand on his chest and affirmed, the old man said it was you, only you have that ability. This is inevitable and also cause and effect. You must cooperate with me. Hoa Tan Van calmly replied, so what do you need me to do? I need a sword move, a sword move. That's right, it's that one sword move. I heard that this is the sword technique created by the Tan Tui Emperor that year. Even though it's only one move, it's so powerful that just one sword can destroy demons and gods. Thousands of years ago, the Van Kiem sect encountered an incident, after which the swordsmanship was lost. Not long ago, the owners accidentally found this sword set. As long as you can learn this sword style, only then can I prevent the danger of the fairy world collapsing. Hoa Tan Van looked at the secret book and then thought about the future. If he didn't follow the prophecy, he left. If the cultivating immortal world was destroyed, then Tan Van's sword sect would have a hard time avoiding a lifetime. Because so that I can continue my shift at 9 o'clock a.m. and 5 o'clock p.m. after my shift, to stabilize this world of cultivating, I have to temporarily hold on to it. Big vacation, the plan is approved. Later I will use this excuse to ask the sect master to give me a super long vacation. After clearing her brain, Hoa Tan Van smiled and replied, then I will try. At the same time, somewhere in the moonlight, the crane floating in the air around him was filled with spiritual energy. Now it's time to end it all. Yan Vu stirred up the burning spiritual power and replied in a loud voice, I say you rebels, keep saying the same sentence over and over again all day long, can't you change it to another sentence? Then rush forward like a god, villain, accept the judgment of justice. Unleashing the move Hong Lin Vu with the crane as the center, he leisurely raised his hand to block the attack and said, that thing has no measure of strength. It's true that we don't know the true strength. The Mvu's move was broken in the blink of an eye. A loud bang rang out. The fake guy took the entire attack. Crane Min curled his lips and smiled disdainfully. Standing before the power of the demon mane tail, grand. Then he quickly flew over and stepped down from above. You guys are just a bunch of ants. What is the right faction? What is the anti-sect? Only the one who survives to the end is the winner. Yan Vu was crushed under his feet, his face distorted, his beak gritted his teeth, and endured the pain. You, go and die. Just when the crane was about to finish, someone urgently called from the field, Senior brother. Dong Xuan, you came at the right time. Why don't you immediately sacrifice these disciples to the devil master? Senior brother, stop and let the devil come, you murderer. If that's the case, will it really benefit Tin Tien sect? Dong Xuan, you're doubting my decision like this, sect master or something. Tin Tien sect has the grace to save my life, I just don't want the sect to go through a lifetime of unrelenting. He laughed loudly and said, it's true I didn't see wrong. Since you joined the sect, you have not been able to integrate with others, your whole life you deserve to be a low-level disciple. Wanting to betray the sect, relying only on you, is ridiculous. Today, I will be on behalf of the sect to liquidate the gate. The young man said he released spiritual energy to attack, and after a while of dodging, both sides faced each other head-on as if they were evenly matched. Hawkman's red eyes were surprised, but could he receive one of my moves? It turns out that in the sect, you were pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Dong Xuan continues to advise, brother, I absolutely will not stand by and let the power of demons corrode this world. You're the only one who wants to fight me, Min Hawk stomped his feet, tensed his chest and shouted. Then he unleashed a spiritual energy attack that cut through the wind and rushed away, but suddenly another attack came quickly from behind him. Who was it? He reacted extremely quickly and stood on tiptoe. The music of the sword heart and the acupuncture point of Keen Vu appear. Who says it's just her? That's right, there's also us. Yan Vu is still alive and trying to speak up. Is it the heart of sword music? Million Tien Locke is happy to come out and call, junior sister. Without any worries, the crane man's entire body once again activated his demonic energy. Haha, there are too many fish in the net, I will take care of all of you. Nak Kiem Tam immediately threw his sword to fight, the spiritual energy colliding stirred up the entire area. After that explosion, Min Min appeared with a very surprised face because in front of him were 3 sword hearts. Without stopping, the crane continued to attack the 3 illusions with 3 streams of magic power, but the musical sword heart came from behind him, taking advantage of this moment to strike out a golden sword energy. Hawkmin still glanced with disdain. Who exactly gave you the idea that you could defeat me? Say yes, do it. Hawkmin continued to stir up the demonic energy, but this time it was even more terrible. It happened so fast, Nak Kiem Tam had no time to react and screamed in horror. What? The girl was thrown away. The crane stood in the middle of the giant magic formation and raised her voice. No matter how many ants there were, it would be impossible to stop the devil from coming. It's dangerous, he's summoning the devil, the crisis is near, the great demon summoning array has started. Hoa Tan Van held the sword technique in her hand and praised it. This Kalpadharma is truly magical. It seems that Emperor Qing who created this Kalpadharma is also a wonderful person. After listening, Sun Can looked at him with eyes full of doubt. What kind of magic, but you still haven't opened it? Then showed a worried and embarrassed expression and said, leaving the safety of the immortal cultivation world in your hands, suddenly I had an inexplicable worry. Hoa Tan Van raised his hand to stop her. I know you are very urgent, but first don't rush, Sun Can asked in a cold sweat. This is very difficult not to rush, right? Hoa Tan Van smiled faintly. Even though she hadn't opened it yet, she felt that the energy contained in this sword technique was very familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Hoa Tan Van turns the book, but the miracle has been happening as the pages turn quickly. Sun Can looked like he couldn't believe his eyes. This kind of speed was indeed the person the owners predicted would be chosen. The Qingyun flower slowly sinks into the pages of color, the soul seems to be pulled into it, the illusion opens, each page of color falling onto the normally calm water surface now creates ripples that gradually spread out as if it were real. Dream, sword meaning implies small world. In the transformed space, Tan Van saw a figure standing on the water right in the middle of the lake. That person began to practice swords with wonderful swords like clouds floating in flowing water, constantly changing, even though they were basic swords, but the power in it cannot be measured. He stood there with his eyes focused, even though he was only awake. But it seems to contain the power of heaven and earth, causing changes in wind and clouds. This is the one sword. But unexpectedly, the figure turned around and smiled at him, making him both surprised and suspicious. The scene changes back to Nak Kiem Tam standing in front of the giant formation created by the crane to summon the demon master. She worriedly thinks, if she doesn't take action, let the crane release the demon master, the entire world will be saved, will be completely out of control. Nak Kiem Tam urgently called out, everyone, I have a move, maybe I can stop him, but I need everyone to help me buy time. At this time, Vuong Lan and Giang Du came together. Junior sister can rest assured and leave it to us. Brother Giang, everyone has arrived. Just now I felt a huge fluctuation of demonic energy here. Fortunately, it seems that it is not too late. Junior sister, rest assured, we are all supporting you. Everyone at the scene is majestic. Nguyen Keen Vu smiled and held her hands firmly. So did I. Even on the porch, I raised my hands, including me. With everyone's support like that, the music for the heart is very touching. Her blushing cheeks choked up and she said, everyone. I began to prepare immediately. She began to gather spiritual energy rushing out to prepare the strongest killer move in the field of hate swordsmanship. The guy with such a weapon was no less than anyone else. He urged the fire spiritual energy covering his whole body to speak. Let me go first. Hawkmin smiled faintly. Humph, now that it's over, you're still stubbornly resisting. Despite the demon's ridicule, Yan Vu continued to rush forward, exploding and continuing to fire the flames on his body, hitting directly at Hawkmin. Hawkmin waved his hand so stubbornly, a source of demonic energy shot out and then boom, the attacking Yanvu 8 fell backwards to the ground. The light dance in the bronze spirit combined to explode with spiritual energy, including us. The same goes for Hai Vo Chu and Vuong Lan. Sure enough, all 4 people released their spiritual energy and transformed into a net that crisscrossed each other to catch the crane still floating in the air. His eyes have turned black and are now even stronger. He mobilizes his demonic energy with the support of the Great Formation. His strength has increased a lot. He is truly a group of insects that do not know how to control themselves. The attack of the 4 people in the blink of an eye was destroyed, causing the 4 of them to fall. This is when Hawkmin counterattacked, raising his arms to gather demonic energy and roaring triumphantly, "The energy of a demon lord is enough to easily kill you all." On this side, after a while of manipulation, Nak Kiem Tam opened her eyes and smiled. Seeing this, Min Hawk screamed in horror, "What? Such a strong sword intent, how is it possible?" Nak Kiem Tam holds the sword with both hands. The sword intent is like a bomb that can explode at any time. "Hawkmin, your arrogance will end here." After she finished speaking, it was time to release her sword intent. It wouldn't be good if she hit her. After he finished thinking about it, the sword intent rushed forward with great power. Crane used his hand to use magic energy to stop it. A loud bang rang out. The crane was unable to resist that power. When the dust and smoke passed, the sword and harp music reunited with everyone. "Great, we won. I thought everything would end here, but a change occurred in the Great Array. A crack in the Great Array appeared, and light shined out from inside. The space gate was formed. The crane smiled arrogantly. "Haha, the summoning of the great god was completed. Even if you kill me, it's too late." From within the great formation a slimy ball appeared. The crane smiled proudly and welcomed it. "The Lord of the Devil has come." The scene before his eyes made Nak Kiem Tam panic. This was the devil. The demon lord appeared from the purple smoke. He said, "The demon energy here is so fragile, summon my soul here." Hawkmin knelt down, his whole body trembled, his clothes were torn, his eyes were bloodshot, black threads flowed out. He said, Sir Devil, the thread can only use a large amount of legs. Only by imprisoning the moon mirror can you break down the stronghold and summon people." Hawkmin continued to say, but as long as we kill all their true spirits, they will recover all their strength and descend in a sincere state." The devil smiled sinisterly and said, "Haha, what do you mean? You can't even solve the problem in front of you." Crane gritted his teeth, his eyes were bloodshot, veins appeared on his face. The demon master finished him off with one blow. The devil said in a disdainful voice, "What a waste." Nak Kien Tong with a worried expression said, "Is this the power of the demon master?" The porch suddenly appeared from nowhere, shouting loudly, even if it was the devil. Nak Kiem Tong glanced at him, said, "Dong Xuan, don't be impulsive." Regardless of her words, Dong Xuan rushed forward, saying, "I absolutely cannot open my eyes to watch you destroy the stars of the Dong Dong and the Dong Huang Dong." The devil said, "Interestingly." He laughed and then shot a beam of purple light into the terrace, saying, "The sea of fortune flows in the heart, the fire of red lotus karma." Yanvu was hit by the devil's attack, his mouth vomited blood. He said, "It's not good, this power has a backlash." Hai Vo Chu also tried to use his power to fight him. She said, "That must lead him to other places first, add priests." The devil's purple power defeats the power of Yanvu and Hai Vo Chu. The two of them collapsed painfully. Nak Kiem Tong worriedly approached, held Yanvu, and said, "How's everyone? Still alive, but he can't fight anymore." The people on the porch stood with their heads down, saying, "They all blamed me. If it weren't for them, then the injured person would be me right now." Vu and Hai Vo Chu looked at Vu in shock. He clenched his hands and continued, "But I was so rude. Even before that, he was always in the Tin Tien sect helping the enemy." The demon master said, "Weak people struggling, it's just a joke." Hearing that, Dong Duong said, "This time, I will use the strongest move." Then, he shouted, "He must kill you." Along with that, golden lightning radiated from his body. The demon master flew up with a purple light. The porch raised his fist and with it came a bright golden explosion. Seeing this, Nguyen Kien Vu frowned and said, This is the creative method of Tin Tien sect. Because of the extremely high difficulty of swimming, I had long seen it passed down in Tin Tien sect." Nak Kien sect continued, "I didn't expect it, I learned this trick at the same time." The demon lord came out of the purple smoke, held out his injured hands, and said, "This is it." He flew up with countless rocks. Then, the demon master's body was shattered by the force of the field. The porch fell down, blood coming out of his mouth. His face was covered in sweat, he was panting. Dong Fam suddenly fell down. Vu ran back, saying, "Dong Fan." On the porch lying on the ground, his face tired, his mouth bleeding, he had difficulty speaking. "I can only do this much, next, I rely on everyone." Yanvu looked up at the sky and said, "Is the demon master dead? Is he dead?" The demon owner appeared with an unhealthy body, laughing and saying, "Ha ha, small person. It can also break my 8th form, which is not bad." Seeing this, Vuonglan was stunned and said, but, completely disregarding the attack just now, Jiang Du was also surprised, saying, 8 types of forms, how else to fight this? Na Qian Tong saw this and said, if that's the case, then we. How can one sit and wait to die like that? Because to protect everyone, whether enemies or demons, we absolutely do not falter. Suddenly a soul appeared and touched her. She panicked and said, Senior brother, is it really you? The soul hugged her head and said, Junior sister, I believe in you and will definitely do it. Then that soul leaned close to her ear and said, you and I. Let's win this battle together. Na Qian Tong was stunned and asked, Senior brother, why did you come here? The other soul replied, Sister, although I really want to come and help you right now, but I'm learning a very important sword move. At the same time, somewhere in the moonlight, Hoa Tan Van said, this sword move is related to the entire fate of the spiritual world, I cannot stop it right now. Sun Can sighed and said, have you entered a state of comprehension so quickly? Hoa Tan Van smiled and said, you can only use spiritual teachings, only then can I see. Na Qian Tong suddenly widened his eyes. Suddenly that soul approached her, pointed forward, and said, I have discovered that although the Demon Master's energy is constantly increasing, it is also limited to the crystal moon mirror, unable to exert its full potential, force. The Demon Master was still floating in the air. He said, I have discovered that because he was summoned in a secret treasure, isolated from the outside world, he can probably only exert about 3 parts of his true power, body, so, we still have a chance to kill him. Suddenly he realized something, said, this familiar aura. Is that the kid from that year? Na Qian Tong with a worried expression turned back and shouted, everyone, the Demon Master is currently in the crystal moon mirror and cannot exert his full strength. So as long as we give our all, we may not be able to win, please don't give up. Junior sister is right, how can we submit to the devil? Nguyet Keen Vu continued, next, I will risk my best. The devil smiled scornfully and said, what a stubborn person, unfortunately, you won't have a chance. After speaking, he released purple rays of light and aimed at the people on the ground. Million Tian Law quickly jumped up, avoiding the Demon Master's attacks. Then he jumped up, took the sword, screamed, died. The Demon Lord just smiled lightly and then threw a blow to send millions of fortune flying. He was stunned, said, this is absolute defense. The Demon Lord laughed and said, ants, ridiculous. Then he struck and sent millions of heavenly fortune flying away. In front of the Demon Master and everyone, he was dissipated into thin air by the Demon Master's power. The Demon Lord laughed contemptuously, saying, ha ha, blood and heart are nothing, it's really nostalgic. Nguyet Keen Vu looked at Zhao Tianlok and said, fellow Taoist Nguyet, thank you just now, it was too dangerous. Zhao Tianlok looked at everyone and said, everyone, this Demon Lord's form has absolute defense against my physical attacks, but, it cannot defend against my friend's magic. Na Qian Tong thought and said, or should we say, this time we can only attack him with magic to defeat him. Giang Du held 3 yellow cards and said that if he had to use magic to attack, Vuonglan continued, then just leave them to us. That soul told the music sword sect, the reason it is called attack magic is because it uses the power of the elements as the foundation, condenses the magic power, and penetrates the room where the inner eye cannot see. Sword energy is also a type of magic. Na Qian Tong continued, I remember in the long hate sword technique, there was a move that condensed sword energy from the sky, but that move consumed a lot of energy, so I never used it. Junior sister, I believe in you, you can definitely do it. Senior brother, I think what you are doing, you can definitely do it too. Vuonglan jumped into the air and said, sister, don't worry, we will buy you time. The devil looked down and said, just relying on you guys. Yet it actually penetrated my protective shield. The Demon Master stepped back. He said angrily, the creator of this type of magic has clearly died a long time ago, how can you learn this magic? Giang Du saw this and said, it worked, the magic that Senior Brother Hoa gave us really worked, as expected of Senior Brother Hoa, when we go back, we must thank him well. This time, we go up together. The devil's face darkened, he crossed his arms and said, do you think you can really defeat me? If you learn that type of magic, so what? Vuonglan and Giang Du were both beaten by the devil's attack, causing them to vomit blood. Giang Du gritted his teeth and said angrily, we absolutely cannot give up. And then he threw out golden chains to surround the Demon Master's body. The devil was stunned and shouted, "This is the great way of wealth, they have understood the great way of wealth." Seeing this, Nak Kien Tong rushed up and said, "Next is me, Long hate sword art." The devil's face darkened, he said in a dazed way, "A bunch of worms, how is this possible?" A loud noise rang out, shock waves radiated everywhere, continuously hitting the demon master's body. The demon owner roared in pain, cracks appearing on his face. Right at the moment his life was about to end, he screamed in anger, "Damn you brats!" The sound of another clone of the demon master exploding. Immediately after that, the figure of the musical sword tone gradually appeared from behind the dust. Everyone nervously looked at the cloud of dust in front of their eyes, waiting for an answer. Nguyet Keen Vu said in a low voice, "Is it over?" Suddenly, the sword music suddenly shouted in confusion. "That's not right, right where the demon lord was defeated, a body like mud is gradually being covered up again. So which one is stronger between the previous clone and the clone that is being formed in a new form?" The whole group of Nak Kien Tong people stood there with panic and fear on their faces. Zhao Tianlok's face turned pale, however, he changed again. Nguyet Keen Vu asked in confusion, "This is the new form of Ghost Master." Vuonglan sat down under a tree, hateful. Jiang Du looked at the devil with a dark face. Could it be that this guy couldn't be beaten to death? While the music sword sex people were worried, the demon master's new body had formed a new form, the sixth form of the demon master. This side of the music sword sect is wondering why every time the demon master receives a fatal attack, he changes into a new form. At this moment, her senior brother's aura appeared and asked, "Could this be the special practice method of the demon sect?" She pondered, "The demon sect's practice method." Then her eyes suddenly lit up as if remembering something. She turned around and quickly said thank you to Senior Brother. "Senior Brother, thank you very much for reminding me." Then asked, "Do you remember that time we helped encourage the street to clean up the library? The time he agreed to us, I just need to help him clean up, then I will lend him a book for free." Senior Brother complimented her, "Not bad." She recalled the time when her brother and she went to the library to clean up. At that time, the music sword sect was leaning forward trying to get the book. Disgusting, this ancient book against the demon sect, the uncle placed it too high. While I was confused and didn't know what to do, my hand suddenly appeared. Here, the girl with a face as red as a pomegranate said shyly, "Thank you, Brother Hoa." Nak Kiem Tong held the book and glanced shyly at her brother, while Hoa Tan took the book to help and turned away. She remembered the content of the book. "That time I read it, the demon sect had a mysterious practice magic that could cause the practitioner to change into a new form every time they died. In the book she read in the archives, it was written, but there was a limit to the number of times the form changed." Returning to the present, "Senior Brother," she thought, "that's why the devil said before that he changed 8 types of forms. In fact there is a limit." She also suddenly understood, he was showing off his prestige. She finally understood why he was able to appear in a new form every time he received a fatal blow, as well as how to defeat him. "Yes, that is, we just need to kill all of the Demon Master's forms, we'll be able to completely destroy the Demon Master." She thought she would do it and tell her brother, "Try it and you will know." "Brother, I have to use my sword, stand behind me." After she finished speaking, she unleashed her long sword attack, sending a stream of light blue sword energy mixed with sharp lines of golden light towards the Demon Master. The devil slowly raised his hand and laughed, "Ha ha, you guys are so stubborn." The demon lord waved his hand to shatter her sword energy and arrogantly declared that I was the only one who was immortal. "No matter how much you struggled, it was nothing more than a hit," he said as he released a demon. The surrounding spiritual energy and energy fluctuated violently. Nak Kien Tong was knocked out and injured, causing blood to spurt out, coughing. Her senior brother approached and asked how she was doing. "Junior sister, how are you?" She wiped the blood from the corner of her lips and replied, "It's okay, it's just a loss of spiritual energy." Even though she was injured, her face and eyes clearly showed confidence, but that attack was enough to prove that we guessed right. She asked a question but also an affirmation. If the Ghost Master there really is such a thing as immortality, so why should we defend against our attacks? She turned around and said to the people below, "Don't be discouraged, the devil is deliberately bewitching us." She raised her voice excitedly, encouraging her morale. "As long as we destroy all of his forms, we can completely finish him off." Hua Tan Van thundered behind Nak Kiem Tong praising her junior sister, not her sister. Vuonglan sat under the tree still looking worried and said, "So it turns out that even though we use that spirit talisman, we won't be able to fight anymore in the immediate future." Yang Du responded with many fists to Vuonglan's words, but just now being able to defeat one of his forms was worth it. Million Heavenly Fortune stomped his foot down. He regained his composure and shouted, "Junior sister, junior brother, you're both injured. This time, let me fight and break all of his forms." The devil smirked, "Me." He also took action. Indeed, when his trick was revealed, he stopped mentally attacking. His whole body emitted a demonic energy that forced people to form strange lightning bolts. In another place in the Book of Heaven, an old man looked at the projection in the air and said to himself, the demon master has been summoned by the province. He asked the person behind him, on the side of the Tungan, must have completed the task of the masters. Then he suddenly saw the image of a person appear on the projection. He was surprised and said, Hoa Tan Van, is this sleeping? At his age, how can he sleep so soundly? With his admiration for such a dire situation, he can still be calm and leisurely. As a result, he is indeed the person that the owners look at. Suddenly the yellow spiritual energy fluctuated. Tunkan appeared and explained that the senior brothers were not sleeping, but rather comprehending one sword's consciousness and had already entered one sword's small world. The old man nodded, so that's it, but he frowned and asked, but the devil has descended on the wilderness, can the Qingyun flower really be able to stop everything in time? In the image of him sitting there quietly, the stream's blue force soldiers appear around. Sun Gon stood in front of Hoa Tan Van and said his thoughts, although based on what we have investigated, Hoa Tan Van's realm is very low, but for some reason, I can secretly feel his strength, he can surpass all of us. Hoa Tan Van still sat there reading a book without showing any signs of change while Tunkan drew a conclusion, I believe in the judge's judgment, Hoa Tan Van is the only hope of defeating our demon sect, Ta. As for him, right now, based on the spiritual mind battle situation, his junior sister was very impatient. Never mind, I'll just keep it, let's give them a way to manage. Behind Hoa Qingyun's back appeared 4 streaks of light with 4 different colors fly out, causing Tunkan to startle and wonder, am I dizzy? Something just flew away. 4 streaks of light soared into the air, gradually revealing their true form. Hoa Tan Van said, Tin Vich, Nguyet Ho, Niet Long, then Vu, don't let me down. The 4 divine hands replied in unison, rest assured, master. Zhao Tianlok held the sword, waved it, and said, the cloud sword is decisive. And then threw the demon master into the sky. The devil smiled sinisterly and said, is this your ability? Then he released a purple light, blowing away the power of millions of heavenly fortunes, saying, weak, too weak. Millions of heavenly fortunes were pushed back by the demon master's power. He gritted his teeth and said, die, insects make noise. The demon master continuously launched attacks targeting millions of heavenly fortunes. Zhao Tianlok quickly dodged, thinking worriedly, he absolutely cannot be hit by this strange ray. The demon master saw that, smiled contemptuously and said, are you still stubbornly resisting? Million Tianlok worried, thought, calm down, must find the devil's weakness. The characteristics of the devil's attack are large range and high damage. If I recklessly attack from a distance, I will definitely not gain any benefits. The demon master saw the worry on Zhao Tianlok's face. He smiled and said, ha, haven't given up yet, don't you know, your strength is far inferior to that little girl. Even it can't do anything to me, let alone you. Nak Kiem Tong said, what is the devil doing here? The demon master said, listening to your tone, you are his senior brother, but you are far behind him in every way. TSK, if I were you, I would have died of humiliation long ago. That soul suddenly spoke up, sure enough, this is a demonic sound, it can awaken the demonic mind and control the spirit of others. Nak Kien Tong shouted anxiously, summon senior brother, absolutely don't be fooled. The demon lord continued to scream, don't you hurry up and kill them. Zhao Tianlok angrily said, you demon sect is really narrow-minded, whoever says you are inferior to your junior sister, I will have a devil's heart. The demon master continued to say, what's going on, why isn't he controlled by my demonic voice? Zhao Tianlok shouted, how do you understand the friendship between our fellow disciples? 3 years ago, junior sister Nak indeed defeated me and became the new true disciple. The power of junior sister's sword at that time made me shocked, even jealous, always looking for an opportunity to defeat junior sister, regaining the top position. No matter how much effort I put in front of me, there is always junior sister music's extraordinary talent, far away and unreachable. Later, there was another junior brother Hoa. But fortunately, I have my junior sister and junior brother. If it weren't for their encouragement and guidance, I wouldn't have been able to firmly walk on the path of swordsmanship. I have long understood that perhaps my talent is not as good as my junior sister and junior brother, but I absolutely will not take that as an opportunity and hide behind them. just rely on me and I can kill you. That soul said, yet, it is possible to break through this barrier. The music sword sect said, let go of all worries, only the pure swordsman is left, and has already approached the path without limitations. The demon master became angry and arrogant, then he shot countless purple rays of light. This is the threshold above the sword intent, the half-set of swordsmanship. Nguyen Keen Vu said, there is a chance. The devil laughed loudly, ha ha. Also considered to have some bravery. Nguyen Keen Vu continued, and yet, he directly blocked the attack of the half-armed swordsman. Na Qian Tong was worried and said, this type of demon sect technique will become stronger as time goes by. This move of senior brother Zhao's can seriously injure the demon master, it is already very powerful. The devil said, unfortunately. You cannot kill me. Then he launched a blow that knocked Zhao Tian Lok away. Na Qian Tong worried and said, senior brother Zhao, how are you? Nguyen Keen Vu worriedly said, he has a half-kit of swordsmanship to protect his body, so he's okay for now. The demon lord pointed his finger at them and said contemptuously, ha ha, is this all your strength? Who among you insects dares to fight with me? Then suddenly there was the sound of someone running from behind. The other soul seemed to realize something, saying, it's finally here. The demon lord continued to attack, he shot countless purple rays at the people on the ground. In the purple rays, 2 purple people suddenly appeared. Tu Fan blocked the demon master's blow and said, there's still us. Tu Van received the demon master's attack. Tu Fan said, sister, I'm here to help you. The demon lord floating in the air still laughed and said contemptuously, ha ha, you bunch of insects. And then he clasped his hands together, surrounding him with a circular dome created by purple light. Tu Fan and Tu Van were both thrown back by the demon master's power. Tu Fan said, wow, that's disgusting. I continued, sister, if we keep fighting him like this, we will only be exhausted and die. I used this move to pull his leg, cover you, and you attack. Tu Van looked at Tu Fan and asked worriedly, but, if that's the case then you. Tu Fan did not hesitate to say that the situation was urgent and could not be managed like that anymore. Tu Van is by your side, encouraging Tu Fan, Fan to be careful. The demon master was surprised and said, oh, is this magic? And when he saw the purple wind's wide and golden eyes, the demon master was surprised and shocked. He said, yet, it can cause my actions to be limited. He laughed loudly, interestingly, ha 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 ha. Let's see how many minutes you can hold on, the wind is showing signs of loss of strength. Suddenly he screamed, blood coming out of his mouth, sister, leaning on her. Hearing Tu Fan say that, Tu Van jumped into the air, raised his stick, aimed at the demon lord, shouted, demon lord, it's the end. The demon master heard that and quickly turned around. Purple Cloud unleashed a blow, releasing purple power at the demon master. Under the ground, the musical sword was recovering its aura after the recent battle with the demon lord. While Tu Van fought with the demon lord, everyone took the time to restore their spiritual power. Hoa Tan Van worriedly thought, Tu Fan and the others couldn't hold on much longer, and Vuong Lan's group was too seriously injured and couldn't fight. Forced to speed up the recovery of spiritual energy for junior sister. Small world in books. Tan Van Hoa is stroking her chin in thought. Suddenly someone tapped his head with their hand. Emperor Qing said, I am teaching you the sword, but what were you doing just now? Hoa Tan Van replied, oh, it's a little distracting. Emperor Qing angrily thought, hey, I'm Qing Emperor no matter how good or bad, my sword doesn't have that much appeal, distraction, distraction. Hoa Tan Van continued, there was no way, who told the junior sister that the situation was urgent, in Tin Naguyat Mirror, there were no other experts who could help. There it is. He continued, if he is the founder of the Cloud Sword sect, he must have stored many precious techniques that can quickly improve one's strategy. Right now, Tan Van Kiem's sect's disciples are in a dangerous situation. I believe you will definitely not die without being saved. Emperor Qing crossed his arms and asked again, why should the emperor listen to you? Hoa Tan Van looked at him and said, if you can't save him, that's okay. It's okay to not learn his sword. The destruction of the immortal world has nothing to do with me. After saying that, Hoa Tan Van ran away, saying, I'm quitting school, goodbye. Emperor Qing said enthusiastically, help, help, save your kid, dare to threaten me, in 1,000 years, you are the first person. That junior sister of yours, what swordsmanship is he practicing now? Hoa Tan Van smiled and replied, Tan Van, sword art and long hate sword art. Qing Emperor thought, but it was a long hatred sword technique. It seemed that everything was predetermined by fate. Emperor Tan continued, leave it, if you sincerely pray, I will be very compassionate and teach your junior sister a sword technique. Hoa Tan Van thought, this Emperor Qing is completely different from what was recorded in the book, ancient books of the Van Kiem sect. But I keep feeling that his appearance is strangely familiar, despicable, similar to someone. Tan Emperor continued, I'm just a divine mind left behind, I can't leave this small world, this sword technique, it's up to you to convey. Hoa Tan Van said, Tan Emperor continued, listen seriously to the lecture, now I will teach you. That soul said to Nak Kian Tong, junior sister. I have a method that can speed up the recovery of your spiritual strategy. But this move is very risky, do you want to try it? Nak Kian Tong shouted when he heard that, senior brother, of course I'm willing to try it once. The soul continued, this sword technique far exceeds your current strength, it will definitely give birth to a retaliation, maybe even, Tan Emperor continued, it can even cause your cultivation level to be depleted, damage, making it impossible for you to take one step further in your swordsmanship for the rest of your life. Even so, are you still willing? The small world of books, a moment later. Hoa Tan Van was stunned and said, is it that serious? Emperor Tan continued, just tell your junior sister. Nak Kian Tong went to that soul and said, senior brother. Just need the opportunity to defeat the demon master and protect the human race. Even if I risk my life and die, I will not be afraid. Tan Emperor thought with emotion, on the contrary, she was very similar to the person that year. He said, okay, actually I just wanted to test your junior sister, the damage to the swordsmanship was fake. Hoa Tan Van laughed and said, haha, I knew right away. Tanda continued, but, the woman who created this sword move is far superior to your junior sister, and a backlash is inevitable. Hearing that, Hoa Tan Van worriedly asked again, but, if it was a woman who created swordsmanship, how could she learn it? Tan replied, conveniently picked it up. He continued, okay, stop chatting, quickly teach your junior sister this move, you continue to follow me to learn the first sword, now recite the sword technique with me. Okay. Hoa Tan Van said, junior sister, let's begin. A ray of purple light flashed, shooting straight at Tu Van's body and she quickly used her stick to block it. She was thrown back, then she stood up miserably. The demon master saw that, smiled scornfully and said, haha, the two of you are not too bad together. But unfortunately, the Eastern magic that limits my actions has reached its limit. Suddenly Tu Fan collapsed to the ground. Tu Van worried, said, Fan He. Tu Fan had difficulty speaking, pant, sister, it's all on me, I can't hold on any longer. Tu Van shouted, Fan He, this is not your fault. The devil laughed loudly and said, haha, if your relationship is so good, I will send you on your way. Then the demon lord struck the two of them, and Tu Van quickly pulled Tu Fan out of danger. Tu Fan sadly thought, if this continues, you will be implicated by me. He stopped and said, sister, I can also use my vertical pupils again to restrain the demon master. Tu Van heard that and replied, but, like that, your true spirit simply can't stand it. Tu Fan gritted his teeth and determined, but this is our last chance. Sister, I believe I can definitely do it. Tu Van said, okay, I will use all my strength in this attack. The demon master remained silent, as if he felt something. He said, but can he still die? Tu Fan glared at the demon lord and said, demon lord, at this time, we absolutely cannot let you escape. Tu Van also said, the true spirit of Ha Fan He is damaged, I absolutely cannot forgive you. Then she put all her strength into it, held the stick and rushed towards the demon master, screaming, willing to die. Then she slashed a blow at him. He was lucky to avoid it, thinking angrily, damn, I can't escape. And then, the demon master was blown away by that power. Sixth form, breaking. Tu Fan trembled and looked up into the sky, saying, success, success. Suddenly the devil said, haha, he really looks down on you guys. Tu Fan was stunned and said, what? Fifth demon lord form, the devil said, I told you, you reptiles want to kill me, it's not that simple, now, it's my turn to crush you to death. Suddenly there was a flash of light, the demon master was stunned, this is the breath. Sword music suddenly appeared, saying, everyone has worked hard, next. It's our turn to act. Nak Kiem Tong held the sword, pointed it at the devil master, said, devil master. Keep going. The demon owner shouted angrily, "The hateful reptile." After that, the two rushed to fight with their strength. The demon master thought worriedly, "This sword actually broke a part of my cultivation. In the blink of an eye, it's enough to kill all things. It's really the same move as before." The demon lord shouted, "But this sword technique is far beyond your strength." He continued, "I see, this should be your last killer move." Nakim Sect worriedly thought, the demon master's strength had been weakened by the sword just now. As long as he used one more sword move, he could. The demon lord shouted, "I will not let you find a chance to attack again. Die for me." Misdirected. After that, a moonlight dance appeared and said to Nakim Sect, "Taoist friend, I have come to help you." The demon master saw that and laughed and said, "Ha, it turns out to be the great Tao of Xuanqi. On the contrary, I want to see what tricks you bunch of insects can come up with." Na Qiantong said, "I still need a little more time for the sword move just now, so this time, the devil will give it to you." Secret Art of Water and Moon, open. The demon owner was suddenly surprised when he turned his back. He said, "The illusion of temporary suspension is okay. It's really interesting, but how long can you hold on?" Then the demon master released thousands of purple rays of light. Nguyen Keen Vu was hit by his move, her mouth was vomiting blood. She thought indignantly, "Definitely. Must take the time to spend with her." The demon master said, "Being able to lock me up in an instant is not a bad magic trick." Nguyen Keen Vu fell down. She worriedly thought, "Music sword heart, next must rely on you." Sword music suddenly appeared from behind, holding a stick, shouting, "Everything ends here." The demon owner turned around in surprise and said, "What? Obnoxious. Fifth form of Maya." Na Qiantong said with difficulty, "This time, it will finally end, right?" The demon lord growled, "Not bad, a bunch of worms, but they were able to force me to this point. But this time, no one else can stop me." "Who is?" "Are the ancient divine beasts of the Cloud Sword sect." That soul appeared and said, "The Moon Tiger and the others have finally caught up, and this divine mind is also about to return. He has already mastered a sword. Thank you for teaching my junior sister that trick. Now that I have learned the sword, I should leave this place." Tan Emperor said, "You brat." Hoa Tan Van continued, It's really tiring to separate spiritual thoughts. I don't know why the Heavenly Secret Palace insisted on making me learn this trick. When I get a chance, I'll ask." Tan Emperor thought, "In the future, you will know." Hoa Tan Van continued, "As for the rebels who hindered me from doing that, prepare well to welcome the anger of the workers." Na Qiantong said, "I didn't expect that these ancient true spirits and divine beasts were also here. How interesting." She thought, the ancient divine beast unexpectedly appeared at the same time. Could it be that the predecessor of the Tan Cloud Sword sect also came to Tin Naguyat Mirror? The white pig said, "Demon Master, we obey the Master's orders and come here to kill you." The demon lord heard that and said, His voice was very loud. After that, the dragon breathed fire at the demon master. But he still arrogantly said, "No matter how divine beasts are, in my eyes, there is no difference between you and these ants." The dragon said, "One divine beast is not enough. As for the other three, let's move forward together and end the battle." After a while of fighting, the devil said that light and darkness are two inseparable things. You use the power of light to deal with me, but forget that wherever light goes, darkness must follow. The dragon and white tiger were hit by the demon master's attack, screaming in few. The demon lord continued, "Now, I will show you what absolute power is." The white tiger said with difficulty, "Hateful, this person's strength is so terrible, it cannot make the owner lose face. Kill." The devil laughed loudly, No matter how much you struggle, you will only see tree branches moving." Then he struck the animals and sent them flying. Those animals were lying on the ground in pain, their whole bodies covered in blood. The demon lord smiled scornfully and said, That's really tasteless. What about divine beasts? In front of the powerful demon race, they can't even withstand a single blow." When Hai saw the scene before him, he worriedly said, How is that possible?" Na Qiantong was also surprised and said, "Three great divine beasts, they could actually do it." The devil smiled and said with satisfaction, "I didn't expect you ants to still be alive. I find you so annoying. Destroy it." Na Qiantong thought with fear, "Is it about to end here?" The dragon spoke up, stopping immediately. "Senior." The devil said, to still be able to move, it really makes me disgusted. And then the demon master struck the dragon. He shouted, dying. After that, the dragon vomited blood and fell to the ground. Suddenly, the demon master had his arm cut off by a force. He said in shock, "Who could he come close to me without me noticing?" Suddenly a figure appeared from the smoke. It was the Tanvan flower. He said coldly, "Daring to hit my pet, wanting to die."